Apocalypse Tales left and right. Survival panel gets it right.
A long deliberation, he finally tossed the bag of crystals over. Catch. He dared not gamble. Li Long picked up the peach fruit from the ground, a look of joy spreading across his face. Finally the mission was complete. Once back he would definitely investigate thoroughly what kind of background this man had. Brother, thank you. Rest assured, the ancient martial alliance has its principles. Everything that happened here today will not be leaked. This seed was far too crucial for their alliance. After obtaining the seed, Li Long had no intention of lingering. He looked back at the ancient martial alliance members and commanded, "Let's move back to Libin City." Li Long and his group also left the place. On the way, one of the ancient martial alliance members spoke up, "I didn't think much of it before, but who exactly is that guy? Libin City isn't far from North China. With such a powerful ability user, how could there be no news about him? Who knows? Sister Yu, why do you always have that gloomy look? Give us some reaction, weren't you surprised just now? Anyway, I've learned my lesson in this apocalypse, you can't trust anyone or they might stab you in the back," someone said ominously. The group fell silent. Clearly this incident had cast a shadow over their minds. When they had arrived, everyone was excited, almost as if on a trip. Now on the way back they were all keeping a certain distance from each other. There was no helping it, the impact of that scene was just too profound. What's more, no one expected that the niece of the Longgang Steel Group's boss could be so ruthless. Seeing this, Li Long shouted angrily. "Why the hell are you all keeping so far apart? People of the ancient martial alliance would never betray their own." As soon as he finished speaking, the wound on his back split open a little more. Li Long's face changed color, gritting his teeth in agony, drenched in sweat. Damn it. That guy's blade is truly vicious. If it had struck the body, I'd be dead. Want me to cauterize it again? Yuan Yu spoke. Even after witnessing that scene, she remained as calm and unflappable as ever. No. Li Long's face turned pale with alarm. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Mo stowed the bag of crystals and counted them. Just as Li Long had said, there was indeed a third-tier crystal inside. Chen Mo's eyes lit up and he directly used the Qiongqi ability to summon the Qiongqi. Roar! The Qiongqi let out a low growl and the pair approached the corpse of the monstrous crocodile. The beast had been torn in two by the Shoshi god. One half was already mangled beyond recognition, reduced to pulp. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he gripped the kiri blade, extending it along the remaining half of the crocodile's body to slice off its hide. The monstrous crocodile, nearly at the fourth tier, possessed terrifying defensive capabilities, making it difficult for even concentrated firepower to harm it. Whether it was mutants or gods, almost every part of their bodies was a treasure. In this apocalypse there existed an ability known as Forger. Such abilities could forge these materials, like the crocodile's sharp teeth, into extraordinary weapons. The kiri blade was one such example. The valuable parts of a mutant were worth a fortune, whether traded for crystals or used in forging. Unfortunately, the crocodile's massive size meant that he and the Qiongqi couldn't possibly carry away all those teeth. Chen Mo murmured, "It seems the next time I encounter the mysterious merchant I should trade for something to store items." The mysterious merchant had many objects capable of holding things. Storage bags, the eyes of the Ming bird, space rings, and so on. He rolled up the crocodile hide and stowed it away. With a bit of simple processing it could become an excellent defensive soft armor. Chen Mo felt no great regret. He had already gained much from this trip to enhance his strength. "Qiongqi, the corpse and crystal of that monstrous crocodile are yours. This time break through to the third tier before we leave." Hearing this, a flicker of joy appeared in the Qiongqi's massive pupils. It nuzzled Chen Mo affectionately, then leaped over to the crocodile. It began devouring ravenously. A faint purple glow emerged on its body. Meanwhile, Chen Mo took out a peach fruit. In the apocalypse there were many things that greatly benefited psychics, not limited to what could be obtained from mysterious merchants. These few peach fruits were condensed from the mutated peach tree after it absorbed an immense amount of flesh and blood. Chen Mo sat on the ground without hesitation. He picked up a peach fruit and devoured it in large mouthfuls. It was plump and juicy, the juice of the fruit as crimson as blood. Once in his mouth there was no particular taste. After a few bites, Chen Mo quickly finished the peach fruit entirely, leaving only a pit, the seed of the peach tree. Chen Mo carefully stored these mutated seeds. He then consumed another peach fruit, frowning slightly as he felt nothing unusual. Useless. Could it be that these peach fruits were only effective for mutants? In the apocalypse these mutated plants, though immobile, were incredibly diverse in type. Even he could not possibly remember every single one clearly. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Mo directly tossed one of the peach fruits to the Qiongqi. Try it. The Qiongqi was happily feasting on the carcass of the strange crocodile. When it saw the rolling peach fruit, its massive eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Opening its mouth, it swallowed the fruit and pit in one gulp. Roar! Unlike Chen Mo, after the Qiongqi consumed the peach fruit, the effect was immediate. The horns on its head grew several inches in an instant. Those deep black horns, like ink jade, were etched with lines. The Qiongqi's massive body began to expand as well, its entire size increasing by a full circle. Its 4 incredibly thick paws were immensely strong, covered in visible muscles. Its fur deepened, gradually shifting from oranger to a deep crimson. Third-tier Qiongqi. Except for special beings, when mutants advanced, their appearance would undergo a certain degree of transformation. The most intuitive change was the increase in size. Now the Qiongqi stood a full 2 meters tall, a world of difference from its original form as an orange cat. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. It was indeed useful. He knew that the third-tier crystal core hadn't even been consumed by the Qiongqi yet. The Qiongqi's gaze grew fiercer, its eyes filled with intense coldness and brutality. Without the control of the Tianquan ability, no one could possibly tame this ferocious mutant beast. There was one last peach fruit left. Chen Mo fell into thought. Suddenly, his heart seemed to convulse violently. His entire body trembled. It felt as if he were on fire, an abnormal heat spreading through him. The awakening patterns hidden on his left and right hands emerged on their own, flickering with an eerie purple light. It's here. Chen Mo's pupils dilated as an unbearable, excruciating pain racked his entire body. His skin turned bright red as if boiled. White steam began to rise from him continuously. The Qiongqi looked over with confusion. Chen Mo panted heavily. The mask on his face began to melt, drops of molten iron falling to the ground. The effects of the 2 peach fruits were now manifesting. The metal objects around him began to vibrate violently, and the peach tree behind him swayed gently. The dominant ability surged uncontrollably. The range it could affect expanded further. In Qiongqi City Lion Base, hundreds of fully armed troops holding guns stood in neat formation outside the Lion Base. Luo Tianxiong, clad in a black coat, had a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He glanced at the hundreds of people behind Zheng Haifeng and let out a chuckle, saying, "Director Zheng, I've already told you I don't know any Chen Mo." His tone was calm and unhurried. Even facing the aggressive personnel from the 6th Military District, he showed no sign of fear. Because behind him stood over 100 members of the Lion, along with 300 to 400 ordinary survivors holding weapons, their faces filled with hostility. They outnumbered Zheng Haifeng's people by double. A flicker of wariness crossed Zheng Haifeng's eyes. He could hardly imagine how, after most of Qiongqi City had been destroyed, such a terrifying force had emerged. And why did those survivors seem so hostile toward him and his men? Luo Tianxiong reached into his pocket, pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and offered one to Zheng Haifeng with a smile. "Here, Director Zheng, have a smoke." Zheng Haifeng remained expressionless and unmoved. However, a handsome young man with a rebellious air beside him stepped forward without hesitation and took the cigarette. The young man raised his index finger and a small flame appeared in his hand. He took a drag with evident pleasure, saying, "Tisk tisk, could have thought you still had cigarettes. How delightful. Looks like you folks are living the good life." Luo Tianxiong gave the young man a meaningful glance and laughed heartily. "Hell, lucky us, we managed to stockpile some supplies. If you like, I'll have someone give you a pack." The young man's eyes lit up, but just as he was about to speak, Zheng Haifeng interrupted. "Luo Tianxiong, you say you've never seen Chen Mo. But we found this at the battlefield." Zheng Haifeng pulled out a few steel pellets stained with mottled blood from his pocket. There were plenty of bullet holes there too. "And you tell me you haven't seen him?" Luo Tianxiong narrowed his eyes at the sight and took a deep drag of his cigarette. He blew a thick cloud of smoke into Zheng Haifeng's face and said with a chuckle, "I said I haven't seen him, so I haven't." "Director Zheng, you're not thinking of resorting to force, are you?" He showed no fear of Zheng Haifeng. A cold glint appeared in Zheng Haifeng's eyes. "Don't think I don't know about your little schemes." "So what if you do?" Luo Tianxiong laughed loudly. "Since you know, you should also know what kind of man I am." Luo Tianxiong. "I'm tired today. Jiangdong, see our guests out." Jiangdong, standing beside him, nodded and stepped forward. "Director Zheng, please leave." Zheng Haifeng's eyelids twitched. Suppressing his rage, he took a deep breath and said, "I can leave, but hand over all the survivors here. I'll take them back to the military district." Luo Tianxiong laughed heartily and said without turning back, "Ha ha ha. Fine. See if they're willing to go with you." Anyone who wants to leave the lion won't stop them. To Zheng Haifeng's disbelief, among the 300 or 400 survivors, fewer than 20 chose to come with them. Among the survivors, Wang Luyao was tempted to move, but when she saw Luo Tianxiong staring at her, she felt a chill run through her and dared not act. Zheng Haifeng furrowed his brows and addressed the group of survivors in a loud voice. "We're from the 6th Military District. A survivor base has been established in North China City. It's much safer there." "Bullshit. Where were your people when I was starving to death? I saw helicopters flying over Tianhai City every day and you all just ignored us. Here at Qiongqi we've got food and shelter. I'm sticking with Boss Luo, I'm not going back with you." "Exactly. You never cared about us ordinary folks anyway, you only ever came for the big shots." A group of survivors in Qiongqi grumbled and cursed, even lashing out at the 20 who had chosen to leave. Zheng Haifeng's breath caught in his throat. He turned around and said coldly, "Let's go." After they left, a young man held a carton of cigarettes in his hands, his face brimming with delight. He kept muttering to himself, "This Qiongqi is really wealthy, they even have good stuff like this. And what's more, they actually gave it to him." Zheng Haifeng walked at the front with a stoic expression, then suddenly stopped. He turned to the 20-odd survivors and asked, "Do any of you know Chen Mo?" The 20-odd survivors exchanged bewildered glances and all shook their heads. Some of them were too low in status, only allowed to live in the underground garage. Others were newly found survivors of Qiongqi. Seeing their blank expressions, Zheng Haifeng couldn't help but frown. He let out a sigh. This time, following Lin An's orders, he had brought people to Tianhai City to search for Chen Mo. Apart from finding over 40 survivors, they had discovered no trace of him. The people of Qiongqi were also strangely tight-lipped, as if they had anticipated their arrival. They stuck together so closely that he couldn't even catch a single high-ranking member of Qiongqi slipping through the cracks. Zheng Haifeng was almost certain they had some connection to Chen Mo. Where on earth could he be? He muttered, his brows deeply furrowed. Just then a communications operator in the unit rushed forward with a panicked look on his face. "Captain Zheng, something terrible has happened." "Zheng Haifeng, what is it?" "Word from the 6th Military District. Your niece and a second-tier psychic were sent by Director Gao to help Longgang deal with the mutant crocodile, but they died in the line of duty." Zheng Haifeng's pupils dilated with fury. "What did you say?" "Let's go. Back to North China City." Inside the steel mill, Chen Mo sat on the ground. The two violent surges of energy from the peach fruit had finally been fully absorbed by his Dominion and Celestial Authority psychic powers. Dominion Psychic Power Tier 4. And Celestial Authority psychic power under the force of the peach fruit had also broken through to Tier 3. Both psychic powers advancing simultaneously. The resulting enhancement brought about a earth-shattering transformation in Chen Mo. His body became more robust, every muscle fiber brimming with explosive power. As for Dominion Psychic Power, Chen Mo focused his mind. Rumble, from the surrounding ruins, steel pipes weighing hundreds of pounds were lifted from the debris and floated in the air. Qiongqi watched everything around with insatiable curiosity. A Tier 4 psychic was a watershed moment. When a psychic's power reached Tier 4, incredible changes would occur. It was at this point that the true disparity in psychic quality became evident. Chen Mo pointed his right hand and all metallic materials around him turned into liquid. Countless streams of molten metal coalesced in the air. These liquids continuously compressed and condensed, molded into any shape under the influence of Dominion power. What was most astonishing was that within 100 meters any substance he touched could be transformed into rock-hard metal under the influence of Dominion power. This meant that even in the complete absence of metallic materials he could freely wield Dominion power. For the next period Chen Mo kept studying the effects of his Dominion power. Half a day quickly passed. In the distant sky the rumbling sound of a helicopter suddenly echoed. Chen Mo looked over, his eyes flickering as he murmured. "So soon, huh?" It seemed that Liao Ruyu had already reported everything that had happened here to the people of the 6th Military District. Chen Mo glanced at the peach tree behind him. With a wave of his hand the steel mill strewn with pipes and equipment became the perfect place for his Dominion power. All metallic substances around dissolved and under the manipulation of Dominion power rose like a waterfall, spreading out and expanding toward this area. After breaking through to Tier 4 his psychic power could extend up to 800 meters. This time Chen Mo had nearly drained all the metallic objects in the vicinity. On the two approaching helicopters in the distance the pilot stared ahead at the awe-inspiring sight rising from the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was almost scared out of his wits. "Holy shit!" he blurted out. "What's wrong?" Liao Wen, the CEO of Longgang, leaned over from the back seat. With just one glance he was struck as if by lightning. Because ahead of them within the steel mill a circular metal barrier covering hundreds of meters was visibly taking shape. Such power was nothing short of a miracle. Beside him Liao Rui's beautiful eyes narrowed, equally stunned. This is... Did you do this? Chen Mo. On the other helicopter a portly man in a shirt looking like a leader was startled. What? What's happening? This man was none other than Gao Limao, a high-ranking official from the 6th Military District who had traveled a long distance and the biggest backer of the Longgang group before the apocalypse. Gao Limao was utterly bewildered, shouting in a non-standard accent, "Don't go over there. Don't go over there. Stop. Xiaozuo, what is this thing?" The calm-faced man beside Gao Limao reassured him, "Director Gao, there's a psychic over there. His strength is formidable." Zui Yuan's eyes flickered with wariness. "Director Gao, for your safety we should hold off on going over for now. Such power was beyond terrifying." What? How can there be such a powerful psychic here? Gao Limao was startled. Even Xiaozuo, a tier 3 psychic, said that. At this moment he no longer cared about the cause of Wang Haoming and Zheng Qing's deaths, he just wanted to evacuate this place quickly. Zui Yuan shook his head and murmured, "I don't know. From the looks of it this psychic is probably here to deal with that mutant crocodile as well. Liao Wen's niece probably didn't lie to us. If even such a formidable figure has been deployed, that mutant crocodile must have grown a lot stronger during this time." Gao Limao quickly said. "Then what are we waiting for? Xiaozuo, retreat. Retreat immediately." Xiaozuo was currently the strongest combatant in the 6th Military District. Though the district was not lacking in crystal cores, not everyone, unlike Chen Mo, could absorb double the amount of crystal cores. Thus, upon hearing of an esper who could even put Xiaozuo on guard, Gao Limao immediately conceived the idea of retreat. He was merely an ordinary man, not as formidable as an esper. It was only by virtue of his position backed by the 6th Military District that he could still live comfortably in the apocalypse. Zui Yuan was taken aback. He was quite eager to see the individual who possessed such formidable abilities. If he joined the military district he would undoubtedly become another major asset. But Director Gao, what about the deaths of Xiao Wang and Xiao Qing and the body of that monstrous crocodile? Gao Limao replied, "Let Zheng Haifeng handle that himself. Longgang has already agreed to hand over half of the steel mill to us." "Xiaozuo, are you defying my orders?" "I said retreat. Tell Liao Wen and his niece to retreat as well. Nothing was more important than his own life." Zui Yuan sighed and nodded. "I understand." On another helicopter Liao Wen and the others received the news. Their expressions turned somewhat peculiar. They were leaving just like that. Liao Ryu sighed in relief upon hearing this. The matter was of grave importance, and fearing that Uncle Liao might reveal something she had not told him either. The two military helicopters quickly changed course and returned the way they came. Inside the steel mill the metal barrier had been erected. These metal walls were thick and solid, standing there to envelop the entire area. Moreover, through the continuous refinement and strengthening of his dominion ability, this metal barrier would be difficult to breach even if the military district sent people to deal with it. Chen Mo finally disposed of the bodies of the monstrous crocodile Wang Haoming and Zheng Qing. Afterwards he approached the peach tree, took out a bottle of grade recovery potion and poured it into the soil. The potion exchanged from the mysterious merchant was effective even on mutant plants. The peach tree, which had been somewhat wilted and withered, began to gradually recover its vitality. Those 5 peaches had been condensed using its own life force. It had suffered a severe depletion of vitality. After Chen Mo poured 6 bottles of recovery potion in succession, the peach tree finally revived. Though not as vigorous as before, it was clearly much better. Chen Mo said, "Rest and recover here on your own. You'll find a chance to have someone send you zombie corpses to help you recover." Strangely enough, these mutated plants seemed to have the ability to devour and dissolve corpses. Including himself, most people would take the crystal cores from zombies and leave the bodies to rot and decay. Plants like this peach tree, however, seemed to take on the role of cleansing, converting these corpses into nutrients. This was why before his rebirth that one tree king had been able to rapidly occupy several urban districts in Xinjiang, growing at an astonishing speed. The peach tree's trunk trembled slightly. Chen Mo mounted Qiongqi and patted it, saying, "Let's go." Qiongqi let out a low roar and the pair headed straight for the metal barrier. Qiongqi leaped forward and the metal barrier in front of it suddenly began to twist, splitting open a massive gap. When Qiongqi and Chen Mo passed through, the gap sealed itself back up. Chen Mo surveyed the surroundings, then turned and left with Qiongqi without looking back. He couldn't go to Longgang now. But after both his abilities had advanced, He recalled many more memories about Huabei City from his past life. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he murmured to himself. If I remember correctly. Doesn't Yuza County have quite a few deposits of emerald crystal? Chen Mo suddenly smiled. He felt quite fortunate. These trivial details had been mostly forgotten after his rebirth. Yet for some reason, with the dual enhancement of his dominion and heavenly authority abilities, he could now recall countless minor events from his previous life with perfect clarity. He happened to remember something a chatterbox from his old team had mentioned. Do you know why our 6th military district has so many weapons capable of harming those 4th, 5th or even 6th rank mutant zombies? Isn't it because they're forged from the materials of mutant gods? Hee hee. You guys came late. Let me tell you a secret, there's a thing called emerald crystal. Not only can it be used as forging material, but it can also strengthen weapons. Word is the military district discovered this by chance. In the apocalypse, it's not just animals and plants that have changed. Yuza County, nestled against a ring of mountains, was known before the apocalypse for producing jade. It was renowned as the land of fine jade, where many merchants and wealthy individuals once came to select jade stones. Gambling on stones and selling jade was a common practice. Not a few of the county's residents had become wealthy through this. However, after years of extensive mining, the fine jade in the mountains had been thoroughly scavenged. And fewer people came, leading to its decline. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he pondered. This was still the early days of the apocalypse. Not even a year had passed. All the military districts were still struggling with resource allocation and food shortages. Given the current state of the 6th military district, it was impossible for them to have discovered the emerald crystal deposits in Yuza County which could strengthen weapons. It was an entire mine. It might not yet show its value now, but when the beast tides ravaged and wiped out most of the population, when food was no longer scarce, espers grew rapidly and the military districts began taking in large numbers of survivors to exchange information and resources, this emerald crystal would undoubtedly become a massive treasure. Chen Mo's eyes gleamed. He decided to snatch the mine before the 6th military district discovered it. As a reborn individual, he possessed countless pieces of vital information about the future. In this apocalypse where information was scarce, each of these advantages would become his future capital. Chen Mo suddenly changed his mind and said, Qiongqi, let's go to Longgang. Inside the Longgang base, Guhuazhu looked at Chen Mo in astonishment. Hadn't the young lady said that brother Chen was dead? Liao Ruyu stood nearby, her expression cold and distant. Staring at Chen Mo, who had appeared here so brazenly, she demanded, what are you doing here again? Didn't I already tell you? Your identity is too sensitive and too many people in Longgang have seen your face. If the 6th military district finds out, both you and my Longgang will be finished. Chen Mo wasn't wearing a mask this time. He smiled at her and said, don't worry, no one knows him here. Liao Ruyu grew even more furious at his words. Was Guhuazhu not a person standing right there? She struggled to contain her anger if the matter of Chen Mo unilaterally killing Wang Haoming and Zheng Qing earlier had already caused her quite a headache. Liao Ruyu spoke coldly. Tell me, what exactly did you come here for? Chen Mo smiled and said, I need some food. Liao Ruyu replied without hesitation, Guhuazhu, fetch him some food. Are you satisfied now? Chen Mo shrugged and said, there's more. Speak. How do I get to Yuza County? Liao Ruyu furrowed her delicate brows, looking at Chen Mo with confusion. You want to go to Yuza County? Yes. What for? Aren't you looking for that woman? Chen Mo stated plainly, I am. What time is it now? Chen Mo suddenly asked out of the blue. Liao Ruyu couldn't figure out what this man truly wanted. December 20th. The new year is near. Chen Mo frowned. Had it really been that long? That meant in just a month the Nian beast would appear. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, then stared seriously at Liao Ruyu. Don't ask too many questions about what I need to do. If you can find Tang Zuanyas' whereabouts within this fortnight, it'll give you a chance to make Longgang independent. How about that? Liao Ruyu's expression hardened. She furrowed her brows and said, what do you mean? Chen Mo said calmly, exactly what I said. Tell me the direction to Yuza County. Liao Ruyu returned to her icy demeanor and spoke. I'll have someone give you a map. The expressway is impassable, take the national road. That place is so remote the military hasn't cleared it. There are plenty of mutant zombies. You'd better not die there. Chen Mo chuckled, slowly rising and walking toward the door. That would be just perfect. Oh, by the way. At the steel mill I sealed off the area with the mutated crocodile using my ability. I've also disposed of Wang Haoming and Zheng Qing's bodies so you don't have to worry about leaks. If you have time, help me transport some zombie corpses there and leave them outside the metal barrier. Liao Rui's expression shifted in shock. She stared at Chen Mo's retreating figure in utter astonishment. That barrier, it was you who made it. She had witnessed that breathtaking sight from the helicopter. How powerful was he really? Liao Rui found it hard to fathom for a moment. After obtaining food and a map to Yuza County from Liao Rui, time was pressing, so Chen Mo wasted no delay. He mounted the Qiongqi and departed. The map was hastily drawn from memory. Key landmarks were marked on it. After setting out, Chen Mo headed south. It was undeniable that areas under military jurisdiction were indeed safer. The 6th war zone also needed to harvest crystals. Thus the military personnel cleared and collected the vast horde of zombies in North China City daily. Chen Mo noticed a large billboard ahead still displaying an advertisement for Longgang Steel. Glancing at the map in his hand, he murmured, "This direction is correct. Qiongqi, let's go." The man and beast resumed their journey. As a county town, the national road to Yuza County deviated far from the urban area. Around the southernmost edge of North China City, after traveling along a somewhat dilapidated road for a while, they finally encountered the first wave of zombies. At the intersection ahead there were 3 second-tier zombies, 1 decomposer and 2 assailants with enhanced physiques, along with over 30 first-tier zombies. The Qiongqi was eager, roaring with excitement, conveying a desire for battle. Seeing this, Chen Mo helplessly patted the beast beneath him and said softly, "Ah. You rascal. Since you're so eager to wreak havoc, go ahead." He also wanted to see what level the Qiongqi could reach after breaking through to the 3rd tier. With Chen Mo's permission, a fierce and murderous glint filled the Qiongqi's enormous pupils. With a roar, it instantly alerted all the zombies ahead. The 3 leading second-tier creatures responded with defiant howls. The 2 massive assailants charged straight ahead, followed by dozens of first-tier zombies. The Qiongqi moved swiftly, unafraid of the mountain-like beasts before it. It raised its right claw and struck heavily. The force of this blow was unimaginable. The second-tier assailant was literally smashed in 2 by the Qiongqi's enormous claw. Boom! Intestines and entrails were torn out along with it. Instant kill. With a single strike it had slain this special zombie. The other assailant let out a muffled roar, plunged its hands into the ground, lifted a massive boulder high and slammed it down toward the Qiongqi's head. Boom! The boulder shattered, spraying dust and gravel everywhere. The Qiongqi's roar sounded again. Its fierce, menacing eyes blazed with a bloody crimson glow through the haze. Its terrifying face emerged. Stretching out its claws, it lunged forward, opening its jaws to bite at the assailant. With that bite it seized half of the creature's body. The Qiongqi's teeth sank deep into its flesh. Its face contorted with ferocity as it exerted force suddenly. Rip! A torrent of blood splattered everywhere. Aside from the legs, half of the body and the crystal core were devoured by the Qiongqi. Thick, sticky, dark red blood dripped from the Qiongqi's mouth. It emitted a constant eerie crunch as it chewed, breaking the assailant's bones one by one. Roar! The Qiongqi charged ferociously at the oncoming zombie horde. Those first-tier zombies couldn't withstand a single blow from the Qiongqi. Against such absolute power they were easily crushed into pulp or torn apart. Chen Mo watched the scene with great satisfaction. The Qiongqi was indeed extraordinary after breaking through to the 3rd tier. But according to his memory, the Qiongqi should have wings. Earlier while riding it, Chen Mo noticed 2 bulging tumors on its back. He wondered if the Qiongqi could grow wings after reaching the 4th tier. If it could fly, that would be a monumental transformation. He had tamed the Qiongqi not only for its combat prowess but also for this unique trait. As Chen Mo was still pondering, the last second-tier zombie, the decomposer, let out a roar. Bumps began to rise on the ground ahead as if something was speeding toward him. It reached beneath his feet. Chen Mo remained utterly calm, drew the kikuchi, twirled it effortlessly in his hand and then thrust it heavily into the ground. Thud. This familiar feeling of obstruction. Blood splattered in this underground space. A second-stage lurker was hidden. Chen Mo struck with his blade, his perception now far beyond ordinary. The enhancement brought by his dual abilities was likely no weaker than any perception-type ability user. Huff. Chen Mo exhaled, smiling with ease. With his current strength, second-stage zombies were as fragile as lambs. At the same time, the first-stage zombies across from him were cleared by Qiongqi, leaving only 1 decomposer. A decomposer upon sustaining massive damage or dying would explode into a torrent of foul stinking liquid. Chen Mo had no desire to be tainted by that odor again. He raised his right hand slightly and pointed lightly at the decomposer's position. Qiongqi, that's enough. The moment Qiongqi pounced. Beneath Chen Mo's feet countless molten iron surged forth, flowing to surround the decomposer. It rose from the ground, forming a massive iron cage that enveloped it. Like a Western torture device, an iron maiden, it housed razor-sharp steel spikes that pierced through the decomposer. Thud. The piercing sound echoed within the metal. Then a rumbling explosion resounded. Corrosive green liquid seeped onto the ground. A one-sided massacre. Chen Mo and Qiongqi cleared the battlefield, reaping a bountiful harvest. 46 first-stage cores, and after accounting for the core destroyed by the decomposer's explosion, they also collected 3 second-stage cores. He toyed with a few second-stage cores in his hand, the clinking and grinding sound filling the air. Chen Mo hummed a cheerful tune, leisurely pulling out a map and studying it for a while. Not far. Yuza County and Huabei City are only about 40 kilometers apart. Let's go, Qiongqi. Chen Mo leaped onto Qiongqi's back. Qiongqi transformed into a streak of red light, its speed rivaling that of pre-apocalypse sports cars. It weaved effortlessly through this wasteland. The national highway, as Liao Ruyu had said, was teeming with zombies. Aside from the scattered ones, almost every stretch brought encounters with massive hordes. They fought all the way, painting the highway with blood. As dusk approached, the blood-red sky grew darker and heavier. One man and one beast moved like deities, walking through the night, mercilessly reaping the lives of zombies. Until nightfall. Click. A silver light flickered in the darkness. Chen Mo's gaze was deep and eerie, chillingly conspicuous in the night. This stretch of the highway was desolate, a mountain path surrounded by peaks and dense silent forests. Aside from the occasional low growls, the silence was unnerving. After a brief rest, Chen Mo ate some food to replenish his strength. Then he and Qiongqi set off again. The night could not slow their pace. In this pitch-black darkness, both Qiongqi and Chen Mo saw everything clearly, as if equipped with night vision. After an unknown time, Chen Mo, seated on Qiongqi's back, spotted a rising flame ahead with curling smoke. In the distance, someone seemed to be making a fire. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, focusing his gaze. It appeared to be a camper van parked by the roadside, with several people resting and adjusting outside. In the apocalypse, encountering survivors from time to time was not surprising to Chen Mo. However, this road led to and from Yuza County. That meant they were all from Yuza County. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. If someone could guide him, it would be far more convenient than stumbling around like a headless fly. At that moment, outside the camper van, 6 men were seated. Except for the leader, a man with a fierce and menacing look. The others were all gaunt, some even emaciated and deformed. Before them was a freshly lit large pot, bubbling and boiling. All of them stared fixedly at the pot, their eyes gleaming with desperate hunger. They involuntarily swallowed. They were jade traders who had come to Yuza County to purchase stones, running small businesses. Who knew the apocalypse would strike suddenly? They survived by chance, trapped in Yuza County for over a month. When will it be done? One man, trembling with hunger, his eyes bloodshot, reached out shakily. Damn it, wait a bit longer. The fierce man slapped his hand away to interrupt. The others were clearly terrified of him, not daring to move. Because he was the strongest among them, the only ability user. Bro. We're starving. Someone whimpered pitifully. They had been hungry for too long. Everything edible and inedible had been devoured. The man snarled fiercely. You'll get your share soon. Didn't we just bag a fat sheep? That fat guy has plenty of meat, enough to fill us all up. The group's eyes lit up at his words, each one ravenous like wolves. Some even drooled at the corners of their mouths. Right. Inside the car there are women too. Once we're done having fun, we can. He. One man chuckled foolishly. You bastards, still thinking about women at a time like this. The fierce man looked at the pot before him, which was beginning to steam with a sizzling sound. Feeling it was about ready, he stepped forward and, under the eager, greedy gazes of the others, lifted the lid. It was a pot of thick, milky broth floating with white foam filled with large chunks of fatty meat. The meat didn't seem like pork or beef, its color was darker, the skin and flesh boiled to a mushy consistency. The man's eyes also showed a hint of longing as he looked at the stewed meat and swallowed, saying, "All right. Everyone eat. Meat. Meat. It's meat. I can't take it anymore." At that moment the others went wild, their bloodshot eyes bulging wide like vengeful spirits as they rushed forward. They plunged their hands directly into the scalding pot as if they felt no pain or heat, afraid that a moment's delay would mean no food. Grabbing large pieces of meat, they wolfed them down, chewing with sticky slurping sounds. In the pot, one largest piece of white meat remained untouched. That was for the boss. The fierce man sneered and said, "Eat slowly." That fat guy weighed over 300 jin. It's all in the car. Plenty to go around. I heard the 6th military district is taking in survivors. Once we regain our strength, we'll head to Huabei City. I wonder if the vehicle can make it through the road ahead. If not, we'll have to go on foot. The man picked up a piece of meat and began eating as he sat on a stool. Just then an untimely voice suddenly rang out. "Excuse me. How do I get to the jade mines in Yuza County?" "Someone." The man immediately looked over upon hearing the voice. Behind him a group of people were frantically scrambling for the stew in the pot. "Mine. It's all mine. Damn it, don't fight me for it. Get lost." Even though they heard the voice, they remained utterly indifferent. The man looked over. His pupils constricted sharply. In the darkness a tall and straight figure slowly emerged. It was a young man who appeared very youthful. His features were handsome, his face chiseled like a knife's edge, and his eyes held a cold indifference toward all things. Yet this was not the most chilling part. The most terrifying thing was that in the boundless darkness behind the young man 2 enormous eyes gleamed like lanterns in the night, fierce and bloodthirsty. A crimson beast over 2 meters tall and massive in size, resembling a tiger, slowly stepped out from behind the young man. Its limbs were incredibly powerful, its head bore ink-black jade horns, and its face was savage and ferocious. It made no sound, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The man shuddered. A wave of dread surged from his heart as he felt an immense fear. Meanwhile Chen Mo was also sizing them up. An unusual scent reached his nose. Someone was stewing meat. The smell was strangely familiar. Chen Mo frowned slightly. He looked past the man. A crowd was frantically gathered around a large pot, their mouths greasy as they tore and chewed on huge chunks of fat. Beside the pot were stripped clean skeletons. Their shape was somewhat reminiscent of human bones. Chen Mo quickly understood what was happening. In the early days of the apocalypse this was a common sight. The man clearly noticed Chen Mo's gaze and instinctively shifted to the side. He tried to block the view of the pot and the stripped bones on the ground. Staring intently at Chen Mo, he spoke with a hostile tone. "Who are you?" Chen Mo's face remained calm, unmoved even by this scene of cannibalism. Survival of the fittest. In this apocalypse everyone wanted to live. In his own weak past he had nearly done the same, but ultimately held back. As long as it didn't involve him, Chen Mo wouldn't stand on a moral high ground to condemn them. If he meddled in everything, how would he be any different from a saint? Chen Mo said indifferently, "I'm going to the mines in Yuza County. Take me there." The man frowned upon hearing this. They had barely escaped from Yuza County. "Now you want us to go back?" Though he could sense the danger of the young man before him. With so many of them here, they weren't to be trifled with. At that moment the others by the pot also noticed Chen Mo. Their eyes lit up with greedy light as they hurried over to stand beside the fierce man. Their gaze at Chen Mo and Qiongqi was far from the man's wariness. Instead it was bared with ferocity, like beasts sizing up their prey. Such a huge tiger. How long could it feed them? They exchanged glances, all sharing the same thought. When they heard Chen Mo's words, one of them sneered. "Go to Yuza County. Why should we?" The fierce man remained silent, clearly sharing the sentiment. "Why?" "Because of this." Chen Mo's face was impassive as he slightly moved his right index finger. Whoosh! A steel pellet shot through the air from nowhere, exploding with a sonic boom. Pft! In just a breath's time it blasted through the speaker's head. The skull burst open, brains and blood splattering across everyone's faces. At the 4th stage of his sovereign ability, its power was far from what it used to be. Even a steel pellet's lethality was unquestionable. This scene stunned everyone. Whoosh! It was like a slap across the face. Even the frenzied will in some of them snapped back to clarity. An ability user. Someone screamed in terror. He's an ability user. Several people panicked and rushed into the RV. They emerged with weapons, fire axes, hammers, clubs, blood-stained cleavers. "Just who are you?" The fierce man's heart also skipped a beat as a chill ran down his spine. He hadn't even seen when Chen Mo made his move. Chen Mo stared at the wary group ready to fight to the death and said flatly, "I'm not negotiating with you. Either take me to the Yuza County mines or die." Roar! The Qiongqi beside him suddenly let out a thunderous roar. The ear-splitting sound like something from the abyss shook several ordinary people across from them, making them tremble and nearly drop their weapons. With strength one could do as they pleased in this apocalypse. Human life was cheap. This group having power could act as they wished against the weak. But now it was he who decided their fate. Simply leading the way was easy enough, wasn't it? Boss, what do we do? The fallen comrade's body was still warm, sticky brains and blood pooled on the ground. The others, shaken by Qiongqi's roar, had their wild thoughts vanish instantly. Terrified, they looked to the fierce man. After all, he was the only ability user among them. Cold sweat trickled down the fierce man's forehead. Having stayed in Yuza County since the apocalypse, he had rarely seen other ability users. Seeing Chen Mo, he found it hard to imagine that such a powerful figure existed in this wasteland. The man's eyes flickered as he thought it over and finally spoke. Well lead. You want to go to Yuza County, right? Chen Mo nodded slightly. We're all jade traders who just came from there, so of course we know where it is. The man forced a friendly expression and squeezed out a smile. As he spoke, he subtly inched closer to Chen Mo. The lackeys beside him brightened, knowing exactly what the man intended. That young man looked like just a student. Strong ability aside, how could he match the boss? The man cautiously stepped forward, his smile growing wider. The road to the mines is very remote, little brother. You've come to the right people asking us. Bang. Bang. Thank you. When Chen Mo drew near, the man abruptly sprang to his feet. His face twisted into a savage grin as he roared with murderous intent. Die. The man's body instantly swelled several times in size. His ferocious visage elongated forward, transforming into the visage of a wolf. His torso was covered in black fur, the massive frame bursting through his clothes. His hands morphed into sharp claws, lunging toward Chen Mo. Class ability Werewolf. Having been isolated in Yuza County with no news from the outside, the man was merely a first-tier ability user. Chen Mo remained calm as if he had anticipated this. He showed no reaction to the man's transformation. Boom. From the ground, pools of molten iron had appeared unnoticed. Sharp iron spikes shot up from the earth. Thud. Thud. In the span of a single breath. The man mid-leap was impaled like a hedgehog. The sight was horrifying. He hung frozen in the air like a grotesque statue. Countless streams of blood dripped along the iron spikes. Whoosh! This scene stunned the group that had just charged forward, weapons in hand, into utter shock. Everyone stared in disbelief at the gruesome death before them. Not a single spot on his body remained intact. Suspended in midair, his death was a harrowing spectacle. B-boss. Dead. Clang. Their weapons clattered to the ground. Some trembled uncontrollably, their faces pale with terror as they looked at Chen Mo. A stench of urine filled the air. The faint-hearted nearly fainted from fright. Chen Mo's gaze was icy as he stared at the few men before him. His voice was devoid of any emotion as he spoke slowly. All of you want to die. Run. Run. Someone screamed and bolted toward the rear. The others followed suit, each scrambling desperately as if willing to use all four limbs to flee faster. Chen Mo said softly. Qiongqi, leave one alive. Kill the rest. Qiongqi let out a roar and vanished in an instant. It pounced on the fleeing group, scattering in all directions. They were mere ordinary humans. How could they outrun Qiongqi? Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Mercy. I'll lead the way, I'll lead. Chaos reigned as blood splattered everywhere under Qiongqi's slaughter. Soon it dragged back a man whose legs had gone limp from fear, his pants soaked. Thud. The man collapsed to the ground. He looked at Chen Mo as if seeing a demon. Trembling, he kowtowed frantically, Mercy. Mercy. Don't kill me, I know where the mine is. I'll guide you, I'll guide you. Chen Mo crouched down, gazing at the man who dared not meet his eyes. Suddenly he smiled. Wouldn't it have been better to do this from the start? But to the man that smile was utterly chilling. The man swallowed hard. His legs refused to obey, unable to lift him from the ground. Only when Qiongqi snarled at him with its gaping maw did he, terrified out of his wits and driven by a fierce will to survive, manage to scramble up. But as he tried to stand, his legs gave way and he collapsed again. The mine, it's not far from here. WWE have some raw stones from that mine. The man stammered, his voice quivering. Raw stones. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. After the apocalypse, many of the jade stones in the Yuza County mine had undergone changes. Where are they? The man hesitated then said fearfully, they're in the RV. Bring them to me. Chen Mo ordered. Though the man didn't understand why under the crushing weight of fear he chose to obey. Despite weapons lying nearby he couldn't muster a shred of defiance. His legs were utterly useless so he could only crawl inch by inch on his hands. Only when he reached the RV did he manage to stand with the support of the vehicle. He went inside. Chen Mo was in no hurry, he sat down on a stool by the pot. Before him was a bubbling cauldron of stewed meat steaming and thick. Looking at the fatty meat boiled soft and pale, Chen Mo's expression was unreadable. With his dominance ability he dissolved the pot. The boiling broth and fatty meat splattered onto the ground with a splash. He had no intention of eating such vile flesh. Even in his past life when he was on the brink of starvation he never resorted to that. Chen Mo's gaze grew distant, lost in thought. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the RV. Followed by the dull thuds of a blunt object striking repeatedly. Qiongqi growled lowly. Chen Mo frowned and turned his gaze toward the RV. Inside the RV, a gaunt disheveled woman clad in tattered clothes clutched a grayish-brown stone. Her body was covered in wounds and her eyes burned with madness and venom. She was relentlessly smashing the stone down onto the head of the man lying in a pool of blood. Die. 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 Thud. Thud. The man was barely alive, his head bloodied and bruised. Perhaps due to her extreme weakness, after just a few strikes she was panting heavily, gasping for air. She collapsed to the floor trembling and burst into laughter. Ha! Ha ha ha! With disheveled hair blood smeared across her face and eyes she looked like a vengeful ghost leaning against the wall. Like that you want kill him? A calm voice suddenly spoke. The woman looked toward the RV door. Seeing the newcomer she remained motionless, leaning against the wall with her head lowered, saying nothing. Chen Mo glanced at her without a word. One look told him everything. In the apocalypse countless women suffered such fates. The lucky ones became playthings of the powerful. The unlucky ones like her were used and discarded, possibly even becoming emergency rations. Chen Mo stepped into the RV. The man in the pool of blood still had a flicker of life. Thud. Oni slice appeared in Chen Mo's hand and he stabbed it cleanly into the man's heart. Ha! The man on the ground snapped open his eyes, letting out a pained gasp. In an instant all signs of life vanished. The woman was too weak even to finish him off. The woman slowly raised her head, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Chen Mo looked at her without further explanation, walked over and picked up the grayish-brown stone. A flash of black light. Crack. The ghost blade halted halfway through the stone. Chen Mo was slightly surprised, then exerted force with his right hand. With a crack he finally split it apart. From within a jade-like flesh was revealed. It was emerald green and smooth, shimmering with a radiant luster like a flawless piece of imperial green jade. The stone flesh glowed faintly, extraordinary and unmistakably no ordinary object. It truly was the emerald crystal. Chen Mo's eyes lit up, his heart stirring with excitement. In an instant he seemed to grasp something. These jade merchants had likely discovered the stone's extraordinary nature back in Yuza County. Thus they had taken many stones and headed for the 6th military district. Upon learning of this the military sent people to investigate. If his guess was correct, the men he had just killed were the very ones who before his rebirth had informed the military about the emerald crystal. What a windfall. Even Chen Mo felt his heart surge. Resources that could enhance one's strength were always as valuable as crystal cores in the apocalypse. Perhaps even more so. How much emerald crystal lay within that mine? The woman gazed at the extraordinary stone, her eyes flickering. She seemed surprised that these rough stones differed from what she remembered. After killing the half-dead man, Chen Mo quickly regretted it. He should have had Qiongqi spare one more. Now everyone was dead. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, then spoke softly. Do you know where the mine for these jades is? The woman was silent for a long moment, the madness in her eyes fading significantly. I do. She forced out the words with immense difficulty. Simply speaking drained most of her strength, for she was on the verge of death. Her eyes, stained with blood, began to blur. She hadn't eaten in a long time and only a last vestige of resentment had kept her alive. Chen Mo stared at her for a while. He spoke faintly, do you want to live? The woman lowered her head, only stirring after a long pause. No. She was a recent college graduate from Lin Village in Yuza County. Her parents had died early and she had a simple-minded younger brother. After graduation she chose to return and deal in jade to care for him. But the apocalypse struck and she encountered those brutes. She was brutally violated and her brother was cooked and eaten by them. Now she had no desire left to live. Chen Mo fell into a rare silence. He had seen many people desperately clinging to life, refusing to give up even at the slimmest hope. But this was the first time he met someone who could live yet wished to die. Chen Mo said, "You killed that man. I'm in a hurry and no one else can take me to the mine now. Lead me there and then you can die." The woman was taken aback. Suddenly she let out an eerie laugh, seemingly amused by Chen Mo's peculiar logic. After laughing for a while she said, "What a strange man." Chen Mo crouched down and produced an F-grade recovery potion. Looking at the emaciated woman before him he said, "Drink it." She remained unmoved. Night fell. The woman covered in blood sat by the campfire staring at Chen Mo. She spoke softly, "Why save me?" Under the potion's effect her body had recovered somewhat. Her hair fell in disarray and her face was still pale. Chen Mo recalled the earlier scene. After recovering, the woman hadn't spared even the corpses of those men. She had chopped them into minced meat, venting her rage for a long time before calming down, showing the depth of her hatred. Hearing her question, Chen Mo replied flatly, "I've already told you." The woman nodded. Staring at the blazing fire she said softly, "That mine is near Lin village. I know the place well, but you may not get what you want because all the good jade there has already been mined." She was sharp and quickly guessed Chen Mo's intent. "That doesn't matter," Chen Mo said, glancing at her. "Just take me there." "I understand," the woman replied. After that they exchanged no further words. They didn't even ask each other's names. In the woman's heart, once she led this man to the mine her task would be complete and she could die. Chen Mo felt the same. Why bother remembering the name of someone about to die? The night passed without a word. The next morning Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes. The woman stepped out of the RV. "Since you're awake, let's go." Chen Mo nodded, then looked at the dragged corpses on the ground and asked, "Are we driving?" The woman retorted, "What else? If you want to collect those rough stones, how do you plan to transport them? On that big tiger?" Chen Mo thought for a moment, finding her point reasonable. But there was one issue. "I can't drive." The woman was taken aback, surprised that this seemingly young man in his 20s couldn't drive. It wasn't his fault. Before the apocalypse his life had been tight and buying a car was never a consideration, let alone spending thousands on driving school with the risk of retake fees. "I can drive," the woman said. "But your big tiger might not fit in." Chen Mo replied, "No problem. It can run on its own." He planned to have Qiongqi clear the zombies ahead. The two boarded the RV. The woman skillfully sat in the driver's seat, started the engine and shifted gears. With a rumble the RV set off along the national road. Qiongqi shook its fur, leaped ahead of the RV and vanished in a flash. Chen Mo sat on the bed inside the RV where the facilities were complete. However, most of the space was cleared to store the rough stones. Using his Dominion ability, Chen Mo transformed the ghost blade into a dagger and began opening the stones one by one. Emerald crystal was an extremely important forging material capable of strengthening weapons. It also had grades. The purer the crystal, the greater its hardness and enhancement. Its quality could be judged by color and hardness. The deeper the color, the higher the quality. In his past life the military had special instruments to test it, but Chen Mo had his own method, and a simple one at that. He tested the hardness with the ghost blade dagger. The harder it was to cut, requiring several strikes even from the ghost blade, the better the quality. Chen Mo opened one stone after another, most yielding results similar to the first. Along the way they exchanged few words. Qiongqi had cleared most of the zombies and mutants ahead on the national road. They traversed many bumpy remote paths off the main road. Fortunately Chen Mo's uncanny Dominion ability smoothed out the roads too difficult for the RV. Soon they arrived at Lin village. Outside Lin village there lay vast fields with a winding little path. The RV shook slightly as it came to a stop here. Chen Mo and the woman stepped out of the vehicle. Before them stood a barrier constructed from countless wooden boards, benches and various odds and ends. The woman's expression was somewhat complicated, as if she was unwilling to face this place. She spoke, "We have arrived. This is the place. It seems there are still people from Lin village alive." Chen Mo surveyed the area. All around were farmlands that had been ravaged. This village, nestled against the mountains, appeared exceedingly remote and conflict-averse. Chen Mo said softly, "Qiongqi, clear the path." The Qiongqi beside him let out a low growl and smashed the pile of debris blocking the road with a single swipe. With a loud crash, a wide road leading directly into the village was revealed. The woman was momentarily stunned, not expecting this brute to directly clear a path so violently. Such a tremendous noise naturally alarmed the surviving villagers within the village. Who goes there? From a distance, stout men and some elderly men and women hurried over wielding hoes and axes. In no time they arrived at the scene. To Chen Mo's surprise, there seemed to be quite a few people from Lin village. There were at least 40 individuals present. With so many people gathered, even without ability users, they constituted a considerable force. Some had noticed the destroyed barrier that was meant to hinder zombies. An angry shout erupted. Damn it! Someone is vandalizing our place. Who are you? Why have you come here? A group of villagers wore vigilant expressions, their gazes unfriendly as they stared at Chen Mo and the woman. Chen Mo glanced at the crowd and could clearly sense their hostility. At that moment, an elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s stepped out from the crowd leading the villagers. As he looked at the newcomers, clearly accustomed to such occurrences, he frowned and spoke in a deep voice. Outsiders are not welcome here, you should leave immediately. Village chief. These two must be from that previous group. They've destroyed the barrier we painstakingly built, don't let them get away. Wait. That woman looks somewhat familiar. An elder lady in the crowd murmured, her gaze fixed intently on the woman whose hair was disheveled and face smeared with dirt and blood. Her eyes glinted coldly as she stared fixedly at the crowd. The elder lady seemed to recall something, her eyes lighting up. Isn't she that little bastard? What is she doing back here? The moment those words left her mouth, the villagers present were taken aback. Is she Lin Nian's daughter? Damn. I thought it was someone else, turns out it's you, you little bastard. Wasn't she driven out a while ago? How did she come back? Tisk, and she even brought back a man of unknown origin just like her promiscuous mother. She's returned with a wild man. What are you back for? Surely you think it's too dangerous outside and want to come back for shelter, trying to take our food. Get out. You are not welcome here. A hot-tempered man shouted loudly, immediately inciting the anger of the crowd. Yes. Bastard. Get out. There is no place for you here, you are not one of us from Lin village. Roar. Qiongqi let out a low growl, instantly startling the hostile villagers. What kind of monster is this? Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and glanced at the trembling woman beside him. The village chief was also momentarily taken aback as he looked at the woman. Xiao Yu. Faced with the villagers' mockery, the woman said little and stepped forward, stating, Village chief, I am not here to seek refuge in Lin village. The person beside me and I are heading to Shuangshi Mountain. Shuangshi Mountain is the large mountain behind the Lin family, known for its jade production. How dare you return? Shuangshi Mountain belongs to our Lin village, you an outsider cannot enter. Exactly. Who knows if she really wants to go to Shuangshi Mountain or has other motives. She came and immediately destroyed our Lin village's property, surely she has ill intentions. Indeed, a little bastard. Village chief, let them go. The villagers behind shouted while brandishing their weapons. Seeing this, the village chief stepped forward, speaking earnestly, Xiao Yue, you have heard them. You are no longer one of us from Lin village, it would be best for you to leave. As one of the few secluded sanctuaries in this apocalypse, their food supply was extremely limited, and even the village chief believed this. Going to Shuangshi Mountain was merely an excuse. After all, the woman's gaunt appearance made it hard not to think so. The woman took a deep breath, about to speak, when Chen Mo stepped forward with a blank expression and said, Stand aside. What do you want? Don't be so arrogant. Seeing Chen Mo advance, the crowd's ire was ignited and several tall, powerful men immediately surrounded him. They approached the village chief, pointing their weapons at Chen Mo with unfriendly expressions. You little punk, I advise you to leave quietly. I don't care who you are related to, but if you dare to set foot in Lin village again today, I'll break your legs. Chen Mo's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Two steel balls shot out simultaneously, instantaneously piercing the man's legs, blood flowing profusely. A scream erupted. The man's face turned pale and he collapsed to the ground in an instant, sweating profusely as his shattered legs caused him to roll in agony. Taiju. Taiju. The surrounding villagers were shocked and panicked at the sight. He is an ability user. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, pale-faced. In an instant it caused an uproar. The village chief also trembled all over. Damn ability user. How dare he harm someone from Lin village? With so many of us here, are we afraid of him? What, still dare to make a move? Charge and kill him. The men from Lin village surrounded him, furious. They cared not whether Chen Mo was an ability user, all they knew was that this person had harmed someone from Lin village. A group of strong men lunged forward and the village chief immediately shouted to stop them. Stop right there. But it was already too late. These burly men were all skilled workers. Naturally they had developed incredibly strong muscles, each with great strength. They swung hoes and clubs towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo remained unmoved. The Dominator's ability was in use. The weapons in the hands of those men were mostly farming tools containing metal. It dissolved in an instant, merging with the molten iron surging from the ground, winding around their feet and locking them in place, rendering them utterly immobile. What the hell is this thing? Why are my feet trapped? The 7 or 8 men were greatly alarmed. Behind them the women among the villagers were frantic with worry and they began to curse and shout wildly. Bastard! Have you lost your mind? Did you bring your man here to throw his weight around in Lin village? Look at what you've done to Uncle Taiju. Let my man go. The men were relentless, still arrogantly defiant even with their feet shackled. Coward. We're just ordinary people. Do you dare fight without your powers? Chen Mo found these people laughable. Nearly everyone in the villages near Lin village had little education. The only college graduate in the village, a woman, had been driven out by them. Chen Mo approached the man who was shouting the loudest. He raised his right hand and delivered a fierce punch to his abdomen. Bang! The burly man over 6 feet tall felt a sharp twisting pain in his gut. He screamed and collapsed heavily to the ground. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he glared at Chen Mo. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face twisted in pain as he spoke. Motherf. That didn't even tickle. Chen Mo sneered. He drew the Onigiri and stepped forward, meeting the man's terrified gaze. Pfft. In an instant it pierced through his neck. The man's eyes widened in utter disbelief. The blade had severed his artery and a massive torrent of blood gushed from the middle of his neck. Blood stained the yellow earth beneath their feet. Then a piercing shriek rang out. Murder. Demon. He's a demon. The women in the village were terrified out of their wits. This scene stunned everyone present. The woman beside him also stared at Chen Mo in disbelief. She hadn't expected him to be so ruthless. Yet she didn't stop him. Instead she watched the terrified villagers coldly. For some reason, seeing the dead man on the ground and the blood pooling around him, a twisted sense of pleasure inexplicably arose in her heart. It was the same feeling she had yesterday when she killed that man with a rock. Chen Mo withdrew the Onigiri and flicked the blood off the blade. He pointed the Onigiri directly at all the villagers. His face utterly indifferent, he said, "Anyone who says another word will be next." In an instant the scene fell into dead silence. Sometimes only blood can make people truly understand their situation. Now the villagers of Lin village had quickly become much more subdued. Chen Mo looked at the crowd before him and a thought arose in his mind. The Twin Stone Mountain was too resource-rich for him to stay here forever mining the emerald crystals. The men of Lin village were all tall and sturdy. They would make excellent laborers. The village chief of Lin village was terrified, his legs weak as if his old bones were falling apart. You. Me. Chen Mo turned around with a chilling smile. He looked at the chief and said, "I don't have time to waste here with you. If you don't want to die, get out of my way." Chen Mo sneered and walked forward under the fearful gaze of the crowd. Not a single villager dared to block him, they held their breath and parted to make a wide path. Everyone lowered their heads, afraid to meet Chen Mo's eyes lest they end up like the dead man. The women and men who had been shouting the loudest were now trembling uncontrollably. A few women approached the young woman, lowering their heads and speaking shakily. "Xiaoya auntie was wrong before. Lin village welcomes you. There are some eggs and rice in the village. Take whatever you want." In the face of death even food seemed insignificant. The woman looked at the villagers who had once bullied her and her brother, calling them bastards with such arrogance. A surge of vengeful pleasure welled up inside her. She gave a radiant smile and said, "Fellow villagers, don't worry. We really just want to go to Twin Stone Mountain. Aunt Wang, Aunt Lu, don't be too scared. After all, my brother and I have received so much of your care since we were young." The woman cast an icy smile at the women who were bowing their heads the lowest in the crowd, then followed Chen Mo. A group of villagers. Chen Mo looked at the Qiongqi and the woman following him. He said to the Qiongqi, "Qiongqi, go watch those people. Don't let them leave. Make them stay there until I return." The Qiongqi's massive eyes showed a flicker of confusion. It let out a low growl, then turned its huge body and lumbered toward the villagers. The woman watched, then after a moment's thought said. You want to use them as laborers? Chen Mo paused, looking at her with slight surprise. How did you know? He hadn't said anything. This woman was far too clever. The woman pondered for a moment. It seems you need those strange ores. I suppose they're useful to you. With your strength you could have killed them all. But you didn't. Those ores are heavy. Even for a psychic you can't carry them all at once. If it were me I'd have them mine the ores too. Chen Mo said flatly, what if I just didn't want to go on a killing spree? The woman squinted closely, examining Chen Mo's deep indifferent eyes that seemed to care for nothing. She said softly. Then I must have guessed wrong. From the way Chen Mo had killed that man without hesitation and from the cold expression she witnessed. She knew that for this mysterious young man killing was no different from slaying a zombie, it caused him no ripple of emotion. Even if all those villagers died he would likely remain unmoved. Chen Mo, lead the way. The woman nodded and the two entered Lin village, following the mountain path toward the rear mountain. Because of the jade, even after the best pieces had been taken, many people still came to Twin Stone Mountain. The small path leading up the mountain was well maintained, clearly showing the traces of those who had passed. The dense branches that once surrounded the area had all been cleared away, yet after the apocalypse these trees had grown even more luxuriant, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. A woman wielding a sickle pushed aside the surrounding branches, leading the way at the front. This Twin Stone Mountain truly lived up to its name as a jade mountain. As the group ascended along the path they encountered an abundance of rocks. Chen Mo casually picked up a stone that resembled a rough ore and split it open. It was indeed emerald crystal, but the stone flesh within was riddled with cracks, exceptionally fragmented, with only a scant amount of poor-quality emerald crystal present. The woman's voice rang out. On Twin Stone Mountain the small dark brown stones with rough surfaces mixed among the rocks are almost all rough ores. However, these tiny stones mostly yield jade of poor quality with little yield. Let me take you to the mountaintop, that's where the most rough ores are. We've arrived. It was an exceedingly open space strewn with rocks and excavated soil. At the same time numerous colossal stones stood erect in this place. The woman looked at the rough ores here, then suddenly seemed to recall something and spoke. All the small and medium-sized rough ores here have basically been mined out. As for the ones that are too huge, they can't be carried down the mountain by manpower. Chen Mo swept his gaze over the rough ores here. He approached an immensely large rough ore. A flash of black sharpness streaked by. Crack. Drawing from his previous experience, Chen Mo applied more force this time. A distinct sensation of resistance came through, yet it did not hinder Onigiri from cleaving it apart. The rough ore, a full meter in height before him, was directly split in two by Onigiri, revealing the stone flesh within. Unlike ordinary emerald crystal, the jade flesh inside was a translucent sparkling dark green. It shimmered with a brilliant radiance, appearing utterly distinct from the previous pieces of emerald crystal. This is... Chen Mo was startled inwardly. His pupils dilated in shock. This quality completely exceeded his expectations, clearly superior to the earlier emerald crystal. The woman also looked at the massive stone before her with some curiosity. Chen Mo went to several other huge rough ores and following the same method split and peeled them open one by one. Crack. Crack. Without exception every rough ore of considerable size here yielded emerald crystal. All were of exceptionally high quality. Chen Mo's eyes brightened sharply as he gazed at these emerald crystals, his heart surging with excitement. A fortune. A rough estimate suggested these crystals could sustain the supply for a large survivor faction or an entire military district. It was a pity there was no Forgemaster ability user here, otherwise he would definitely upgrade Onigiri. Chen Mo pondered and then spoke. If the people from Lin village came to transport these things, how long would it take to excavate everything? The woman looked around and replied. It would probably take several years. A rough ore this large would require at least a dozen adult men to barely carry it down the mountain. Too slow. Chen Mo murmured. Onigiri slid down in his hand and with consummate skill he neatly sliced open several surrounding rough ores. Lines appeared on the surfaces of those rough ores and then the stone bodies separated. Rustle. A large swath of cut rough ore scattered onto the ground. This should do right. Chen Mo turned around and said, looking at the rough ores scattered before him. The woman was startled, inwardly gazing at the emerald crystals strewn across the ground. She nodded, somewhat awestruck. This. It should be fine. In the time that followed, Chen Mo continued to cut open these rough ores. Every piece of emerald crystal here would become his future capital. The woman quietly watched from the side. Amidst her astonishment her eyes flickered constantly revealing a trace of inner conflict. Until evening fell. A campfire blazed to life. Around them a scattering of emerald crystals lay on the ground. The woman hung her head low, strands of hair falling, lost in thought. Want some? Chen Mo tossed a piece of bread over. The woman was stunned for a moment, making no move. She raised her head looking at Chen Mo, who was eating his bread. She spoke. Are you an ability user? Chen Mo, Isn't it obvious? The woman gave a faint smile. I suppose so. How did you get your ability? She asked with some curiosity. Chen Mo glanced at her and, having nothing better to do, said indifferently. I don't know, just awakened by luck, I guess. Of course some awakened through those zombie crystals. Crystals. The woman murmured. She naturally understood what that was. So that means I might have a chance to get an ability too. Chen Mo, don't want to die anymore. At these words the woman's expression instantly changed. She tightly gripped the hem of her clothes, lowering her head without speaking. Chen Mo ate his bread and said nothing more. It was only natural. People do many irrational things on impulse. But when they come to their senses the instinct for survival takes over. Even ants crave life. Cherishing one's life is an instinct for everyone. Zombies of course are the exception. The woman remained silent for a long time before speaking. Am I a coward? She clenched her teeth tightly, her eyes filled with pain and struggle. In that moment she realized. She was utterly terrified of death. She didn't want to die forgotten and unknown. It's nothing really. No one wants to die. Chen Mo said in a low voice. Once you're dead there's truly nothing left. Finishing the last bit of bread his expression was calm as if nothing could stir him. Giving the woman a look, Chen Mo took a first-tier crystal from the small pouch containing crystals and tossed it over. Clatter. The crystal rolled to the ground. This is a zombie crystal. It might allow you to awaken an ability. But there's also a high probability of dying. About 10%. I mean the chance of survival, Chen Mo added. For a later stage ability awakening, the higher the crystal's quality the greater the chance. If the best quality is 4th tier. Any higher and the person couldn't withstand the energy within the crystal after awakening. A first-tier crystal was practically the worst option, almost no one was willing to take that gamble. At the very least they would use a 3rd-tier crystal to awaken. But for ordinary people without weapons or equipment even killing a first-tier zombie was extremely difficult. Let alone 2nd or 3rd-tier zombies. He had plenty of 2nd-tier crystals himself but he wouldn't give them to her. The woman's delicate frame trembled upon hearing this. She stared at the crystal on the ground the size of a quail egg which emitted a faint ethereal purple glow in the darkness of the night. Chen Mo's voice came from beside her. Since you weren't even afraid of death before, why hesitate now? Why not let fate decide, a 10% chance? Want to take the gamble? The woman felt her heart pounding violently, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. She took a deep breath and then her gaze turned exceptionally resolute as she grabbed the first-tier crystal core. Staring straight at Chen Mo she said, tell me, how do I use it? Chen Mo replied, hold this crystal core close your eyes and sense it. The woman did as instructed. She held the first-tier crystal core for a while when suddenly an extremely peculiar sensation washed over her. Her right hand grew unbearably hot. It felt as if she were gripping a piece of iron scorched by intense heat. Fine beads of sweat emerged on her forehead. Her expression twisted in agony and her trembling grew more violent. Hold on and there's still a chance. Let go and you die. Chen Mo watched the scene unfold before him, his face utterly indifferent, and spoke softly. He wasn't lying this time. Awakening an ability through artificial means was far from simple. It was like Pandora's box. Countless people yearned for the immense power that ability users possessed, yet they all overlooked the agony that accompanied artificially awakened abilities. As if she had heard Chen Mo's words, the woman gripped the crystal core even tighter. Scorching hot mist began to emanate from her hand. The process of awakening an ability would take a long time. Until the crystal core was fully absorbed it would be an excruciatingly long and painful ordeal. Chen Mo looked at the woman before him and for a moment he saw his former self. It was a rainy night. Like a dying dog he had crawled out from the rubble, his consciousness blurred as if he would breathe his last at any moment. Didn't expect to find a living person here. Should we save him? Forget it, he's just an ordinary person. Who knows how he ended up here? With injuries this severe he's beyond saving. Chen Mo thought he was about to die until another voice rang out. Save him. Once he becomes an ability user, his physique will be enhanced and these wounds will heal. Go get that 3rd tier crystal core. What? Are you insane? We barely managed to get that, our teammates almost died. Besides, he might not even awaken an ability. If he fails, wouldn't that be a waste? His thoughts gradually drifted back. Chen Mo couldn't help but grin wryly. He despised sanctimonious people the most, yet he realized that if not for Yuer's momentary softness in his past life, he wouldn't have survived either. Just then, from the dense forest not far away, a sudden howl erupted. Leaves rustled and stirred, and the distant trees on the mountain swayed violently before crashing down one by one. At the foot of the mountain in Lin village, the Qiongqi beast that had been keeping a group of villagers prostrate on the ground slowly opened its massive eyes. Its gaze filled with ferocity and brutality fixed upon the twin stone mountain. It let out a deafening roar, causing the villagers of Lin village to tremble in fear, not daring to move. Even after Chen Mo and the woman had left, they were still unable to leave this place. They could only remain there because anyone who tried to leave would be roared back by the Qiongqi. Some were even directly crushed into pulp. On Twin Stone Mountain, Chen Mo picked up the Kikiri blade beside him, using his dominance ability to order the Qiongqi to stay put. In the darkness of the night, his eyes were exceptionally cold and piercing. Like a wild beast, they emitted a sinister, eerie gleam. He ventured alone into the depths of the dense forest. Before him stood a creature even larger than the Qiongqi. It was a brown wild boar covered in bristles and boasting a pair of crescent-shaped tusks. Chen Mo's face was cold as he murmured, "I didn't expect that on Twin Stone Mountain. There would be a 3rd-tier mutant beast." This was truly an unexpected surprise. The wild boar in turn fixed its gaze on Chen Mo. Its hind hooves scraped the ground repeatedly, kicking up massive clouds of dust. Its brown bristles stood on end like a porcupine's quills, its eyes were like copper bells, and hot mist spewed from its nostrils. It was poised to strike. Every mutant beast had an absolute sense of territory, and it would never tolerate any intruder within its domain. The wild boar let out a screech, and like an arrow released from a bowstring after a long period of tension, burst forth with overwhelming force, unstoppable and brutal. It was like a war machine. The towering trees around it seemed fragile and weak in its path, crashing down and snapping one after another. Boom! Boom! Tremendous sounds erupted continuously. Chen Mo gripped the Kikiri blade, his body slightly crouched. His expression was icy as he activated his dominance ability against the charging 3rd-tier boar. Boom! Before him a colossal metal barrier rose abruptly. Bang! The very earth seemed to tremble. The charging wild boar slammed headlong into the thick metal wall, its massive body lifting into the air. Yet the metal wall itself was dented with a terrifyingly deep crater. This metal wall had been reinforced and tempered by the dominance ability, making it indestructible. This showed just how immense the boar's power was. The boar's 2 tusks pierced directly through the barrier, becoming embedded within it. It thrashed about in a frenzy of rage, even uprooting the ground that had fused with the metal wall. Rumble! Countless clouds of dust billowed, and the entire Twin Stone Mountain echoed with the boar's howls. Chen Mo moved, seizing the moment when the metal wall restrained the boar. He drew the Kikiri blade and dashed toward the wild boar at lightning speed. So swift was his movement that the blade's edge traced a black arc through the air. Rip! A bloody gash was carved into the boar's body by the Kikiri blade, blood gushing out unceasingly. The boar grew even more enraged, entering a berserk state. It violently rammed its head against the metal wall. Bang! 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 Under its relentless assault, the wall was nearly shattered. Chen Mo let out a cold snort, gripping the Kikiri blade. At his feet a surge of molten iron flowed. The liquid iron rose from the ground, forming a curved pillar that carried Chen Mo toward the boar. Chen Mo leaped onto the boar's bristly back. Holding the Kikiri blade aloft, he drove it heavily down toward the boar's spine. Thud! The boar's hide was thick and tough, offering strong resistance as the blade descended. Chen Mo gripped the Kikiri with both hands and fiercely increased the force. Ow wow! The boar beneath him let out an agonized wail. Like a wild horse it bucked and kicked, trying to throw Chen Mo off its back. Chen Mo teetered precariously on its body. His eyes were frigid as he grabbed hold of the boar's bristles with one hand to keep from falling. With his other hand he repeatedly withdrew the Kikiri blade and stabbed it down again and again. Blood sprayed in torrents. Thud! Thud! Once, twice, 3 times. In the dead of night the agonizing squeals of a 3rd-tier wild boar echoed across Twin Stone Mountain. After plunging the blade over a dozen times, a thunderous roar erupted as if an earthquake had struck. The massive body of the third-tier wild boar collapsed into a pool of blood, lifeless beyond any doubt. Chen Mo licked the blood from his lips, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration and ferocity. What a catharsis! Chen Mo leaped off the boar and strode directly to its carcass. With a sharp thrust, the ghost blade pierced into the boar's tough skull. After some effort, he extracted a third-tier crystal core nearly half the size of an egg from the gore. Chen Mo glanced at the ghost blade in his hand and muttered to himself. It's getting a bit dull. He'll need to find a chance to reinforce it with emerald crystal. As the aberrant zombies he faced grew stronger, the ghost blade had become less smooth to wield. After all, it was merely a weapon traded with a mysterious merchant for half a shoshi corpse with a limited lifespan. Roughly estimating, the ghost blade was already at its limit against foes below the 5th tier. Chen Mo still craved that silky sensation of effortlessly cleaving through flesh. The ghost blade sank deep into the boar's massive body, greedily drinking its blood. Along the pitch-black blade, wisps of crimson blood essence seeped forth, replenishing the energy he had expended. Huff! Chen Mo exhaled, gazing at the colossal boar carcass. Unlike zombies, aberrants were edible. The stronger an awakener's ability, the more sustenance they required daily. For now it was manageable, but after breaking through to the 5th or 6th tier, ordinary food could no longer satisfy an awakener's needs. Apart from the special supply liquids from the military, the carcasses of aberrants teeming with energy served as excellent nourishment. Activating his Qiongqi ability, he borrowed Shuxi's power, then enveloped the boar in molten iron. The enormous corpse actually floated into the air. Back at the mountaintop, the boar's body crashed down with a thunderous thud. Chen Mo glanced at the woman by the campfire. She had fully absorbed the first-tier crystal core, now curled up in agony by the fire, trembling all over. The power of the crystal core was violently fierce. She could die at any moment. Chen Mo sliced off a bloody, beautifully marbled piece of boar meat with the ghost blade and set it to roast over the fire. The boar meat sizzled, releasing wisps of savory aroma under the flame's caress. It was a long process. After all, it was aberrant meat. What would normally take an hour or two to roast would require much more time. The night was still, everything seeming so tranquil and serene. Chen Mo looked up at the crimson sky, the stars blazing brilliantly. He couldn't help but close his eyes for a brief nap. Though he had anticipated it. What Chen Mo hadn't expected was that after roasting the boar meat for an entire night, it still wasn't cooked. He took a bite, and except for the outermost layer, the inside was almost as raw as fresh meat. Yet even so, in this apocalypse, it was still a great delicacy. Having something to eat was already a blessing, and Chen Mo didn't mind. At least it tasted good, far better than bread. Chewing sounds filled the air. His strength, energy and spirit were fully restored. After finishing the large chunk of boar meat, Chen Mo finally turned his attention to the woman nearby. She lay motionless on the ground, seemingly dead. Chen Mo's face remained calm, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Such occurrences were common. Not everyone could awaken an ability, and not everyone dared to gamble on that one-in-10 chance. Even with a 4th-tier crystal core which offered a higher success rate. Chen Mo slowly rose, dusting off his clothes, preparing to descend the mountain. Just then a soft moan broke the silence. The woman lying on the ground began to stir. On her right hand a faint ring of awakening markings appeared. She slowly opened her eyes. Everything before her seemed incredible. The world around her appeared unnaturally clear. Her mind was no longer hazy and chaotic, as if she had woken up from a deep, restful sleep before the apocalypse. Sunlight bathed her, incredibly soothing. She looked around in disbelief, then noticed Chen Mo beside her, startled. "I'm not dead." Chen Mo was somewhat surprised on 2 levels. Not only had the woman survived, but she had also successfully awakened her ability. For anyone, the first awakening of an ability was a transformative experience. Even a cancer patient would be restored to perfect health. No one could explain why. It was as if every cell in the body except consciousness had been replaced. Restored to peak condition, all the woman's injuries healed. Her once gaunt and withered figure became full and vibrant. Surprisingly, her true appearance was quite pleasing. Despite being a bit grimy, she had an oval face, a delicate nose, willow-like eyebrows, and a youthful, fresh aura. Her eyes were exceptionally bright. Still lost in shock, she stared blankly at Chen Mo. He said calmly, "Congratulations, you survived." The woman trembled, suddenly realizing something. I think I have an ability too." Her pretty face was filled with astonishment as she looked at her no longer emaciated hands, feeling better than ever. "Thank you." An indescribable emotion of survival after a disaster welled up inside her. During the absorption of the crystal core she had felt countless times that she was about to die. Like someone drowning she had plunged into endless darkness. The woman couldn't help but cry. Setting aside everything that had happened in the apocalypse, she was just a fresh college graduate. After all she had been through, all she wanted was to survive. Chen Mo said nothing, simply standing quietly nearby. After awakening you'll be very hungry. There's some boar meat over there, a bit raw, but help yourself if you don't mind. On the dying embers of the campfire a piece of leftover boar meat remained. Also half raw. The woman hesitated. Boar meat? In this apocalypse, where did that come from? She was puzzled, but soon her stomach growled loudly. Her face flushed with embarrassment, she lowered her head shyly. Indeed, as Chen Mo had said, she was ravenous. Sorry. Chen Mo paid it no mind. Watching her eat slowly and daintily, still mindful of her image, he asked, what ability did you awaken? The woman paused. Carefully setting down the wild boar meat, she pondered for a moment before speaking. It seems. It's called a divine forger. What? Chen Mo's pupils dilated in shock. You mean a divine forger? Are you sure you heard that correctly? He had never expected that this woman before him had awakened a forger ability. The woman was startled by Chen Mo's reaction. It was the first time she had seen the usually calm young man display any emotional fluctuation. She couldn't help but ask in confusion, what's wrong? Is this ability very weak? Her heart was uneasy. She had heard from Chen Mo that abilities varied in strength. The weakest ones were barely useful aside from enhancing one's physique. S-rank ability divine forger. Chen Mo stared intently at the woman before him. Forgers were exceedingly rare. With sufficient materials they could craft even bullets and cannons. Their significance was extraordinary. The 6th Military District had gone to great lengths to secure half the territory of the Dragon Steel Factory. All for the sake of having a future site for firearm production. And this was merely the most basic application of a forger's power. Weapons forged by a master forger possessed wondrous abilities, much like his own blade Oni Slash. One could say that a forger was even more valuable to those factions than some powerful ability users. Yet even among forgers there were distinctions. The more potent a forger's ability, the fewer materials they required. And the enhancements they provided were also greater. In his past life he had only heard of 3 individuals with the divine forger ability. Who would have thought that a casually given first-tier crystal core would yield a divine forger? Even Chen Mo, whose heart was usually as still as water, felt a stir. The appearance of a divine forger was an even greater surprise than the discovery of the emerald crystal. Seeing Chen Mo remain silent for so long, the woman asked timidly, "Are you all right? How is this ability?" She had no confidence. After awakening the ability, a voice had told her that she could only fuse weapons, which seemed rather useless. In her understanding, weapons were just swords and blades. She had seen many zombies, some could barely be harmed even after their swords were bent. So this ability of hers felt rather impractical. Chen Mo looked at her for a long while. Finally he said, "No. In terms of combat it's not great. But in other aspects it's very powerful." The woman's eyes lit up. Really? Hearing this she felt a secret joy. Looking into her bright eyes, Chen Mo spoke. If the military district learned of this ability of yours, you would live a life without worries. You could even attain a supremely lofty position within their ranks. The woman's body trembled. Then she said, "I don't want to go to any military district. Since my ability is useful, then can I stay with you?" She looked at Chen Mo with a hint of hope. "I want to help you." Her gaze was fervent. To her, Chen Mo was the one who had given her a second life. He was her salvation, a benefactor she could never repay enough. Chen Mo pondered for a moment. The value of a divine forger required no deliberation. With countless emerald crystals here, if he entrusted them all to her to forge, it was unimaginable how many supremely powerful weapons could be created. Chen Mo glanced around. He selected the highest quality emerald crystal and tossed Oni Slash over. "Show me your worth. Try to strengthen and forge this blade of mine." The woman looked at Oni Slash on the ground. It was pitch black, still bearing the indelible stains of dried blood. It glimmered with an eerie light, looking deeply unsettling. The woman took a deep breath, studying Oni Slash and the emerald crystal beside it. Their information surfaced in her mind. As if guided by instinct, she approached Oni Slash and gently placed her right hand over it. The woman slowly closed her eyes. A low hum resonated as Oni Slash and the emerald crystal began to tremble slightly. Chen Mo's eyes brightened at the sight. Under his gaze a cluster of light appeared in the woman's hand. Oni slowly floated up and merged into the light. Then the emerald crystal beside it also fused in. Within the glowing orb in her hand two streams of liquid, one black one green, continuously intertwined. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on the woman's forehead as if she were exerting immense effort. The light flickered, growing stronger and weaker as droplets of sweat fell to the ground. It was after all her first time using the ability and she was not yet skilled. About half an hour passed. Chen Mo waited patiently by her side. He watched the light orb constantly change shape and the razor-sharp blade of Oni gradually emerged from within it. Finally, the woman's eyes snapped open. In an instant the light vanished. A crisp clang sounded. A brand new flawless Oni now a jade-black color fell to the ground. As if all her strength had been drained, the woman collapsed exhausted. She panted heavily, her face pale. Looking at Oni on the ground she couldn't help but smile. It's done. Humming softly, Chen Mo used his dominion ability. Oni floated into his hand. He was momentarily astonished. After being tempered and forged, the dull mottled bloodstains on Oni had vanished. In their place was a blade with smooth flowing curves like a work of art. A long distinct blood groove ran down the center of the blade. It was no longer the deep black of before but now infused with a hint of emerald green. Before the forging, Oni despite its nimble and light appearance had a heavy heft. But now it felt incredibly light and effortless, moving as naturally as an extension of his own limb. Despite fusing with a massive perfect emerald crystal, it had become lighter instead of heavier. This made Chen Mo momentarily doubt if Oni had somehow shrunk. He swung Oni at a piece of decent quality emerald crystal. A black arc flashed. There wasn't even a sound of the stone being cut. The emerald crystal before him was split in two as easily as a sheet of paper. It crashed to the ground. Chen Mo's eyes blazed with excitement. He stared at Oni in his hand in amazement. It was light with no resistance at all, he hadn't even used much strength. It was simply unbelievable. The woman sat on the ground recovering her strength. She asked hesitantly, "How is it?" Chen Mo flourished Oni its edge was terrifyingly sharp. Wherever the blade passed it seemed nothing could stop this black Taotie. Excellent. Chen Mo's gaze burned with intensity. The current Oni would serve him well for a long time to come. Upon seeing this the woman finally broke into a smile. That's good. She suddenly felt dizzy, her delicate frame swaying as if about to fall. She collapsed to the ground with a thud. For a forger, the higher the quality of materials and weapons the more effort required. Having just awakened her ability, a single ghost slice had already drained all her power. He gazed at the unconscious woman on the ground. Chen Mo's eyes flickered. The forger ability was exceedingly valuable to any faction. He waited briefly for the woman to awaken. The woman looked around in a daze and spoke, "What happened to me? Your ability is overdrawn. Rest for a while and you'll be fine." Chen Mo said. "Take this crystal core and absorb it to recover your ability." He casually tossed her a first-tier crystal core. "Overdrawn," the woman murmured. She picked up the first-tier crystal core from the ground. After absorbing the energy within the core to restore her divine forger ability, her complexion improved slightly. Chen Mo stood up and said, "I plan to leave Lin Village. What will you do afterward?" The woman was startled and fell silent for a long while. Then with a wistful gaze she spoke, "I don't know where to go. Can I follow you?" The woman looked up with hope, staring intently at Chen Mo. Chen Mo replied flatly, "No." Not to mention that the divine forger ability was inherently unsuited for combat. Even if she had awakened a powerful divine ability he wouldn't let her follow. The woman's face fell with disappointment. She wished to repay the young man who had granted her a new life, yet she knew not where to begin. Chen Mo gazed at her and said, "If you truly have nowhere to go, stay here in Lin Village. Do one thing for me." "What?" The woman's eyes lit up. She said with some excitement, "As long as it's within my power, I'll do anything you ask." Chen Mo nodded. "The jadeite crystals on this twin stone mountain, the stones you see here. They are of great use to me. I need the villagers of Lin Village to help mine and transport these jadeite crystals. Your ability is that of a divine forger. Unlike ordinary ability users, you don't rely much on crystal cores. Instead you need continuous practice to advance your ability. These jadeite crystals here are perfect for you to practice on. If you truly wish to repay me, stay here, oversee the villagers and forge weapons." The woman was taken aback, never expecting such a request. Were the jadeite crystals the ink-green jade among those rough stones? Without overthinking she nodded eagerly, her eyes blazing. All right. I'll do whatever you ask. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and said softly. My name is Chen Mo. What's yours? The woman's face lit up with joy. I'm Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Chen Mo frowned, scrutinizing the woman before him. Wasn't this the divine forger from the ancient martial alliance in his past life? Could it be her? Chen Mo wasn't overly surprised. Indeed, divine forgers were rare. After all, in his past life divine forgers could be counted on one hand. If one awakened this ability, ordinary people would be overjoyed, instantly gaining high status and favor from factions. Now a divine forger had suddenly appeared. It seemed he had also intercepted someone from the ancient martial alliance. Chen Mo said nothing more. Let's go. The two headed down the mountain together. Under the watchful gaze of Qiongqi, every villager in Lin village stayed obediently in place, with some even going a full day without sleep. The villagers were restless, shrouded in a haze of fear, terrified that the cold-blooded young man of immense power might silence them. Seeing Chen Mo and Lin Yu return from Twin Stone Mountain, the village chief braced himself and approached cautiously. He spoke with deference. Young man, what do you intend to do? If you want our village's supplies and food, take them as you please. But why is your pet keeping us innocent folks trapped here? Chief Lin complained bitterly. Yes, young sir, we were blind before. Please be merciful and spare us. Xiao Yue, you're one of us villagers, speak up for us. Having witnessed Chen Mo's ruthless methods, not a single villager present dared to harbor any thought of resistance. Stuck there, unable to act or stay still, each moment felt like an eternity. Knowing Lin Yu had always been soft-hearted and easygoing in the village, never complaining about hard or dirty work. Some villagers couldn't help but plead, Xiao Yue, we were wrong, aunties and uncles. The whole village admits its mistake. It's the apocalypse now, everyone's struggling. Xiao Yue, we'd welcome you back to the village. Gazing at the villagers whose eyes were filled with fear, Lin Yu watched them coldly, utterly ignoring their desperate pleas. After all she had been through, her disposition had changed somewhat. I can't help you, Lin Yu said in a distant tone. The villagers were stunned, staring at the calm, icy Lin Yu before them. Her eyes held no trace of sympathy or the weakness of old. She was exactly like that young man. They fell silent, at a loss for words. Enough, Chen Mo finally spoke, expressionless. I won't kill you. At these words, all the villagers' eyes lit up. They breathed a collective sigh of relief. Who wasn't afraid of death? Even in the apocalypse, with chaos and zombies everywhere. If they could scrape by, no one wanted to die. Good. Good. Young man, it was our fault. We apologize. And Xiao Yue, Lin village will always be your home. Your auntie watched you grow up. How could she not care for you? Yes. The crowd buzzed with noise. Clearly Lin village had no issue with excluding outsiders. After several villagers were killed, they didn't dare utter a word of protest and even took the initiative to apologize. But in this apocalypse it was simply because he held the power of life and death over them, nothing more. Watching the villagers who had once tormented and mocked her. Even though she was the village's only college graduate returning to contribute to its development, they still gossiped behind her back. Now seeing them so cowardly and abject, Lin Yu couldn't help but sneer. If not for them, she and her brother wouldn't have been driven out of the safe village. The villagers had barely a moment to rejoice before Chen Mo's next words left them all utterly dumbfounded. Since you are all from Lin village, you must be quite familiar with Twin Stone Mountain. I want you to quarry and transport the raw stones from Twin Stone Mountain. Every man and woman must go and mine those stones. Is there anyone unwilling? Chen Mo said indifferently. The only reason he kept them alive was simply that their worth lay in serving as his laborers. The gathered villagers' faces changed color. This was demanding they work as unpaid slaves. The people of Lin village living at the foot of Twin Stone Mountain had long sustained themselves by mining jade and were all shrewd and cunning. Without any benefits, they were being forced to toil for free, even the women. How could they accept this? The villagers erupted into clamor, murmuring amongst themselves. Chen Mo said calmly, 300 jin per person per day. I don't care how you do it, just get the raw stones down from the mountain. Those who fail to meet the quota will go without food. What? 300 jin. They knew well that the paths on Twin Stone Mountain were narrow, treacherous and steep. Even a grown man could only carry a small bamboo basket to collect a few small stones. A single round trip would leave even an adult drenched in sweat. Thighs. The village head grew frantic. A man spoke up in displeasure. How is that even possible? A flash of blood and crimson splattered. A metal pellet pierced straight through the man's skull. The man shuddered violently and collapsed dead amidst the crowd. The woman beside him shrieked, her face contorted in utter terror. The surrounding villagers were paralyzed with fear. Is there anyone else unwilling? Chen Mo asked softly, his eyes indifferent. Silence fell so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was stunned by Chen Mo's ruthless decisiveness. The elderly village head, his old bones trembling, nearly died of fright on the spot. He spoke, his heart pounding with terror. All right. Very well. We agree. Chen Mo cast a slightly mocking glance at him. He declared, add another 50 gene. The villagers of Lin village gasped, their hearts sinking into despair. Lin Yue, watching this unfold, felt an inexplicable surge of pleasure. Chen Mo looked at the assembled villagers and announced loudly, after I leave, Lin Yu will oversee your work. For any matters you may report to her. Lin Yu was now an awakened as well. Her physique had been greatly enhanced, granting her reflexes and strength far beyond ordinary humans. Even if her ability was not suited for combat, she was far from vulnerable to harm by common folk. Hearing this, the villagers who had been on the verge of despair showed slightly relieved expressions. Since she was a fellow villager and the young man would not be present, they assumed Lin Yu would be more lenient than him. Perhaps she might even show some mercy. For now no one voiced any opposition. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. Turning to Lin Yue, he said, Lin Yue, these people are in your charge. There's a third-tier mutant boar on the mountaintop. Even a small portion of its meat can greatly enhance an ordinary person's physique. 350 gene is well within their capability. Don't disappoint me. Lin Yu nodded seriously, then, as if recalling something, glanced at the villagers. She asked, what if they try to escape? Chen Mo chuckled lightly. Even if they flee, they'll come back. These were all ordinary people. Outside, zombies roamed everywhere. Escape? Where would they go? A single small piece of the boar meat could sustain an ordinary person for a day while also strengthening their body, enough to feed these people for months. The village was safe and had food. As long as they had a meal, they wouldn't run. Still, to be thorough, Chen Mo activated his Dominator ability. He transformed all the surrounding metal into molten iron, constructing a towering smooth metal wall around the village. Only the path leading to Twin Stone Mountain remained unsealed, even the exit routes were blocked by the metal barrier. The scene was awe-inspiring, almost divine. The villagers stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the spectacle. This colossal feat had been accomplished in the blink of an eye. Chen Mo smiled, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. These barriers will protect you from any stray zombies wandering in from outside. Quite safe. If anyone wished to escape, they could only flee through the forests of Twin Stone Mountain. But the mutants lurking there were not to be trifled with. I'm leaving. I hope to find a pleasant surprise here when I return. Chen Mo looked at Lin Yu and said calmly. With that, Chen Mo mounted the Qiongqi. As he headed toward the exit, the sealed metal wall instantly melted away, opening a broad path before sealing shut again. Watching Chen Mo's departing figure, Lin Yu's beautiful eyes shimmered with infatuation. I will. Only after the harbinger of death had left did the villagers finally heave a collective sigh of relief. While Chen Mo was present, they dared not even breathe loudly. Now they began to grumble. Damn it. That bastard wants to work us to death. 350 gene a day. Why doesn't he do it himself? Look at that wall, he's clearly afraid. Well run, and he calls it protection. Pa. A man like him will probably die in a zombie's jaws one day. Believing Lin Yue as a fellow villager was on their side, they grew increasingly reckless in their speech. Hearing the venomous curses from behind, Lin Yu's expression turned icy cold. She slowly turned to face the women who had been shouting the loudest. She approached them. Xiao Yue, we're your own people. Bringing a dangerous outsider here, are you trying to get us all killed? Our Lin village is truly cursed to have a disgrace like you. Just like your mother. Xiao Yue, do you realize you nearly doomed us all? With Chen Mo's intimidating presence gone, the villagers assumed Lin Yu was still an ordinary person. They reverted to their old ways, thinking they could bully her as before. Lin Yu's eyes grew even more chilling. A flash of white light appeared, and in her hand materialized a razor-sharp dagger crafted from emerald crystal. The divine artificer ability allowed her not only to forge weapons and equipment but also to store the items she created. Without hesitation, Lin Yu drove the dagger deep into the woman's neck. The blade slid in smoothly, meeting no resistance. As she pulled it out, a torrent of blood gushed from the woman's throat. What are you doing? The nearby villagers were terrified by the sight. She has an ability too. What? How is that possible? The woman's face was frozen in disbelief, her mouth opened and closed, but she died without uttering a word. Blood splattered across her face, hair and clothes, making Lin Yu's gaze seem especially eerie. Even the burly men among them dared not approach. Lin Yu's beautiful eyes gleamed with intense excitement, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably. Fixing her gaze on the villagers, her voice was terrifyingly cold as she spoke slowly. 500 jin per person per day. Those who fail will pay with their flesh. 350 jin. That number was still too conservative. In Huabei City at the Dragon Steel base, Chen Mo noticed several patrols of troops around the vicinity of Dragon Steel. They were orderly encircling the perimeter. Chen Mo frowned at the sight. Is Dragon Steel under surveillance? He surmised that the steel mill incident had left some loose ends. Unwilling to bother with it, Chen Mo evaded the patrols and made his way inside the Dragon Steel base. Their Guhuazhu was outside smoking a cigarette. Suddenly a hand rested on his shoulder and a calm voice came from behind. Guhuazhu. Startled, Guhuazhu trembled and the cigarette slipped from his hand, falling to the ground. Turning around, he saw Chen Mo. His eyes widened in disbelief. It's you. Chen Mo nodded slightly, glancing around. As a trusted subordinate of Liao Ruyu, Guhuazhu's quarters were less cramped than those of other Dragon Steel personnel. Where is Liao Ruyu? Take me to her. Guhuazhu, still stunned, opened his mouth to speak. He cast a wary glance around and seeing no one pulled Chen Mo aside. Lowering his voice, he whispered, Brother Chen, why are you back? Don't you know that Dragon Steel is surrounded by military personnel these days? If they find you, you're done for. As Liao Ruyu's confidant, he knew Chen Mo's true identity, the ruthless man who had killed the mayor's son before the apocalypse. Chen Mo replied nonchalantly, don't worry, none of them noticed me. Guhuazhu took a deep breath and whispered, Miss has been swamped with the military district's affairs lately. She's in the same meeting room as before. Go ahead. Chen Mo nodded without another word and vanished from the spot in an instant. His speed was so great that Guhuazhu barely registered it. Guhuazhu murmured, Brother Chen is truly an extraordinary man. He glanced at the half-smoked cigarette, but he had dropped a pained expression on his face. He quickly crouched down, picked it up, blew on it and took another drag. This stuff is precious, I begged my brothers for ages to get this one. Can't let it go to waste. Inside the meeting room, Liao Ruyu was staring blankly at a map in her hands. It was a regional map of the Dragon Steel steel mill covering a vast area. Red circles marked the territory Dragon Steel had secured after negotiations with the military district. It was pitifully small. Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes glimmered with anger, growing more furious the longer she looked. Such a tiny area, and with the steel mill under the 6th military district's control, it was practically worthless. That was why Dragon Steel's members hadn't yet relocated to the mill in large numbers. This is utterly outrageous. Just then the door swung open. Liao Ruyu, still fixated on the map, snapped coldly, didn't I say not to disturb me unless it's important? Chen Mo remained calm and replied flatly, what's the matter? You seem to be in a bad mood. Hearing that achingly familiar voice, one she almost resented, Liao Ruyu paused, then looked up. Her mood soured further. Frowning, she said, you're back. The entire place is crawling with the 6th military district's men. How did you get in? Chen Mo closed the door and casually took a seat. Shrugging, he said, relax, they can't find me. Liao Ruyu snorted in displeasure. You sure came back quickly. Do you have any idea how tough things have been for Dragon Steel? Zheng Haifeng went to Tianhai City looking for you and came back empty-handed. Ever since his return, he's been targeting Dragon Steel at every turn. She had only learned of this later. Zheng Haifeng. Never heard of him. Chen Mo said, with your skills I imagine you can handle it. After all, you're someone who can discard even your own people. Liao Ruyu's eyes narrowed, her gaze icy. And whose fault do you think that is? Chen Mo asked, what about the thing I asked for? Did you find it? He had taken a detour to Lin village, spending 5 days in total for the round trip. Liao Ruyu snorted coldly, stood up and pulled a file from a thick stack of documents. Handing it over, she said, I've been fending off pressure from the military district while searching for your person. Take a look. Is this the woman? Population records for Huabei City were held by the 6th military district. To obtain this information, she had spent a considerable number of spirit crystals that Dragon Steel had gathered trading with Gao Limao. Chen Mo took the file. When he saw the clear, upright photo on it, his eyes trembled. His hands even began to shake. It was her. Chen Mo scanned the details. Tang Xuanyu. Gender female. Age 20. Identity third-year student in journalism and media at Hubei University. Household registration. Reading the recorded information, Chen Mo's eyes grew brighter. He hadn't expected Yuer to still be a student. A single-parent family. Seeing Chen Mo's expression, Liao Ruyu breathed a sigh of relief, knowing her hard work had paid off. Chen Mo immediately asked, "Where is she now?" Liao Ruyu replied coolly, "I'm not a miracle worker. Do you have any idea how hard it is to find someone in the apocalypse? Getting this file alone was no small feat. I checked, she had class on the day the apocalypse broke out. If the person you're looking for isn't dead or turned into a zombie, she should still be within Hubei City." Chen Mo said quietly. She probably wasn't affected. Her ability is plant manipulation. He recalled that Yuer had once told him her ability awakened later through spirit crystals. By now it should have manifested. Plant manipulation. That's a rare ability. Liao Ruyu pondered for a moment. That information does make it easier to identify her. But if she's an ability user in Hubei City and hasn't joined the military district or Dragon Steel, would have heard something. She's probably still near the university district. If you're worried, you can go look for her. But don't say I didn't warn you, that area has been sealed off. Neither we nor the 6th military district have ventured there. We have no idea what the situation is like. Chen Mo replied, "It's fine. I'll go alone. Thank you." Without Liao Ruyu's help, finding someone in this vast city during the apocalypse would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. At least now he had a direction. Liao Ruyu's expression turned cold as she suddenly spoke. "It's purely a matter of mutual benefit. You said that if I found information on this woman before you returned, you'd have a way to free Dragon Steel from the 6th military district. Now are you going to tell me?" Chen Mo paused, then regarded her with keen interest. A playful tone crept into his voice. A woman who never lifts a finger without profit. Given her capabilities, he truly wondered how the 6th military district had managed to annex Longgang in his past life. Without further delay, Chen Mo stated directly. "Remember where I went?" "You mean Yuza County?" Liao Ruyu replied swiftly. "What's there that could help us?" A place so insignificant that even her Longgang had overlooked it, among the many counties around Hubei City. She could hardly imagine what could grant Longgang the leverage to contend. "Exactly." Chen Mo grinned, reaching for the bottle of mineral water on the table. He twisted off the cap and took a sip. Liao Ruyu's pretty face grew even colder. She said icily, "That's mine." The bottle was already a quarter empty. She even suspected the man had done it on purpose. Chen Mo paused, a bit embarrassed, and put the bottle back. He cleared his throat twice. "Besides the difference in superhumans between you and the 6th military district, what else do you think you're missing?" Liao Ruyu answered bluntly without hesitation, "Firepower." "Can you provide that?" "No," said Chen Mo. Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes immediately turned hostile. "Playing with me?" "Not at all." Chen Mo tapped the table lightly and spoke slowly. "But something else." As he spoke, Chen Mo gently placed the kikiri on the table. Liao Ruyu's expression stiffened. She knew all too well about his blade. Its sharpness was beyond belief, terrifying. Those zombies that even blades could barely wound fell helplessly before this weapon. A thought dawned on her. "You mean weapons?" Chen Mo nodded. "In Yuza County Lin Village, where the famous Jade Stone Mountain of Hubei City is, find a woman named Lin Yu. She'll provide you with many useful weapons. Even an ordinary person wielding one can cut down a second-tier zombie. If every member of Longgang is equipped with such a blade, whether hunting crystal cores or gathering resources, efficiency will soar and casualties will drop sharply. So tell me, is it useful to you?" Chen Mo's eyes glimmered with a smile. Liao Ruyu's pupils constricted. If what Chen Mo said were true and every Longgang soldier wielded such a weapon, then Longgang's overall strength would reach a terrifying level. The reason the 6th military district was so eager to seize the steel mill's territory was precisely because consumables like bullets could no longer be replenished in this apocalypse. The ammunition stockpiled in any region was limited. The 6th military district had deployed massive manpower and firepower to rescue high-ranking officials and their families. Their backup ammunition must be nearly exhausted. She knew that the high command was contacting other war zones, but all reported ammunition shortages. If they couldn't even spare enough for themselves, how could they support the 6th military district? Without a resupply route, sooner or later they'd be forced to fight with cold weapons. When that day came, Liao Rui's beautiful eyes blazed with sudden brilliance. She hardly dared to imagine. In this lawless apocalypse, who with ability would willingly remain subordinate? She knew nothing of the apocalyptic deities. She simply believed that once zombies were no longer the primary threat, internal strife among factions would follow. You asked me for the route to Qiongqi because of this. Her mind worked quickly. In an instant she understood that there must be a special mine in Qiongqi. But equally shocking was how he knew so much. Could it be precognition? Chen Mo's gaze was calm as he said flatly, just luck. Liao Ruyu snorted. She didn't believe in luck. Since he wouldn't say, she wouldn't bother asking. This is indeed what Longgang needs now. The zombies were evolving and casualties were far heavier than in the early days. The mine must not be known to others. I'll send Guhuazhu with a team to guard it immediately. Wait, said Chen Mo. Liao Ruyu, what now? Chen Mo stared at her, a mocking glint in his eyes. I think you've misunderstood something. I'm just telling you about this. If you want the rough stones and weapons, trade crystal cores or food for them. Lin Village's food would eventually run out. He needed Longgang to continuously send resources and crystal cores there. That place would be his treasure trove in this apocalypse. Liao Rui's breath caught. Her beautiful eyes glared fixedly at the smiling Chen Mo. He spread his hands. Don't look at me like that. I'm easy to deal with. 1 weapon, 300 first-tier crystal cores or 15 second-tier cores. Higher quality is priced separately. He had instructed Lin Yu on the way the ordinary quality jade crystals were for her practice and conveniently to sell to other factions. Even weapons forged from ordinary jade crystals were remarkably lethal, more than sufficient. Liao Rui's expression turned incredibly vivid at his words. She glared at him with indignation. Why don't you just rob us? So many crystal cores, her Longgang would have to sacrifice countless lives to gather that many. Previously the bribe to Gao Limao for the archives had only cost 1,000 first-tier cores. Trust me, it's worth it, Chen Mo said flatly. And don't worry, there's another option: buy rough stones and forge them yourselves. See, one the size of my palm costs just 50 first-tier cores. Cheap, right? Liao Rui's expression softened a little. The price was acceptable. So she said, that's reasonable. Chen Mo grinned. Deal then. Liao Ruyu rarely smiled. Her face lit up as she extended her fair hand. I suddenly find you much more agreeable. Deal. Both harbored their own schemes. Liao Ruyu thought besides Huabei City there were many large survivor factions nearby. She could buy at 50 cores and resell at 100. Longgang would rake in a fortune. Meanwhile Chen Mo was laughing all the way to the bank. Jade crystal was incredibly hard, even Lin Yue, a divine artificer, had to exert great effort. As for Longgang, even if they bought the rough stones they couldn't forge weapons. In the end they'd have to spend a fortune on finished weapons from Lin Yu. By the way, there's something you need to remember. Chen Mo suddenly changed his tone, fixing his gaze on her beautiful eyes. Lin Yu is my woman. The Lin Village and Twin Stone Mountain rough stones are also mine. Keep your people in line. Don't touch that woman or the ore on Twin Stone Mountain. If I find out, you have Longgang won't need to exist anymore. You know I have the power to do that. Chen Mo said with a smile, his threat undisguised. His face-changing speed was truly remarkable. The terrifying killing intent emanating from Chen Mo was palpable. Though his face bore a smile, his eyes were exceptionally cold. Liao Rui's heart tightened. Her beautiful eyes flickered before she nodded and said, I understand. If a conflict arises it will benefit neither of us. Pleasure doing business with you. Liao Ruyu was unaware of Chen Mo's calculations. She felt that the man before her suddenly seemed less detestable. As if recalling something, she fixed her gaze on him and spoke. Since you've kept your word, I'll tell you one more thing. Chen Mo, what? Liao Rui's eyes shimmered as she spoke directly. I wasn't going to tell you. After Zheng Haifeng returned, he ordered us to interrogate every survivor who came to Huabei City about you. Anyone who provides information about you can unconditionally enter the safe zone established by the 6th Military District. Think about it, how tempting is that to those survivors? Chen Mo sneered. It seems they'll stop at nothing to find me. But unfortunately, not many people know me. Apart from Luo Tianxiong, he had barely interacted with anyone in Tianhai City. He had very few friends. Liao Ruyu chuckled softly and said. That's not necessarily true. There's someone named Qiongqi, do you know him? Chen Mo's eyes narrowed, a flicker of surprise crossing them. Him? Liao Ruyu continued with a smile. He claims to be a friend from the same orphanage as you. And he saw you on the highway. He was desperate to get his girlfriend into the safe zone. He spilled everything, what he should and shouldn't have said. At this, Liao Ruyu teased with amusement, and this friend of yours seems quite displeased with you. A grudge. Chen Mo's face remained calm as he stared at her flatly. It doesn't matter anymore. Since Lin Anhe is so set on avenging his dead son, I'll send him to meet Lin Shu myself. I'm leaving. With that, Chen Mo picked up the Anamaru from the table and turned to leave. He was heading to Hubei University. Liao Ruyu's face changed, her expression one of disbelief. This guy. Was he going to kill Lin Anhe? Was he joking? Are you insane? Liao Ruyu exclaimed. Chen Mo, I advise you not to act rashly. Lin Anhe is no ordinary man. It's my Longgang people guarding the highway. I've already transferred your childhood friend elsewhere, the military district doesn't know. What do you plan to do with him? Then kill him. Chen Mo opened the door and vanished in an instant. Watching his retreating figure, Liao Ruyu slumped weakly into her chair, the immense pressure lifting. She whispered, what a madman. With his current strength, a 4th-tier Dominion ability and a 3rd-tier Tianquan ability, plus a 3rd-tier Qiongqi and a 4th-tier Shuxishan. This lineup could retreat unscathed even against the entire 6th military district. No one could stop him. In his past life, Lin An's status was too high for Chen Mo to even meet him. So there was no real enmity. But he was still Lin Shu's biological father. He wouldn't let this matter slide so easily. Chen Mo's expression turned cold, his murderous intent rising. Holding the Anamaru, he murmured. Lin Anhe. Do you truly wish for death so badly? Chen Mo left the Longgang base and summoned Qiongqi. He leaped onto Qiongqi's back and said, Qiongqi, let's go. Hubei University was located in a sealed-off area. The entire city of Hubei was split into the 6th military district, outside Longgang occupying one side and the other side was the area specifically cordoned off by the 6th military district. At the start of the apocalypse, this was the first battlefield where the 6th military district came to support. The apocalypse came too suddenly, even with a massive deployment, casualties were heavy. Under the destruction of various heavy weapons, this place was a heap of towering rubble with collapsed buildings blocking the road ahead. It formed a natural barrier, greatly reducing the burden on the 6th military district. At the same time, it also blocked the survivors trapped inside from escaping. But none of this was a challenge for Qiongqi. With nimble movements, Qiongqi stepped on the rubble, climbing higher and higher until it stood like the king of beasts. At the very peak of the debris, it surveyed the desolate, ruined wasteland below with majestic authority. Collapsed buildings, dust-covered ground, corpses of zombies and humans, walls scarred by gunfire. The air reeked of smoke and decay. Thousands of zombies wandered aimlessly below. Looking out, the other half of Hubei city was like a zombie paradise with dense hordes blocking every road. Qiongqi let out a low growl. Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. So many. Compared to the scattered zombies on the other side. This was the true apocalyptic wasteland, a paradise for the strong. A gleam of excitement flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. The zombies here were at least 1st tier. A rough count revealed 30 to 40 2nd tier zombies. Surprisingly, there seemed to be no 3rd or 4th tier zombie kings. A zombie king could command weaker zombies. Since no one had cleared this area since the early days of the apocalypse, if a zombie king capable of commanding all the zombies emerged, it would surely trigger a terrifying tide that would sweep through the entire city. Chen Mo grinned, his eyes gleaming. The sheer number of zombies here was enough to serve as nourishment for Qiongqi and Shuxishan. Shuxishan, time to feast. Buzz, the awakened dark pattern on his left hand suddenly erupted with a brilliant purple light. From the space before him, a monstrous mountain of flesh crashed down from the sky. It slammed heavily into the ground with an earth-shattering roar. Boom! It was like a magnitude 10 earthquake. The sky and earth shook, dust billowed upward, and the towering rubble beneath Qiongqi's feet instantly collapsed. Qiongqi roared and leaped into the dust cloud. As the haze cleared, the massive pale bulk of Shuxishan sat in a deep crater. The moment it appeared, it crushed hundreds of zombies into pulp, their cores ground to dust. Shuxishan let out a piercing shriek. The surrounding zombies were instantly stirred, charging ferociously with savage howls. Sensing the abundance of delicious food, Shuxishan sent a message of intense craving. Chen Mo sent a telepathic command to Shuxishan. Today, eat your fill. With Chen Mo's permission, the Shoshi god let out a deafening cry of joy. Its immensely fat skyward-reaching hand swept across the zombies charging from the ground. With a single slap, hundreds of zombies were grasped in its hand and then stuffed into its cavernous mouth like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Crunching and munching on the hundreds of zombies in its mouth, it lay on the ground in sheer ecstasy, both hands never idle, greedily and ferociously devouring this feast. In just a moment it had consumed 500 or 600 zombies. The cores of these zombies all entered its belly without exception, yet the Shoshi god showed no sign of being full. Seeing the Shoshi god eat so heartily, the Qiongqi let out a low growl, eager to join in. As it advanced, its intelligence grew ever greater. It now understood that by consuming the cores of those zombies it could grow stronger. Chen Mo dismounted from the Qiongqi and drew the Onamaru, speaking. Qiongqi, you go too. Although the Shoshi god alone was enough to clear the battlefield, since the Qiongqi wished to go he would not stop it. The Qiongqi was ferocious and overbearing, though not as massive as the Shoshi god. It darted among the zombies like an orangered lightning bolt. Wherever it passed, lines of blood sprayed high. Bang! The Shoshi god's sweeping slap and indiscriminate attack nearly struck the Qiongqi. The Qiongqi roared discontentedly at the Shoshi god as if rebuking this dim-witted creature. The Shoshi god paused, then wriggled its body forward. It found a spot slightly farther from the Qiongqi and began a gluttonous feast. Watching the battle between the Shoshi god and the Qiongqi ahead, Chen Mo did not intervene but used the Onamaru to pry out the cores from the fallen zombies. The pouch at his waist was already stuffed full. With the two monsters, the Shoshi god and the Qiongqi, clearing the way ahead even though most became their food. Along the way he had gathered nearly 400 cores. In the end all his pockets were filled. Chen Mo's face darkened acutely, feeling the importance of having storage space. He gritted his teeth and reluctantly abandoned the first-tier cores, keeping only over 170 second-tier cores. Out of 10 first-tier zombies, perhaps only one would become second-tier. One could imagine the sheer number of zombies here. The massive mountain of flesh ahead, taller than any building, came to a halt. The Shoshi god lay comfortably on the ground, its white flesh faintly glowing. After its hearty meal it fell directly into slumber. Chen Mo sensed the Shoshi god's aura. As a lower-tier deity, aside from using his celestial authority ability to issue simple commands, it had little intelligence. Mostly acting on instinct. It seemed it would soon break through to the 5th tier. Meanwhile the Qiongqi's orangered fur bathed in blood grew even more vivid. It was utterly brutal and fierce, growing stronger as it fought, exuding a murderous intent as if it had inexhaustible strength. Roar! The last zombie in the vicinity was cleared. The Qiongqi's massive body heaved with heavy breaths rising and falling. Clearly it had expended considerable energy. Yet astonishingly, after slaying so many zombies, a dense horde of them surged from hundreds of meters away. Roar! It seemed endless. Chen Mo frowned. If they continued killing, the commotion would surely attract all the zombies from the surrounding area. Since the Shoshi god had already feasted, it was enough. Continuing would waste time if they could reap more on their return. Qiongqi, let's go, Chen Mo said. The Qiongqi understood, shaking its body to shed the blood from its fur. Its body temperature rose sharply and the two horns on its head emitted an eerie pitch-black glow. The remaining blood on its surface rapidly evaporated. Chen Mo mounted the Qiongqi directly. The Qiongqi leaped through the thousands of zombies rushing toward them. When it couldn't avoid them, it simply trampled them with its brute physical strength. Boom! Boom! The further they went, the colder the air became. Until Chen Mo, riding the Qiongqi, saw the black water blocking the broken road ahead. Water! Chen Mo frowned, puzzled. It seemed an unprecedented flood was occurring here. The closer they got to North China University, the higher the level of the black water rose. The surrounding buildings were gradually submerged in the torrent. A drizzling black rain fell from the sky. Chen Mo's mood instantly plummeted. North China City, with its flat terrain, had never been flooded even during the heaviest spring rains. So what was this before him? Bang! The Qiongqi leaped continuously across floating debris, finally landing steadily on a rooftop half submerged in the black water. Chen Mo surveyed his surroundings, the black rain soaking his clothes. Standing at the highest point he took in the scene, he couldn't help but feel incredulous. The buildings and roads here were all submerged in an endless black torrent. Countless objects floated on the black water. The sky was shrouded in blood-red clouds, exceptionally gloomy and dim. Less than 100 meters ahead, a signboard emerged on the black flood: North China University. And where he stood now was the university town. Everything around, along with the drizzling black rain from the sky, was eerily silent and strange. Chen Mo looked at the black rain falling into his hand, his eyes flickering. He began to recall everything about North China City from his memories. Before his rebirth, when he first arrived here, it was already several years into the apocalypse. By then Yue had already become a member of the 6th War Zone's Psychic Corps. So he knew nothing of what had happened in North China City during the early days of the apocalypse. This alto-familiar scene suddenly sparked a thought in Chen Mo. Being able to influence the surrounding environment and weather. This is something only an extremely powerful aberrant or apocalypse deity could do. Enough to submerge the entire North China University. How long had this black rain been falling? Chen Mo gazed at the distant high-rise buildings of North China University. Beneath the thickest, most gloomy clouds, North China University was shrouded in darkness. Most of the buildings had long been swallowed by the flood. Other teaching buildings and dormitories were also two-thirds submerged, appearing stunted. The Qiongqi beneath him let out a restless low growl, its orange-red fur was completely soaked. A powerful aura emanated from within North China University. Chen Mo's expression gradually grew grave. His heart grew more anxious. He said in a low voice, "Qiongqi, it seems we have a tough battle ahead." Inside the classroom building of North China University. On the top floor, over a dozen students were hiding within a single room. The floor was covered in black liquid. Men and women drenched from head to toe were curled up on the ground, shivering uncontrollably. It's over. We're doomed. We can't survive this, we're all going to die here. Does anyone still have food? It's been so many days, the military district must have abandoned us by now. I don't want to die. They were all just students, their expressions filled with terror and helplessness. The atmosphere was thick with despair. Gazing at the black raindrops falling outside the window, one of the female students let out a piercing scream. Unable to bear the pressure any longer, she became hysterical. I can't take this anymore. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Several male students beside her watched coldly. They had apparently grown accustomed to this, lowering their heads in silence. This was the apocalypse now. Although they had survived the first wave of the zombie crisis, they never expected that countless toads from the campus ponds would appear within North China University, even more terrifying than the zombies. This strange downpour had continued relentlessly for nearly a month. Many people's skin had become swollen and ulcerated from the rain, soaking their faces pale and bloodless, their expressions dazed. Everyone sat on the ground gloomy and silent, letting the girl rampage. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. At that moment the girl seemed to remember something. Her eyes bloodshot, she immediately glared at the woman standing by the window. The woman's hair was wet, her face remarkably beautiful, her eyes exceptionally calm. Her clothes were also soaked through, revealing her graceful figure. She was gazing at the torrent outside, lost in thought. The frenzied girl rushed forward, grabbing and tearing at Tang Xuanya's wet hair, striking her with her other hand. If it weren't for you, we would have escaped North China University long ago. Now we can't go anywhere, and those disgusting toads are eyeing us hungrily outside. Those creatures have already devoured everyone in the basketball gym. Now it's our turn. Do you realize how many people you've killed by deciding to come here? Their group of survivors originally numbered over 100. They had initially gathered in the basketball gym to live, but after the food ran out, this batch chose to venture out seeking rescue. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Tang Xuanyu was stunned, looking at the girl in disbelief. At that moment a tall youth beside them roared angrily. Enough. Shuhan. The youth stepped forward and forcefully pulled the hysterical girl away. He stared coldly at her and said, "This has nothing to do with Xuanyu. If she hadn't suggested we couldn't just stay in that gym, we would have died in those toads' mouths long ago. Since you blame Xuanyu, why didn't you choose to leave on your own back then? Why did you follow us?" The youth named Wu Jianbin was the only second-tier ability user here. His words naturally carried weight. Wu Jianbin looked at Tang Xuanyu beside him and said softly, "Are you alright?" Tang Xuanyu shook her head, saying nothing. The girl shrieked, "Wu Jianbin! You're still defending her? Alright, Henin." At this her boyfriend came over and pulled her back. He tried to mediate, saying, "Everyone calm down. This rain won't stop, soon this place will be flooded too. What we need to think about now is how to escape," the boy said. This was already the highest floor in the entire classroom building. It was also the last safe haven. At his words the crowd felt even more despair. "We can't escape. Inside and outside this building it's all those monsters. We'll die the moment we step out." Wu Jianbin had no good ideas either. He sighed, taking a few pieces of moldy bread from a rain-soaked bag. He sighed again and said, "This is our last food. There are 16 of us here, it's not nearly enough to share. Even if there's no way, we have to find one or we'll all die here. Take this bread and split it." After distributing the last of the food, Wu Jianbin walked over to Tang Xuanyu. He pulled a pack of compressed biscuits from his pocket, shook off the water and handed it to her, saying, "Eat." Tang Xuanyu glanced at him. Seeming to sense her thoughts, Wu Jianbin smiled and said, "This is food I saved earlier. Don't worry, no one will say anything." Tang Xuanyu hesitated for a moment but still shook her head. Wu Jianbin was a senior a year above her and she had always known his feelings for her. Yet for some reason she just couldn't bring herself to like him. Wu Jianbin paused, then helplessly put the biscuits back in his pocket and stepped closer, asking, "What are you looking at?" He also peered out the window. Even though this was the 9th floor, it felt like being on the 2nd. The water level had already risen to the 7th floor. On the black floodwaters floated pieces of rubble. Looking closely, one could see countless grayish-brown toads varying in size densely packed on them. The large ones were about half a zhang tall, while the small ones were as big as a house cat. Whenever distant humans or zombie corpses drifted by on the flood, those toads would open their mouths and suddenly shoot out their long tongues. Dozens of tongues wrapped around the bodies covered in thick sticky mucus. They firmly adhered to the corpses, then with tremendous force tore them apart and devoured them, all while letting out croak-croak sounds. These were the toads from the ponds of North China University. Since the apocalypse began, these toads had become terrifyingly dangerous. Their tongues could stretch dozens of meters, devouring both zombies and humans. At this rate, in no more than 3 or 4 days the water would rise and they would all die here. Not to mention their food was already gone. "Honestly, I've never hated water this much," Wu Jianbin said with a bitter smile, trying to lighten the gloomy, hopeless mood. Tang Xuanyu nodded. Wu Jianbin stared intently at her beautiful face. His gaze drifted downward, taking in her soaked clothes which clung tightly to her body, revealing her curves faintly. A flicker of heat appeared in Wu Jianbin's eyes. Tang Xuanyu was still looking out the window, unaware of his burning stare. He took a deep breath and said, "Xuanyu, there's something I've always wanted to tell you. I'm afraid if I don't say it now, it'll be too late." He lowered his head, his eyes shifting, struggling for a long time. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he looked up at Tang Xuanyu with deep affection and said, I've got it." Tang Xuanyu exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with sudden realization as she gazed at the toads outside the window. "What did you just say?" Wu Jianbin was taken aback, then his smile turned more bitter. "It's nothing, Xuanyu. You said you thought of something. What is it?" Tang Xuanyu pointed at the toads below. "Have you noticed that these creatures seem unable to distinguish their food when they hunt?" Tang Xuanyu stared intently downward. The toads continuously extended their tongues to swallow the drifting food. Yet some toads stood right on top of a corpse, completely indifferent to the body beneath them. As the dark torrent rushed relentlessly, Tang Xuanyu murmured, "I've heard that frogs have almost no static vision. If an object remains still, they perceive it as part of the terrain." "Wu Jianbin, where's the compressed biscuit?" Wu Jianbin replied, "Here." He handed it over. Tang Xuanyu unwrapped the biscuit and pushed open the window. She took out a piece and tossed it downward. With a swift whoosh, in the blink of an eye, a thick blood-red tongue shot out, coiled around the biscuit and swallowed it whole. Wu Jianbin's pupils contracted. Such precision. Tang Xuanyu pointed in a direction and said, "Wu Jianbin, over there. Use your ability." Wu Jianbin's ability was formidable, an A-rank ability known as Blood Scythe, capable of conjuring lethal blade edges. Even among A-rank abilities it was considered exceptionally powerful. Yet it came with a significant drawback: each use consumed his own blood. If he couldn't slay his opponent before exhausting too much energy, the enemy might still survive. He would die from excessive blood loss. This ability, which nearly harmed the user as much as the enemy, traded safety for devastating offensive power. Wu Jianbin trusted Tang Xuanyu completely and asked no questions. Instead, he raised his hand toward a spot and activated his ability. About 10 meters away in the air, a wisp of blood mist pulled from Wu Jianbin's hand gradually materialized into a crimson scythe. "Don't move yet," Tang Xuanyu said. Wu Jianbin nodded, taking a deep breath. He hadn't rested properly to recover his strength in a long time. Thus using his ability even once was a heavy drain on him. Moreover, once the blood scythe was formed, it continuously consumed his vital energy. A group of people nearby, curious about their actions, came over to watch. Under Tang Xuanyu's guidance, Wu Jianbin didn't directly attack the toads with the blood scythe. Instead, he slowly lowered it, moving at an almost imperceptible pace. The scythe descended right before a cluster of toads, yet they remained utterly oblivious. Not yet. Wu Jianbin asked, his face pale and strained. Tang Xuanyu commanded, now. With a whoosh, the blood scythe traced an arc in an instant, cleaving several toads in two. With a thud, a distant blood-red tongue shot out and shattered the scythe. Though the weapon vanished, the onlookers' eyes lit up as they gasped. Wu Jianbin actually killed those toads. Why didn't they move? Wu Jianbin was equally astonished by the ease of the task. Tang Xuanya's eyes shimmered as she murmured, these toads have grown stronger, but their vision seems greatly impaired. I think we can leave now. The hundreds of toads outside had been their prison. But with Wu Jianbin's blood scythe they could avoid direct confrontation and slowly eliminate them. This is great. If those toads are gone, we're saved. Damn, Brother Wu is amazing. Brother Wu, who knew that moving slowly would leave them defenseless. Brother Wu, kill them all and well be rescued. Though Wu Jianbin shared their excitement, hearing their hopeful gazes made him hesitate momentarily. Well. His blood scythe ability consumed his own blood. He could use it at most 10 times a day, beyond that without recovery from cores his vitality would wane severely. Wu Jianbin opened his bag and glanced at the cores inside. Only 20 remained. They were all low-quality cores from the early apocalypse, not even first rank. This won't be achievable anytime soon. Wu Jianbin sighed. I'll do my best. He looked out the window and roughly estimated at least 200 toads surrounding the teaching building. Precisely controlling the blood scythe demanded immense effort. He would likely perish before the toads did. Everyone was overjoyed. They all knew the side effects of Wu Jianbin's ability, but tacitly avoided mentioning it, just as they had when he single-handedly killed zombies in the early apocalypse. Just as hope seemed within reach, an untimely voice cut through. Humph. What use is this? The flood is everywhere outside. Even if all the toads die, we can't escape. Well, still drown. The speaker was the same shrewish girl from before. This time Tang Xuanyu was furious, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger as she stepped forward and confronted her. Everyone finally has some hope, and you're here with your demongering. Do you want us to just sit here and wait for death like you? Tang Xuanyu retorted fiercely. The group behind her chimed in, Xuanyu is right. Even with the flood, if we clear the toads, we won't have to fear going outside anymore. When the water rose high enough to flood their last safe haven, they would be exposed. How would they face the toads then? Those who had resigned themselves to a slow death now clung to new hope. They all directed their discontent at Shuhan the pessimist. At least Xuanyu is trying to help us, unlike some who just rant all day. What good are you? If you want to die so badly, just jump down and end it. Maybe you'll swim fast enough to lure the toads away. Alright, that's enough, Shuhan's boyfriend said helplessly. Henin, stop being so negative. Everyone's feeling down. Shuhan slapped his hand away and glared at the crowd. You're all ganging up on me. Fine, you want me gone. I'll leave. With a slam, Shuhan stormed out of the classroom. Her boyfriend's face changed and he hurried after her. Good riddance. One less headache, someone muttered. She might as well die soon. Now that the food's gone, she leaves. TSK. Under the endless black rain and encroaching darkness, a shadow hung over everyone's hearts. Having witnessed the deaths of so many schoolmates, those who remained were hardened, self-serving survivors of the apocalypse. Suddenly Shuhan's scream echoed through the dark, silent corridor. Another miserable scream echoed. What's wrong? What happened? That's Zhao Ze's voice. Hearing this scream, the already tense crowd turned pale with fright. Wu Jianbin and Tang Xuanyu were also startled. Help. Then Shu Han's voice came. Bang. The door was heavily pushed open and Shu Han, who had just left moments ago, returned the same way. Her pretty face was deathly pale and her right hand was stained with an unknown slime. Panic-stricken, she slammed the door shut heavily as soon as she entered. She collapsed to the ground, wailing bitterly. Wah. She was utterly terrified, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. It had been less than 10 minutes since she went out. Wu Jianbin hurried over and, seeing her return alone, shouted, Shu Han. What on earth happened? Where's Zhao Ze? Zhao Ze was her kind-hearted boyfriend. The crowd gathered around and someone noticed the slime on Shu Han's right arm, their pupils contracting. They exclaimed, thighs is the toad venom. Stay away from her. Shu Han, speak up. Shu Han's right hand began to fester, covered in disgusting dense blisters. Her face was filled with terror and she looked blankly at the crowd, screaming, Save me. Save me. Zhao Zhe and I were outside when a long tongue suddenly shot out from nowhere. Zhao Zhe shielded me. And was taken away by that tongue. What? Hearing this, everyone was horrified and incredulous. Was the toad inside the teaching building too? They stared at the tightly shut door, trembling uncontrollably. You jinx. Shu Han, you insisted on your own way and got Zhao Zhe killed. If you lure that toad here, well, I'll die. Why don't you just die? Someone's face twisted in rage. Everyone had finally seen a glimmer of hope. But Shu Han had to cause trouble, and now she'd even gotten her boyfriend killed. For all they knew, she might have led the toad back here after escaping. If not for the festering liquid and blisters on Shu Han's right hand, someone might have already kicked her. The toad venom worked fast. Shu Han looked in terror at her numb arm. Even on her pretty face, tiny dense blisters began to appear. Every exposed patch of skin was covered in bumps, a horrifying sight. Trembling, she touched her cheek, her body jolting. She looked at the crowd with a crazed expression and shrieked, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Save me, save me. She staggered forward, the blisters on her body bursting one by one, oozing a foul liquid. Everyone inside was terrified by the sight, quickly backing away for fear of contamination. Get lost, you hideous monster. You've got the toad venom on you, stay away. They grabbed their weapons, watching Shu Han with utmost vigilance. Shu Han's heart sank to the bottom. She slowly turned her head to look at Wu Jianbin and Tang Xuanyu. The bumps on her body grew denser until half her face was a mess of red pimples and festering liquid. It was nauseating. Shu Han pleaded bitterly, Wu Jianbin, Tang Xuanyu, I was wrong before. Please save me, okay? I beg you. I don't want to die. A look of helplessness flickered in Wu Jianbin's eyes. He pulled Tang Xuanyu's arm, stepped back a few paces and shook his head regretfully. I'm sorry. Shu Han, there's no way for us to save you. Tang Xuanyu sighed with pity in her beautiful eyes. You shouldn't have gone out. Once tainted by the toad venom, it was a death sentence. Being eaten outright would have been better. For a girl, watching herself turn into a hideous monster was a fate worse than death. Shu Han's whole body convulsed and her skin began to dissolve. Plop. A lump of foul rotting flesh mixed with skin tissue fell from her right hand. Finally she collapsed limply, her limbs hanging uselessly like a pile of mud. Only her eyes stared fixedly at the fearful crowd opposite her. You all. Fine, none of you want to save me, right? If I can't have a good time, then you'll all die with me. Come on. We're here, come on. Shu Han's eyes were wild with madness and she screamed with all her remaining strength. She wanted to drag everyone down with her. Everyone's expression changed. Kill her. Brother Wu, kill her quickly, she wants to doom us all. Wu Jianbin hadn't expected the girl to be so malicious. He immediately activated his ability, the blood scythe. A merciless blood-red scythe reaped Shu Han's life. Thud. Shu Han jerked once, then all signs of life vanished. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and cursed in lingering fear. That bitch. She wanted to kill us all. Zhao Zhe was blind to be killed by her, and he almost dragged us down with him. Wait, do you think the toad actually got in here? Staring at Shu Han's corpse on the ground, a flicker of guilt passed through Wu Jianbin's eyes. He really didn't want to harm his own people. Suddenly Tang Xuanyu shouted, everyone quiet. Do you hear something? A sound. Everyone fell silent. From behind the tightly shut door a terrifying noise seemed to come from not far away. The sound was deep and resounded through the entire corridor. Croak. Croak. That's Fat Hat Monster. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Tang Xuanyu's body also turned cold. She exchanged a glance with Wu Jianbin and signaled everyone with a shush gesture. No one wanted to die, they all held their breath listening to the toad's croaks. Croak. Croak. The sound was steady and the creature seemed quite large. A distinct vibration came from the floor beneath them. Some people began to tremble uncontrollably. Thump, thump, the hopping sounds grew closer with the croaks. With each hop and croak everyone's heart pounded in sync. Someone whispered, it hasn't found us, has it? In that moment they hated the dead Shu Han even more. Even the ability user Wu Jianbin felt a chill, his eyes fixed on the door, ready to summon the blood scythe at any moment. The sound drew nearer until it seemed just a wall away. Thump. It stopped. The entire room fell into a dead silence with only the sound of the drizzling rain audible outside the window. Has it left? Someone murmured. Everyone remained frozen in place, not daring to move a muscle. Tang Xuanyu stared intently at the door. As if noticing something, her pupils abruptly contracted. Through the glass pane on the door's window, two eyes eerily crimson in the darkness were clearly visible. The tympanic membrane swept and that terrifyingly piercing light rolled and scanned the interior of the room through the window. Tang Xuanyu couldn't help but gasp sharply. She had noticed it, and naturally so had the others. Everyone present was terrified out of their wits by those two eyes. They desperately tried to control themselves, but their bodies trembled uncontrollably. One of the boys saw darkness before his eyes and nearly collapsed. "Mom! What kind of monster is this?" Their overwhelming will to survive conquered their fear, and they stood like wooden statues, not daring to move an inch. The slight tremors failed to attract the attention of the monster outside the door. The sound of heavy panting inside the room grew increasingly oppressive. The monster's two eyes scrutinized the interior for an unknown length of time. Finally, as if finding nothing, it turned around and leaped away. Croak. Croak. As the monster departed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, instantly collapsing limply to the ground. What on earth was that thing? A toad? Why is it so tall? No idea. I nearly pissed my pants. That menace Shuhan got her boyfriend killed and now wants to drag us down with her. This feeling of having narrowly escaped death left everyone trembling. Was that a toad? Wu Jianbin asked, looking at Tang Xuanyu. Tang Xuanyu replied, probably. Otherwise it wouldn't have missed us. Wu Jianbin was stunned. How could it be so huge? Tang Xuanyu shook her head, lowering her eyes. I don't know. I never imagined there would be such a giant toad here. It seems Zhao Zhe and Shuhan fell victim to it. Hearing this, Wu Jianbin, exhausted and dispirited, found a place to sit down. Leaning against the wall, he said in despair, I wonder if there's any hope of getting out. Noticing his dejection, Tang Xuanyu said earnestly. You're the only esper here. Pull yourself together, everyone is counting on you. Wu Jianbin forced a bitter smile. Looking at Tang Xuanyu's pale yet still beautiful face, he said, Sai Xuanyu, if only you were an esper too. At least you could share some of the pressure. Tang Xuanyu's beautiful eyes flickered and she whispered, maybe it's not my fate. No one knew how espers came to be. In the early days of the apocalypse, among their group only Wu Jianbin and 3 others were espers. Out of over 100 people, only 4 had emerged, illustrating how low the probability was. After this ordeal, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. As their tense nerves relaxed, they sought rest. Suddenly, bang! A thunderous sound. A long sticky tongue burst through the door. It shattered the door. The speed of this sudden event caught everyone off guard. The tongue coiled around 2 people and yanked them out. What the hell is that? Help! Tang Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. She abruptly looked towards the broken door. There a massive toad nearly 3 meters tall, covered in warts and a viscous film on its skin, appeared. The toad's eyes were bloodshot. It swallowed the 2 people in one gulp, its internal fluids dissolving them. It puffed its cheeks, croaking, its gaze fixed unblinkingly on everyone present. No one had expected this creature to return. Tang Xuanyu was filled with despair. It wasn't just her, everyone felt the same, their faces etched with shock. Upon seeing the giant toad, all hope was lost. It's over. The sudden appearance of the giant toad threw the crowd into chaos. Everyone tried to flee. Some even attempted to escape by jumping out of the window. The giant toad's tympanic membranes rolled. In its field of vision, 2 or 3 blurry moving figures appeared. It let out a croak. Croak. Its long tongue shot out, instantly entangling those who were about to jump or were restless. It dragged several people in and swallowed them whole without even needing to chew. I don't want to die. Brother Wu. Help. The survivors' legs were too weak to move. They looked at Wu Jianbin with helpless pleading. Seeing his companions die before him, Wu Jianbin was frantic. Gritting his teeth, he forced his exhausted body, spreading his palm. Blood scythe. A mass of blood energy coalesced before him, gradually forming a blood-colored scythe. At this moment, Tang Xuanyu suppressing her terror, a cold sweat trickling down her beautiful face. Staring intently at the giant toad, she shouted loudly without daring to move. Don't anyone move. Inside North China University, Qiongqi leaped onto a massive floating rock covered in toads. Bang! As it landed, it crushed dozens of toads sprawled on it into pulp. Croak. Croak. The croaking was incessant. On the exposed buildings around the torrent, toads detected Qiongqi and Chen Mo. They all spat out their long tongues, shooting them from all directions. Chen Mo raised his right hand and Kiri cut through tongues one after another. Looking at the endless toads and the irritating noise. Under the black rain, Chen Mo's hair and clothes were already soaked through. His face as cold as ice. He said, "How annoying." Buzz, his dominion ability activated. Countless metal blades shot towards the surrounding toads. Fwip fwip, each blade pierced through the toads, cleaving them in two. Chen Mo was frantic. He and Qiongqi had been searching North China University for a long time. Amidst the towering floodwaters besides these disgusting toads. He hadn't even seen a single living person. Where the hell is it? Chen Mo's mood grew increasingly irritable. He pushed his dominion ability to its limit. Beneath the surging black torrent, countless liquid metals gathered underwater. Rumble, these metals coalesced into pillars that rose from the flood, extending rapidly, paving the path ahead. The flood made progress impossible. No road. Then make one. Qiongqi, let's go. Chen Mo said coldly. Sensing its master's agitation, Qiongqi let out a low growl and swiftly transformed into a streak of light, charging forward. And at that moment. Rumble. A tremendous noise erupted from a building ahead. Not far off, a structure began to collapse. Then the most piercing screams of agony were heard. Chen Mo's heart jolted and he immediately said, "Go there." Raindrops pattered against the walls, echoing with a rhythmic drip-drop sound. Inside the pitch-black teaching building, a group of people stood frozen in place, not daring to move an inch. Only the heavy, fear-laden thumping of hearts could be heard. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the colossal toad, their faces etched with boundless terror. No one dared to breathe. Croak. Croak. The toad monster lingered outside the door, its crimson gaze sweeping across the room. It stood there motionless like a silent sentinel. What do we do now? Seeing that all escape routes were blocked, someone looked at Tang Xuanyu in despair. Are we all going to die here today? I don't want to die. I really don't want to. Who can save us? Tang Xuanyu's pretty face turned pale as she stood still, afraid to make any move. Before them loomed the toad monster, 2 to 3 meters tall, even larger than any they had encountered outside. Its body was covered in densely packed warty bumps that oozed a slimy secretion. Tang Xuanyu took a deep breath. Ahead, the toad monster blocked the way, while behind them through the window countless smaller toads crouched on floating debris. The black rain outside grew heavier, as if to drown out their heartbeats and cries of fear. Tang Xuanyu whispered. There's no other way. We have to slip past that toad monster and escape to a place it can't find us. The corridor still held several classrooms. At the doorway blocked by the monster's massive body, there was a narrow gap just wide enough for one person to squeeze through. What? Hearing this, everyone present turned ashen with terror. Some were already beginning to sway on their feet. Wu Jianbin immediately hissed, "Don't move." Only then did the trembling person react, shaking with fear. Fortunately, the toad monster didn't notice him. Sneak past that thing. How is that possible? Won't it spot us? The toad monster loomed like an insurmountable mountain, instilling awe and dread in them all. Tang Xuanyu cautiously took half a step forward. Croak. At that very moment, the monster let out a cry. Her heart leaped into her throat and her delicate body turned ice cold. Wu Jianbin's eyes widened in surprise at Tang Xuanyu's bravery. But when he glanced at the toad, it remained utterly still. Tang Xuanyu breathed a sigh of relief, a flicker of gratitude shining in her beautiful eyes. She whispered, "Let's move slowly, keeping our movement small. It probably can't see us." "I can't do it." A boy in the crowd stammered, his teeth chattering with fear. Amidst the panic, no one mocked him. Everyone felt the same, and not all had the courage to take that half step. Perhaps that small distance would lead to the same fate as those before, devoured by the toad monster. Wu Jianbin forced himself to stay calm. "Are we just going to wait here to die?" "Xuanyu will follow you." Tang Xuanyu nodded, her expression grim. "Well, move slowly, just a little at a time. Once we reach the next classroom, we'll be safe for now." Everyone was exhausted, and staying still would only lead to discovery by the toad. They had to take it one step at a time. "Move slowly, don't make big gestures. I'll count to 3, then we stop," Tang Xuanyu said. Wu Jianbin nodded slightly. "Got it." Tang Xuanyu fixed her gaze on the toad monster, took a deep breath and whispered 1. As the word left her lips, she and Wu Jianbin began to inch forward with minimal movement. They kept their upper bodies rigid, moving only their legs. The others watched, holding their breath in tension. Seeing the toad monster remain still, everyone steeled themselves and with heightened nerves began to mimic the cautious advance. Rustle. 2. 3. At the count of 3 everyone froze instantly. Relieved that no one had been caught, Tang Xuanyu exhaled. Even if you fall behind, don't rush. Take it slow, she kindly reminded. Wu Jianbin was overjoyed. It worked. At that moment a pale-faced boy with bloodshot eyes in the crowd felt a wave of relief. He let out a dazed laugh. Ha! Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Seems it's not so tough after all. Doesn't this feel like playing statue as kids? He instinctively turned to look at the others only to find them frozen. Those around him caught his movement from the corner of their eyes, their pupils dilating in horror as if they'd seen a ghost. A sharp hiss, croak. The toad monster suddenly called out. The boy seemed to realize something, his face stiffening as he turned around. What met him was a long sticky tongue. It coiled around him in an instant and yanked him back. No! The boy screamed in frantic terror. Save me! Croak! In the blink of an eye he was swallowed whole by the toad monster. The boy was dead, leaving only a puddle of slime where he had stood. This horrific sight sent tremors through those who had been standing steady moments before. Croak, croak. The tongue lashed out again. The catfish effect took hold of 3 or 4 people, panicked, screaming and scattering in all directions. Bang! Bang! The toad's tongue knocked over desks and chairs, snatching 2 more to devour. I don't want to die, save me. Save me. One of the fleeing figures grabbed a motionless person, his eyes bloodshot and face twisted like a demon's as he growled. Move. Well, escape together. The motionless person, now furious enough to kill, roared back. Get away. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Croak. The tongue swept them both up. I'll kill you. You bastard, you ruined me. Gulp. The toad swallowed 2 more. Silence fell instantly. Tang Xuanyu's breath caught. No one could have imagined that one person's mistake would doom so many. Fear was contagious. Only 8 people remained alive. Those still breathing dared not speak. Tang Xuanyu's eyes were filled with pain, but she couldn't afford to dwell on grief. The same could happen again at any moment. They had to leave quickly and find a safe place. 1, 2, 3. The group resumed their slow advance. Thus, as they steadily drew closer to the toad monster, the few remaining survivors found themselves nearing it step by step. 6 meters. 5 meters. 4 meters. The companions around them grew fewer. Another person, due to an overly large movement, was unfortunately devoured by the toad monster. Only 7 remained. Tang Xianyu's throat felt parched and her consciousness grew increasingly hazy. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stay alert. At that moment the last girl, paralyzed by fear, barely moved even half a step each time. Seeing the widening gap between herself and the others, she cried out in desperation. Can you slow down? I can't keep up. She dreaded being left behind, abandoned by everyone when it was time to escape. The girl had a pretty face. Before the apocalypse she would have been courted by countless admirers. But now everyone was focused only on themselves and no one paid her any heed. Seeing that no one responded, her fear intensified and she spoke with a tearful voice. Can you wait for me, please? Wu Jianbin fell silent for a moment upon hearing the sobbing behind him. He spoke up. I'll stay behind to cover the rear. You all go ahead. He planned to wait for the girl to catch up before making his own escape. Are you insane? Tang Xianyu at the very front gasped in shock. The girl at the back wept tears of joy upon hearing this. Tang Xianyu, however, was nearly fuming with anger. Originally she and Wu Jianbin had been leading the way. But now, with Wu Jianbin choosing to stay behind, the risks would increase dramatically. Moreover, as the only ability user present, if anything happened to him, everyone's chances of survival would plummet. Wu Jianbin, think of the bigger picture. Well, wait for her at the door once we're out. The others, aware of Wu Jianbin's importance, also tried to persuade him. Brother Wu, we won't abandon her. Yeah. We feel uneasy without you leading. Wu Jianbin declared in a firm, righteous tone. Enough. We're all comrades. Wu Jianbin will never leave anyone behind. Once you're all out, I'll follow. Tang Xianyu was at a loss for words. She knew Wu Jianbin's nature, kind and gentle, well liked by girls even before the apocalypse, a true warm man. But what time was this? Hadn't enough people died? Tang Xianyu suddenly felt she understood why she had never really been drawn to him. A phrase she had once read came to mind: a warm man is ranked below a dog. Tang Xianyu sighed and quietly continued forward with the group. Those still alive possessed a strong will to survive. Fortunately, no major mishaps occurred in the final stretch. 3 meters. 2 meters. They drew closer and closer to the toad monster. Until at a distance of 1 meter Tang Xian you could see the creature in its entirety and her beautiful eyes were filled with sheer horror. She caught the stench emanating from the toad monster, a foul odor of rotting corpses and spoiled food. Moreover, the creature's body was covered in pus-filled blisters that writhed constantly, some bursting to ooze a viscous liquid. The longer the toad monster stayed in one place, the more the puddle of liquid spread. That liquid was toad venom. Even a trace of it would cause an agony worse than death, just like Shu Han before. This meant that the longer they lingered, the more impossible it would become for anyone to escape. Tang Xianyu shivered, moving with the group that had caught up, their progress as slow as crawling snails. What is that smell? I think I'm going to be sick. Those who had caught up gagged, nearly vomiting on the spot. Tang Xianyu and the few survivors cautiously passed by the toad monster less than a meter away. They reached the corridor. Due to the prolonged stillness, the toad monster had closed its eyes, seemingly resting. Just as she was able to turn her body slightly more freely, she caught sight of Wu Jianbin and the girl at the far back, and her eyes widened in shock. For the girl had barely moved at all after all this time. She hadn't even reached the spot where Wu Jianbin had stopped. One by one the survivors slipped past the toad monster. Tang Xianyu whispered, "That toad monster seems to be resting. Keep quiet." They too saw Wu Jianbin and the girl still inside the classroom. Everyone inwardly blamed Wu Jianbin for being reckless. Yet no one dared to voice their complaints. Wu Jianbin himself was feeling extremely frustrated. "Still not here," he muttered under his breath. I'm coming." The girl's voice came from behind. Trembling, she finally managed to move alongside him. Perhaps due to extreme weakness, her vision suddenly went dark and she collapsed to the ground. Thud. The girl let out an instinctive scream. Her hands clutched desperately at Wu Jianbin. "Don't leave me." Croak. The toad monster's tympanic membrane twitched and its eyes snapped open. In its field of vision, 2 human figures came into clear view. Everyone's pupils dilated as if they had stopped breathing. It was over. Run. Run. The group that had reached the corridor prepared to flee, abandoning the 2 inside. Tang Xian's beautiful face paled as she watched the panicked scramble and shouted, "Don't move." But it was too late. The toad monster shot out its tongue. Just as it was about to reach Wu Jianbin and the girl. Roar. A thunderous bellow echoed from afar. Countless toads outside the teaching building erupted into violent agitation. The toad monster's tongue halted less than half a meter from Wu Jianbin and the girl. Wu Jianbin stared eyes wide, unconsciously swallowing a mouthful of saliva. An unexpected turn of events occurred. Upon hearing the roar, the toad monster began to stir restlessly. Though its prey was right before it, it chose to abandon them, letting out a long cry. Croak. Then with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it leaped crashing through the top floor to create a massive hole and escape. Boom. Countless debris rained down and the entire teaching building shook violently on the verge of collapse. Every aberrant creature possessed a strong sense of territory. Within their domain they would never tolerate the presence of another aberrant. Tang Xianyu was stunned by the sight. Suddenly something splashed onto her face and her expression shifted in alarm. Sizzle. Feeling a burning, searing pain on her left cheek, Tang Xianyu screamed in agony, curling up in pain. Dust filled the air as a dark rain poured down from the hole. Thud. Wu Jianbin let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had just brushed past the gates of hell. He collapsed limply to the ground. The group that had fled began to return. What happened? I think I heard a beast's roar. Could there be another monster coming? With the toad monster gone, it meant they had survived once more. Wu Jianbin suddenly noticed Tang Xianyu slumped by the doorway, head bowed, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably. Wu Jianbin's face filled with alarm. He rushed over and asked, "Xianyu, what's wrong?" "What's wrong? Let's go check it out." Wu Jianbin and the remaining survivors rushed over. Tang Xuanyu was trembling uncontrollably on the ground as if in great agony. When Wu Jianbin reached her side and saw the scene before him, his entire body shuddered. Even the others nearby wore expressions of sheer horror. "Don't look." Tang Xuanyu lowered her head abruptly. A smear of the toad's mucus had accidentally splattered onto her left cheek. Half of her face had ulcerated with foul-smelling skin tissue and fluid dripping down incessantly. The sight was utterly horrifying. Toad venom. Tang Xuanyu felt waves of cold and heat alternating through her body while a searing burning sensation ravaged her cheek. Blisters began to form on her slender fair hands. Tang Xuanya's breath came in rapid gasps. She couldn't believe she had become like this. A sudden commotion erupted among the onlookers. Everyone scrambled to keep their distance. Even Wu Jianbin involuntarily stepped back at the sight of Tang Xuanyu. But soon a wave of guilt washed over him. Xuanyu. Brother Wu. Don't touch her. Several nearby boys rushed forward and pulled Wu Jianbin back. She's been poisoned by toad venom. She won't last long. I never thought Xuanyu would end up like Shuhan. Someone sighed. We need to leave quickly. That toad monster could return any moment and now's our chance. If we don't go now when they come back we'll all die here. Upon seeing Tang Xuanyu tainted by the toad venom everyone shied away terrified of contamination. Wu Jianbin's anger flared. How can you be like this? If it weren't for Xuanyu we'd all have died in that toad's jaws just now. I'm taking Xuanyu with me. Brother Wu. The others paled and tried to dissuade him. You know how deadly the toad venom is. If we touch her we'll end up just like her. Senior Xuanyu is blessed, I'm sure she'll be fine. Yeah. The girl who had been at the back stepped forward, her voice low and laced with disgust. In this state she can't walk, she'll only slow us down. Senior Wu, you need to think about the rest of us. She still held a grudge over Tang Xuanya's earlier plan to leave her behind. Wu Jianbin glared at the group, his eyes bloodshot. You all. Tang Xuanyu trembled, her head bowed as she listened to their words of abandonment. She had exhausted herself trying to lead everyone to safety, yet no one spoke up for her. She knew that being tainted by the toad venom meant there was no hope. Gritting her teeth she lifted her head and looked directly at Wu Jianbin. You go. Don't worry about me. Hearing this the crowd was stirred, some still had a shred of conscience. A flicker of guilt passed through their eyes but they kept their heads down and remained silent. No. Wu Jianbin started to object. He would rather die than abandon Xuanyu. But when he saw Tang Xuanya's face hideously disfigured by the venom and almost nauseating, he froze. The words he was about to say caught in his throat, his gaze wavering as he stared at her. Croak. Suddenly a series of toad calls erupted outside the teaching building. Brother Wu. We can't delay any longer. Many turned pale at the nightmare-inducing sound. The last vestiges of guilt vanished from their hearts. This is our best chance. While those toads are away we can escape. The girl tugged at Wu Jianbin's hand and said. Senior Wu. We're not abandoning Senior Xuanyu. If we survive we can find help and come back for her. Senior Xuanyu has done so much for us, I'm sure she wouldn't want us all to die here, right? Say something, Senior Xuanyu. Senior Wu likes you so much you can't drag him down. The girl looked at Tang Xuanyu on the ground with displeasure. The urging around them grew more frequent. Wu Jianbin's face darkened as he wrestled with an inner turmoil. I. After what seemed like an eternity he seemed to have made a decision and spoke solemnly. Xuanyu, I'm sorry. He lowered his head, forcing the words out through gritted teeth. I bear the responsibility for everyone's lives here. We can't let you. Tang Xuanya's expression was eerily calm, even the venom-ravaged face couldn't entirely conceal her beauty. I understand. Tang Xuanyu looked at him and whispered. Go now. Suddenly the world spun, her head felt unbearably heavy and she slumped helplessly to the ground. Even her eyelids grew heavy, barely able to stay open. Go. Brother Wu. Even Senior Xuanyu says so, let's go. Without further argument the group headed straight for the depths of the corridor. Despite the torrential rain and raging flood outside they were determined to find an exit and escape North China University. Wu Jianbin followed. He cast one last glance back at Tang Xuanyu lying in the distance. Taking a deep breath, his eyes red, he turned and walked away without looking back. Everyone was gone. Only Tang Xuanyu remained alone. Through blurry eyes she clearly saw her companions abandon her. Even someone as strong as she couldn't help but tremble and weep on the ground. She didn't even dare to let her sobs grow loud, only whimpering softly. I don't want to die either. If there was a chance to live, who would willingly die alone in this place? And no girl would ever accept dying in such a hideous state. She feared death more than anyone, which was why she had displayed absolute calm in the most critical moments. The toad venom quickly spread through her entire body. Tang Xuanyu felt utterly drained of strength. Crawling with her ulcerated body she found a wall to lean against. She quietly awaited death. Her only companions were this wall and endless despair. Outside North China University. Boom. A blood-red scythe tore through the wall. The rain swept in, revealing an endless expanse of black floodwater. Wu Jianbin and the others gasped in shock. Hiss. Has the flood already risen this high? My god, it'll probably flood our place in a day or two, won't it? Good thing we escaped. Brother Wu, what do we do now? Everyone turned to Wu Jianbin awaiting his answer. Without Tang Xuanyu to offer ideas, Wu Jianbin was momentarily at a loss. Moreover, he was still drowning in guilt, unable to snap out of it. If only Senior Xuanyu were here. Someone said wistfully. Whenever Tang Xuanyu was around, they never lacked solutions. The girl frowned and spoke with displeasure. She's probably dead by now. There are plenty of us, we can figure something out without her. After a moment of thought, she spoke. The wall here isn't thick. Senior Wu, how about you cut it with your ability? Then we can make it float on the water and step onto it. What do you think? That's a good idea, someone agreed. Brother Wu, what do you think? Wu Jianbin glanced at the girl with some surprise. He had been so focused on Xuanyu before that he had never paid much attention to this junior from North China University. The girl was quite attractive with damp strands of hair. Though not as beautiful as Xuanyu, she exuded a pitiable delicate charm. For a moment he seemed to see a shadow of Xuanyu. What am I thinking? Wu Jianbin bit his tongue, trying to stay clear-headed. He nodded. Alright, let's do it that way. Wu Jianbin used his blood scythe ability to neatly cut through the wall beside them. With everyone's combined effort, they gave a mighty push. Bang! Water splashed everywhere and the wall indeed floated on the flood. Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. It works. We finally have a way out of this damn place. A few people couldn't wait and jumped directly onto the floating wall. Scanning the surroundings, they exclaimed in ecstasy, hurry up. Those toads are all gone. Ha ha ha. Someone couldn't help but burst into laughter. But Wu Jianbin, after using his ability again, swayed unsteadily, his lips pale and bloodless. Repeatedly using the blood scythe without replenishment consumed his own life force. Just then the girl beside him gently supported him and whispered. Are you too tired? Keep going, Senior Wu. We'll escape soon. Her voice was soft and tender, gentle as a whisper. Wu Jianbin glanced at her, feeling an odd sensation in his heart. He nodded and said, let's go. All 6 of them safely boarded the floating stone wall. Whether by coincidence or not, when the last one, Wu Jianbin, stepped on the stone wall, nearly sank into the flood. After a few moments of swaying and stabilizing, it became steady. Everyone was startled and said with lingering fear, that was close. Probably one more person and this wall wouldn't hold our weight. Brother Wu, do you think it's fate? If Senior Xuanyu were here, we might not have made it. Some heartlessly joked about it. Thump. Wu Jianbin's mouth twitched, his expression darkening. The girl beside him noticed his discomfort and frowned. Can you say less? Senior Wu, if Senior Xuanyu knew we were saved, she'd surely be happy. Wu Jianbin nodded without saying much. Various items floated on the flood around them. They found a few wooden planks to use as paddles and began rowing desperately. Li Qianqian, brother Wu needs rest. What are you standing there for? Come row too. Li Qianqian was the girl's name. Li Qianqian pouted and said displeasedly, I'm a girl. Damn. Among the 6 aside from Li Qianqian, all were boys. The others cursed inwardly, gnashing their teeth in anger. What time is this? Still talking about boys and girls. If it weren't for her, we would have left long ago. Tang Xuanyu wouldn't have been infected with the toad poison. Wu Jianbin sighed. We'll escape soon. Everyone pitch in. Only then did Li Qianqian reluctantly pick up a paddle. The group drifted on the flood to the other side of the teaching building. Wu Jianbin had been silent since they left, comforting himself with guilt. Xuanyu. I'm sorry. But you were poisoned by that toad venom and I truly had no way. He was too cowardly, ultimately defeated by fear. Suddenly. Roar. A ferocious roar startled everyone. Turbulent waves surged ahead. What the hell? What is that? Someone noticed the scene ahead, their eyes wide with disbelief, their face full of shock and awe. What's wrong? The others also looked over. Everyone trembled. Not far away, a vast empty metal platform was gradually rising from the flood. On the platform, a tiger-like ferocious monster was locked in battle with the toad monster. But what was even more terrifying was that amidst the fight between the 2 beasts, A young man wielding a katana was relentlessly slaughtering countless toads climbing onto the metal platform. Under this rainy night the scene was extraordinarily striking. Oh my god. Fat Hat. That is. They even stuttered as they spoke. Rubbing their eyes they exclaimed. Am I seeing things? Is that the toad monster? What's the other monster? Shouldn't you be focusing on that young man? The commotion naturally caught Wu Jianbin's attention. He frowned. What's wrong? He looked up. His pupils contracted sharply. How is this possible? Croak. The toad monster's belly was torn open by the Qiongqi with bloody intestines spilling out. The Qiongqi's eyes gleamed with ferocity filled with murderous delight as it stared at the toad monster. Pft. Chen Mo swung his onigiri chopping the toads that swarmed toward him into pieces. Red tongues came surging in like a tide. Chen Mo's mood grew heavier. Can't delay any longer. To pave this path he had nearly exhausted himself. This metal platform spanning 30 to 40 meters was all forged by his dominion ability. The toad monster was a third-tier mutant and the Qiongqi could handle it easily. But it insisted on toying with the monster, savoring the thrill of the kill. But he didn't have time to waste with it. Every second lost put Yuer in greater danger. Chen Mo roared, Qiongqi. If you keep dawdling I'll skin you alive. He pushed his dominion ability to the limit. Onigiri swept toward the toads climbing ashore, instantly unleashing countless dense black droplets. Pft. Pft. Bathed in the torrential rain facing hundreds of toads, Chen Mo was like a god of slaughter. Wherever his blade passed blood flew in sheets, a scene of extreme brutality. Boom. Sensing its master's fury, the Qiongqi shuddered all over. Caught off guard, its massive body was entangled by the toad monster's tongue. It roared in fury, its huge claws tearing the tongue apart, then opening its massive maw to devour the toad monster. Rip. As fellow aberrations, the toad monster's venom could not affect it in the slightest. Qiongqi brutally tore off the head of the toad monster with its jaws. Croak. A piercing shrill scream echoed through the sky. Blood gushed forth. Boom. The toad monster's body toppled over. Roar. Qiongqi trampled upon the toad monster's corpse. It roared at the heavens, proclaiming itself the overlord of the night. After the toad monster's death, the surrounding frogs, trembling in terror, leaped into the water and fled one after another. Plop. They fell like dumplings into a pot. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Jianbin and his group were already dumbstruck. Their raft collided with the metal platform. Bang. Gazing upon the gruesome scene with toad carcasses strewn across the ground, they could not help but tremble uncontrollably, their very teeth chattering. Wu Jianbin's emotions churned like a tempest as he stared fixedly at the icy-faced youth. Was he also an esper? Such power made it impossible for him to fathom Chen Mo's strength. WWU. Brother. Is that guy? Also a student from North China University. The toad monster is dead. Li Qianqian's beautiful eyes trembled violently. She glanced at Wu Jianbin, then at the immensely powerful youth across from her. Why, when they were both espers? Was the gap so vast? After witnessing this earth-shattering sight, the crowd, though still terrified, gradually came to their senses. Wait. That fearsome toad monster is dead, which means... aren't we saved? Overwhelming joy erupted on everyone's faces. The toad monster is dead. We are saved. Some wept tears of excitement. He's one of us. Not an aberration. One of our own has come to rescue us. They were ecstatic, their eyes brimming with the boundless joy of survival against all odds. That youth could even slay the toad monster. Such a powerful esper existed in this world. Chen Mo's appearance shattered their preconceptions. Wu Jianbin took a deep breath as if shedding the fatigue of many days. He could finally relax. Across from him, Chen Mo had also noticed this group earlier. Before, he had been too occupied with the toad monster to pay them any mind. Now that the creature was dealt with, Chen Mo's eyes lit up sharply as he looked at them. Survivors. He immediately moved forward, his speed so great that he appeared before them in the blink of an eye. He's coming. The hearts of all the survivors present skipped a beat. They looked at the cold-faced youth before them, a black blade in his hand. The rain relentlessly washed the toad's blood from its edge. The youth exuded a fierce, killing intent, as if he had stepped out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, his entire being reeking of gore. Their hearts could not help but pound wildly. Qiongqi slowly approached Chen Mo's side and let out a docile low growl. It was as if it were trying to curry favor with Chen Mo, apologizing for its earlier transgression. What was terrifying was that even from a distance they had only glimpsed the beast beside the youth. Now staring at it up close they saw its rain-soaked thick fur and its blood-red savage pupils as large as copper bells. Its form was massive and majestic, its limbs as sturdy as pillars holding up the sky, brimming with muscle and explosive terrifying power. The dense aura of oppression it emanated far surpassed that of the toad monster. Everyone held their breath. Wu brother. Their legs weak they looked to their pillar of strength Wu Jianbin. Wu Jianbin steeled himself and stepped forward, uncertain if this man was friend or foe. But since they were all human in this apocalypse they ought to help each other. Friend, are you also a student from North China University? Wu Jianbin asked. Chen Mo swept his gaze over the crowd. Among the several survivors with awestruck expressions he did not find Yuer. Chen Mo frowned slightly and shook his head. Am not. Then you must be from the military district sent to rescue us. Someone exclaimed in delight upon hearing this. I knew it. We are the future pillars of society, the military district wouldn't abandon us. Bro, you're so strong. What kind of ability was that just now? Is that a tiger behind you? That's way too cool. Knowing they were safe, a few of the boys being sociable crowded around him. Their eyes sparkled with extreme excitement. One even tried to reach out and touch Qiongqi. Roar. The roar sent him scrambling away in terror. Chen Mo's frown deepened. He hadn't found Yuer yet and didn't want to waste time with this lot. So he asked in a deep voice, I'm asking you all. Do you know a girl named Tang Xuanyu? She's also a student at North China University. Boom. The moment the words left his mouth everyone present was thunderstruck. They stood frozen, pupils dilated, staring at Chen Mo in utter disbelief. Seeing this, Chen Mo narrowed his eyes. So. You do know her. Where is she? Upon hearing the name Tang Xuanyu the group averted their eyes, falling into a unanimous evasive silence, none daring to meet his gaze. Wu Jianbin and Li Qianqian's hearts were in turmoil, filled with shock and dread. He knows Tang Xuanyu. What is their relationship? No one spoke for a long time. A sense of foreboding rose in Chen Mo's heart. Growing more agitated he demanded coldly, speak. Under this terrifying pressure Wu Jianbin finally whispered after a long pause, you. No Xuanyu. Chen Mo, tell me where she is. Wu Jianbin's eyes were filled with deep guilt and he began to tremble uncontrollably. He kept apologizing, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Xuanyu. She's still in that teaching building. She was poisoned by the toad's venom. We had no choice but to. What did you say? Chen Mo looked at the crowd, who all had their heads bowed like ostriches. In an instant he understood the situation. Suddenly, Chen Mo lunged forward, grabbing Wu Jianbin by the neck and hoisting the 1.8-meter-tall boy into the air. Chen Mo's face was exceptionally cold, terrifyingly so. His eyes blazed with overwhelming killing intent. His voice hoarse, he said, you mean to say you abandoned her? Cough. Cough. Wu Jianbin's face turned red as he struggled frantically. This sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. Li Qianqian frowned and stepped forward to scold him. Hey! Let go of Senior Wu. How can you be like this? It's not like we deliberately left her behind. She was infected with the toad's venom. There was no way she could survive. Were we all supposed to die with her there? Slap. A crisp, sharp sound rang out. Li Qianqian was sent flying by the blow. Bang! She crashed heavily to the ground. A large swollen lump rose on her once proud face. One must understand that Chen Mo was a dual ability user, his physique utterly incomparable to that of an ordinary person. Had he used even a fraction more force he might have beaten her to death. Chen Mo stared at her with icy eyes and spoke words that struck terror into everyone present. Even if all of you were to die. So what? Apart from Tang Xuanyu he cared not for the life or death of anyone here. Li Qianqian was stunned. The searing pain on her face made her shriek uncontrollably. How dare you hit my face? Wu Jianbin, held aloft by Chen Mo's hand, could barely breathe. Bang! Chen Mo slammed him heavily onto the metal platform. Wu Jianbin, already weakened, felt as if every bone in his body was about to shatter. Gritting his teeth in agony he rose from the ground, knelt and began to reproach himself incessantly. It's me, it's me. It was all my decision to abandon Xuanyu. Friend, your strength is immense. Xuanyu is poisoned by that toad's venom, surely you have a way, right? I beg you, go save her. Wu Jianbin crawled on his knees to Chen Mo's feet, clutching his pant leg, pleading desperately. At this moment all the guilt from before erupted. Wu Jianbin wept a mess of tears and snot as wretched as a dog. Chen Mo's chest heaved violently as if concealing a terrifying murderous intent. His face was so dark it seemed to drip with gloom. These people could be dealt with later. The urgent matter now was to find Yue as quickly as possible. Chen Mo slowly crouched down, looking at the guilt-ridden Wu Jianbin, his piercing gaze locked onto the man's eyes. His voice was frigid as he spoke. Since you chose to abandon her, why feign such hypocritical remorse? I don't know your relationship with Yue. Now get up. Lead me to her. Chen Mo's eyes blazed with a devouring light. Wu Jianbin kept apologizing. I'll take you there. Li Qianqian, her hair disheveled, screamed. No. If you all leave, what about us? She's long dead. There's no way she could have survived. So what if you have abilities? That toad venom kills on contact. How do you expect us to save her? Although Tang Xuanyu had saved her life many times, she remained defiant. All she knew was that if they brought Tang Xuanyu along, none of them would make it out. Senior Wu is the only ability user among us. You're trying to get us all killed. Li Qianqian turned to the crowd behind her and shouted sharply. You've seen those toads, they've submerged into the water, ready to emerge at any moment. Do you all want to die here? One life versus the lives of everyone, which is more important? The group hesitated, finding some truth in Li Qianqian's words. Indeed. Suddenly. Swish. A flash of black arc light streaked by. Li Qianqian's body trembled, and in an instant the world spun before her eyes. She was bewildered. She saw the terrified faces of everyone around her and a headless corpse. Was that my body? Why? Thud. Li Qianqian's head was severed cleanly by a single slash. Blood gushed from the headless body, splattering onto the clothes and faces of everyone nearby. It rolled to the ground. Was Li Qianqian dead just like that? They had been holed up at North China University since the apocalypse began, unaware of its true dangers. Everyone present still clung to pre-apocalyptic notions of law and order, believing that this young man, being human, would never kill his own kind. But they were wrong. Chen Mo's ruthlessness made them all tremble violently. Some had even wet their pants, unable to tell if it was rain or something else. I don't care about your difficulties. Nor do I care about your lives. After killing Li Qianqian, Chen Mo remained utterly unperturbed, his face cold as he scanned the crowd. All I know is if anything happens to Yue, every single one of you will be buried with her. Reason. Would zombies and that toad monster reason with you? Would they empathize with these survivors? They were not wrong, nor was he. But in the apocalypse, weakness is the original sin. The crowd's faces changed drastically, and Wu Jianbin stood frozen in place. Li Qianqian. Dead. Don't kill me. It wasn't us. It was him. Wu Jianbin chose to abandon Tang Xuanyu. Yes. We're all innocent. Having barely glimpsed hope of survival, they now fell into the clutches of a demon. At this moment they felt that the man before them was even more terrifying than that toad monster. A madman. Chen Mo looked at Qiongqi and said coldly. Qiongqi, keep an eye on them. Then grabbing Wu Jianbin, he said, lead the way. Wu Jianbin trembled, pointing in the direction they came from. Rumble, with a surge of his dominance ability under the horrified gaze of the crowd, towering metal platforms rose from the surging black torrent. The two of them headed toward the teaching building. Inside the building the flood had already spread to the 9th floor. In the endless darkness, pressed against a wall, a creature, its flesh mangled, hair completely fallen out, barely recognizable as human, leaned against the wall. Surrounded by thick foul liquid it lay motionless, its fate unknown. It was hard to imagine that this monstrous being was once a young maiden. The sight was horrifying, and a pungent stench of decay assaulted their noses. Only the half of its face, where the skin had not yet peeled away, bore a resemblance to Tang Xuanyu. Wu Jianbin's eyes were filled with shock. Was this Xuanyu? The toad's venom had destroyed everything about her. Wu Jianbin's expression twisted in agony. Strangely, seeing Tang Xuanyu again, he felt no pity or guilt. Instead, an overwhelming fear. Meanwhile, Chen Mo beside him hung his head, trembling uncontrollably. Boom! Outside the black rain poured as a sudden flash of lightning cracked. In the faint light, Chen Mo's twisted, ferocious face was revealed. His eyes blazed with uncontrollable murderous intent and fury like a vengeful spirit. His dominance ability erupted. The entire teaching building began to shake violently. Seeing Yuer again, Chen Mo cursed himself for arriving too late and for letting that toad monster die too easily. Wu Jianbin trembled, bracing himself against a wall. All he could do was offer a feeble apology. I'm sorry. I didn't want to abandon Xuanyu either. But I had no choice. Swish. Swish. Several blossoms of blood burst forth as metal blades materialized from nowhere, piercing through Wu Jianbin's limbs. The sudden attack drew a wretched scream from Wu Jianbin. Chen Mo, usually composed, could no longer contain his rage. His eyes bloodshot, filled with fury and monstrous malice, he snarled, "Shut up. Open your dog eyes wide and watch. If anything happens to Yuer, it'll make every one of you wish you were dead." On the way, Wu Jianbin had roughly recounted everything that had happened. This only fueled Chen Mo's rage even further. Wu Jianbin was drenched in sweat from the pain. But when he met Chen Mo's piercing gaze, he was momentarily speechless. Chen Mo gradually calmed himself. He turned and slowly approached Tang Xuanyu. The toad venom had already ravaged her beyond recognition. She was curled against the wall, utterly lifeless. The ferocity in Chen Mo's eyes transformed into boundless grief. He panted heavily, his heart aching with a sharp pang. If there was anyone in this apocalypse he truly cared about, it was Tang Xuanyu. Had it not been for her, he would have died on that rainy night after the disaster struck. And now, on another rainy night, their roles had undergone a complete reversal. Chen Mo crouched down, heedless of the vile fluids and foul odors surrounding him. Wu Jianbin's eyes widened in sheer shock. That was toad venom. Even a trace of it would reduce anyone to the same state as Xuanyu. He forced out a pained voice. Care. But the word died in his throat. Under his horrified gaze, Chen Mo reached out without a moment's hesitation. Ignoring the rotting skin and oozing mucus, he gently placed his hands on her cheeks. His expression was softer than ever, as if he feared to disturb her. "I'm here." Wu Jianbin's breath caught. The scene was utterly chilling. But witnessing it, he felt his own cowardice all the more. This man. Why wasn't he afraid of the toad venom? He couldn't fathom it, couldn't understand. Wu Jianbin was stunned. As a man, he could sense the depth of this person's feelings for Xuanyu. Yet compared to Chen Mo's actions, he himself dared not even approach Xuanyu. What did he truly love, Xuanyu herself, or just that youthful, beautiful, aloof face? "It's okay. They abandoned you, but I've come to save you," Chen Mo murmured. Even if she was now a hideous monster, he didn't care. Sizzle. The toad venom began to corrode and burn his palm. Its corrosive power was immense even for a fourth-tier ability user. Constant contact meant the venom was ceaselessly eroding and searing his skin. With so much liquid exposure, even Chen Mo was in great distress. Chen Mo took out all his frank recovery potions. Carefully opening one, he poured it into Tang Xuanyu's mouth. At this moment even he wasn't sure he could pull her back from death's door. But since Tang Xuanyu had survived in his past life, she surely wouldn't die today even without his intervention. One bottle of frank recovery potion went down. Yet Tang Xuanyu showed no signs of improvement. 2 bottles, 3, 4. By the 6th, Chen Mo revealed a look of panic for the first time. He trembled all over, his face full of disbelief. Why? Why isn't it working? Nearby, Wu Jianbin dragged his agonized body and collapsed weakly to the floor. Already weakened, his limbs pierced by Chen Mo, he was losing too much blood. Even an ability user couldn't endure this long. Still no hope. Wu Jianbin lamented inwardly. He felt so exhausted he couldn't keep his eyes open. Leaning hazily against the wall, he stared at the pitch-black ceiling. An indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. Cough, cough. So it's this dark here. They had been so focused on fleeing that they never noticed how eerily shadowy this school corridor was. The black raindrops from the sky fell through the hole left by the toad monster, making a drip-drip sound that echoed in their ears. Loneliness, an overwhelming loneliness. On the brink of death, he finally understood Tang Xuanyu's feelings. Even he felt immense fear here. What about Xuanyu, whom they had abandoned? How desperate must she have felt? Wu Jianbin suddenly let out a bitter laugh full of self-blame. It's all my fault. All my fault. If not for me, you wouldn't have been hurt. I was even afraid of you. He looked at Chen Mo, whose face was burning with anxiety, his own hands beginning to ulcerate from the venom. Perhaps this was the kind of person worthy of her trust. Wu Jianbin smiled bitterly, blood gushing from his mouth. His vision grew dimmer. He whispered softly, "I'm sorry. Finally I can rest. If he could have a second chance he would never abandon Xuanyu. In endless guilt and remorse. Suddenly, his head drooped heavily. Chen Mo in his panic sensed something and looked over. He found that Wu Jianbin had died at some point. His clothes were soaked in blood, he had bled out in that dark little corner. Though weak and hesitant, Wu Jianbin was one of the few people in this apocalypse who still had a conscience. As an ability user, everyone depended on him, weighing him down with immense pressure. He wanted to shoulder the responsibility. But unfortunately he lacked the capability. Chen Mo fell silent for a moment. He sighed, his anger receding like a tide. Wu Jianbin's death did not bring him any guilt. Chen Mo picked up another frank recovery potion and slowly poured it into Tang Xuanyu's mouth. He suddenly understood why so many in this apocalypse clung to vague beliefs. At this moment even he couldn't help but pray. As the 10th bottle of frank recovery potion was emptied into her mouth, just as Chen Mo's eyes reddened with despair. Suddenly wisps of black vapor began to rise from Tang Xuanyu as if evaporating. Her blisters started to burst, oozing large amounts of fluid. The peeling skin gave way to new budding tissue. Chen Mo's eyes lit up with overwhelming joy. Before him Tang Xuanyu seemed to shed her old shell. The decayed outer layer fell away, revealing fresh skin. He stared intently, gently wiping away the slimy residue. There lay a girl, completely naked, stunningly beautiful. She was so lovely, breathing steadily, her long lashes fluttering as she slept peacefully. A few viscous fluids still clung to her as if she had just been reborn. Overjoyed, Chen Mo couldn't resist softly caressing her face. The frank recovery potion had actually worked. The girl before him, save for a touch of youthful innocence, was the spitting image of Yue before her rebirth. Yet there was one imperfection. After her recovery, Tang Xuanyu bore large patches of red birthmark-like scars on her snow-white skin, most notably on her left cheek. Those were the scars left by the toad venom. The grade recovery potion had its limits after all. Gazing at the naked Tang Xuanyu before him, Chen Mo's eyes held no trace of impurity. His heart sank in an instant. In his past life he had never understood why Yue always concealed herself so thoroughly, leaving a long fringe to hide half her face. Even when potions capable of healing those scars later emerged, she still refused to use them. Now he understood. It was because of all she had endured, leaving indelible scars upon both her soul and her body. Yue remained unconscious. For now everything was just beginning, he would find a way to restore her. At the very least she was still alive. Chen Mo took a deep breath, saying nothing more. He retrieved an grade recovery potion to heal his own burn wounds. As a 4th-tier esper, the toad venom could only singe his skin surface, its potency unable to take effect. Yet after extensive use of his dominion ability along the way, even he felt fatigued and had to resort to a recovery potion to replenish his stamina swiftly. After a brief rest, Chen Mo removed his jacket, draped it over Yue's naked form and lifted her into his arms. He stepped outside the teaching building. The teaching building had a gaping hole, and this final floor would soon be swallowed by the black torrent. On the metal platform the last 4 survivors of North China University huddled together, trembling. Qiongqi stood beside them, instilling such terror that they dared not even lift their heads for a glance. Li Qianqian is dead. That guy is a demon. Should we run? Someone whispered, their face pale with fear. They couldn't fathom the relationship between that young man and Tang Xuanyu. But they could all imagine the fury in his eyes upon seeing her. Run. With the flood and that monstrous beast here, how can we? When he comes back, will we all die here? I don't want to die. Once the survivors gathered at North China University numbered over 100. Now only the 4 of them remained. Having come this far, none wished to perish. Where's Brother Wu? Why hasn't he returned yet? With the successive loss of pillars like Tang Xuanyu and Wu Jianbin, the remaining 4 young men were at a loss. Just then Qiongqi, not far away, let out a low growl, startling them. In the distance Chen Mo landed directly on the metal platform holding Tang Xuanyu. Tap tap. Hearing the footsteps they finally dared to look up. When they saw Chen Mo and the girl in his arms, their pupils dilated, faces filled with shock. That's Senior Xuanyu. She's alright. Their hearts trembled with disbelief. Where's Brother Wu? Chen Mo cast a cold glance over them. Dead. What? The 4's pupils constricted, expressions horrified. It's over. Brother Wu is dead. At that moment utter despair consumed them. If even Brother Wu had fallen, what chance did they have to survive? Thud. One of them dropped to his knees, crawling to Chen Mo, kowtowing repeatedly, tears and snot streaming. Don't kill me. Please. It wasn't us who wanted to abandon Senior Xuanyu. Bang. Pathetic as a drenched dog. Chen Mo kicked him away, spitting out a single word. Scram. Overjoyed, the others kowtowed in gratitude. As long as it wasn't them, it didn't matter who died. Their legs trembling, they helped each other onto the slab of wall previously cut by the blood scythe. They were ready to leave. Everything that had happened here was too harrowing. They were the last survivors, and that stone slab felt like Noah's Ark carrying the final remnants of North China University. Together they paddled frantically, desperate to escape this terrifying, hopeless land to embrace a new life. He glanced at the oppressive black clouds in the sky as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The black rain fell harder, several times more intense than when he had arrived. The black torrent outside the metal platform was eerily calm, not a single toad in sight. Even the croaking had ceased. Everything around was frighteningly still save for the sound of rain. Chen Mo's eyes flickered with caution. That toad monster was merely a third-tier existence, it could never have stirred the heavens. Beneath this black torrent something far more terrifying seemed to lurk. An aberrant capable of influencing the weather must be at least fourth tier. This place was no longer safe. As Chen Mo pondered. Suddenly the metal platform beneath him shuddered violently. Rumble. The black torrent surged like raging waves, crashing against the platform. The distant teaching building began to crumble, sinking into the endless flood. Gale winds howled, rain lashed, and the remaining structures in this area were swept away by the deluge. Rumble. It was as if they had reached the end of the world. In the distance a towering wave surged toward the floating survivors. Their eyes wide with terror, they stared at the oncoming tide, screaming in utter despair. No. Their cries were swallowed by the storm. Splash. The torrent engulfed them in an instant. No one survived. Croak, croak, the toads began to croak again all around. Qiongqi's fur bristled as it let out a roar. Roar. Chen Mo shuddered, a foreboding sense washing over him. It's here. He immediately scanned his surroundings. Waves crashed against the metal platform as the black torrent rose higher, spreading inward. Startled, Chen Mo activated his dominion ability to elevate the platform. Rumble, boom. A thunderclap split the sky, briefly illuminating the dark world. In that fleeting light Chen Mo saw everything clearly. Floodwaters raged and the surface was covered with countless toad heads, their crimson eyes fixed intently on him. Beneath the surface around the metal platform lurked an incalculable number of toads. The sheer multitude made even Chen Mo draw a sharp breath. A resonant and thunderous sound echoed through the heavens and the earth, drowning all other noises. Each reverberation felt like a colossal hammer striking an ancient bell, akin to the whispers of primordial deities. Chen Mo's body was covered in goosebumps. This sound. Was it a toad? He gazed at the swirling flood around him, surrounded by countless toads. Chen Mo took a deep breath, his expression grave. There was no escaping now. The raging flood was about to submerge half of Huabei City. Such a phenomenon could not be caused by an ordinary creature. Looking at the unconscious Tang Xuanyu, Chen Mo spoke softly. Qiongqi. Roar. Qiongqi stepped forward slowly. Chen Mo placed Tang Xuanyu beside Qiongqi and said gently. Protect her well. In the upcoming battle you need not intervene. Although it was Qiongqi's first time seeing Tang Xuanyu, it could also sense its master's emotional turmoil. Knowing the immense importance of this person, Qiongqi nodded its massive head and let out a low growl, using its large body to shield Tang Xuanyu from the rain. Chen Mo took a deep breath. Gripping the ghost cutter, his gaze turned exceptionally cold beneath the torrential rain. Come on. Let me see what kind of powerful being is capable of stirring such a phenomenon and torrent. The toads around lurked beneath the water's surface. Quack. That dreadful and booming sound rang out once more. Suddenly torrents surged as thick vortices shot up from the water's surface. Like great serpents, those water columns spiraled from all directions, crashing down towards Chen Mo. Such power could only be wielded by at least a fourth-tier ability user. Chen Mo snorted coldly, leaping into the air with his blade to slash at the approaching water column. He drew his sword to sever the water. The surging black water column seemed intent on swallowing Chen Mo whole, incredibly terrifying. Splash, the sharpness of the ghost cutter cleaved through one, sending water splattering everywhere. The columns of water converged here, crashing down fiercely. Chen Mo dodged nimbly, his movements agile. Boom. Boom. The metal platform shook violently, the power of the water columns akin to a high-pressure water gun amplified hundreds of times. A direct hit created a massive hole in the metal platform. Qiongqi used its vast body to block the splashing water, its large eyes reflecting immense wariness. Chen Mo knew the target was himself. Buzzed, he waved a hand and countless streams of silver iron liquid surged from the rushing flood, coalescing into a small platform. Continuously dodging. Quack. Quack. The toads hidden in the surrounding waters crazily flicked their tongues, attempting to ensnare Chen Mo. Chen Mo's expression was icy, the ghost cutter slicing through the long tongues that came at him. He glanced towards the direction from which the booming voice originated, speaking coldly. "You hiding creature, come out." Rumble, quack. A long howl echoed. The surrounding flood surged wildly, layers of waves threatening to engulf Chen Mo. The area was flooded with water, and if not for the metal platform formed by the controlling ability, moving would be nearly impossible. Chen Mo's eyes turned fierce as he pointed the ghost cutter at the water. Ding! Ripples spread out in circles. The controlling ability was pushed to its limit, and the metal beneath the torrent within a radius of 500 or 600 meters turned to liquid, floating on the water's surface. On the other side, an expansive metal platform emerged. The scene was spectacular, a 100-meter-long metal platform standing firm amidst the rushing black flood. Thousands of toads leaped from the water onto the shore, their numbers so dense it was terrifying. Quack, quack, quack. The cacophony of croaks filled the sky. Chen Mo wielded the ghost cutter, sweeping it casually without needing to target specifically, slaying dozens of approaching toads. Regardless of deities or alien creatures, they were notoriously troublesome. That was because they would turn their territory into a domain unique to themselves. Here the endless flood surged, making it impossible for ordinary people to find a foothold. Even 4th or 5th tier ability users would likely fall here. Chen Mo was also feeling the strain. The controlling ability was constantly being activated. Pft. Pft. Gulp. Another F-grade recovery potion went down. Under the heavy rain, Chen Mo was covered in the toad's slime and blood, having been washed numerous times. His hands were numb from hacking. The metal platform was littered with the corpses of toads. Gazing at the seemingly endless toads, Chen Mo's eyes turned chillingly cold. The Qiongqi ability activated. Slowly he opened his mouth. Suddenly an ear-piercingly loud buzzing sound erupted. This was the voice of the Shoshi god. It was the most powerful entity from the apocalypse, emanating an ancient and dreadful cry. This sound evidently held immense deterrent power over the surrounding toads. Each toad froze in place, motionless. At this moment, in the darkest depths beneath the ominous clouds. Quack. The earlier terrifying croak echoed once more, as if enraged. In the distance a thunderous sound suddenly erupted. Rumble. A gigantic creature, immense and overshadowing, leaped high into the air, towering at several dozen meters, crashing down towards Chen Mo. Boom. That colossal being fell like a deep-water bomb, instantly shattering the metal platform within the torrent, sending forth massive waves and water surges. The toads on the platform were crushed into a pulp by the gigantic creature. Chen Mo stood firm atop the surging iron liquid stable amidst the flood. Upon seeing this colossal creature up close, his pupils involuntarily constricted. It was a toad of a size nearly rivaling that of the Shoshi god, its back covered in densely packed bumps. The golden toad was dreadfully intimidating, with robust hind legs and forelimbs continuously oozing a viscous red liquid from its mouth. Bubbles incessantly swelled at its gills, emitting quack quack sounds from its abdomen, sending chills down one's spine. Yet that was not the most shocking part. Beneath the water's surface a deep vortex continuously formed, as if the black flood was being manipulated by it. Columns of vortex water slowly rose beside it, the rain in the sky pouring down more ferociously, accompanied by flashes of lightning. The toad monster's eyes glowed red, staring sinisterly at the minuscule Chen Mo below, as if surveying an ant. Quack. Quack. The toad monster's belly emitted a muffled sound. The remaining toads around poked their heads out of the water's surface. Looking up at their king, they collectively croaked in agreement. Amidst the raging floods and torrential downpours, the gigantic toad king faced the diminutive Chen Mo. Chen Mo's expression gradually turned grave. Staring intently at the toad monster, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within him. This is a 4th tier. No, it's almost a 5th tier creature. And undoubtedly it is an exceptionally powerful lord type. The Toad King. Outside North China University. A youth of about 1.6 meters gazed at the surging torrent, murmuring with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Why is there a flood in North China City? Aren't the 6th military district people doing anything? The youth with a crew cut and a handsome, slightly cynical face spoke. The rain soaked his clothes. Astonishingly he walked upon the floodwaters as if some unseen force bore him across the watery expanse. Suddenly a thunderous toad croak echoed from within North China University. The youth paused then frowned, turning his gaze toward the sound. That sound. An aberrant species. His eyes flickered as he pondered. No. Didn't the 6th Military District say all survivors in North China City had been relocated? Could there still be survivors here? His expression grew increasingly odd. After a moment he smugly rubbed his crew cut and sighed. Alas, it seems this shattered world still needs me Qiongfan to save it. A soft hum resonated as the dark pattern on his right hand glowed with pure white light. Behind him a pair of immaculate white wings unfurled, lifting him high into the air. He prepared to rush toward North China University. But halfway through his flight he felt an increasing strain. What the hell? Why couldn't he fly today? Qiongfan seemed to realize something and glanced back at his wings. His pupils contracted sharply. Damn. Due to the torrential rain the wings behind him were already soaked through. Crap. Qiongfan's face turned pale as a tremendous sense of falling overwhelmed him. With a loud splash he plunged into the flood, sending up a huge spray of water. Meanwhile inside North China University the Toad King sat like a colossal mountain. Facing such a terrifying presence even Chen Mo dared not be careless. I never imagined that North China University held such a big surprise. He suddenly understood why North China City had been split in two when he first arrived. The zombies had gathered at the border in countless numbers because under a sovereign level aberrant ordinary zombies dared not approach the ruler's territory. Unless a corpse king appeared. The Toad King's blood-red eyes scrutinized Chen Mo. As the sovereign aberrant of North China University capable of stirring celestial anomalies. The Toad's usual weaknesses did not apply to it. It possessed special means to perceive Chen Mo, so even if he stood motionless he could not escape its sight. Croak. The Toad King raised its head and let out a long roar. With a boom dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed and the surrounding floodwaters surged wildly. Endless black tides crashed toward Chen Mo's position. Unfazed his eyes blazed with excitement. This long-felt sense of danger stirred his blood, tensing his nerves as he remained vigilant. Chen Mo let out a hearty laugh, unleashing all the pent-up anger he had stored. With a manic grin he declared, "Then come. Today your crystal core is mine." He reached out with a grab and with a hum he activated his dominion ability. Amid the raging flood the silver liquid beneath his feet solidified and rose. In an instant countless droplets burst from the torrent, a dense rain of metallic blades like a sudden storm, astonishing in scale. With sharp clangs these blades sliced through the black rain and flood, tearing apart the toads lurking underwater and hurtling straight toward the colossal Toad King. With wet thuds the blades embedded deep into its bumpy skin but failed to breach its defense. Yet this act enraged the Toad King. Fury blazed in its eyes. How dare this insignificant human challenge it? This was absolutely unforgivable. As the sovereign aberrant of this domain it let out a long roar. Croak. Pillars of water like giant pythons spiraled toward him. Their immense power stirred the flood, turning the very world into a water realm ruled by the Toad King. Boom. Boom. Metal barriers rose with a rumble interweaving before him. The water pillars manipulated by the Toad King carried the force of 1,000 tons, more like colossal hammers than mere water. They smashed through the thick metal layers, creating gaping holes. Abilities at the 4th tier marked a significant divide. Only at the 4th tier could an awakener truly unleash the power of their ability. Chen Mo tread upon the flood, constantly exerting his dominion ability. With every step a pool of silver liquid gathered and solidified beneath him. Tough hide, huh? What about this? Chen Mo's gaze turned icy. He swept his Onakiri blade and under the Dominion's control crescent-shaped black edges rippled from the sword. With a sharp ring it unleashed terrifying speed as if it could cut through anything. The falling black rain was neatly severed by the blades formed from Onakiri. Before the rain could touch the black flood it burst into splashes. The Toad King could clearly sense that this human was unlike any it had encountered before. But as the sovereign of North China University it had never fought a powerful awakener. Facing the sharp blades it opened its maw thick with mucus and shot out its massive tongue. As if to shatter the Onakiri blades. Croak. Chen Mo sneered, wielding his dominion ability with masterful ease. The dark pattern on his right hand glowed with brilliant purple light in the night. He swept his hand and the Onakiri blades just about to strike the sticky tongue curved in an arc, dodging it and slicing directly into the tongue. A faint resistance was felt. Chen Mo's heart jolted. He knew that his Onigiri had been reinforced by the divine smith Lin Yu with high-quality jade crystals. Although Lin Yu had just awakened her divine smith ability at the time and couldn't perfectly integrate the jade's toughness into Onigiri, it had still greatly enhanced its sharpness. One could only imagine the resilience of the Toad King's tongue. Truly worthy of being an aberrant that could stir celestial anomalies. However, since I cannot sever it easily, then I shall apply greater force. A fierce light blazed in Chen Mo's eyes as he once again summoned his dominion ability. This time streaks of black arcs flashed. Blood splattered as the toad's massive thick tongue was severed. It was cut into segments that fell into the water, sending up splashes before floating on the torrent. The Oni cleaver blade materialized back into Chen Mo's hand. The Toad King let out a piercing, agonizing croak. With its inherently low intelligence, even as a fourth-tier mutant, it could only harbor the simplest of thoughts. It could not comprehend how this being could harm it. The Toad King's eardrums fluttered, its crimson pupils brimming with murderous intent. Its cheeks bulged and sounds rumbled from its abdomen. From its gaping maw the half-severed tongue writhed, sprouting blisters and tendrils. It regenerated at a visible speed. Having learned from its first mistake, the Toad King began to command the floodwaters. The rain fell even more violently, stinging upon impact. Suddenly the falling raindrops seemed to freeze in midair. Beneath the Toad King a massive vortex churned. Within this aqueous domain countless raindrops converged toward the Toad King. Merging with the torrent, spiraling water jets erupted. Suddenly pillars of water blasted out from the flood. They surged toward Chen Mo. Around him thick water columns seemed to come alive, sweeping in from all directions. The spectacle was magnificent. Chen Mo's face was icy as he dodged and shattered the water pillars, chugging grade recovery potions as he closed in. The terrain was heavily against him, the downpour and flood. His dominion ability consumed vast amounts of stamina with each use. The recovery potion took effect again. When he was less than 100 meters from the Toad King, Chen Mo had an idea. Suddenly a square metallic cage rose around the Toad King, trapping it within. The Toad King noticed its surroundings and lashed out its tongue, wrapping it around the cage and pulling with all its might. The metal reinforced by the dominion ability had long surpassed ordinary limits. Seeing no result, the Toad King kicked out with its powerful hind legs, attempting to smash through the cage. The dominion ability reinforced it again. Countless silver liquids converged from beneath the flood, draining all metal within 100 meters. Even the metal platform where Qiongqi and Tang Xuanyu stood had half disappeared. The cage was continuously fortified. A deafening crash echoed. The Toad King rammed its body against the cage repeatedly. The cage shuddered violently on the raging waves, denting and deforming. Seeing the Toad King temporarily restrained, Chen Mo took a deep breath. Not enough. Still not enough. Just restraining the Toad King had drained most of his strength and all metal within 100 meters. A mad gleam flashed in Chen Mo's eyes as he slowly closed them. Activating his dominion ability, his vision revealed countless surging metallic liquids. 100 meters, 200, 300. Extending beyond North China University. 1,000 meters. Those metallic liquids raced along the flood. All converged beneath Chen Mo's feet. In the dark torrent under the cage, silver liquids from all directions formed a massive vortex. Thousands of threads slowly rose into the air, converging at the center to form a colossal metal greatsword suspended above. Aimed at the Toad King within the cage. This was the strike that had slain Shoshi Shen. But the Toad King, unlike Shoshi Shen's sluggishness, could command the waters. It was hard to approach. Without restraining it, there was no chance to kill. Sensing immense danger, the Toad King croaked in agitation. Countless toads from the waters charged recklessly at Chen Mo. He coldly regarded the dense swarm surrounding him. The Oni cleaver swept through, killing them continuously. The metal greatsword above took its full form and Chen Mo's face turned icy. He roared. Die. In that instant the cage's sealed top opened and the massive metal sword plunged straight down. The flood surged more violently. The Toad King opened its maw, shooting its tongue to entangle the descending sword. Countless water jets also erupted simultaneously. Water and blood splattered, its tongue could not stop the terrifying force. The power and intensity of a divine ability far surpassed ordinary mutants. This strike in weight and terror could cripple even a fifth-tier mutant, let alone a fourth. Just then a shout rang out from afar. "Brother, don't worry, I'm here to help." The youth who had fallen into the water appeared. Radiant white light circled beneath his feet as he sprinted across the water. Jiang Fan, his face alight with excitement, raised his hand and yelled in a cringeworthy manner. "Behold my divine might, unbreakable. Solar strike. A sacred massive orb of light burst from his hand, shooting out like a blazing sun. The force was terrifyingly fast, obliterating the metal cage and slamming heavily into the Toad King. The Toad King screamed in agony. The power seemed to have a potent suppressive effect on it. The mucus on its body instantly dissolved and a bloody wound appeared on its massive frame. The cage was breached. Ignoring the pain, the Toad King tried to leap into the water before the metal sword fell. Seeing the gaping hole in the cage, Chen Mo was stunned. He gasped and turned sharply, staring at the youth running on the water, his eyes bloodshot. "Are you out of your damn mind?" But there was no time to dwell on it. He forced his depleted Dominion ability. The breached cage quickly healed and restored. The Toad King slammed into the newly repaired cage. As the metal greatsword crashed down, the Toad King's agonized shriek pierced the skies. The raging torrent surged violently and the youth was once again knocked over into the water. The storm gradually subsided. Gurgle gurgle. The metal cage, which had been smashed down by the giant sword and submerged in the flood, slowly floated to the surface. Crimson blood diffused through the waters. The Toad King was thus locked within the metal cage, its massive body impaled straight through by the giant sword. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding toads submerged one after another, vanishing without a trace. Cough cough. Qiong Fan had swallowed several liters of water. Disheveled and bedraggled, he swam up from the water and clambered onto a rocky reef. Ugh. The taste. Truly bracing. Is that monster dealt with? Qiong Fan gazed at the Toad King, which lay lifeless within the metal cage, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. The metal giant sword was utterly astonishing, having directly pinned the Toad King to its death. When all was over, Chen Mo immediately flashed before the youth. He grabbed the youth by the collar, lifting the 1m36 boy off the ground. Staring at him fiercely, he uttered refined words. "Are you an idiot?" Qiong Fan was taken aback, looking at the man before him with some confusion. Staring at the youth's face, Chen Mo suddenly trembled violently as if struck by a thought. He is Qiong Fan of the 11th Military District. Chen Mo's heart shook violently. Because this slightly immature and bewildered youth. In his past life, he was precisely the strongest superpower of the 11th Military District. An 8-tier powerhouse possessing the class Divine Judgment ability. He was a renowned top figure in the apocalypse. Yet now, why was he appearing in this place? Chen Mo found it somewhat unbelievable. This was the first time since his return to the apocalypse that he had encountered one of those top powerhouses from his past life. "Why are you here?" Qiong Fan frowned, looking at the young man before him in bewilderment. "You know me." Splash. Without answering, Chen Mo swung his hand and tossed Qiong Fan back into the water. He said coldly, "I don't. I only know you nearly ruined my plans." Having barely climbed ashore, Qiong Fan fell into the water once more. Today he had fallen in 3 times already. "I came to help you." Beneath the water's surface, a brilliant pure white light emerged. Drenched like a drowned rat, Qiong Fan surfaced, furiously glaring at Chen Mo. "Hey, I'm trying to help you out of goodwill. If you're not grateful, that's fine, but why treat me like this?" Chen Mo gave him a cold glance. Even if he was the top powerhouse of the 11th district in his past life, right now he was still just a rookie. "Shut up. I don't need your help." He had barely managed to trap the Toad King and had consumed so many F-grade recovery potions. This black flood stretched endlessly. If it had truly escaped, the loss would have been catastrophic. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, otherwise he would have had to slap him twice. Hearing this, Qiong Fan looked at the terrifying metal giant sword in the distance and the corpse of the Toad King. Clearly the Toad King had not been killed by him. He scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and said, "Well, I didn't mean to, buddy. What's your ability? How is it so strong?" Chen Mo ignored him and strode directly toward the toad monster. With each step he took, a layer of silver light flickered on the water's surface before him where there was nothing. Immediately after, a metal platform capable of holding one person appeared beneath his feet. Qiong Fan's eyes widened. There was actually such a formidable superpower in Huabei City that he didn't know about. "Hey, buddy, wait for me." He also jogged over. Just as Chen Mo was about to approach the Toad King's corpse. The Toad King, which had seemed dead beyond death, impaled within the metal cage by the giant sword, suddenly opened its murderous scarlet pupils. Opening its gaping maw, it shot its long tongue toward Chen Mo. It was still alive. Chen Mo's pupils narrowed. He immediately tried to use his Dominion ability. But the power within him had already been depleted after sealing the metal cage at the last moment. Damn it. He had no choice but to raise his onigiri and slash. Behind him Jiang Fan shouted in shock, "Watch out." In his hand the same light orb from before materialized. Boom. The Judgment Ray as Enslav's divine ability possessed extraordinary lethality and had a particularly strong restraining power against certain entities. Zzzt, it streaked past Chen Mo's side like a ray. It directly annihilated the Toad King's tongue. Its power was terrifying. It extended onward, dissolving the metal cage and blasting straight into the Toad King's mouth. Croak. This time the mortally wounded Toad King's massive body crashed heavily within the metal cage. It fell utterly dead. Boom. Sensing the power coming from behind, Chen Mo turned around in surprise. A 4th-tier superpower. Jiang Fan's face was now pale. That single Judgment Ray had drained most of his power. He plopped down on the ground and laughed. Hee hee. How about that? Not bad, huh? Chen Mo nodded. After all, he was the treasure of the 11th Military District. They must have spent considerable resources to nurture him. Chen Mo approached the Toad King, which was pinned through by the metal giant sword. Schlick. The onigiri plunged in. Strands of red thread spread from the blade into his hand. Chen Mo's complexion momentarily regained some color. Although the onigiri could absorb blood essence to restore him, the effect was not particularly high. But this Toad King as a 4th-tier mutant was different. Its blood essence was vast. Even absorbing a 10th of it was enough to restore him considerably. Who? Chen Mo let out a long breath. With an upward flick of the onigiri, he easily cut open a bloody gash. Without any hesitation, he thrust his hand directly into the still writhing flesh and groped around. Zzzt, a searing burning pain shot through his left hand. The toad's flesh was laced with toad venom. Schlick, as if touching something, Chen Mo abruptly pulled his left hand outward. He pulled out a shower of blood and mucus. An egg-sized purple crystal core appeared in his hand. The Toad King's core was exceptionally large. It had been on the verge of approaching the 5th tier. Moreover, it possessed the power to induce celestial phenomena. If left unchecked, it would inevitably become a major scourge for Huabei City. But unfortunately, it seemed the Toad King had rarely fought human superpowers. Or perhaps the superpowers from Huabei University it had encountered were all pitifully weak, utterly incapable of posing any threat to it. Thus, before it could even gain experience, it met Chen Mo and croaked. His left hand was corroded and mangled, but Chen Mo seemed completely oblivious to the pain. As he gazed at the crystal core in his hand, a flicker of delight gleamed in Chen Mo's eyes. Hiss, Jiang Fan, who had followed behind, was stunned at the sight. Doesn't it hurt? He reached out curiously to touch the toad's skin. With a startled yelp, his scalp tingled. Jiang Fan fumbled in his pocket, pulling out a square iron box, then exhaled in relief. Close call, it's still here. Click. He opened the box. Inside were dozens of capsule-like condensed beads. He picked one up and swallowed it whole. Then, stepping forward, he said, "Buddy, want one?" Chen Mo glanced at him, instantly recognizing what Jiang Fan held. Diluted capsules of recovery potion. Developed by the military from recovery potions traded with the mysterious merchant. He hadn't expected the 11th Military District to have advanced this far, even producing such items. Afraid Chen Mo wouldn't understand, Jiang Fan chuckled. This is a real treasure. Let me tell you. Before he could finish, Chen Mo unceremoniously grabbed 3 and tossed them into his mouth to recover. His supernatural power surged noticeably, recovering at least 3/10 of its strength. The injury on his left hand from the toad venom also healed considerably. It was roughly equivalent to half a bottle of grade recovery potion. Jiang Fan's face paled and he clutched his precious item in pain. Why did you eat 3 at once? This is a treasure my uncle gave me. Even the 11th Military District barely has any. At that moment, far away on a wasteland in America, several black and white officers stood beside the massive corpse of a one-eyed monstrous bird, arguing fervently with a figure in a black cloak. Behind them were over 1,000 soldiers wielding sophisticated equipment along with tanks and fighter jets. The mysterious merchant, caught in the middle, remained silent for a moment. He couldn't understand a word they were saying. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the mysterious merchant vanished from the spot. Thud. On the ground he left behind an array of potions and a few colorful stones. The corpse of the monstrous bird, which the soldiers had barely managed to kill, also disappeared. That monstrous bird, a full 20 meters long, was a 5th-tier mutant that had occupied half the city. Even America had expended immense firepower just to barely take it down. What? The bird's corpse vanished. The officers on site were stunned in disbelief. What the fuck? Where's my huge bird? Inside North China University. Ding dong. A crisp clear sound of a water droplet rang in his ear. Chen Mo frowned and whispered, quiet. Do you hear something? Huh? Jiang Fan blinked looking confused. No. Drip drop. Ripples seemed to spread across the water's surface. Whoosh, an eerily cold wind swept by. Before them a short figure in a black cloak face hidden had appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Fan's breath caught in his throat. He stared at the sudden dwarf as if seeing a ghost. Where did this come from? Chen Mo's eyes lit up sharply. Here it comes. The mysterious merchant. He had speculated earlier that the corpse of the nearly 5th-tier Toad King would hold great trade value for the merchant. The mysterious merchant's purpose seemed to be collecting powerful corpses and resources. Some suspected the mysterious merchant was actually an apocalypse deity codenamed Bygone. No one knew what he sought. But it was certain that many of the merchant's miraculous treasures were extracted from those corpses. The mysterious merchant himself might even be a divine blacksmith of immense power. The mysterious merchant glanced at the Toad King's corpse, then looked at Jiang Fan and Chen Mo. Surprise flickered in his hidden eyes. He clearly remembered Chen Mo. Because Chen Mo had left a deep impression, a man who could slay an apocalypse deity single-handedly. Long time no see. Chen Mo grinned. His grade recovery potions were nearly gone and he had long sought a spatial treasure to store crystal cores and supplies. Traveling alone in this apocalypse carrying a bulky load was far too inconvenient. The mysterious merchant spoke in a low voice. The corpse trade. Chen Mo stepped close to the merchant and said, yes. The mysterious merchant remained still, then rasped after a long moment. This time what do you want? Jiang Fan stared blankly at the dwarf before him, frowning, feeling a strange familiarity but unable to place it. Chen Mo spoke. Give me a treasure for storing resources. As for the rest, decide yourself. The mysterious merchant pondered for a moment, then said. A space ring. Before him a blur of dark mist coalesced, revealing a silver thumb ring set with a transparent crystal. It can hold 10 cubic meters. Jiang Fan stared at the floating ring. Oh. 0. Creating objects from nothing. What kind of supernatural power was this? Too small. Chen Mo shook his head. Such a space would fill up quickly with just a few crystal cores from hunting. He couldn't even store several pieces of jade crystal. Is there a larger one? Chen Mo asked. The mysterious merchant glanced at the Toad King's corpse and stated plainly. You should know the value of these items. This corpse can only fetch about 30 cubic meters at most. 30 cubic meters. Chen Mo murmured. Still not enough. I need something bigger. Dense black mist gathered before the mysterious merchant again. When the mist dissipated, it revealed a palm-sized blood-red beast eye that was still rotating. That eye was the very one from the monstrous bird in America. This is the bright bird orb capable of holding 100 cubic meters. It's more than enough for storing crystal cores and supplies. But do you have anything else to trade for it? The bright bird orb. Chen Mo's eyes lit up at the sight. This was exactly what he wanted. The larger the spatial capacity, the more precious the treasure. Chen Mo pondered for a long while, then finally said, yes. Do you accept jade crystal? Chen Mo picked up the ghost slayer with a smile. The mysterious merchant then noticed the changes in the blade he had previously given. He was slightly taken aback. It truly was jade crystal. He wondered how this man knew everything. But trading with Chen Mo required no lengthy explanations, it was highly efficient. Compared to the group he had just encountered, it was incredibly easy. The mysterious merchant spoke flatly. Yes. A single concise word. Chen Mo felt a surge of joy. The mysterious merchant accepted not only crystal cores and corpses but nearly everything in this apocalypse. Everything had a reasonable valuation in his eyes. As for its worth, only the mysterious merchant could decide. 1,000 gene of emerald crystal or the corpse is separate. Clearly at this moment the emerald crystal ore seemed more important to it. I'll give you 1,500 gene. Chen Mo said without hesitation. Jiang Fan's eyes widened as he stared at Chen Mo in disbelief. Wasn't it 1,000 gene? Though he couldn't recall who this person was, even a fool could see they were in the middle of a transaction. Even the mysterious merchant was taken aback. It never made a losing deal. Others always haggled with it. Seeing someone willingly raise the price was a first. Chen Mo smiled brightly and spoke. You can take the Toad King's corpse first. To be honest, I found a vein of emerald crystal ore, but I don't have any on me now. I'll give it to you next time we meet. The extra is interest. The mysterious merchant's mouth twitched. Credit. It fell silent, contemplating the deal. After a long pause it spoke softly. What an interesting fellow. I don't have the authority. Chen Mo was taken aback, then sighed. What a pity. But I can give you this bright bird pearl, the mysterious merchant continued. Chen Mo's eyes lit up, then furrowed. Why? In his memory the mysterious merchant never made a losing trade. The merchant's voice was calm and hoarse. I'll give you 1 month to prepare a 5th-tier mutant or a 4th-tier apocalypse deity's corpse for me. I'll appear before you then. If you can agree to this, I'll give you this bright bird pearl. Somehow it had a premonition that it would be cooperating with this man for a long time to come. Their transaction was swift and direct, without any hesitation. It enjoyed dealing with Chen Mo. Chen Mo thought for a moment, then said without hesitation, agreed. The mysterious merchant nodded. The bright bird pearl, the size of a fist and floating in the air, began to shrink under an extremely mysterious force. Until it was no larger than a quail egg. It drifted slowly before Chen Mo. It's yours. Chen Mo took the bright bird pearl. It felt soft and round to the touch, its pupil constantly shifting. In his past life he had owned a 50 cubic meter bright bird pearl. So he was well versed in its use. He took the 4th-tier excised crystal core he had collected from the Toad King's body and aligned it with the bright bird pearl's pupil. With a hum the pupil dilated and a flash of purple light flickered. In the end the crystal core vanished directly from Chen Mo's hand. This miraculous sight made Jiang Fan's eyes sparkle with intense excitement. I know this. It's a storage ring. I've read about them in fantasy novels. I never thought such things actually existed. Who wouldn't want to travel light with all their supplies instead of lugging everything by hand? Such a treasure was something almost everyone in the apocalypse desired. Jiang Fan quickly stepped forward. Can I trade for one too? The mysterious merchant, trade for what? I want that thing too. Is this enough? Jiang Fan said excitedly, pulling a few scattered 2nd-tier crystal cores and the iron box containing the recovery capsules from his pocket. He had taken these 2nd-tier crystal cores on his way here. The mysterious merchant looked at the capsules in the iron box and the crystal cores in Jiang Fan's hand. A downgraded version of an F-grade recovery potion. It completely ignored him and turned to Chen Mo. What else do you want for that corpse? Having received the bright bird pearl, Chen Mo was in a good mood. With a portable space to store supplies and crystal cores he would be far more convenient. He no longer needed to burden Qiongqi with a heavy load. Suddenly a thought struck him and he remembered Yue, who was still unconscious. Earlier, to protect Qiongqi and Yue from the Toad King's rampage, he had lured the beast deep into North China University. He had avoided that area. 1 bottle of restoration potion. As for the rest, name your price. The mysterious merchant nodded, glancing at the Toad King's corpse. In a single glance it saw through all the Toad King's information. Nearly 5th tier. The mysterious merchant spoke slowly. This mutant is somewhat unusual. And its corpse is well preserved. As you wish, 1 bottle of restoration potion. For the rest I'll offer a 1.25x ability enhancing ring. Plus 5 3rd-tier crystal cores, 1000 2nd-tier crystal cores, 10 grade recovery potions and 1 berserk potion. How does that sound? You seem knowledgeable, so these should be familiar to you. Chen Mo's eyes lit up with surprise. He had never expected to get so much in return. Even Jiang Fan was stunned. Good heavens, so many crystal cores. A single 3rd-tier zombie or mutant was a tough opponent that required his intervention. 5 3rd-tier crystal cores and 1000 2nd-tier ones. How long would it take the 11th military district to hunt that many? He was awed by the sheer number of crystal cores. But Chen Mo's focus wasn't on the thousands of cores, it was on the ability-enhancing ring and the 2 potions. A grade recovery potion was several times more effective than an F-grade one. Since his Dominion ability broke through to the 4th stage, F-grade potions could no longer fully restore his expended energy. Even 1 bottle couldn't replenish his spent energy. The Berserk potion, on the other hand, was a potion that in his past life many ability users would prepare only when hunting extremely dangerous, life-threatening deities. Although it hadn't been developed by the military yet, it was the most sought-after potion among ability users in his past life, with a single bottle being incredibly expensive. Consuming the Berserk potion allowed one to break through the critical point of their ability, unleashing power far beyond their current level for a short time. The lower the ability level, the greater the boost. For example, a grade ability user could unleash the power of a grade ability after taking it. He had simply had too little contact with the mysterious merchant. In his past life he never had the chance to meet it. The mysterious merchant spoke in a hoarse voice. Deal. Chen Mo replied without hesitation. Deal. He hadn't expected the mysterious merchant to offer such a high price. He was surprised by the generous terms. The nearly 5th-tier Toad King's corpse was indeed very valuable. But every time Chen Mo traded he sought items that were extremely precious in this apocalypse, which always made his offer seem insufficient. The transaction is complete. Before the mysterious merchant, the items required for the trade materialized over 1,000 crystal cores and 2 types of potions. With the Mingniao pearl that could hold items, he no longer had to worry about storage and portability. Chen Mo stored all these items into the Mingniao pearl. He chuckled. A pleasant transaction. By the way, merchant, do you still remember the promise you once made to me? How many people have slain an apocalyptic deity before me? The mysterious merchant let out a hoarse laugh. Does it matter that much to you? Yes, it does. Chen Mo answered without hesitation. He wanted to know, having been reborn once and possessing 2 extremely powerful abilities, he believed he was no weaker than anyone. Even the unattainable top powerhouses of his past life no longer seemed so daunting. The mysterious merchant spoke softly. First and also fourth. I must go. With those words a wisp of breeze passed by, leaving no trace, along with the corpse of the Toad King in the metal cage. It vanished as well. Oh. Chen Mo squinted, frowning and murmuring, first and also fourth. He was somewhat puzzled by the mysterious merchant's ambiguous answer. Was it first on a personal level or first in the global kill count? Heh. Chen Mo grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. But that's enough. At least he was on the list now. Moreover, as a reborn individual, his greatest advantage was absolute foresight. In his past life as a psychic ability user, he was exceptionally keen on capturing information. As his ability broke through, he recalled more and more events, both big and small. Whether it was apocalyptic deities, forbidden zones, or the locations of various post-apocalyptic treasures, he remembered them all clearly. It could be said that this information were irreplaceable by any treasure. After the mysterious merchant left, Jiang Fan suddenly realized something. He exclaimed, "That's him, right? The merchant who can trade for everything. I remember now." His uncle had once told him that the 11th Military District had encountered the mysterious merchant while clearing out a group of zombies. And his uncle was there at the time. They had traded all the crystal cores they had collected for many treasures from the mysterious merchant. Induction ores that could detect ability strength, food seeds that could be planted in the wasteland, and so on. All the items they exchanged were treasures that could aid in external research. And the grade recovery potion was one of those exchanges. Jiang Fan slumped to the ground, his face ashen. My uncle said the apocalypse merchant is a rare encounter. They only met him once, and that one time brought them decades of research results. Damn, I missed out big time. If only I had brought more crystal cores. Jiang Fan said belatedly. After putting away the Mingniao pearl, the supplies exchanged from the mysterious merchant only occupied about 6 cubic meters of space. In his past life, a 50 cubic meter Mingniao pearl could store a large amount of food. Now with 100 cubic meters of space it would certainly last him a long time. Chen Mo glanced at him, worried about the safety of Qiongqi and Tang Xuanyu. Without much communication with Jiang Fan, he took out the last bottle of grade recovery potion from the Mingniao pearl and drank it. Gulp. After the potion went down, Chen Mo tried to use his dominion ability again. The power of the ability was mostly restored. With a hum, the metal cage and the giant metal sword behind him instantly dissolved. A long metal path spread across the water before him. He put away the onigiri. Without looking back, Chen Mo rushed to where Qiongqi was. Dark clouds still churned above North China University, but after the Toad King's death the violent rain had ceased. Seeing this, Jiang Fan quickly called out, "Hey! Bro, wait for me." Although he didn't know who Chen Mo was, his actions and words showed that he was no ordinary person and knew a lot. The information Chen Mo possessed was crucial for any force in the apocalypse. He tried to follow, but the metal platform behind Chen Mo began to dissolve. With a whoosh, Jiang Fan spread his wings and shook off the rainwater. The S-rank judgment ability, also known as Judgment Angel. Above it was the SS-rank 6-winged. Jiang Fan leaped into the air and quickly gave chase. On a metal platform amidst the torrent, Qiongqi protected Tang Xuanyu. Spiritually connected to Chen Mo, it already knew of the Toad King's fall. When it saw its master's figure, Qiongqi stood up and let out a low growl. Chen Mo approached Qiongqi and looked at Tang Xuanyu, who was still unconscious on the ground. The effect of so many bottles of grade recovery potion had taken hold. Yuer's aura gradually stabilized as if she were merely asleep. However, the bright red scar on her cheek was particularly striking. Good job. Chen Mo patted Qiongqi. Then he stepped forward and took out a potion specifically exchanged for scar repair from the Mingniao Pearl. He fed it to her gently and slowly. After all, it was a potion from the mysterious merchant. The effect was immediate. The red scars on Tang Xuanya's body began to fade and recede, revealing her fair and delicate skin. The scars on her legs exposed through her coat also became smooth and flawless. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, it's okay. In this life he had finally changed Yuer's fate. The scars that would have accompanied her in the future were gone. Now all he had to do was wait for Yuer to wake up. At that moment Jiang Fan's voice came from the sky behind him. Why are you so fast? I told you to wait for me, bro. Roar. The sudden appearance of the man made Qiongqi behind him snarl ferociously. A massive gust of air rushed toward him. Jiang Fan's pupils contracted sharply. Holy crap. There's another mutant here. He almost lost control and crashed, landing slowly and retracting his wings. Bro. What the hell is this? Qiongqi. Chen Mo said calmly. Qiongqi then restrained itself a little. Why are you still following me? Jiang Fan was stunned that this mutant obeyed this man. He was even more amazed. I just came to see you. Are there any other survivors here? Jiang Fan muttered as he looked around. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something, he noticed an extraordinarily beautiful girl beside Chen Mo. Her body was completely bare, covered only by a jacket revealing arms as smooth as creamy jade. And those rounded straight legs. Jiang Fan was utterly stunned. He was just a minor, only 17 years old. He had never even held a girl's hand, let alone witnessed such a scene. His nasal passages heated up and blood gushed out instantly. Pfft. Jiang Fan quickly turned his head and closed his eyes, silently reciting, "See no evil, see no evil." How is there a woman in this damned place? Chen Mo frowned. As the strongest of the 11th military district, Jiang Fan had considerable interactions with the 6th district in his memories. Moreover, every time Yuer saw him they would nod at each other as if they were acquainted. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, then looked at the not-so-bright kid before him. Could it be that in his past life this person saved Yuer? Recalling that Jiang Fan was now a 4th-tier ability user and his judgment light inflicted great damage on that Toad King. Coupled with the fact that Jiang Fan came here alone and belonged to the 11th military district. Perhaps he had quietly eliminated the Toad King for the 6th military district, preventing the news from spreading too widely. Chen Mo put the jacket back on. Tang Xuanyu stood up and walked over to Jiang Fan. The height difference between them was quite significant. After awakening dual abilities, Chen Mo now stood at 1.8 meters. Jiang Fan was only 1.6 meters tall. If he hadn't awakened his ability, he might have been no taller than that mysterious merchant. Chen Mo's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he looked down at the kid. Jiang Fan looked up at Chen Mo, clearly dissatisfied with the height disparity. Beneath his feet a circle of pure white light suddenly rose. He floated into the air, finally level with Chen Mo. Feeling goosebumps under Chen Mo's gaze, he pouted and spoke. What do you want? Chen Mo asked, aren't you from the 11th military district? What are you doing in Huabei City? Jiang Fan was taken aback, then replied. How do you even know that? Chen Mo grinned playfully. I know not only that but also that your name is Jiang Fan, your ability is Great Judgment, and your uncle is Jiang Shiming, the current head of the 11th military district. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up at these words and he exclaimed with delight, so am already this famous. He suddenly burst into loud laughter. Who would have thought? Little Master's reputation has even reached Huabei City. He looked immensely proud, his nose practically in the air. That's right. I am Jiang Fan. Bro, what's your name? Jiang Fan asked. Chen Mo. Oh. Jiang Fan nodded. Never heard of him. Chen Mo said calmly, I'm just curious, why would a prince like you, instead of staying put in the 11th military district, come to Huabei City? Jiang Fan's expression changed and he said, somewhat displeased, it's all because my uncle made me come. Staying in the 11th district every day is so boring. I wanted to go with them to rescue survivors but he wouldn't allow it. But after my persistent pestering he finally gave me a very tough mission. That is to send me to the 6th military district to negotiate an ammunition procurement agreement with their high command. Hiss, at this point Qiong Fan seemed to realize something and gasped sharply. His expression turned as if he'd seen a ghost and he quickly covered his big mouth. Damn. He stole a glance at Chen Mo. Seeing Chen Mo's composed face he hurriedly laughed to divert his thoughts. Haha. Just kidding, just kidding. I was just too bored in the 6th district so I came out for a stroll. The nearby zombies have all been cleared and I somehow ended up here. Chen Mo's eyes flickered. Ammunition. From what Qiong Fan said it seemed the 6th military district had expended considerable firepower. Their stockpile was nearly depleted, forcing them to seek aid elsewhere. This matter he seemed to recall Liao Ruyu mentioning as well. Seeing Chen Mo's prolonged silence, Qiong Fan broke out in a cold sweat. He wanted to slap himself hard. I'm so damned. Confidentiality agreement. How the hell did I just blurt that out? Qiong Fan looked at Chen Mo with a pale face and said pitifully, brother Chen. Please don't tell anyone about this. Otherwise I'm really done for. Now not only were there threats from zombies and mutated beasts, but in this apocalypse those ability users with even a modicum of power had developed strange thoughts, and even the gathered survivors were unwilling to head to the safe zones. The 11th district had dispatched many to suppress the unrest. If this news leaked, the 6th district would be in trouble. Chen Mo glanced at him and said calmly, I heard nothing. Good. Qiong Fan patted his chest. He tentatively inquired, bro, with your strength are you also from the 6th military district? He could sense that Chen Mo like himself was a 4th-tier ability user. Chen Mo shook his head, no. Qiong Fan's eyes lit up and he immediately exclaimed. Then how about joining my 11th district? With your skills I'll talk to my uncle and he'll definitely get you some official position. Chen Mo was somewhat speechless. In his past life, by the time he awakened his ability, the various safe zones were already teeming with innate and awakened ability users. Although he possessed an ability, his status among ability users was merely average. To the war zones he was practically expendable. Now famous powers from his past life were all inviting him to join at first sight. It was becoming rather tiresome. Chen Mo waved his hand. Enough, you have your duties and I have things to do. You should go. He had promised the mysterious merchant to deliver a 5th-tier mutant or a 4th-tier deity's corpse within a month. In his memory the nearest deities were quite far from Huabei City. It would likely be too late. But there was still half a month until Nian appeared. Nian. Now that he had found you early. After settling her, Chen Mo planned to target that Nian beast. In the worst-case scenario he would have to trouble the god of fortune. After all, no one dared to have other ideas about the mysterious merchant. Even those 8-tier powerhouses. Once a 7th-tier ability user tried to get a freebie and was instantly killed by the mysterious merchant. It didn't even need to act, other forces wouldn't stand idly by, making it an extremely special existence in the apocalypse. The time ahead would be very tight. After the Nian beast purges a large number of surviving humans, the population will face another sharp decline. But equally what emerges are countless new resources and the strongest mutant zombies that survive. Then all living beings on Earth will welcome an unprecedented and final event in the apocalypse. The second evolution. The second evolution. At that time both the superpowered and ordinary humans on the post-human side would undergo another transformation. After the devastation wrought by the year, the population had drastically decreased. This world would witness the emergence of a substance known as evolution dust. The evolution dust would permeate the entire world, allowing everyone to receive its blessings, constantly enhancing their physical forms. The physical constitution of ordinary people would be immensely strengthened, rendering them immune to all diseases and even partially resistant to the zombie virus. And the evolution crystal core was even more terrifying. It could only be formed and condensed in places where the evolution dust was most concentrated. If a superpowered individual used it, they could directly advance their abilities. Unfortunately, these evolution crystal cores were exceedingly rare, and without exception they existed in extremely perilous locations. It was a carnival following humanity's cleansing. The year Yamata no Orochi Leviathan Baphomet. From all corners of the world, terrifying great beasts from mythology would emerge during that period. The evolution crystal cores were almost all obtained by powerful factions. They were only revealed after the evolution carnival had ended. And unfortunately, in his past life he had only received the baptism of that evolution dust. That was how he broke through to become a 6th-tier superpowered individual without any qualification to venture to the places where the evolution dust was most concentrated. let alone obtaining the evolution crystal cores condensed within. Chen Mo's eyes flickered continuously. This time he would seize the absolute initiative. During the second evolution he possessed an absolute advantage. Hey hey. At that moment Jiang Fan's voice pulled Chen Mo back from his thoughts. Where do you plan to go next? And this woman? I'm planning to leave in a couple of days. Someone is coming to pick me up. Do you want to come with me to the 11th military district? That woman should be very important to you, right? She's just an ordinary person. It's safer to get her to a war zone. Jiang Fan said. Chen Mo glanced at him and said calmly that won't be necessary. Although the 11th military district had a good reputation and treated survivors with great care. In this apocalypse safety could be found in places other than just the military districts. Since he had already found where there was no need to stay in Huabei City any longer. Chen Mo walked over gently, picked up Tang Xuanyu, leaped and landed on Qiongqi. He whispered, Qiongqi, it's time for us to leave. Qiongqi let out a low roar, leaped up and headed straight out of Huabei University. Jiang Fan stood alone on the metal platform staring blankly at the scene. He couldn't help but say with envy, damn. That's seriously cool. So these aberrations can be tamed after all. That really suits my style. He decided to get one to play with later. Flapping the wings on his back, Jiang Fan soared into the air. Following after. Outside Huabei University. Rumble, 5 armed helicopters flew in. Looking at the raging flood below, Zheng Haifeng's expression turned grave as he murmured. Here. It's already been submerged by the flood. How many people must have died? Zheng Haifeng shook his head and sighed. The 6th military district, in its efforts to rescue the high-ranking officials and their families, had wasted countless personnel and firepower, suffering severe losses. In this apocalypse, finding a single person was incredibly difficult. Sometimes he couldn't help but wonder if it was truly worth it. On the other side of Huabei City, who knew how many survivors were cut off by the blocked ravines? Whenever he thought of this, Zheng Haifeng couldn't help but recall the young man he met at the beginning of the apocalypse, Chen Mo. If not for him, he might have died on the very first day of the apocalypse. He had killed Lin On's son, but he had also saved over 100 people. If the high-ranking officials in the military district had given up on rescuing their relatives from other places, abandoning those dozens of people, then the firepower saved could have rescued not just thousands. At least tens of thousands of survivors could have been safe. But unfortunately his position in the 6th military district was too low to have any say in these matters. Lin Anha had promised him that once he found and dealt with his son's murderer, he would make him the second-in-command of the 6th military district. Zheng Haifeng's eyes were filled with determination as he murmured, little brother, I'm sorry. Just then a portly middle-aged man inside the helicopter roared angrily. Zheng Haifeng. I told you to keep an eye on that brat, and this is how you do it. Jiang Fan is the nephew of Jiang Xingming of the 11th military district, and he carries the mission of trade between our 2 war zones. If something goes wrong, you couldn't atone for it even if you died 10,000 times. Gao Limao was about to faint from anger. He couldn't help but curse loudly. Damn it. Where the hell is that kid now? Xiao Zhuo, are you sure he's here? Zhuo Yuan nodded calmly and said. Xiao Jiang said it was too stuffy in the military district, so he came out for some fresh air. Director Gao, rest assured, Xiao Jiang is a 4th-tier superpowered individual, even stronger than I am. What use is that? Gao Limao spat as he spoke. He's just a minor. I don't know how he got the nerve to come to this godforsaken place. Wait. Zheng Haifeng, who had been looking on, suddenly stared intently into the distance. That alto familiar figure, that terrifying beast. Could it be him? On the other side. After leaving Huabei University, the water level of the flood had dropped significantly. Wherever Qiongqi passed, metal platforms rose up. Chen Mo paid no attention to Jiang Fan, who had been following him all along. Rumble, from high up in the distance the roar of helicopters sounded. Chen Mo looked up, then turned to glance at Jiang Fan behind him, frowning slightly. He knew Jiang Fan's identity. The people of the 6th military district would never dare to let any harm come to him. Humph. They came quickly enough. Chen Mo sneered. So many survivors in Huabei University had waited until death without seeing anyone from the 6th military district. Yet now, just because Jiang Fan was here alone, they had dispatched 5 helicopters. Truly different fates. It's the 6th military district. Jiang Fan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. They came pretty fast. I've only been out for less than a day. Jiang Fan looked somewhat displeased at the approaching armed helicopters in the sky. Clearly he hadn't had enough fun yet. He flew up beside Chen Mo and said cheerfully, buddy. Why don't you come with us? Chen Mo said flatly, you go back on your own. This naive kid seemed unaware that he was the #1 wanted man of the 6th military district. There were still many matters he needed to attend to. Chen Mo did not wish to provoke any conflict with them. Jiang Fan's face fell. He had hoped to converse more with this enigmatic figure. In the blink of an eye Chen Mo mounted the Qiongqi and vanished from the watery expanse. How strange, why the haste? Jiang Fan muttered in bewilderment. A rumbling sound echoed as one of the armed helicopters descended slowly, lowering a rope ladder. Zhuo Yuan leaped down from the helicopter while Zheng Haifeng climbed down the ladder with an urgent expression. Uncle Zheng. Brother Zhuo. Why are you here? Jiang Fan was surprised by the grand commotion. Zhuo Yuan shot him an exasperated look and said, Xiao Jiang, why did you leave without informing anyone? Do you have any idea that your sudden disappearance alarmed the higher-ups? Jiang Fan clasped his hands behind his head and whistled nonchalantly. It was boring. They said they wanted to discuss something but never gave me a clear answer, so I just slipped out on my own. Zhuo Yuan felt utterly speechless before this unruly brat. Get back now. Director Gao has also come. You troublemaker, you're such a worry. The two had a good rapport. Jiang Fan's first acquaintance here was Zhuo Yuan, a fellow superhuman. Xiao Jiang, who was that fellow beside you just now? Zhuo Yuan frowned, looking in a certain direction. Jiang Fan grinned and replied. Oh, him. He's. Before he could finish, another anxious voice rang out. Zheng Haifeng hurried down the rope ladder, his gaze sweeping over the endless floodwaters and the neatly arranged metal platform beneath his feet. His pupils contracted sharply. Metal. It's him. It must be him. Zheng Haifeng spoke with an urgent, fervent tone. Xiao Jiang. Tell me that fellow who was with you, where did he go? Seeing Zheng Haifeng's intensity, Jiang Fan asked in confusion, what's going on? His name is Chen Mo, a new friend I made. He's incredibly powerful. But he didn't seem keen on coming back to the military district with me, so he left ahead of time. Chen Mo. Zheng Haifeng's entire body trembled. He never expected that Chen Mo, whom he had been searching for so long, would appear here in Huabei City. Was this man truly unafraid of death, daring to come to Huabei from Tianhai right under the 6th military district's nose? What did you say? Zhuo Yuan's expression shifted upon hearing the name. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Jiang Fan grew even more bewildered. Chen Mo. What's the problem? Having come from the 11th military district, he had heard of Lin On Sun's death but didn't know who killed him. Brothers, what? Tell me about it. Jiang Fan leaned in. Zhuo Yuan said gravely, Xiao Jiang, you don't know this, but he is the top wanted criminal of our 6th military district. What? Jiang Fan's eyes widened in shock and he stood there dumbfounded. He gasped, stammering, So he's the one who killed Lin Shu. And also saved several hundred survivors. After a long pause, Jiang Fan clapped his hands in approval. Good riddance. I've always despised that brat. Does he really think no one knows about his shady dealings? Coming from a prominent background himself, Jiang Fan was well aware of Lin Shu's circle. Lin Shu had relied on his parents' influence to cover up countless scandals, some even involving multiple deaths. Zhuo Yuan shot the reckless youth a stern glare. Xiao Jiang, Director Gao is up there. You can't speak carelessly. Jiang Fan grumbled discontentedly. He deserved to die. I heard that the 415 incident in Tianhai was a project by Lin Shu's group. That shoddy construction killed over 100 people. His father found a scapegoat. Do they really think we're all in the dark? Enough. Zheng Haifeng interrupted with a dark expression. This is no time for this. We've finally located Chen Mo. We must capture him this time and not let him escape. I'll take Xiao Jiang back. Zhuo Yuan, handle this. I'll inform Director Gao shortly. Zhuo Yuan clearly understood the gravity of the situation and nodded. All right. But suddenly Jiang Fan clung to Zhuo Yuan like a stubborn sloth. He shouted in all directions, buddy. Run. Someone's coming for you. His voice echoed and reverberated across the floodwaters. All he knew was that Chen Mo had eliminated a major threat to Huabei and saved many survivors. Yet now the 6th military district wanted to arrest him just because of Lin Shu. Although his uncle had warned him not to stir up trouble, Jiang Fan, who fancied himself a champion of justice, couldn't stand by and do nothing when faced with such injustice. Zhuo Yuan and Zheng Haifeng were stunned. Zhuo Yuan tried to pry off Jiang Fan, who clung to him like a stubborn patch, frowning. Xiao Jiang. What are you doing? I can't move. Jiang Fan wailed loudly. The commotion naturally caught the attention of Gao Limao, who was inside the helicopter above. Gao Limao looked down through the helicopter and roared furiously, "Zui Yuan Zheng Haifeng, what are you doing? Get Xiao Jiang up here immediately. If anything happens to him, you'll both answer for it. Do you hear me?" Jiang Fan chuckled and said, "Uncle Zheng brothers, well, you heard that. It wasn't me." With Director Gao's orders issued, Zui Yuan looked at Zheng Haifeng. "What now? Director Gao is pressing us." Zheng Haifeng's brows remained tightly furrowed, never once relaxing. After a long grim silence, he finally spoke in a low voice. "Forget it. We've delayed too long. The area's flooded. We won't find Chen Mo now. Let's head back." The three boarded the helicopter. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, Gao Limao immediately fussed over him, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost kindness. "Xiao Jiang, if you're bored, just tell Uncle Gao. We've got everything you need. Why did you come here alone? How am I supposed to explain this to your uncle? Look at you, soaked to the bone. Go home and take a hot bath." Faced with Gao Limiao's warmth, Jiang Fan brushed him off with a few perfunctory words. Zheng Haifeng stepped forward and recounted the encounter with Chen Mo. Gao Limao paused, glancing from Jiang Fan to Zheng Haifeng. Then he said coldly, "Humph. Xiao Zua is my man. How dare you deploy him? Capturing Chen Mo would bring him no credit, a thankless task. Moreover, if Xiao Zua left, who would protect him?" Zheng Haifeng grew anxious, "But that's Lin." Gao Limao cut him off, "Capturing Chen Mo is your business. Say no more. Our mission here is to find Xiao Jiang. I know full well which is more important, Xiao Jiang or Chen Mo. You don't know a damn thing." Zheng Haifeng cursed inwardly. This man was nothing but a parasite of the 6th Military District. Not only was he a coward who feared death, but he also refused to lift a finger for any task. Yet there was no helping it. Gao Limao held a high position and maintained good relations with other high-ranking officials of the 6th Military District. Zheng Haifeng could not afford to offend him too much. Zheng Haifeng suppressed the rage simmering within him and chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Gao Limao continued to shower Jiang Fan with solicitous concern. "Xiao Jiang, are you injured anywhere? Though you possess formidable strength, this place is far too perilous. You must not wander off. Do you understand?" As dusk fell within the city of Huabei, in the blink of an eye, Qiongqi had left the bounds of Huabei University and arrived at a desolate, uninhabited area. Bang! The door of a shop was smashed open. From within came the ghastly howls of zombies. Under the shroud of night, the sounds were particularly blood-curdling. After a long while, the noises within gradually subsided. Tap tap. Footsteps echoed from the interior. Chen Mo emerged from the pitch-black shop, gripping the kikiri blade, its surface stained with fresh blood. In his hand he held a piece of women's clothing. The man and the beast found a spot to light a fire. Bathed in the faint glow of the campfire under the nocturnal sky, Chen Mo silently gazed at Tang Xuanyu. The crackling sound of the burning firewood filled his ears. Chen Mo gradually sank into a long-forgotten reverie. He knew not how much time had passed. Suddenly a soft moan escaped from Tang Xuanyu beside him. Both Qiongqi and Chen Mo turned their attention to her. A glint of light flickered in Chen Mo's eyes as he quickly stepped forward and lifted Tang Xuanyu into his arms. In his embrace, Tang Xuanyu's long lashes trembled slightly. Then she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing that met her gaze was a stranger's face, yet his expression seemed laden with deep concern. As if awakening from an endless dream, Tang Xuanyu murmured softly with hazy, beautiful eyes. Where is this?" Seeing Yue awake, Chen Mo's heart was a tumult of excitement and complexity. He did not know how to describe to her all that had transpired. Tang Xuanyu slowly sat up from Chen Mo's arms. She looked at Chen Mo with utter bewilderment, then glanced around. After consuming several grade recovery potions, her body had undergone a slight enhancement. Yet her face was etched with endless confusion. For there was no raging flood here, no terrifying croaking of toads. Tang Xuanyu furrowed her delicate brows, pressing her hand to her aching head as she struggled to recall. Those agonizing and despairing memories surfaced in her heart. Didn't I get poisoned by that toad venom? Why? Beside her, Chen Mo gently supported Tang Xuanyu's shoulder. Tang Xuanyu's delicate frame trembled. Chen Mo paused, then realized, at this moment Yue did not yet know him. He withdrew his hand and spoke softly. "It's all right now. It's safe here." Tang Xuanyu turned her head looking at Chen Mo's unfamiliar face and said, "Was it you who saved me?" Chen Mo nodded. Just then Qiongqi also poked its massive head over, eavesdropping on their conversation. In the darkness its colossal form seemed to meld seamlessly into the night. Roar! It regarded Tang Xuanyu with immense curiosity. When Tang Xuanyu caught sight of Qiongqi looming behind Chen Mo, she was startled. Chen Mo shot a glare at Qiongqi. "Qiongqi, go sit over there and behave yourself." Qiongqi let out a resentful low growl, then obediently crouched to the side. Its blood-red eyes still occasionally stole glances in their direction. Yuer had only just awakened. Though her body was unharmed, her mind had suffered a considerable shock. Chen Mo comforted her. "Don't be afraid. That's my pet." It took quite a while before Tang Xuanyu could grasp the current situation and understand what had truly happened. All along, whether before the apocalypse or during it, Chen Mo had little experience in conversing with women. Fortunately, through his encounters with Mingyue Liao Ruyu Linyu. Now seeing Tang Xuanyu again, he had accumulated some experience enough to keep the situation from becoming too awkward. After a brief explanation. "So the toad venom on me, did you cure it as well?" Tang Xuanyu gently touched her cheek. It was smooth and unblemished with no discomfort or damage. She could not help but feel astonished. After all, within Hubei University countless had perished from that very venom. An ordinary person upon even the slightest exposure would have absolutely no chance of survival. Chen Mo, Tang Xuanyu stared intently at the calm young man before her, and her nose suddenly tingled with emotion. He had saved her and purged the toad venom from her body. A mist gradually welled up in her eyes and Tang Xuanyu choked out. "Thank you. Thank you." She had no idea how Chen Mo had managed it. But Hubei University submerged by the flood had been like a cage trapping all the survivors within. The fact that she had escaped safely fleeing from the countless toads outside spoke volumes about the peril involved. Recalling the memory of waiting to die alone in the pitch-black teaching building, she now felt immense gratitude for still being alive. "Thank you." Tang Xuanyu lowered her head, teardrops as large as pearls falling. Her delicate frame trembled as she repeated those two words. Chen Mo simply watched her. He wanted to comfort her, but that might seem too abrupt. Chen Mo shook his head and said softly, "It's nothing. Forget those bad memories. At least you're alive." "Alive?" As if struck by a thought, Tang Xuanyu looked up at Chen Mo and asked, Before me there was a group of survivors. Did you see them?" I saw them." Chen Mo replied calmly without a hint of guilt. "But unfortunately I arrived too late. By the time I got there they had all been killed by those toads. Only you were still alive. I'm sorry. I did my best." Tang Xuanyu's body trembled upon hearing this. It was as if she had been struck by lightning. It took her a long while to regain her composure. Her beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions as she bit her lip. Wu Jianbin and the others who had been so close to escaping Hubei University were all dead. Instead she, poisoned by toad venom and beyond cure, had survived. How utterly ironic. That meant the only survivor from Hubei University was herself alone. Chen Mo said softly, "When I found you, you were alone in a teaching building. They seemed to have abandoned you. Do you still wish they were alive?" Tang Xuanyu hung her head low, hugging her knees with her hands, her beautiful eyes flickering. She spoke slowly, If I had been there at that time I probably would have done the same as them." Chen Mo could hear the wavering and uncertainty in her tone. That might be true, but no one was willing to watch their companions abandon them. Chen Mo said nothing more. Instead he added some fuel to the blazing campfire, trying to warm the cold night a little. "What do you plan to do next?" Chen Mo gazed at the blazing campfire and suddenly spoke. Tang Xuanyu shook her head, hugging her legs tightly. "I don't know either. It seems I have nowhere left to go." "Chen Mo, for instance, what about the 6th military district?" Tang Xuanyu was silent for a moment. She had once thought about what to do after getting out. It was the same as everyone else, to seek refuge in the military district. But after being trapped in North China University for so long, that thought had been extinguished. Because they had once seen military helicopters flying overhead. Yet they ignored the shouting group below and chose to head in another direction. It was despairing. "I don't know. Chen Mo, if you trust me then come with me. I'll take you to a very safe place." Tang Xuanyu looked up at Chen Mo upon hearing this. Under the firelight Chen Mo's face was exceptionally calm and indifferent. She didn't know him at all. Yet why did she feel an unfamiliar sense of familiarity from him? Why did you save me? Tang Xuanyu finally voiced the question that had been weighing on her mind. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. That familiar yet slightly immature face before him overlapped with the image of Yue in his memory. He had once asked her the same question. Chen Mo grinned, his voice gentle as he spoke. Maybe it's because I saw a reflection of my former self in you. Back then he hadn't understood the meaning of Yue's words. Now it seemed he did. It was also a rainy night. He lay in the ruins, his body a bloody mess, as pathetic as a drowned dog. All around were corpses of humans and zombies, and in his final moments of consciousness there was only endless despair and darkness. After meeting Jiang Fan, Chen Mo had roughly pieced together everything that had happened to Yue. Jiang Fan's ability judgment was a great counter to the Toad King. If he hadn't come, Yue wouldn't have died. And neither would those survivors. They would have asked Jiang Fan to save Yue. And somehow Jiang Fan would have used some method, the capsule or the crystal core, to bring Yue back to life. Then she would have joined the 6th military district. That was why in his past life every time Jiang Fan visited, the two would greet each other. But the scars on her body and that indelible memory would remain forever. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Tang Xuanya's face was full of confusion, lost in deep thought. Her contemplative expression, so different from the coldness in his memory, was actually quite endearing. Chen Mo smiled at the sight. Don't overthink it. I saved you for no particular reason. In a week the world will undergo earth-shattering changes. Come with me and it'll keep you safe. Tang Xuanyu looked at the seemingly cheerful young man before her, wondering why. Earth-shattering changes. Could there be anything more terrifying than the arrival of this apocalypse? The two talked for a while longer. What surprised Tang Xuanyu was that Chen Mo seemed to know everything, and no matter what question she asked he could answer with ease. Unlike Wu Jianbin and the others, Chen Mo exuded an maturity and composure that was completely at odds with his youthful appearance. Who wouldn't want a reliable person to lean on in this apocalypse? Chen Mo's calm demeanor gave her a great sense of security. Tang Xuanyu occasionally stole glances at Chen Mo. She desperately wanted to understand why he knew so much. Noticing her gaze, Chen Mo turned his head. What's wrong? Nothing. Tang Xuanya's face flushed and she quickly lowered her head, afraid to meet his eyes. Chen Mo. Where are you from? From Tianhai. Chen Mo said as he took some food from his pocket and handed it to her. It's getting late. You've just recovered. I'll keep watch here. Eat something and get some good rest. Tang Xuanyu nodded and carefully took the food. When she touched Chen Mo's arm she couldn't help but shudder, feeling a bit timid. Chen Mo didn't pay it much mind. After all, in this life it was truly only the first day Yue had known him. That was enough. After eating, Tang Xuanyu lay down on the ground, her back to Chen Mo, who was keeping watch. Her beautiful eyes flickered, her mind racing with chaotic thoughts. Everything she had experienced was too sudden. This sense of security gave her an illusion of being in a different world. What am I even thinking? Tang Xuanyu bit her lip, trying to clear her mind. Though her body had recovered, the mental fatigue made her drowsy. Suddenly, as if noticing something. Huh? She looked blankly at her sleeve, her body trembling. My clothes. As if realizing something, Tang Xuanya's face instantly turned crimson and all sleepiness vanished. Even her breathing became a little rapid. At that moment Chen Mo didn't notice her unusual behavior. Instead he began pondering his next plan. What role would he play next? The arrival of the Nian beast marked the end of the first year of the apocalypse. Chen Mo thought for a long time. He wouldn't choose to eliminate the Nian beast early and save billions of lives. Because in the later stages of the apocalypse the Nian beast's purging of humans and mutants was absolutely necessary. His rebirth had already triggered many unnecessary butterfly effects. If the Nian beast died too early, the situation within the apocalypse would change drastically, and the memories he relied on to gain an advantage would deviate beyond his control. That was something he didn't want to see. The reduction of the population was inevitable. Some had even speculated that it was the massive decline in human numbers that gave rise to evolution, thus triggering a second evolution. Chen Mo picked up a random stick and wrote 2 words on the ground. Lion. Then let's go back and take a look. The Nian beast first appeared in Libin City. It would take some time to reach Tianhai City. During this time the provinces of Libin, North China and Chuanyuan could bear the brunt of the first wave. This would satisfy both the need for purging and the goal of attrition. I wonder if Luo Tianxiong has found the people on the list. Chen Mo murmured to himself. If he could find even a few of the people on the list he gave him the strength of the lion would undergo a tremendous transformation. And that girl Qiongqi, I wonder how she's doing. Chen Mo gave a bitter smile. Leaving without saying goodbye. I hope the little girl doesn't hate me. Chen Mo took out the 5 third-order crystal cores from the bright bird pearl, along with over 100 second-order crystal cores. Yue hadn't awakened her ability yet, she had only just recovered. Chen Mo planned to let her start the awakening process in a few days. The Toad King's 4th-order crystal core was left for her. Qiongqi. Chen Mo casually tossed over 100 second-tier spirit cores and said time to eat. The Qiongqi, which had been lounging lazily in the distance, brightened its eyes at the sight. It was about to let out a low growl instinctively but then noticed Chen Mo's chilling gaze. Meow, so it could still make that sound after all. Chen Mo said flatly, eat up. We've got plenty of these now. For a 4th-tier ability user, breaking through to the 5th tier was an exceedingly long process. Chen Mo wasn't in a hurry. Instead he picked up a 3rd-tier spirit core intending to advance his Qiongqi ability. Compared to the dominance ability, his Qiongqi ability seemed far more extraordinary. After reaching the 4th tier, Chen Mo sensed that the Qiongqi ability was about to undergo a tremendous transformation. With a low hum he held the 3rd-tier spirit core in his hand, his left hand flickering with a faint purple glow. Tang Xuanyu, who was having trouble sleeping nearby, heard the commotion and couldn't help turning her head. Is that a spirit core? She had once seen Wu Jianbin absorb a spirit core and a flicker of envy stirred within her. If only she were an ability user too. That was a thought every ordinary person harbored in this apocalypse. On this tranquil night, undercurrents surged in every region, heralding a brewing storm. Zheng Haifeng had sought approval from his superiors and obtained the authority to search for and capture Chen Mo within Huabei City. He could proceed with full force, disregarding any obstruction. Together with Lin and 2 ability users dispatched from the capital, he began to formulate a plan. Meanwhile, deep beneath Libin City, far from Huabei, within a dark and eerie mine shaft, Li Long and his companion stared at a thriving tree, identical to the peach tree in the steel mill. Their pupils contracted as they murmured, is this the seed from before? How has it grown so large? This mine had been an ancient relic site before the apocalypse, excavated by many archaeologists. After Li Long and his team brought back the peach fruit, the mine had remained sealed for a long time. Inside the dim cavern, candles flickered around them. Beneath the peach tree stood the silhouette of a woman. Xiao Lin, did it work? Li Long approached with his men and asked. Yeah, Sister Lin, just tell us, does this mine really hold that mythical monster? The members of the ancient martial alliance couldn't contain their curiosity. The woman slowly turned around, clad in a robe reminiscent of a ritual garment. She was strikingly beautiful, with a tall and curvaceous figure. It was Zhong Lin, the granddaughter of the president of the Libin City Martial Arts Association. Without a word she picked up a bottle and a small knife and walked over to the peach tree. With a sharp thrust she plunged the knife deep into the tree's trunk. The peach tree rustled violently, shedding countless leaves. At the same time the peach tree and the steel mill trembled in unison. A viscous crimson fluid and a translucent white secretion oozed from the tree's bark. Zhong Lin gently scraped the reddened white mixture into the bottle's opening with her knife. She said softly, it shouldn't be long now. In about 10 more days the seal can be broken. She shook the bottle, then turned and headed deeper into the mine. Follow me, she said. It's time you saw it for yourselves. Li Long and the others followed with curiosity. Through the long pitch-black tunnels they descended further, the passages growing increasingly vast. After an unknown stretch of time the view before them suddenly brightened. When they laid eyes on the scene ahead, everyone present began to tremble uncontrollably. Their eyes were filled with sheer horror. What is this? Hundreds of meters underground within the mine lay a bottomless colossal cavern. Their countless rusted black chains coiled around a terrifying monster that lay in slumber. The beast resembled neither a dog nor a lion, with a ghastly and ferocious visage, a single horn and fangs like tusks, its bulk as immense as a mountain. 2/3 of its body was buried deep within the pitch-black abyss-like mine shaft, making its full form impossible to discern. All they could see was the monstrous horn and the beast's head. The creature was bound by countless black chains which were anchored to surrounding black stone pillars. The pillars were engraved with various totems and symbols, and the cavern walls were covered in carvings. Within this vast empty cave, they could almost hear the beast's rumbling breath and the pounding of their own hearts. The creature before them was not dead. Li Long and the others began to shake uncontrollably, their blood running cold at the sight. Their emotions surged like a tidal wave. No one could have imagined that beneath this mine sealed for decades such a colossal beast lay hidden. What kind of monster is this? Even Li Long's eyes now mirrored an irrepressible fear and shock. It was a terror that resonated from the depths of their souls. But Zhong Lin at the front remained calm as if long accustomed to it. See the totems on the walls. That is the legendary Nian beast. Nian. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Is it the man-eating mythical monster? I always thought it was just a legend. Sister Lin, you said we martial artists could carve out a place in this apocalypse. Does it rely on this? In peacetime, martial artists had skills but no outlet, struggling even to make a living. 10 years of martial arts training couldn't match a single bullet. But now in the apocalypse, even martial artists without abilities held high status, easily dealing with ordinary zombies. Martial artists with abilities were even more fearsome, impervious to common firearms. The ancient martial alliance sought to build a kingdom of martial artists. The apocalypse and abilities had given them both the power and the ambition. Zhong Lin fixed her gaze on the slumbering Nian beast as if it might awaken at any moment. She spoke slowly. My mentor devoted his entire life's research to this. This creature was discovered 10 years before the apocalypse, but it was already dead back then. My mentor pored over countless ancient texts and records, using the totem murals to barely identify it. Zhong Lin approached a half-tall stone pillar. She tilted the bottle, pouring the liquid slowly onto the pillar. The fluid formed a long thin line as it dripped onto the stone. With a calm expression, Zhong Lin continued, now with the apocalypse it seems to have come back to life. The liquid secreted by the peach tree spread along the uneven totems on the pillar. The liquid gradually filled the crevices of the totem, and when it was fully saturated, the pillar suddenly emitted an eerie black light as if it had been ignited. A deep rumble shook the entire cavern, sending debris raining down as if it might collapse at any moment. With another rumble, another massive black chain fell away, plunging into the bottomless abyss below. Zhong Lin gazed at the Nian beast and said, her voice utterly composed. And this is our greatest trump card. Li Long and his companions' eyes widened, their hearts leaping into their throats. They feared the beast might awaken at any moment. Don't worry, Zhong Lin's voice came through. There are 12 stone pillars sealing it here. As long as these pillars aren't filled, it won't awaken. She seemed quite familiar with this beast. Li Long's expression grew anxious. Xiao Lin, this is too dangerous. Can our ancient martial alliance truly control this monster? Did you discuss this with Elder Zhong? Even as a third-tier psychic, Li Long sensed immense threat and terror from that beast. Zhong Lin's ability was beast taming, and the ancient martial alliance often captured powerful aberrations for her to practice controlling. Her intention was clearly to tame this Nian beast. She glanced at him and said flatly, I've already told you grandfather fully supports me. Li Long's breath caught. In contrast, some of the younger members of the ancient martial alliance rushed forward in excitement. Their eyes burned with fervor as they gazed at the slumbering monster. Sister Xiao Lin, if our alliance controls the Nian, will soar to greatness. This guy is incredible. More ferocious than anything I've ever seen. Compared to it, other aberrations are just trash. As a primordial or suddenly manifested powerful entity in the apocalypse, the Nian under normal circumstances transcended the category of aberrations. It was an apocalypse deity. Li Long's heart pounded violently. His eyes were fixed on the slumbering Nian beast, his gaze flickering unceasingly. Psychic powers, cataclysmic apocalypse. Neither was something they could fully comprehend. Could such a terrifying mythical beast truly be controlled by humanity? Xiao Lin, what tier of aberrations can you control now? Li Long took a deep breath, his expression dark. He had a foreboding feeling and didn't think releasing it was a good idea. Zhong Lin glanced at him and said coolly, maybe I can control 4th tier ones. But unfortunately you haven't been able to capture any 4th tier aberrations. Not even 3rd tier. There was a hint of reproach in her voice. A rank ability, Beast Tamer. Li Long spoke gravely. We've done our best. Do you know how powerful those 4th tier aberrations are? Not long ago Sun Xinruo's group brought back a 3rd tier one. Several people died and it's now locked up at the base. He never denied Zhong Lin's strength. As the granddaughter of the Martial Arts Association's president, she was already a 4th tier psychic at a young age. Hearing this, Zhong Lin showed a flicker of interest. Oh. 3rd tier. That's somewhat interesting. Leave it there. For these 10 days it'll stay here. This Nian, once under our ancient martial alliance's control, will be more important than any other aberration. Li Long gave her a deep look and said solemnly, Xiao Lin, trust me, this is beyond your control. Enough, I'll make my own judgment, Zhong Lin replied flatly. At that moment some members of the ancient martial alliance beside Li Long said, "Brother Long, why so downbeat? This creature looks incredibly strong. If our alliance gets it, well, dominate the apocalypse unmatched. Tisk, just thinking about it gets me excited." Those speaking were all young juniors, arrogant and headstrong, having always felt superior due to their martial prowess before the apocalypse. Now with the apocalypse their abilities had only amplified their pride. Only Li Long the elder among them remained deeply worried. Li Long sighed heavily. Since even Elder Zhong had agreed there was nothing he could change. In the end he could only shake his head helplessly. Huabei City. Plop. 1-2. Chen Mo absorbed all 5 third-tier spirit cores. He slowly opened his profound eyes, his expression calm yet contemplative. The third-tier Heavenly Authority ability seemed to have reached a critical point. But compared to the Dominion ability, the breakthrough threshold for Heavenly Authority appeared higher. Chen Mo noticed the Qiongqi beside him staring at him pitifully. "You didn't advance either, huh?" At this stage breaking through required a vast number of spirit cores and time. Fortunately both he and the Qiongqi had a much higher absorption limit than ordinary psychics. An individual's power was ultimately limited, and gathering spirit cores couldn't match the speed of major factions. But he controlled a jadeite crystal mine, and as long as Liao Ruyu managed it well, it could continuously supply him with a massive amount of spirit cores and resources. The Qiongqi seemed to have reached its limit. Chen Mo had only absorbed 5 third-tier cores. Previously he tested his own limit at around 54 cores. He took out second-tier cores from the bright bird pearl. Time ticked by and gradually the night began to brighten. 20 cores. 30 cores. 40 cores. When he absorbed the 40th core, the awakening mark on his left hand suddenly erupted with a brilliant light. Buzz. At that moment, as if sensing something, the Qiongqi slowly rose from the ground. Purple ripples began to wash over its massive body. The tattoo of the Shoshi god on Chen Mo's arm also began to glow and writhe as if coming to life. Thump. In just a single breath, Chen Mo found himself in a void of chaotic mist. This is. Here it was like an exiled otherworld, pitch black and empty. Whoosh. In this void 5 flames suddenly ignited around him, forming a vast circle. He floated at the circle's center. 3 of the flames blazed with a golden red hue, flickering unceasingly. From them gradually materialized the phantom images of the Qiongqi, the Shoshi god and the peach tree. The Qiongqi's massive eyes were filled with curiosity as it surveyed this space. The Shoshi god, like a giant white worm, lay lazily, occasionally scratching itself with its pudgy hands, looking rather dim-witted. The peach tree gently swayed its branches. Chen Mo stared in astonishment at the Qiongqi and the others, now bound by the Heavenly Authority ability. He exclaimed in surprise, "Inner vision." This place felt as ethereal as a dream, a void of nothingness and chaos. Chen Mo examined the flames surrounding him. The 5 flames represented the current number of beings the Heavenly Authority ability could enslave. The 3 lit flames symbolized the Qiongqi, the Shoshi god and the peach tree. I never thought that after reaching the 4th tier the Heavenly Authority ability would lead me to such a wondrous place. Chen Mo marveled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Suddenly, a voice ancient and solemn as if from a primordial god rumbled from an unknown source. Chen Mo shuddered violently. Divine voice. Every awakened ability user could hear this divine voice upon awakening their power. When the divine voice resounded, one could clearly understand their own ability and its nature. He had already heard it twice when he awakened Dominion and Celestial Authority. And now this was the 3rd divine voice. Chen Mo's heart trembled with shock. Why could he still hear the divine voice after breaking through to the 4th stage of Celestial Authority? This divine voice brought a soul-shivering sensation to his ears. An indescribable feeling flooded his heart. Celestial Authority. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he gazed at Qiongqi, Shoshi Shen and the peach tree. In an instant he comprehended all their abilities. Qiongqi granted a massive comprehensive enhancement to the physical body. The peach tree possessed parasitic absorption abilities. Shoshi Shen wielded the sound of law-breaking, capable of dissolving abilities. Activating Celestial Authority, his vision twisted and turned as if the world spun. He felt as though he had become the peach tree. Through the peach tree he saw the surrounding corpses and the impenetrable metal barrier that enclosed everything tightly. When he came to his senses again, a beautiful face filled with deep concern met his eyes. Chen Mo. Chen Mo. Are you alright? His consciousness was pulled back to reality as if he had been in a long dream. Chen Mo looked around somewhat dazedly. His Celestial Authority ability had somehow successfully broken through to the 4th stage. Suddenly a flood of memories surged into his mind. The memories of his past life in the apocalypse seemed to become clearer and more vivid. Seeing Chen Mo awake, Tang Xuanyu finally sighed in relief. Her pretty face was full of worry and she was so anxious she almost cried. When she woke up, Chen Mo had been sitting there motionless. Even the terrifying Qiongqi seemed frozen stiff. Are you okay? Tang Xuanyu asked with deep concern. Chen Mo pressed his forehead with his hand, frowning deeply as he composed himself for a moment. He felt parched and recalled everything that had happened. I seem to have heard the divine voice for the third time. Divine voice? What is that? Tang Xuanyu was utterly confused. Chen Mo's gaze cleared a little. I'm fine now. Tang Xuanyu didn't believe him. Really? Maybe you should rest a bit more. Seeing Tang Xuanyu's worried face, Chen Mo smiled and said softly, no need, Xuanyu. We should set off. Chen Mo slowly stood up from the ground, brushing the dust off his clothes. Casually he activated celestial authority in one direction. Rustle, the soil there began to churn. A slender branch burst through the ground, quickly forming a delicate crimson peach blossom. Tang Xuanyu hadn't noticed this yet and continued speaking with concern. You should rest a bit more. We can leave later, okay? To her, Chen Mo was the one who had saved her life. If something happened to him, she truly wouldn't know what to do. Seeing this, Chen Mo grinned. Indeed. Through the divine voice he learned. Now the greatest limitation of the fourth stage celestial authority ability had vanished. He could now use a portion of Qiongqi's abilities without even recalling them. When transformed into a tattoo state, he could unleash their full power. Moreover, the energy consumption for abilities used through celestial authority was significantly reduced. When facing the Toad King, even though Shoshi Shen had been absorbed into celestial authority, using Shoshi Shen's sound of lawbreaking just once had drained most of his strength, which was why he had dared not use it excessively. But now he could at least use it 3 or 4 times. Chen Mo's eyes gleamed with excitement. No wonder it was said that the fourth stage was a major watershed for all ability users. Only upon reaching the fourth stage could the differences between abilities be fully revealed. Chen Mo brushed the dust off his clothes and walked over to pick the peach blossom. He approached Tang Xuanyu, handed it to her and said with a smile, I'm really fine. See for yourself. Here, this is for you. Tang Xuanyu looked down. She noticed the vibrant peach blossom rich with fragrance that Chen Mo offered her. She was momentarily stunned. A flower. Where did it come from? Tang Xuanyu was utterly bewildered. Seeming to read her thoughts, Chen Mo smiled gently and said, magic. Pretty impressive, huh? Tang Xuanyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing that Chen Mo was still in the mood for jokes, her previous worries dissipated. Chen Mo teased with a grin. Want it? If not, I'll toss it. He wouldn't go so far as to put it in her hair, that would be too cheesy. I want it. Tang Xuanyu beamed and took the peach blossom directly. She seemed overjoyed, her pretty face blushing as shyly and brightly as the flower itself. Qiongqi watched the two with confusion. Meow. Chen Mo walked over to Qiongqi and stroked its orange-eared fur. He said, time to go. It's time to leave Huabei City. He planned to make a detour to the Longgang base on the way back. In just over a week the Nian beast would appear. Lin Yue, who was in Yuza County, must not come to any harm. Chen Mo would rather abandon all the jade crystals than let anything happen to Lin Yu. Because she was one of the 3 divine artificers in this apocalypse. Her potential was limitless and she was more valuable to major powers than many class ability users. Letting Lin Yu stay here was because her role was far from over. Chen Mo already had a plan in mind. He looked at Tang Xuanyu, who was still standing there, and said, what are you waiting for? Get on. Qiongqi shook its massive body imposingly and let out a mighty roar. Tang Xuanyu's expression was a bit odd as she gripped the peach blossom and stepped forward. Being so close to this fearsome beast made her heart pound with anxiety. Carefully she extended her hand, and seeing no reaction from Qiongqi, she finally relaxed. Chen Mo smiled. Don't worry, Qiongqi is very obedient. Get on. Tang Xuanyu nodded and climbed aboard. Chen Mo grinned and mounted as well. Qiongqi let out a mighty roar and the two of them and the beast vanished from the spot. Roar. Qiongqi charged forward unstoppably. On the way back, any zombies they encountered were either crushed and torn apart by its impact or smashed to pieces with a single swipe. The scene was utterly bloody, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. Under such earth-shaking commotion the surrounding zombies surged in like a dense tide seemingly endless. Sitting on its back, Tang Xuanya's face turned pale. Though she had seen zombies being killed at Hubei University, she had never witnessed such a gory spectacle. The surrounding roads were all blocked by the countless corpses of zombies. Now these first and second-tier zombies posed no threat to him whatsoever. Chen Mo's countenance remained indifferent as he activated his dominion ability. He summoned countless metallic substances from the surroundings, forging them into a colossal blade that swept out like a raging storm. Thud. Thud. With overwhelming force it cleaved hundreds of zombies in front of him cleanly in half at the waist. The scene was both bloody and spectacular. Not a single drop of blood stained his body. All the zombies that lunged at him perished under his metal ability. Chen Mo walked at the forefront, clearing the endless horde of zombies before him. Meanwhile Qiongqi was tasked with swatting and killing the stray zombies that approached. Tang Xuanyu, seated atop Qiongqi, felt the beast's constant violent movements. She shut her eyes, tightly gripping Qiongqi's fur with all her might, pressing her delicate form close to its back. The roars around her were incessant. She dared not even look to see what was happening. Just one man and one beast were enough to face the surging tide of thousands of zombies. It was terrifying. Although Chen Mo's slaughter was swift, these first and second-tier zombies were like locusts, impossible to disperse. Each time the metal blade cut down a batch, another would fill the gap. Hubei City was a heavy industrial city, and most of the younger generation had left for other places to find work. Thus its population was not large, totaling only a little over 6 million. Compared to other cities, this was already quite sparse. Although there were two factions, the 6th Military District and Dragon Steel, this other side had never been cleared. Just a single line of defense away, the southeast sides were as different as heaven and earth. The sheer number of zombies here was enough to frustrate even Chen Mo. Thanks to the existence of that Toad King, it limited the advancement speed of the zombies. Now that the Toad King was gone, with this many zombies here, a Corpse King level zombie would inevitably emerge. Once a Corpse King capable of commanding all the zombies here appeared, it could at least trigger a level 6 zombie tide. But all of this should be handled by Dragon Steel and the 6th Military District. Chen Mo did not wish to linger here. His eyes narrowed as he said in a deep voice, "Xuanyu, cover your ears." Tang Xuanyu, sitting behind him on Qiongqi, was startled but instinctively obeyed. She pressed her hands tightly over her ears. Having consumed many grade recovery potions, her physique was now far superior to an ordinary person's. Seeing this, Chen Mo felt reassured. He leaped into the center of the zombie tide, sprinting at incredible speed. Roar! At that moment the dense horde of zombies surged toward him like a tidal wave. The dark patterns on Chen Mo's left hand emitted a faint eerie glow. His eyes grew cold and deep. His throat bobbed as he slowly opened his mouth. Activating the Celestial Authority ability. The cry of the Joy God. Boom! This roar instantly stirred up a monstrous wave. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward from Chen Mo. At that moment the entire world seemed to echo with the terrifying sound of the Joy God. Thousands of zombies froze in place. Those closest to Chen Mo, forming a circular area around him, began to explode into clouds of blood mist. Bang! 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 Flesh flew in all directions, entrails and organs were hurled into the air. It was as if a storm of blood and gore had descended. The remaining zombies in the distance, sensing an immense terror, fled in all directions. Without a Corpse King to lead them, upon hearing this voice from the Apocalypse's deity, a sound not of this world, the zombies scattered like headless flies, causing a great uproar. Meanwhile Tang Xuanyu, still on Qiongqi's back, was also in great discomfort, her face deathly pale. The cry of the Joy God pierced through her hands and eardrum, striking her very soul and awakening an ancient fear. Thud! Chen Mo, wielding the Onamaru, quickly arrived beside Qiongqi and slew the few remaining zombies nearby. Are you alright? Tang Xuanyu slowly opened her eyes. Seeing everything around her, her beautiful eyes widened. The ground was littered with corpses and shredded flesh, even the earth beneath Qiongqi and Chen Mo was slick with thick sticky blood. She took a deep breath. Cough. Cough. The overwhelming stench of blood and decay assaulted her nose. Tang Xuanyu shook her head and said softly, "I am fine." She had never imagined that the world outside Hubei University could be even more terrifying than inside. The number of zombies was simply despair-inducing. Yet what shocked her even more was that Chen Mo had killed them all. Are you okay? Seeing Chen Mo not even a spot of blood on him, Tang Xuanyu couldn't help but ask. Chen Mo shook his head with a smile and spread his hands. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Tang Xuanyu dismounted from Qiongqi and came to Chen Mo's side. She inspected him meticulously from head to toe. Chen Mo's expression turned somewhat awkward as he asked. "What are you doing?" Tang Xuanyu replied, "I saw inside Huabei University that anyone scratched by zombies would turn into one too. But if you clean the wound in time and scrape off the rotten flesh you can stop the corpse poison from spreading. It should be fine." She was worried that Chen Mo might be injured somewhere. Her little face was exceptionally earnest as she left no spot unchecked. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Yue was bent over carefully checking him for injuries. Chen Mo gently flicked her forehead. Tap. "What you said, that's for humans just turning into zombies at the start of the apocalypse. It doesn't work anymore. And have you forgotten? I'm an ability user. Ability users can resist most corpse poison. The method of scraping off flesh to remove poison that Yue mentioned was only effective in the early days of the apocalypse. Back then zombies either had no cores or produced only inferior cores, they weren't even first tier. Aside from being unkillable without a headshot, they weren't much stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, after becoming an ability user one's physique was greatly enhanced. Even if attacked by a zombie it wouldn't be a problem. Tang Xuanyu was stunned. She looked up at the smiling Chen Mo and asked curiously, "Are all ability users outside as powerful as you?" She had been trapped inside Huabei University since the early days of the apocalypse and knew nothing of the outside world. The only ability user she knew who seemed strong, Wu Jianbin, had struggled greatly against those toads. Chen Mo felt a bit embarrassed by her question. He rubbed his nose and said, "Well, I'm just average I guess." Tang Xuanyu's beautiful eyes widened in utter disbelief. With Chen Mo's strength he considered himself only average. How powerful must the ability users outside be? But then Chen Mo's next remark left Tang Xuanyu somewhat speechless. "At least I haven't seen anyone stronger than me so far," Chen Mo said with an unabashed calm. Tang Xuanyu rolled her eyes at him, her expression clearly skeptical. Chen Mo sighed. "What's with that look? I'm telling the truth." Since his rebirth, aside from the slight pressure he felt during the battles against the Shoshi god and the Toad King, no other ability user he had encountered posed a significant threat. Tang Xuanyu lowered her gaze, a hint of envy in her voice. "That's good." As if struck by a thought, Chen Mo suddenly shifted the topic. "Xuanyu, do you want to become an ability user?" Tang Xuanyu froze as if doubting what she had just heard. "Me? Chen Mo nodded, a faint smile on his lips. "Ability users can also awaken through artificial means. You know about crystal cores, right? This is what makes it possible." It was time to entrust it to her. Chen Mo produced the crystal core of the 4th tier Toad King, roughly the size of a chicken egg. It glistened with a crystalline luster, emitting a dark radiance. "This is..." Tang Xuanyu gazed at the crystal core Chen Mo handed to her. She had never seen one so large. Chen Mo spoke in a gentle tone. "Xuanyu, in this apocalypse I want you to have the means to protect yourself. At least when facing zombies and aberrations you'll have a way to fight back." In his past life Yuer's ability wasn't particularly strong, merely a plant-type power. The effect of a crystal core could also influence the direction of an artificial awakening. A 4th tier core was the limit for such awakenings, and the quality of the resulting ability was considerable. Moreover, its energy was purer, unlike the violent mind-affecting chaos of lower tier cores. It offered lower risk, better results, and a smoother process. Beyond the 4th tier, even if the crystal core's energy was pristine, ordinary people couldn't withstand its power. The hard-earned experience of the major military districts in his past life held its own wisdom. Tang Xuanyu stared into Chen Mo's calm, placid eyes. There was a maturity and steadiness that belied his age, bringing a sense of reassurance. Her heart pounded uncontrollably. Her feelings at that moment mirrored Lin Yu's from that day, a turmoil of anxiety and excitement. The only difference between them was Chen Mo had casually tossed Lin Yu a 1st tier crystal core. But to her he gave a 4th tier Toad King core, nearly 5th tier, of exceptional quality. A thin veil of tears glistened in Tang Xuanyu's eyes. For a moment she didn't know what to say. "Thank you." Chen Mo smiled. "Take it. Between you and me there's no need for thanks. Besides, once you awaken your ability you'll be able to help me more effectively." Tang Xuanyu bit her lip lightly, her expression complex as she looked at Chen Mo. A strange emotion surged within her heart. She hadn't known Chen Mo for long, yet inexplicably she could feel that his care for her was wholehearted and without ulterior motives. Chen Mo pressed the crystal core into Tang Xuanyu's hand, chuckling softly. "Let's head to the Qiongqi. It's time to go. We might slow down a bit from now on until you awaken your ability. Tang Xuanyu nodded. Under Chen Mo's guidance she began to sense the energy of the 4th-tier crystal core. Unlike the violent scorching heat of a 1st-tier core, the energy of the 4th-tier core flowed like a gentle stream washing through her body. Chen Mo's gaze turned deep as he glanced at her calmly. Walking ahead he said flatly, "Qiongqi, let's move." The Qiongqi followed. To Chen Mo's surprise. Whether it was because of the 4th-tier core or the enhanced physique from the copious amounts of grade recovery potions she had taken, Tang Xuanya's awakening process was unexpectedly smooth. In less than half a day she emerged from the awakening trance. After experiencing the divine proclamation of awakening, Tang Xuanya's eyes lit up as she looked around. On her hand a ripple-like dark pattern of awakening appeared. "How do you feel?" A gentle voice sounded. Chen Mo sat on a raised rock watching her with a smile. The surroundings were quiet as if he had already cleared the area with not a single zombie in sight. Tang Xuanya's face flushed with excitement, rosy and bright. "I think I made it." She looked at Chen Mo with joyful surprise, her eyes brimming with endless delight. Her entire being felt unprecedented lightness and vitality. Both her vision and perception had been greatly enhanced. She had spent countless days and nights wishing she too could awaken an ability. Yet now upon awakening she worried that her ability might not be strong enough to help Chen Mo. Seeing Yuer's joy, it seemed her awakened ability was promising. Chen Mo felt happy for her too. With a 4th-tier core, unless one was extremely unlucky, the ability wouldn't be below grade. The voice you hear in your ear is the divine proclamation after awakening. It tells you what your ability is and its capabilities. Tang Xuanyu nodded with surging emotion, her eyes bright. My ability is Calamity Tide." Calamity Tide? Chen Mo paused, pondering. An elemental type ability perhaps. The variety of abilities was vast. The 6th military district alone had recorded no fewer than 1,000 types of abilities among existing users, not to mention those from other districts. Aside from the top tier or exceptionally powerful abilities worth noting from his past life, even he couldn't remember them all. And grades were determined by the military districts based on capability, strength and utility. Though he hadn't heard of this name, the simplest method was to have Yuer demonstrate the effect of her ability. After a moment's thought, Chen Mo lightly raised his right hand toward a direction. 10 meters away a metal barrier rumbled up from the ground. He had already mastered the Dominion ability with ease. Chen Mo smiled faintly. "Yuer, try releasing your ability." Without thinking he unconsciously used the intimate nickname. Tang Xuanyu blushed, her face as delicate as a flower. She nodded without saying much. Instead she raised her left hand and attempted to channel her own ability. Calamity Tide. As the ability activated, the soil beneath her feet churned into a dark watery vortex. A fierce black wave burst forth from her hand. The black tide shot forward like a dark python, hurtling toward the other side of the metal wall. Chen Mo's pupils contracted. Wasn't this the Toad King's ability? Rumble. In front of him a massive rock suddenly exploded into countless fragments. The spray of water from the explosion continuously melted the shards, submerging them and merging with the ground. Is this the power I unleashed? Chen Mo was greatly shocked. From the force that Xianyu had just released, even though it was a recent awakening, its intensity had clearly already reached the level of a 2nd-tier ability user. Chen Mo looked towards a barren stretch of land in the distance. The metallic wall stood intact beside it. Chen Mo said with a somewhat strange expression, "Your precision is a bit off." Xian Ye's face turned red as she shyly glanced at Chen Mo. "I'll try again." She unleashed the tide of calamity once more, and this time the waves were even larger. Clearly she was more skilled than during her first attempt, as it surged straight towards the metallic wall. Bang! The water exploded and the metallic wall shook violently but remained unharmed. After all, it was a 4th-tier dominator ability, its hardness far exceeding that of ordinary metals. Even something that Chen Mo casually erected could not be shattered by an ability user who had just awakened. Xian Ye's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. But Chen Mo noticed the remnants of water droplets on the metallic wall as if they possessed a life of their own. They were continuously corroding and penetrating the wall. Chen Mo's expression tightened, feeling astonished. The tide of calamity that Yuer awakened seemed to be different from ordinary water elemental abilities. It contained the corrosive penetration of the Toad King. Try this again. Chen Mo activated his Dominator ability once more, summoning several metallic walls. Each wall was spaced about 10 meters apart. Additionally, to better perceive the power of the Tide of Calamity, Chen Mo had specifically asked Qiongqi to capture several second-tier zombies and restrain them in front of the metallic walls for Yuer to practice. Roar! Roar! In the distance, the second-tier zombies continued to roar and bellow as if wanting to tear the two apart. After about an hour, Chen Mo watched in astonishment. Xian Yu had already gained a preliminary grasp of her ability's usage. The black tidal vortex beneath her feet had expanded to more than double its size. The surrounding area was filled with black tides flowing through every crevice. A black radiance suddenly brightened in Xian Ye's hand. There was no need to condense water elements as she shot forth a black water dragon. After such a long period of connection, the power within her body was nearly depleted and her face looked somewhat pale. Boom! A loud noise erupted. This time, the black water dragon along with the zombie and the metallic wall behind it was shattered into pieces. Roar! And that special zombie, a charging behemoth standing 2 to 3 meters tall, began to melt in agony beneath the black spray. Its bones were exposed, gradually dissolving into the black water. Even the metallic wall behind the zombie was pierced with a massive hole. Glug glug. The black tidal vortex disappeared and Xian Yu, somewhat exhausted, leaned against a rock and sat down. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Chen Mo inhaled sharply. His eyes widened in shock as he glanced at the sitting Xian Yu. Although he had released seawater behind the metallic wall, Yuer's ability seemed truly formidable. After absorbing the 4th-tier crystal core, she had indeed directly advanced to a 2nd-tier ability user. The strength of abilities could only be truly differentiated upon reaching the 4th tier. His Dominator ability before reaching the 4th tier was almost indistinguishable from ordinary elemental abilities. But after reaching the 4th tier, the range was increased tenfold. From a distance of 100 meters it leaped to 1,000 meters, a qualitative leap. Not only could it transmute matter into metal, but its hardness and density were far beyond what an ordinary person could reach. For example, Chen Mo could compress several hundred pounds of metal into a steel ball the size of a crystal core in an instant using his Dominator ability. Yet the ability that Yuer awakened had already demonstrated a completely different nature from elemental abilities at merely the 2nd tier. Chen Mo murmured. Yuer's ability has inherited all the advantages of that Toad King. Poison corrosiveness. At least it falls between A and S grade. Moreover, it is very likely not an elemental type but a divine type. The divine type begins at least at S grade. The Dominator ability was also an elemental ability before being classified as divine. It wasn't until the appearance of Ehuang, who also possessed Dominator abilities, that the world was informed this power was far beyond what elemental abilities could compare. Xian Yu wiped the sweat from her forehead and said softly, a bit apprehensively, Chen Mo, how is this ability? Chen Mo stood up, took out a 2nd-tier crystal core to help her recover and said. Very good. 2nd-tier strength. As for the ability, let's tentatively classify it as an A-grade ability. The Tide of Calamity. Only upon reaching the 4th tier can its true power be revealed. A grade ability. Xian Yu tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. Then what grade is your ability? Chen Mo smiled. Which one are you referring to? Xian Yu asked, confused. Do you have 2 abilities? Chen Mo smiled mysteriously and said seriously, actually I have 5. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. Haha. We are already close to the perimeter of the protective line, which had previously been cleared by the god of longevity. So the next path was much smoother. Rustle. In front of the protective line, Xian Yu looked at the towering wall pieced together with various materials. Abandoned vehicles, wooden planks, collapsed building ruins. And evidently recently constructed walls filled with concrete. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. This scene clearly had a significant impact on her. Why? Why? Why is there a wall here? From the gaps that hadn't yet been filled, one could see the other side of Huabei City. This wall not only isolated the zombies in this area but also cut off all survivors on this side of Huabei City. Chen Mo's expression was calm as he slowly said, it should be to conserve some firepower. After all, without the leadership of a corpse king, these zombies have no intelligence and won't destroy this wall. The other half of Huabei City is still quite safe. Chen Mo said blandly. I don't know much about other places, but the 6th military district certainly does not lack ordinary people. Countless survivors around Huabei City are desperately trying to escape to the safe zone. The truth is always so cruel. The lives of ordinary people are worth nothing in this apocalypse. I can't see any comments if the only one left for nurturing this book is just milk powder, right? So annoying. The next chapter will feature a conflict with the military district. Please urge for updates and give good reviews if free little gifts. Milk powder thanks you here, bang bang. Chen Mo's meaning was already crystal clear. Apart from the offspring of high-ranking officials with distinguished backgrounds, the 6th War Zone would never dispatch substantial firepower for ordinary people. Take Qiongqi for instance, a 4th-tier Psion who commanded this class ability Judgment. With such power he could stride through the apocalypse almost unopposed save for the apocalyptic deities and a few extraordinarily formidable aberrations. Yet precisely because he was the nephew of the 11th Military District's chief, the 6th Military District had to deploy 5 armed helicopters and several Psions to search for him. Don't overthink it. Your identity now is that of a Psion. Chen Mo sensed the turmoil within Tang Xuanya's heart. Tang Xuanyu nodded gently, taking a deep breath to calm her restless soul. Those survivors from North China University had long suspected they had been abandoned, they simply refused to accept it. Chen Mo's gaze was as calm as still water. Yuer was different from him, she had been trapped within North China University, never witnessing the true horrors beyond the apocalypse. This required time to gradually come to terms with. In the apocalypse there's no need to delve into every reason. Even a 9th-tier Psion can't change these rules. Taking care of yourself is enough. Chen Mo lowered his eyes, walking slowly to the defense line before him. He placed his palm gently upon it and murmured. If it displeases you, destroy this wall. He activated his Dominion ability. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. The defense line, before them, which had stood like a heavenly chasm separating the two areas, suddenly crumbled. Countless rubble and debris collapsed while a golden barrier enveloped the two, shielding them from any harm. Smoke filled the air and dust swirled. When the metallic barrier receded, Tang Xuanyu stared wide-eyed at the scene before her. Her lips parted slightly, her face etched with disbelief. This. Somehow, upon witnessing the destruction of that defense line, it felt as though the final barrier within her heart had been shattered as well. Chen Mo calmly observed everything, stepping onto the wasteland, then turned and smiled faintly. This wall can't hold back these zombies. A corpse king will eventually emerge here, making things far more troublesome. By doing this, I'm actually helping them. Chen Mo's words held truth. The sheer number of zombies here could at least spawn a 6th-tier zombie tide. Under the command of a corpse king, the resulting crisis would be devastating. Rather than that, it was better to force Long Gang and the 6th Military District to deal with these zombies early, thereby reducing the danger significantly. Doing good deeds without leaving a name. Tang Xuanyu paused, then nodded woodenly, only half understanding. Let's go. Chen Mo's voice came from afar. Now that Yuer had acquired her ability, she had the means to protect herself in this apocalypse. This journey had been fruitful. Not only had his heavenly authority ability broken through to the 4th tier, but he had also safely brought Yuer out. On the road ahead, zombies were sparse, with only a scattered few appearing occasionally. Tang Xuanyu wanted to test her ability, Tide of Calamity. Chen Mo watched quietly from the side, occasionally breaking into a knowing smile, his mood evidently lifted. Long Gang base. Xiao Yu, what should we do now? Liao Wen, director of the Long Gang group, spoke with a worried tone. We don't even know any Chen Mo. From what Zheng Haifeng said, if we can't find that guy, our Long Gang might be in danger. Liao Rui's pretty face was grimly dark, her eyes flickering as she gently bit her finger. After a long pause, she finally spoke. TSK. Uncle Liao, does Bureau Gao know about this? Liao Wen sighed and shook his head. I've sent people to contact Bureau Gao, but for some reason he's been deliberately avoiding us. He even returned the crystals we sent. Bribery had worked flawlessly on Gao Limao before the apocalypse, even helping to uncover the identity of the girl Chen Mo was looking for. But this time it was ineffective. Liao Ruyu pondered for a moment before murmuring, it seems the 6th Military District has made up its mind this time. She naturally knew who Zheng Haifeng was looking for. She had never told Liao Wen about Chen Mo. If it were before, she might have unhesitatingly betrayed him. But now, through the Jade Crystal Core, both Long Gang and Chen Mo were inextricably linked. Moreover, what truly made her wary was she had witnessed Chen Mo's ruthless methods firsthand. If she turned around and betrayed him and he didn't fall to the 6th Military District, then everyone in Long Gang wouldn't be enough to satisfy his vengeance. Liao Wen looked anxious. Though he was skilled in social graces and adept at reading people, his decision-making in this apocalypse was far less resolute than his niece's. He always feared offending this or that, but such tactfulness was clearly useless in this new era. Xiao Yu, your uncle is old. I can't understand this age anymore. If you can handle this matter, then I can rest assured in trusting Long Gang to you in the future. His children were studying abroad and he had no idea of their situation, which prompted these words. Liao Ruyu nodded in response, murmuring, "Uncle Liao, leave it to me. The long gang you've painstakingly built will be fine." As she finished speaking, a sudden bang knock came from the door. Both of them paused slightly. Guhua's voice came from outside. "Miss Chen Tian is back." Liao Ruyu's eyes lit up. Chen Mo. He had finally returned. "I'll be right there." Liao Ruyu excused herself to Liao Wen, then turned and hurried away. Only Liao Wen remained standing there, somewhat bewildered, muttering in confusion. "Chen Tian. Isn't he dead?" Inside a blue-paneled building at the Long Gang base, Chen Mo crouched down skillfully and found a box of food under a stool. He took out a few pieces of bread and water, handing them to Tang Xuanyu. "Hungry? Eat up." Tang Xuanyu's expression was somewhat odd as she said softly. "This is someone else's territory, isn't this inappropriate?" She knew of the Long Gang group, but she never imagined it had become a large-scale force in the apocalypse. And from the looks of it, Chen Mo seemed to know people here. Chen Mo grinned, tore open a package and bit into a dry piece of bread, washing it down with water. He mumbled indistinctly, "It's fine. Eat and drink as if you're home. This place used to be a large supermarket, plenty of food. Just eat without worry." That jade crystal core had probably made Liao Ruyu quite a profit. What he was eating now wasn't even worth a grain-sized piece of crystal. Seeing Chen Mo so relaxed, Tang Xuanyu's anxious heart naturally calmed. For some reason, as long as she was with him, she felt completely at ease. Suddenly the door was shoved open violently. Bang! A slightly irate voice rang out. "Chen Mo, are you out of your mind? Strolling right through the main gate of Dragon Steel at a time like this, do you take everyone in the military district for blind men?" Chen Mo didn't even lift his eyelids, responding calmly, "Relax, no one noticed." Outside the door, Liao Ruyu, tall and curvaceous, strode in furiously. Fortunately, she had anticipated this. The area outside Dragon Steel was manned by her trusted confidants, with Guhuazhu stationed there at all times. Guhuazhu followed behind, closing the door with a headache, keeping watch outside. That guy. Why does he always make Miss angry every time he comes? Inside the room, as soon as Liao Ruyu entered, she froze. Her eyes met Tang Xuanyu's. The two women sized each other up for a long moment. The anger on Liao Ruyu's face faded, replaced by surprise. Watching Chen Mo wolfing down food, she said teasingly, "So you found her, huh? This little girl, she's the one you were looking for." Liao Ruyu found a seat and taunted, "She looks pretty innocent. Didn't know you had a thing for schoolgirls." Tang Xuanyu looked at Chen Mo in confusion. "Looking for me?" Liao Ruyu smiled as she appraised Tang Xuanyu. "You're quite pretty, little sister. Just don't let some ill-intentioned person fool you." Tang Xuanyu frowned. This mature, sophisticated woman seemed to be constantly targeting Chen Mo. She wouldn't take Liao Ruyu's words at face value. Instead, she smiled gently and said softly, "Where's this ill-intentioned person?" "Auntie, you shouldn't say things like that." "Auntie?" Liao Ruyu's smile froze. "I'm only 26, damn it." Her eyelids twitched violently and she nearly fainted from rage. Pfft. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. He chuckled. "I thought you'd be grateful to see me again. What was the emerald crystal core not good enough? Don't even mention it." Just the thought pissed her off. Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes widened, her chest heaving. "Did you know all along that damn stone could only be forged into weapons by your people?" She had sent people to Zhe County to buy a huge batch of emerald crystal cores with a fortune in cores and supplies. But once they got them, they couldn't be refined at all. In the end, she had to buy finished products from that woman named Lin Yu. Still, she followed suit and sold the unrefined stones to forces around North China City. Chen Mo took a sip of water and said unhurriedly, "I thought you'd figure something out." Liao Ruyu's breath caught. She glanced at Tang Xuanyu, then seemed to have an idea. Smiling, she turned back to Chen Mo. "Forget it, let's drop it. At least you didn't lie, the weapons forged from those emerald crystal cores are pretty effective. But Chen Mo, I bet you don't know yet, do you? Your cover's blown. All exits out of North China City are sealed by the 6th Military District." Chen Mo frowned. "What are you talking about? The entrances to North China City, aren't they your turf?" Liao Ruyu smiled radiantly. After seeing Tang Xuanyu, she guessed exactly what Chen Mo planned to do next. Given his hostile relationship with the 6th District, he couldn't stay in North China City if he cared about this woman. That made things easy. Let the wolf and tiger fight it out, Chen Mo and the military district could handle their own mess. Dragon Steel would stay out of it, offending neither side. So curious, huh? Fine, I'll tell you, after all you're my friend Liao Ruyu. Liao Ruyu winked, her voice soft and sweet, casting a seductive glance at Chen Mo. Tang Xuanyu was visibly displeased. Why is this woman so flirty? Liao Ruyu said slowly, did you run into a guy named Jiang Fan in North China City? He's from the 11th district. On the helicopter that picked up Jiang Fan, Zheng Haifeng and Gao Limao were on board. Zheng Haifeng had already returned empty-handed from Tianhai City. But you were so careless. Exposing yourself then was bad enough, but you dragged Dragon Steel into it for failing our duties. The highways leading to North China City and its surroundings were all guarded by Dragon Steel's people. Chen Mo slipped in without a whisper, getting out. Given Zheng Haifeng's sharp instincts, it was impossible to claim that Dragon Steel had nothing to do with Chen Mo. In fact, had suspected it ever since he saw that massive metal barrier at the steel mill. Seeing Chen Mo in the flesh only confirmed his guess. 3 times in 5 days, tell me I'm not annoying. Liao Ruyu shot him a glare. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, muttering, so you're saying all the exits from North China City are now under the military district's control? Liao Ruyu nodded. They've built fortifications there. Now do you see how serious this is? We're powerless here. What's your plan? No plan. Chen Mo lay back and gave up completely. Liao Ruyu was stunned. After a long pause, she panicked. What the hell? You're so strong, you must have a way, right? Every day Chen Mo stayed hidden, Dragon Steel suffered. Chen Mo said lazily, I think it's pretty safe here. Maybe he'll just stay. If I get caught, I'm throwing Dragon Steel under the bus first. You'd better protect me. You. Liao Ruyu trembled with fury. This is pure extortion. Tang Xuanyu listened, confused but piecing things together. It seemed Chen Mo had some grudge with the 6th military district. Liao Ruyu was now too angry to speak. It felt like she was being toyed with. Chen Mo watched her flushed face with amusement and repeated, what about me? Suddenly Chen Mo burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Just messing with you. Look how scared you got. Liao Ruyu's chest rose and fell, and she finally relaxed at his words. She wanted to slap him. What a jerk. What do you want to do? Chen Mo's expression shifted back to his usual calm. He said nonchalantly, what else? I'll just walk right through. His tone was calm, yet the words sounded so matter-of-fact. Force your way through. Liao Ruyu frowned. There are at least 1,000 men there. The moment you show up, nearby troops will swarm in. Can you do it? Chen Mo's eyes narrowed, a chilling glint flashing through them. He sneered, they can't stop me. Liao Ruyu's heart skipped a beat at his words. She had initially expected Chen Mo to propose some ingenious plan, but instead he suggested the crudest and most straightforward method, a forceful intrusion. Just like when he had charged through the checkpoint set up by Long Gang on the expressway. Yet she refrained from further comment, knowing that once Chen Mo appeared within the sight of the 6th military district, they would have no time to concern themselves with Long Gang. Liao Ruyu glanced at Tang Xuanyu beside her and chuckled lightly. From what I gather, you intend to leave this woman here. In her understanding, no matter how formidable Chen Mo was, if he constantly carried a burden, he could never ensure her safety against the overwhelming firepower of the 6th military district. Her background is clean. Our Long Gang could indeed keep her here, Liao Ruyu said with a faint smile. No, Chen Mo shook his head. She comes with me. That's not your concern. Liao Ruyu narrowed her eyes, studying Chen Mo with curiosity. Could she also be an esper? Chen Mo grinned but remained silent. Liao Ruyu fixed her gaze on Tang Xuanyu as if trying to see through her. Before the apocalypse, Liao Ruyu had been a top executive at the Long Gang Group, long cultivating an aura of authority. After the apocalypse, her decisive and ruthless nature, despite her beautiful appearance, made her resemble a venomous snake fixated on its prey. Compared to the student Tang Xuanyu, she dominated merely by her presence. Yet Tang Xuanyu refused to back down, meeting her gaze defiantly. She could sense that the woman before her was no easy opponent. And yet such a figure could sit calmly and converse with Chen Mo. Chen Mo became even more enigmatic in her eyes. After a long pause, Liao Ruyu finally smiled softly. Very well, when do you plan to leave? Would you like to stay at Long Gang for a day so I can properly host you? No need, Chen Mo replied flatly. The road back to Tianhai City is long. Just prepare some food for us, that shouldn't be too difficult for you. But there is one last thing I need you to do. As if anticipating this, Liao Ruyu sighed, a look of feigned grievance on her face. Go on. Chen Mo smiled faintly. Don't look so glum. Have you ever suffered a loss with me? Liao Ruyu rolled her eyes. Haven't I suffered plenty? Ignoring her complaints, Chen Mo continued, Lin Yu from Yuza County is extremely important to me, no to all factions. Her ability is that of a divine artificer. You've seen the strength of the jade crystal, only she can refine it into weapons. What? Liao Ruyu's eyes lit up. The hardness of the jade crystal was such that even espers found it difficult to destroy. She had speculated before but never reached a conclusion. Whoever could refine it must be an equally formidable esper. Now with Chen Mo's confirmation she was visibly astonished. You mean? Only she can refine the jade crystal? Chen Mo nodded. I thought I made myself clear. Not just the jade crystal, other materials, even the bodies of powerful mutants can be forged into various potent and unique items through her. For instance, the ammunition the 6th military district desperately needs is child's play for her. Without a doubt Lin Yu alone could sustain an entire military district. Liao Ruyu's pupils contracted, her red lips parting in disbelief. If that's true, it's indeed incredible. What do you want me to do? She couldn't understand why Chen Mo would leave such an important person alone in Yuza County. If Longgang possessed such an esper, they would treasure her. Deploy countless guards to protect her, maximize her value and attend to her every need. What a waste. Liao Ruyu shot Chen Mo a dissatisfied look. If only such a person were a member of Longgang. Chen Mo remained calm. In his past life among the 3 divine artificers, the other 2 were missing. Currently Lin Yu was the only known divine artificer. That meant if her ability were exposed, countless people would vie for her, even sparking conflict. War between major factions was not impossible. After all, in his past life the value of a divine artificer to any faction far surpassed that of several rank espers combined. Don't overthink it. Longgang's strength can't protect Lin Yu. I want you to reveal her ability to the 6th military district and let her join them. Bang. At those words Liao Ruyu's eyes widened and she slammed the table. Are you insane? Chen Mo, you're shooting yourself in the foot. The sudden outburst startled Tang Xuanyu. What's wrong with her? Nothing, Chen Mo replied with a gentle glance. Then turning to Liao Ruyu he said, calm down. Let me finish. Chen Mo wasn't surprised by Liao Ruyu's agitation. In her view, handing such a crucial person to the 6th military district would only make things harder for Longgang. After all, she had no knowledge of the terrifying Nian beast that would appear in the future. The 6th military district was already critically short of ammunition, even forced to borrow from the 11th district. Once they learned of Lin Yu's value, they would go to any lengths to protect her. By placing Lin Yu within the 6th military district, Chen Mo aimed to shield her from the Nian beast. More importantly, many events had deviated from their original course since his rebirth. After he breached the border defense line of Huabei City, the 6th military district might not be able to withstand the Nian beast's assault as they had in his past life. Whether it was the Nian beast or the subsequent 2nd evolution, the 6th military district's involvement was unavoidable in these stages. A single move could affect the entire situation. Losing a major faction would inevitably lead to many uncontrollable events in the future. With Lin Yu as an insider, her safety was ensured and his future actions would be much more convenient. Chen Mo's eyes deepened. His most precious asset was the memory of 15 years in the apocalypse. Since his rebirth, aside from eliminating Lin Shu early, he had never limited his vision to the 6th military district. He looked far, far ahead. Liao Ruyu, unaware of all this, could only think that Chen Mo had lost his mind. Why would he willingly give such an important person to the 6th military district? Tell me honestly, what are you thinking? Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes were wide with confusion as she stared at him. Chen Mo remarked calmly. Just do as I say. Rest assured, Lin Yu is one of mine. Once she enters the 6th military district, I'll have her look after your Longgang. Besides, do you really think Longgang has the power to protect Lin Yu now? It's better to proactively provide intelligence to the 6th military district and mend your relationship. You know that's not what I meant. Liao Ruyu stared intently into Chen Mo's eyes. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment until after a long pause. Liao Ruyu finally relented, letting out a sigh. Sometimes I really want to crack open your head and see what's inside. Forget it. What you said isn't wrong. Longgang is still too weak. Anyway, I've come to terms with it. As long as our Longgang remains in this North China city, we can never contend with them. Because they were simply too close. Even their every move was under surveillance. Seeing her dejected, Chen Mo shrugged and teased. You weren't like this the first time we met. Don't worry, Lin Yu isn't truly working for them. As he spoke, Chen Mo's gaze turned somber as he looked at the calendar page turned up on the wall, speaking with hidden meaning. Time flies. It's been so long since the apocalypse began. After the new year, your Longgang will have a chance to break away. Nothing is absolute. The worst-case scenario would be to let Longgang replace the 6th military district, following my memories, to maintain the current post-apocalyptic situation. The new year. Liao Ruyu looked puzzled. Following Chen Mo's gaze to the calendar, she said, if you hadn't reminded me, I'd almost forgotten. The new year is almost here. Tang Xuanyu was also surprised. In this post-apocalyptic world burdened with immense pressure and shrouded in fear day and night, it seemed all survivors had forgotten this important annual festival. Chen Mo smiled gently and said in a calm tone, this new year will be spectacular. Let's celebrate properly, the final revelry before the new year. I hope Longgang is still alive when I return. Liao Ruyu frowned. What do you mean? From Chen Mo's words, it seemed something significant was about to happen. She had always felt that Chen Mo possessed some kind of prescient ability, and she never doubted it. Chen Mo smiled without explaining, instead saying, all right, I've said all I need to say. It's time for me to go. He slowly rose and stretched lazily. I was hoping to rest a bit longer. But since the folks from the 6th military district have gone to such trouble to prepare for my arrival, it wouldn't be polite to keep them waiting. Xuanyu, let's go. Tang Xuanyu nodded and rose to follow him out. Creak, the door swung open and Liao Ruyu's voice came from inside. Guhuazhu, take Chen Mo to the warehouse for supplies. Guhuazhu outside was startled for a moment, then nodded at the two who emerged, and they left together. Inside the room, after Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu had left, Liao Ruyu leaned back in her chair, her delicate face showing fatigue as she slowly closed her eyes. She continuously processed all the information Chen Mo had brought. Earlier her focus had been entirely on Lin Yue, so she hadn't noticed the rest. When she came to her senses, her thoughts lingered on Chen Mo's last words. She murmured repeatedly, the new year. Why did Chen Mo choose this time to hand Lin Yu over to the 6th military district? And even risk exposing his identity to force his way out? Snap. Liao Ruyu opened the drawer and took out a slender cigarette to smoke. She had quit smoking long ago. But after the apocalypse, with so many troubles, she had started again. Under the dim light, Liao Ruyu's slender fingers held a cigarette while her other hand sifted through various documents. Her beautiful eyes were downcast, lost in thought. Whoosh, after an unknown amount of time, as if struck by a revelation, Liao Ruyu's pupils abruptly constricted as she noticed the crucial point. With a sharp swoosh, she sprang to her feet and rushed out, but Chen Mo was already nowhere to be found. The prerequisite is that Longgang survives. Liao Ruyu's face turned pale with disbelief. Longgang survives. Are you telling me some terrifying entity is about to descend? She quickly returned inside and counted the remaining time on the calendar. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 7 days. Inside North China City. Perhaps because the forces of the 6th military district were all stationed on the outskirts of North China City, the journey was eerily silent, not a single zombie or person in sight. Chen Mo walked beside Qiongqi while Tang Xuanyu sat on the beast's back. What's wrong? You seem troubled since we left. Chen Mo looked at Tang Xuanyu. She forced a faint smile and shook her head softly. It's nothing. I was just wondering. Are you really going to confront the 6th military district? Probably, Chen Mo replied bluntly without hesitation. I'd rather not if it's not necessary. But they don't seem willing to let me go. Why do they want to kill you? She asked. Chen Mo murmured, I killed some of their people, but I also saved a few hundred lives. Honestly, they should be giving me an award. But they don't see it that way. Anyway, in this apocalypse, killing needs no reason. I can't just spread my arms and wait to die. Chen Mo said with a faint smile, his tone calm as if nothing could affect his mood. I see. Tang Xuanyu was momentarily stunned, her expression complex. She lowered her head, biting her rosy lips. I understand. Chen Mo smiled and leaned in. What do you understand? Seeing him so close. Tang Xuanyu's cheeks flushed crimson and she didn't know what to say for a moment. After a while she finally said, I'll help you. After all, Chen Mo had given her a second life. If not for him, she would have perished in that endless flood. He stared at her face for a long moment, then patted her shoulder with a smile. Don't worry. Leave everything to me. Although Yueris' ability was powerful, his wish for her was the same as for Qiongqi, just to be able to protect herself in this apocalypse. Having been reborn, he constantly grew stronger, all for the ability to protect those he wanted to protect. Chen Mo gazed at the distant sky. Dusk was approaching. The sky gradually darkened and the night was exceptionally cold. A chilling wind rustled past. Without much conversation, Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu journeyed toward the edge of North China City. After an unknown time, scattered snowflakes began to fall from the sky, landing on Chen Mo's cheek. He paused, touched his damp cheek, then looked up at the sky. He murmured softly, "Is this snow?" At this moment, far away at the border of Huabei City, a long line of sandbags formed a protective barrier with even an outpost already established. At every possible exit, over 1,000 fully armed soldiers stood guard with vigilant expressions, as if awaiting the arrival of an extremely dangerous entity. This snow fell with unusual suddenness. Everyone involuntarily lifted their heads to gaze at the snowflakes drifting down from the sky. Even Zheng Haifeng couldn't help but raise his head. He extended his rough, calloused hand, and a snowflake melted upon his warm palm. Zheng Haifeng exhaled a breath of cold air and murmured to himself. It's snowing. So it's already the second year. How time flies. At that moment, a young man responsible for monitoring communications stepped forward and said solemnly. Commander Zheng, you've been standing here all day. It's cold, you should rest inside. Several temporary shelters had been set up here for personnel on rotation to rest. Zheng Haifeng shook his head, gazing at the dim sky, and suddenly asked, Xiaopeng, how long have you been with me? The young man was taken aback, as if he hadn't expected the question. But he answered honestly, almost 10 years. 10 years. A trace of nostalgia flickered in Zheng Haifeng's eyes. Xiaopeng had always followed him, yet although his qualifications and abilities were sufficient, he never understood the ways of the world and his position remained low. Those who started at the same time as him had long been thriving elsewhere. I've truly put you through hardship. You should have been promoted long ago, but you've stayed with me. The young man said earnestly, it's no hardship. Besides, Commander Zheng, times have changed. If you capture Chen Mo, you can break into the upper echelons of the 6th Military District. With that, he looked up at the falling snowflakes. Your contributions are evident to everyone. Now that the 6th Military District is settled, they are actively recruiting survivors. A timely snow promises a bountiful year. You've finally made it through. Because a large portion of the survivors in the district had been rescued personally by Zheng Haifeng and his team. Sometimes Zheng Haifeng's words carried more weight among the survivors than those of the so-called leaders, and he could better calm their hearts. A timely snow promises a bountiful year, huh? A look of pity crossed Zheng Haifeng's eyes as he sighed. All I know is that this snow will claim who knows how many lives. Kill one to save tens of thousands. After that young man dies, I only hope Lin Anhe keeps his word. He had never craved power so desperately before. Consider that the combined population of Tianhai City and Huabei City alone was over 10 million. Even with the apocalyptic mutation ratio of 9 out of 10 turning into zombies, it was still an immense number. Zheng Haifeng had once roughly estimated that since the apocalypse began, the survivors in both cities numbered at least 40 to 50,000, scattered among various small survivor organizations, homeless and unsettled. Even among the over 7,000 survivors in the 6th Military District, half had been brought back by him during missions along the way. At this thought, a look of hatred surfaced in Zheng Haifeng's eyes. Incompetent fools occupying the high ranks. The neighboring 11th Military District safe zone could already accommodate tens of thousands. They had an excellent reputation, open resources, numerous psychics emerging, and countless talents. This transaction was also for more supplies. Meanwhile, Gao Limao and others in the 6th Military District were short-sighted, feasting daily like emperors. They only hoarded supplies and food, wasting massive firepower to rescue their own relatives. It wasn't until the survivor population in the 6th Military District became saturated and overcrowded that they began building a safe zone. Xiaopeng, why do some people always think they can rest easy? Zheng Haifeng suddenly said gloomily. If the 6th Military District continues like this, it will eventually be devoured clean. Human hearts. The young man was momentarily speechless, unsure what to say, and finally remarked. Commander Zheng, once Chen Mo is killed, you can take charge and everything will improve. Ha ha. Zheng Haifeng laughed, his heart growing icy cold. I never thought that for me to climb up, I'd have to rely on a young man's death. How ridiculous. Enough, let's drop it. Zheng Haifeng composed himself and glanced at the soldiers still standing guard at their posts. He said solemnly, it's cold, but we cannot let our guard down. Keep a strict watch on the perimeter. I suspect Long Gang is also connected to Chen Mo. No one in Huabei City is allowed to leave during this time. Understood. The young man nodded but asked with some confusion, but will that guy really show up? Honestly, he thought this operation was far too conspicuous. If it were him, he would never reveal himself so boldly. Before the apocalypse, he had been by Zheng Haifeng's side and had seen Chen Mo with his own eyes. Zheng Haifeng narrowed his eyes. In his mind he recalled the figure of Chen Mo he had seen in that torrent earlier. He spoke. Trapping the turtle in the jar, cut off his escape first. No matter what, this is our closest opportunity yet. If we miss it, finding him again won't be so easy. What about those 2 kids sent from the central government? The young man replied. Tan Tao said he was bored and went out for a walk. Zhu Rui should be asleep. Zheng Haifeng nodded without further comment. Those 2 were personally dispatched by Lin Anha from the central government, immensely powerful and with abilities that sent chills down the spine. Both had since advanced to the 3rd-tier psychic range within the 6th military district. Tan Tao 3rd-tier, a level ability open flame capable of controlling fire. Zhu Rui 3rd-tier, a level ability dream slumber able to create dreamlike illusions that plunge people into endless sleep. Tan Tao was manageable, but Zheng Haifeng had witnessed the terrifying power of that girl's ability firsthand. It was impossible to distinguish reality from illusion. Under her power, everything experienced felt vividly real. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted from the distant defensive line. Boom! In an instant, flames shot into the sky, illuminating the darkness. The staccato roar of gunfire rang out incessantly. Everyone in the camp, whether resting or on patrol, quickly assembled in the field, forming orderly ranks. Zheng Haifeng's heart jolted as he immediately looked toward that direction. What's happening? At that moment a lazy voice sounded from within the shelter. It's Tan Tao's ability. A young girl about 1.6 meters tall stepped out from the house. Her hair was slightly disheveled, her face cute with a hint of baby fat. She wore a green dinosaur onesie, pajamas, rubbed her eyes, looking drowsy as if just awakened. Gazing at the thick black smoke and flames rising in the distance, she smacked her lips and spoke. It seems he's here. What? Zheng Haifeng's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze trembling. Are you saying Chen Mo has arrived? Zhu Rui nodded slightly, yawned and said lazily. Sleepy. Should we go? What a ridiculous question. Zheng Haifeng's heart jolted, his emotions surging with agitation and anticipation. Finally they were about to meet again. Chen Mo. This time I won't let you escape so easily. Zheng Haifeng immediately raised his head, looking at the gathering soldiers, and shouted loudly. All of you, bring your weapons. Follow me. As soon as the words fell, the crowd swiftly executed the orders, with a few climbing onto armored vehicles, tanks and armed helicopters. Beneath the dark night, the rustling of firearms, the roar of engines and the whir of rotor blades filled the air, instantly becoming a clamorous uproar. Zheng Haifeng turned to the young man beside him and said in a deep voice. Xiao Peng, contact the 6th military district and the station troops nearby. Position B4, come for support immediately. This time to capture Chen Mo, the 6th military district had put in tremendous effort. At the border of Huabei City, a full 5,000 soldiers were stationed for surveillance, with abundant firepower, support and supernatural beings at every stronghold. Apart from the central forces most powerful Tan Tao and Zhu Rui, a total of 15 supernatural beings had been dispatched. Such a massive and luxurious lineup was solely to capture or eliminate Chen Mo alone. In less than 2 minutes all soldiers were ready. Floodlights turned on, illuminating the orderly and formidable troops before them. Zheng Haifeng's gaze was solemn as he shouted loudly. Move out. At the Huabei City border, position B4. Roar. The Qiongqi beast bristled with orangered fur, its face ferocious as it roared at the opposite side. Chen Mo squinted at the formation before him and couldn't help but grin. Such a warm reception. Before him sandbags 3 meters high had been erected and a temporary outpost stood nearby. Through the gaps in the sandbags pitch-black gun barrels were aimed at him. In the front hundreds of soldiers stood alert, rifles locked, with the front row holding riot shields. Floodlights on both sides shone on Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu. In that moment they became like the protagonists, the focus of the entire scene. Tang Xuanyu had never witnessed such a scene. Under the gaze of countless eyes and the glare of lights, she felt as if she and Chen Mo had suddenly become criminals overnight. Unconsciously she clenched her fists, her palms sweating from the immense pressure. It's okay, Chen Mo said, holding her hand with a faint smile. Leave it to me. Tang Xuanyu looked at Chen Mo, seeing his relaxed and composed demeanor. She couldn't help but feel relieved, shaking her head softly. Then. What do we do now? Close your eyes and walk with me, Chen Mo said. Just then a furious shout erupted from the crowd opposite. Why are you all frozen? He's Chen Mo. Orders from above. If you see Chen Mo, no need to report, shoot on sight. From position B4, a middle-aged man in military uniform stepped out, also a supernatural being from the 6th theater. He spoke into a walkie-talkie, constantly transmitting messages. Chen Mo spotted at position B4 requesting support. But Captain, there's a female survivor with him. Someone whispered. The middle-aged man paused, frowning when he noticed the girl beside Chen Mo. He said coldly, why is there a woman? According to the information Zheng Haifeng provided about Tianhai City, Chen Mo had always been alone, accompanied only by that terrifying beast. The middle-aged man's face was resolute and stern as he shouted loudly. Humph. Chen Mo, don't think you can threaten us by taking a hostage. He's a high-level supernatural being with formidable power. All of you open fire and execute him on the spot. Empty your magazines. Fire. The middle-aged man roared with unquestionable authority. Even a lion uses its full strength against a rabbit. Since Commander Zheng took this so seriously, he dared not be careless. At the command, the surrounding soldiers and the heavy machine gunners hidden behind the sandbags all pulled their triggers. The sounds of gunfire pierced the night, flashes of fire and starlight mingling in endless cacophony. It was like a symphony as countless bullets rained indiscriminately toward Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu. Overwhelming like a dense downpour, impossible to track. The sheer volume would have turned them and the beast into sieves in an instant. Even a 4th-tier supernatural being would struggle to focus under such full-scale firepower. But unfortunately for them, they were facing Chen Mo, who possessed the ability to dominate all metals. Seeing this horrifying scene, Tang Xuanyu instinctively shut her eyes tight. Chen Mo remained calm and composed, saying softly, follow me. In his vision the countless bullets seemed to slow to a crawl. Chen Mo took a step forward. He activated his dominance ability. In just a single breath an astonishing sight unfolded. Thousands of metal bullets came to a halt right before Chen Mo. Hovering in the air, each bullet seemed blocked by an invisible force, frozen and immobile. The spectacle was magnificent. One by one the bullets fell to the ground, producing crisp, clear sounds. This terrifying sight made everyone in position B4 opposite involuntarily widen their eyes. Seeing Chen Mo completely unharmed, the middle-aged man's eyes nearly popped out, his expression one of utter shock as he gasped. Thighs. How is this possible? Hearing the commotion, Tang Xuanyu couldn't help but open her eyes. The ground was littered with bullets piled densely, even blocking the way. Chen Mo held a single bullet in his hand, staring at the mark of the 6th theater on its base, and remarked with interest. I say, since you all know who I am. Didn't they tell you that these things are useless against me? Chen Mo suddenly raised his head, revealing a somewhat eerie smile as he gazed at the hundreds of people before him. With a bang, without even exerting force, the bullet in his hand instantly crumbled into dust. The middle-aged man stared intently at Chen Mo, his entire body beginning to tremble violently, a trace of fear gradually surfacing on his face. Gritting his teeth, he roared loudly. Keep firing. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. He refused to believe that this man could ignore every single bullet. If 100 rounds wouldn't work, then 1,000, if 1,000 wouldn't work, then 10,000. Until he dies. Open fire. Bangs and bursts erupted. Another round of intense firepower assault. The thunderous gunshots shook the air, and in the grim darkness flashes of sparks burst from countless muzzles. With a series of bangs, magazine after magazine was emptied. After expending all their ammunition, the B4 soldiers swiftly reloaded and rejoined the overwhelming barrage. Yet these bullets inexplicably halted before Chen Mo, as if blocked by an invisible shield. They hung densely in midair, not a single one able to wound him. The middle-aged man's eyes widened with rage, bloodshot. What the hell kind of monster is this? Even the most powerful psychic under such a concentrated assault might withstand it for a moment, but would eventually have their energy drained dry. Again. Don't stop. Keep shooting. The middle-aged man grew increasingly uneasy until at last he became numb to it all. Flames roared skyward in a magnificent spectacle, yet these bullets left not a single hole behind. The snow fell heavier and heavier. He could only watch helplessly as amidst the hail of gunfire Chen Mo strode step by step toward them. A feeling named fear spread through every heart. In the dark night, one man facing 100 fully armed soldiers ignored the massive firepower and advanced slowly. The Qiongqi beast seemed infected by these emotions, excitedly roaring to the sky, its thunderous cry threatening to shatter the night. Tang Xuanyu stood still, her mouth agape, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. She couldn't fathom how Chen Mo had accomplished this. The middle-aged man's breath caught. Even the soldiers behind him looked as if they had seen a ghost. Countless shell casings scattered around. With a bang, tens of thousands of bullets rained toward Chen Mo. He merely waved his hand and the storm of bullets instantly froze in midair, clattering to the ground. Bullets fell one by one, producing crisp clinking sounds piling up. Chen Mo slowly walked through the scattered bullets around him. His gaze deep and cold, he asked, "Any more? Is this all it takes to kill me?" Cold sweat dripped from the middle-aged man's forehead and deep fear filled his eyes. He took a deep breath, about to speak, when a slightly playful voice came from behind. "Oh. A metal controlling ability. Now that's interesting." Hearing this voice, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. His suspended heart instantly dropped. Tan Tao. Wasn't he with Commander Zheng? How did he appear here? Without time to dwell, the middle-aged man shouted loudly. "Tan Tao. He's Chen Mo. Kill him." From the northern position of base B4, a young man with a cigarette dangling from his lips approached, casually looking nonchalant. I know. He's the one Lin Anha wants dead, right? I've heard it so often my ears are calloused." Tan Tao picked his ear, speaking dismissively. "He doesn't look like he has 3 heads and 6 arms to me." He pulled a lighter from his pocket and lit his cigarette with a snap. He took a deeply satisfying drag, then tossed the lighter high toward Chen Mo. It rolled to a stop before him. Chen Mo frowned, looking at the lighter. Suddenly, the lighter on the ground exploded in an instant. Boom! From it burst an endless sea of fire, surging forth, illuminating the entire battlefield. The rolling waves of flame swept everything, evaporating the falling snowflakes before they could land. Chen Mo was instantly engulfed by the inferno. Dozens of meters around were covered in blazing fire, burning fiercely with scorching heat and stars. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's eyes gleamed. "Well done. Tan Tao, you came just in time. Where are Commander Zheng and the others?" Tan Tao glanced at him and said flatly, "I just came out for a stroll. You're making quite a racket here. They should be here soon." He looked up into the distance. Military helicopters sped toward them, bright lights illuminating the area where thousands of troops gathered. Chen Mo. Seeing the blazing sea of fire, Tang Xuanya's pupils contracted sharply, her face turning pale. At that moment she no longer cared about anything else. She immediately summoned her calamity tide, transforming it into a water dragon that plunged into the raging flames. Tan Tao coldly glanced at Tang Xuanyu, frowning. "Why is there another psychic? She's with him. Kill her too," the middle-aged man ordered. Tan Tao nodded slightly, looking at the sea of fire with disdain. "I thought had be something special. Just amateur tricks, nothing to fear." He flicked the ash from his cigarette and the wisp of ash floated in the air, instantly transforming into a long line of fire that snaked toward Tang Xuanyu. A 3rd rank A-class ability, elemental pyrokinesis. His power couldn't be used out of thin air, it required a medium through which he could manipulate it into flames that consumed everything. He had mastered his ability completely and was among the first batch of psychics cultivated by the central authorities. Tan Tao's appearance instantly turned the tide of battle, rendering even Zheng Haifeng's intervention unnecessary. But just as everyone thought Chen Mo had perished in the inferno, a cold voice rang out from within. "Is this the extent of the 6th military region's psychics?" Tang Xuanya's body trembled, overjoyed. Chen Mo. Hearing the voice, Tan Tao's hand holding the cigarette shook, his expression changing as he looked over. With a hum, all metallic substances around began to tremble violently. Shell casings and bullets floated slowly upward, and even the soldiers' guns started to shake. Suddenly, a series of bangs erupted. Then agonized screams came from behind the middle-aged man and Tan Tao. Soldier after soldier collapsed, the crowd stirring with cries of pain. The middle-aged man spun around, his face etched with disbelief and terror. How was this possible? Their guns had all exploded. Meanwhile, Tan Tao stared fixedly at the sea of fire. How could anyone survive his flames? The fire rolled fiercely, but a massive metal barrier rose to overshadow the towering blaze. Chen Mo emerged with a cold expression, dragging the kiri blade, which scraped against the ground with a harsh sound. Everyone present was terrified, their hearts filled with fear, leaving no will to fight. Chen Mo held the kiri blade and gently touched it to the ground. A ripple spread from the blade's edge. The bullets scattered in the scorching fire slowly floated up and then shot out violently. A dark, overwhelming mass surged forward. So fast. Tan Tao's pupils contracted sharply. At their level they had long surpassed ordinary humans. He raised his right hand to unleash his pyrokinesis, but a bullet pierced through his palm, leaving a bloody hole still steaming with heat. The excruciating pain in his palm twisted his face in agony, drenching him in cold sweat. Gazing at his bloodied, hole-ridden hand, Tan Tao let out a shrill cry of anguish. In an instant, overwhelmed by torment, he collapsed limply to the ground, clutching his endlessly bleeding palm and wailing incessantly. Logically, an awakener possessed an immensely resilient physique, such an injury was not fatal and should have allowed him to continue channeling his abilities to fight. Yet before the apocalypse he hailed from a well-to-do family with comfortable circumstances, having been pampered and spoiled since childhood. Ever since he awakened his ability, he received the central government's favor and got everything he desired. A mere scratch was unbearable for him, and never in his life had he suffered such a wound. How could a greenhouse flower raised in indulgence compare to a ruthless survivor who had walked the edge of a blade in the apocalyptic wilderness? Even with his formidable ability, after enduring Chen Mo's simple strike, the last shred of his confidence and will to fight was shattered. He lost all combat capability. It hurts so much. I'm dying of pain. Tan Tao writhed and rolled on the ground in agony. The middle-aged man beside him widened his eyes in shock. He only saw a hail of countless bullets hurtling toward them. The middle-aged man's face suddenly twisted with ferocity as he growled, "Physique enhancement." He was a second-rank awakener and his ability was the most common-grade physique enhancement. Yet facing the terrifyingly abundant bullets, his once invincible body was instantly riddled like a sieve. Pft. A bullet pierced straight through his forehead. It's over. That was the middle-aged man's final thought. Then with a thud, he collapsed into a pool of blood, his combat uniform stained crimson, dead on the spot. The tens of thousands of bullets fired earlier from Outpost B4 had now transformed into soul-reaping talismans, turning this place into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in an instant. Even the squad leader with his ability had fallen. To be fair, without firearms they were merely slightly stronger than ordinary people. But no matter how powerful an ordinary person, even a world boxing champion, could withstand a single fatal bullet. Pft. Pft. Beneath the heavy snow of this dark night a brutally ruthless massacre was underway. Don't kill me. Run. Where's the backup? Why hasn't it arrived? Seeing their comrades pierced by bullets and falling under this absolute terror of power, the hundreds present turned pale with despair and fled in all directions. Pft. 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 The bullets empowered by the sovereign ability were far more devastating than before. Even those hiding behind sandbags couldn't escape. Blood splattered and the air was filled with screams, gunfire and explosions. Bang! Amidst this hail of bullets the entire world seemed purified. Every wall and floor was riddled with bullet holes, blood soaking the sandbags and the guns of their users. The entire outpost B4 had undergone a merciless slaughter under the baptism of the sovereign ability. The power of a fourth-rank awakener had far exceeded the realm of human comprehension. And this horrifying scene from start to finish had taken less than 3 minutes. Monster. You're a monster. The sole surviving sentry covered in blood looked at Chen Mo with utter despair. He could no longer tell if the blood was his or others. Pft. A bullet flew through. As the last person fell in terror. Bang. Outpost B4 was thus completely annihilated. At that moment Zheng Haifeng aboard an armed helicopter hovering in the distance stared grimly at the blazing Outpost B4. He clutched a walkie-talkie, desperately trying to contact the now dead middle-aged man. Outpost B4. What's happening over there? Report in if you hear me, report in. From the other end of the walkie-talkie came only static and screams. The sounds died down and even the distant gunfire ceased. Zheng Haifeng's heart skipped a beat. A sudden ominous premonition surged within him. He had mobilized all outposts along the border of Huabei City, and now the forces from outposts B1 to B8 were converging, ensuring that even if Chen Mo possessed godlike abilities he couldn't escape. But outpost B4, even if it couldn't stop Chen Mo, should at least hold out a bit longer. What on earth was happening? Just then Zhu Rui, who had been squinting, rubbed her eyes and calmly gazed into the distant smoke. She sniffed lightly and whispered, "They should all be dead. Tan Tao's fire seems to have gone out. How is that possible? Outpost B4 had over 500 troops stationed there. Quick! Speed up!" Zheng Haifeng urged frantically. That was over 500 living souls. In such a short time, even if they stood still and let someone cut them down, they couldn't all die so fast. At the border of Huabei City, Outpost B4. Clang clang clang. Countless unused bullets around Chen Mo as if losing the control of some force scattered onto the ground. They made a crisp sound. Chen Mo's eyes were indifferent, his face so calm that one might suspect he was merely a bystander. From beginning to end not even a trace of blood stained him as he effortlessly eliminated everyone at Outpost B4. But the true bystander Tang Xuanyu was already stunned beside him. The air reeked of gunpowder and a thick pungent stench of blood. Such a brutal and merciless scene was overwhelmingly vivid to the senses. The night and falling snow tried to conceal the tragic aftermath. Yet in the eyes of Tang Xuanyu, who had awakened her ability, everything was exceptionally clear. So clear in fact that she could even discern the desperate terrified expressions on each corpse's face. The place was eerily quiet, as if only the sound of her own rapid breathing could be heard. The snow and the sky grew heavier. Tang Xuanyu couldn't help but feel a chill run through her body. A nauseating sensation rose alongside fear. Her throat dry, she opened her mouth and spoke in a barely audible voice. Are they all dead? Even now she could hardly believe it. Chen Mo nodded slightly and said softly, yes. I already gave them a chance. Whether it was to prevent the 6th military district from suffering too many casualties to withstand the Nian beast, or because Yue was here. Before, when they opened fire on him, he had never retaliated. But sometimes, without giving them a bloody unforgettable lesson, some would always cling to a sliver of hope. Chen Mo gazed at the thickening snow in the sky and murmured calmly, this snow will bury all traces here. By tomorrow nothing will remain. With that he glanced at the helicopters rapidly approaching in the distance. Beneath the night sky the ground vibrated from all directions as if many people were rushing to reinforce the area. Chen Mo's eyes flickered, lost in thought. Tang Xuanyu, suppressing her fear, looked at Chen Mo and asked, what now? Should we run? No. Chen Mo shook his head, revealing a smile and a flash of white teeth. Why should we run? This time we will leave with dignity. Suddenly a pained voice of surrender rang out beside her ear. No. Don't kill me. Spare me. Tang Xuanyu was momentarily stunned, then turned her gaze in that direction. Tan Tao, drenched in sweat and with a contorted face, shakily rose from the ground. He cast a glance behind him and his entire body trembled violently. The scene, akin to a hell on earth, made his heart skip a beat. The terror in his eyes seemed ready to overflow, and at that moment any will to resist had utterly vanished from his heart. Dragging his right hand, which was bleeding profusely, he spoke in heavy gasps. I was wrong. Don't kill me. I'm not from the 6th military district, I'm from Central Command. It's all Zheng Haifeng. That bastard Zheng Haifeng wanted you dead. Tan Tao roared hoarsely, his voice strained to the limit. He was nearly frightened out of his wits. Had he known this man was so formidable, not even 100 guts would have brought him to the 6th military district. Base B4, over 500 men. In just a few minutes he had wiped them all out single-handedly. Zheng Haifeng again. That name was not unfamiliar to him. Chen Mo stepped forward, expressionlessly casting a cold glance at him. A hint of weariness flickered in his eyes as he spoke. So this is the strength of Central Command's psychics. Useless. So fragile. Clearly a third-tier psychic, yet he had barely unleashed a tenth of his power. A mere injury and he had given up resistance. Looking at Tan Tao stirred unpleasant memories. In his past life during the punitive campaigns, countless men fought on even with broken limbs. It was precisely because of such outwardly strong but inwardly weak individuals that the military districts met repeated setbacks in battle. Hearing this, Tan Tao showed no reaction at all. Instead he forced a fawning smile and, enduring the intense pain, said, Yes. I'm just a waste. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. I'll kowtow to you. He immediately chose to kneel, prostrating himself at Chen Mo's feet, knocking his head repeatedly. Please, I really don't want to die. Tan Tao cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. If given another chance he would never have come here. Chen Mo paid no heed to Tan Tao's pleas. Instead he slowly raised the Onakiri. Just then, crack. Dazzling white beams of light shone down from afar. From the armed helicopters the horrific sight of Base B4's utter annihilation came into view. A mountain of corpses and rivers of blood, the bodies of countless soldiers lay strewn over sandbags and the ground. The stench of blood filled the air, the scene utterly appalling. Zheng Haifeng's breath caught in his throat, his eyes wide with fury as he roared. Chen Mo. Stop right now. Release Tan Tao. Hearing that voice, Tan Tao's eyes lit up with intense hope and he immediately looked in that direction. Seeing Zheng Haifeng, who had arrived to reinforce base B4, it was as if he had glimpsed a ray of salvation. His face burst into ecstatic joy as he shouted. I'm here. I'm here. Save me. Squelch. At that moment the Onigiri fell. Chen Mo, as if he hadn't heard the voice, severed Tan Tao's life without a flicker of emotion. Thud. Thud. Blood gushed like a fountain. Tan Tao's head rolled to the ground, a look of wild elation still frozen on his face even in death. In an instant. On the armed helicopter, Zheng Haifeng's heart convulsed violently, a chill spreading through his entire being. Tan Tao. Dead. Witnessing Tan Tao's death before his eyes along with the countless corpses at base B4. He could no longer contain his fury. His eyes bloodshot, he bellowed. Open fire. All of you open fire. At that moment the 6 armed helicopters that had arrived first, hovering in the air, aimed their firepower at the ground and began to strafe. Bang bang bang, the rate of fire was intense. The roar of gunfire pierced the night as countless rounds rained down vertically from the sky. Below, the bodies of over 100 men from base B4 were caught in the barrage, torn apart, blood spraying everywhere, smoke and dust rising. Ding ding ding. Dust exploded. The ground was riddled with dense bullet holes, yet none of the bullets could even get close to Chen Mo. Chen Mo merely cast a sidelong glance at the helicopters hovering above. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Zhu Rui, the girl in a dinosaur pajamas beside Zheng Haifeng, grabbed his hand. Her expression slightly solemn, she whispered. Danger. Leave. The next moment all the bullets that had been fired reversed course, piercing through the armed helicopters like sieves. Boom. Boom. At the same time, within the domain of this dominant psychic ability, the 6 helicopters that had arrived first inexplicably stalled in midair. They wobbled precariously. No matter how the pilots tried, they couldn't restart the engines. Finally, engulfed in raging flames, they plummeted straight down like meteors. Boom, the explosion was deafening, echoing throughout the entire city of Huabei. The distant fire lit up the darkness of the night. At the Longgang base, Liao Ruyu and her personnel had come out, gazing at the burning embers falling from the distant sky. Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes shimmered with shock as she murmured. Chen Mo, have you finally made your move? This night was destined to be extraordinary. One man daring to defy an entire military district. He represented the pinnacle of psychics. Could a powerful psychic truly defy all odds in this apocalypse? Liao Ruyu dared not imagine such a thing. Inside base B4. After destroying the helicopters in the air, Chen Mo withdrew his dominant psychic ability. Chen Mo. Have you truly lost your mind? A furious roar rang out. Zhu Rui, with her small frame, had somehow carried Zheng Haifeng onto the open ground. Zheng Haifeng's eyes burned with rage, his chest seething with immense fury. He dared not look at the miserable scene before him. But no matter where he turned his gaze, there were only corpses, a scene of utter devastation. Zheng Haifeng couldn't help but close his eyes tightly, his face twitching. A demon. In contrast, the young Zhu Rui appeared remarkably composed. Staring at Tan Tao's rolling head, she murmured expressionlessly. I told you to be more restrained. Now you're dead. This was the second time Chen Mo and Zheng Haifeng had met. The first time was at the very beginning of the apocalypse. Chen Mo looked at the man before him, dressed in military uniform, his figure tall and straight, his eyes bloodshot and weary. Frowning, he suddenly understood something. So it's you. This man was Zheng Haifeng. Zheng Haifeng took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on Chen Mo opposite him, his voice icy. Do you know how many people you've killed? They were all living, breathing souls. Why did you do this? At that moment Tang Xuanyu, who had been silent for a long time, dismounted from the Qiongqi. Her delicate brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes cold as she stared at Zheng Haifeng opposite her. What a grand accusation. Are you suggesting that Chen Mo should have just stood there and waited to die? She had witnessed everything from the start. Chen Mo had never initiated an attack. Whether it was Tan Tao, the middle-aged man, or now Zheng Haifeng, they only became willing to talk after making the first move. Such a repulsive display disgusted her deeply. Zheng Haifeng was taken aback, frowning at the unfamiliar young woman before him. Chen Mo, standing nearby, was slightly surprised. Tang Xuanyu pressed on, her voice icy as she said, all I know is that you're the ones who refused to let it go. If an ordinary person were here, they'd have been torn to pieces by now. If you hadn't struck first, so many lives wouldn't have been lost, would they? She couldn't understand what heinous, unforgivable crime Chen Mo had committed to warrant such an overwhelming show of force from the 6th Military District. Zheng Haifeng said in a deep voice, little girl, there are things you wouldn't understand. Chen Mo, this time we've dispatched 15 espers and a massive arsenal just to capture you. No matter how powerful your abilities are, you can't stand against all of us. Surrender now and they'll take you to Central Command. With your skills you might earn the appreciation of the other leaders, there could still be a way out. Don't be stubborn. He wanted no more casualties. If he could win without a fight, nothing could be better. Ridiculous. Why negotiate now? Where was this attitude before? Tang Xuanyu frowned in displeasure. If you care so much about your soldiers' lives, why not send them to fight mutants and zombies instead of turning their weapons on their own people? They had already been disappointed in the 6th Military District back at North China University. Witnessing this scene only deepened her simmering resentment. Zheng Haifeng shuddered as if struck at a sore spot. He glanced at the corpses in Outpost B4, his eyes filled with conflict. We're on different sides. Things aren't as simple as you think. Unable to find a rebuttal he could only fall back on, you wouldn't understand. He too wished he could abandon his pursuit of Chen Mo, but the Lin family's influence was immense. Lin Anhe was not the threat, it was the aging war hero Lin Lao behind him. After the apocalypse began, Lin Lao had reclaimed power, nearly becoming the second-in-command at Central Command. All I can say is his death would be good for everyone. Zheng Haifeng muttered painfully. Tang Xuanya's face turned icy, trembling with rage. Good for whom? Just as she was about to speak, Chen Mo, as if sensing something, narrowed his eyes and pulled her back. That's enough. What's wrong? Tang Xuanyu asked, confused, but she stepped back beside Chen Mo. He said nothing, instead scanning their surroundings. A strange eeriness now pervaded Outpost B4. Moments ago the ground had trembled with the roar of converging crowds from all directions. Now an unsettling silence reigned. Snow fell from the sky as Chen Mo's gaze grew colder. He stared at the girl in the dinosaur pajamas beside Zheng Haifeng and let out a faint amused smile. Zheng Haifeng, were you trying to stall? You know. There's no need to worry. I've been waiting for your people to arrive too. Boom. At these words Zheng Haifeng's pupils contracted sharply. He was speechless, utterly incredulous. What did he mean? Pft. Pft. Without further explanation, Chen Mo raised his right hand lightly. Bullets pierced through Zheng Haifeng and the girl beside him. Bang! Countless bloody holes erupted across Zheng Haifeng and Zhu Rui's bodies as they collapsed. All signs of life vanished. Tang Xuanyu shuddered at the sight. She noticed a crucial detail. Why? Wasn't there any blood? What a fascinating ability, Chen Mo said with a grin, his voice soft. It started the moment I began talking, didn't it? Interesting. Quite realistic. Xuanyu, cover your ears. Chen Mo instructed. Tang Xuanyu nodded, still puzzled, but she knew he was about to unleash that terrifying roar. Previously she had been an ordinary person. Now as a second-tier esper, that sound wouldn't shatter her eardrums or gravely injure her. Still she obediently covered her ears. Chen Mo faced the silent world and slowly opened his mouth. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the stillness. Crack. The sound of breaking followed. The entire world fragmented like a mirror. From the once empty pitch-black surroundings, screams erupted. What is this? My ears. A dream manipulating ability. This hyper-realistic lifelike dream ability. It was shattered by Shuxishan's voice of truth. As reality unveiled itself, the night turned to day. Around them a dense army had materialized from nowhere. An overwhelming force, armed helicopters circled overhead, their rotors thundering. A kilometer away rows of heavy tanks had taken position, their dark barrels locked onto Chen Mo. Over 4,000 soldiers from the 6th Military District had encircled the area, sealing off every possible escape route. A vast oppressive sea of troops, as if mobilizing to subdue a great demon or deity. Reinforcements from outposts B1 through B8 had all converged here. The piercing cry of Shuxishan instantly ruptured the eardrums of the hundreds of soldiers nearest to Chen Mo, sending them crashing to the ground, blood streaming from their noses and mouths. Maintain distance. Among the espers, a tall commander from outpost B3 barked the order. The troops swiftly repositioned themselves. They kept a distance of about 100 meters from Chen Mo. The remaining 14 espers from the 8 outposts watched him with extreme vigilance from the center of the field. Zheng Haifeng and the girl Zhu Rui stood at the very front. Zhu Rui's ability failed, someone muttered in disbelief. What was happening? It was as if an army had materialized out of thin air. Seeing this, Tang Xuanya's face turned deathly pale. Even the Qiongqi beside her growled uneasily. Chen Mo remained calm facing the firepower of over 4,000 troops from the 6th Military District with unruffled composure. He said flatly, "So that's it. What a rare ability. An ability to influence the environment and conjure illusions was uncommon if that girl was at least in a rank esper." Zheng Haifeng broke out in a cold sweat. He was just an ordinary man. To buy time for reinforcements from other outposts, if not for Zhu Rui's dream ability, he might have died just now. He turned to Zhu Rui and said, "Thank you." Zhu Rui shook her head, her eyes filled with terror and her mind in a daze. Still reeling from the aftermath of Shuxishan's cry, her face was ashen. Pfft, hack. Suddenly Zhu Rui spat out a mouthful of blood, her aura wilting as she swayed unsteadily. "Are you alright?" Zheng Haifeng's heart jolted. Zhu Rui shook her head, gazing at Chen Mo with a trace of fear as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "Be careful. He seems to have a way to break my ability." The longer one was enveloped by the dream ability, the harder it became to distinguish reality, eventually sinking into eternal illusion. Yet the dream ability was conjured by her, and the low roar of Shuxishan struck her the hardest. She now had no strength left to fight. "You've done well." Zheng Haifeng patted her shoulder. "Heal her." A woman stepped out from among the ability users, a crimson glow appearing in her hand, slowly merging into Zhu Rui's body. Zheng Haifeng said gravely, "Everyone be cautious." "Ha ha ha, got it, Commander. With so many of us here, do you think just 2 people and a beast can turn the tide today?" A man slammed his palm against the ground, and under his ability the earth transformed into quicksand, collapsing and forming a circle that trapped Chen Mo within. Another man narrowed his eyes, a sapphire gleam flickering within them, and murmured, "A 4th-tier ability user, a 3rd-tier aberrant beast behind him, and the woman's ability is 2nd tier. 4th tier. Didn't the report say he was always alone? How did he become a 4th-tier ability user?" These ability users were the pillars of the 6th war zone, ranging from 2nd to 3rd tier. But as of now, across the entire 6th military district, fewer than 4 individuals had managed to break through to the 4th tier. Not long ago Zhuo Yuan had also broken through, but 9 out of 10 of these were personal bodyguards for the high command of the 6th military district, not dispatched to fight here. No wonder he could massacre base before. "I heard from Zhuo Yuan that upon reaching the 4th tier one's ability undergoes astonishing changes," said the man with the insight type ability in a low voice. "Be careful." As he spoke, the man surveyed the affected area and the brutal battlefield around him, his astonishment deepening. "Commander Zheng, this man is no ordinary foe. I suspect his ability might be Sclass, like Jiang Fan of the 11th military district. Sclass or not, with all of us here today, even a 5th-tier aberrant beast would be brought down. Commander Zheng, let's strike." One of them transformed his hands into spinning spikes. Among the 14 ability users on the opposing side were those with quicksand healing, insight and muscular enhancement abilities. Each one was an elite among the ability users of the 6th military district. Soldiers and ability users from every base had gathered in full force. This gave Zheng Haifeng immense confidence as he steadied himself. He fixed his gaze intently on Chen Mo. Truth be told, he felt a pang of regret. Why couldn't a powerhouse of such strength with no backing or influence become one of the 6th military district's own? Chen Mo's strength alone was enough to rival an entire B4 base. How terrifying was that? Even now, some high-ranking officials in the 6th military district who had yet to awaken their abilities still scoffed at ability users. They didn't believe an ability user could overturn the world. But times had changed. Apart from humanity's ultimate weapons, he had witnessed firsthand that even fierce firepower seemed insufficient against powerful ability users. If Chen Mo, merely a 4th-tier ability user, possessed such power, what would he be like at the 5th or 6th tier? According to calculations by various military districts, ability users were divided into 9 levels. With each breakthrough in ability, the enhancement gained meant that at the 9th tier one's power would be unimaginably terrifying. Such talent. Sigh. What a pity. Zheng Haifeng sighed and said to Chen Mo across from him, "Chen Mo, take a good look around you. Do you still intend to resist at this point? If you surrender without a fight, I, Zheng Haifeng, am willing to recommend you to the leaders of other military districts. The power you wield could contribute to humanity. But if we truly come to blows, there will be no turning back." He wanted to make one last attempt, even as everyone around him stared at him in disbelief. "Enough." Chen Mo suddenly broke into a bright smile, narrowing his eyes. "You've been trying to stall me here, but haven't I been waiting for you all along?" Everyone present felt a shock in their hearts. Humph. Still putting up a brave front at death's door. "Commander Zheng, let's attack directly," someone requested. After all, in this operation Zheng Haifeng was the highest authority here. Zheng Haifeng furrowed his brow staring uneasily at Chen Mo across from him. He couldn't understand what trump card Chen Mo could still have up his sleeve at this point. With so many ability users and over 4,000 soldiers on his side, even a 5th-tier ability user could be worn down to death, let alone a 4th-tier one. In the end they were irreconcilable. This time without any hesitation Zheng Haifeng waved his hand coldly and said, "Since that's the case, let's attack." He can control metal abilities. Our 6th military district's firepower reserves are limited, so we shouldn't waste them. A few of you go first to wear him down. If you can finish him, don't hold back. Yes. The 14 ability users at his side struck in unison. Then let me go first. Quicksand Hell. A class ability Quicksand. Everyone here had been selected from millions with abilities rated at least class, far surpassing the major survivor forces outside. With the man at the center, he slammed his palm onto the ground, and in an instant the earth beneath his feet turned into endless quicksand, spreading toward Chen Mo, Tang Xuanyu and Qiongqi's position. I'll seal off his escape routes. You all enter the quicksand hell. With my cover you won't be swallowed by the quicksand vortex, the man shouted. Of the remaining 13 ability users, aside from 3 with functional abilities, the other 10 all made their move. Were rapidly spinning sharp spikes, and those with enhanced physiques moved with swift agility, stepping into this quicksand hell. With the help of the man behind them, fleeting platforms of sand appeared at the landing points of the 10, and they attacked Chen Mo from all directions. Bang bang bang. Several gunshots rang out. Haha, these are Zhuiyuan's special bullets. Zhuiyuan's annihilation ability could imbue objects with explosive properties. Those bullets blazed fiercely as they shot forth. Tang Xuanyu no longer hesitated, swiftly summoning rolling waves of calamity. A calamity vortex spread beneath her feet, and a torrential flood rose from the water vortex, forming a barrier of water. The dissolving power of the dark tide instantly engulfed and melted those bullets. The splash range of the calamity tide was extremely wide. A thick column of water shot forth from Tang Xuanyu's left hand, transforming into a water dragon that surged toward the foremost among the advancing group. The man with the insight ability at the rear saw this, a sapphire glint flickering in his pupils, and immediately shouted, "Dodge! This black water is strange." The water dragon exploded, countless black droplets splashing across the domain of the quicksand hell, hissing as they turned into steam. The insidious force of the calamity tide even transmitted through the abilities to the ability users. The man controlling the quicksand inferno felt his heart clench violently, his cheeks began to ulcerate, and he collapsed with foam at his mouth. In an instant the swirling quicksand hell reverted back to solid ground. Among the remaining 10, 2 or 3 were splashed by the black droplets. Those with body enhancement abilities fared slightly better, but the others' skin began to rot, revealing raw crimson flesh. What's with this water? What is this? Everyone was astounded. Zheng Haifeng watched from a distance, his heart pounding with terror. This was a battle between ability users. Who exactly was that woman following Chen Mo? As the quicksand hell vanished, Qiongqi let out a roar, leaping high and charging toward a body-enhanced ability user, fangs bared. "Leave that beast to me." But Qiongqi was terrifyingly fast and massive, like an unstoppable war chariot appearing before the speaker. He soon regretted his words. A beastly claw came down, tearing flesh and bone apart. Squelch. Even the body-enhanced ability user could not withstand Qiongqi's brutal and overwhelming strength. A scream rang out. Before anyone could even come to the rescue, in the blink of an eye one had already fallen. Li Bin. That beast killed Li Bin. Kill this beast first. With Qiongqi's entry, chaos erupted instantly. Qiongqi had been fighting since the very beginning of the apocalypse. Although it was only a 3rd-tier aberration, its strength was far beyond what these people could contend with. This was the aberration that had slain Shoshi Shen in a past life, earning the name Qiongqi. Without exaggeration, this single aberration Qiongqi could eliminate all the ability users present. Boom. Boom. Several explosions detonated against Qiongqi's massive frame, but the beast merely shook its fur, not even a wound appearing. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he glanced at Tang Xuanyu beside him. He intended to let Yuer gain some experience. If she could handle a situation like this, then even when he wasn't by her side in the future, she would have the means to deal with anyone. "Yuer, do you dare to kill?" Chen Mo asked. Yuer had already witnessed much of the apocalypse's brutality, where human life was worthless. If she was unwilling to act even at this critical juncture of life and death, he wouldn't say much. But henceforth he could only place her within Qiongqi or the safest military district for protection. It was a pity that Yuer's ability Calamity Tide was exceptionally unique, unrecorded even in the 6th military district's collected data. Tang Xuanya's delicate frame trembled at his words, her beautiful eyes quivering. After a moment's thought she nodded. She raised her right hand, forcibly drawing a massive wave from the tidal vortex beneath her feet and hurling it toward the opposing group. The image of the calamity tide shattering the quicksand hell was still fresh in their minds. The remaining ability users who were relentlessly attacking Qiongqi had no time to spare. The man with the insight ability shouted, "Watch out." Qiongqi noticed the wave and leaped high with a roar. A black torrent swept everything. The others caught sight of the surging black tide from the corner of their eyes, their pupils constricting as they swiftly sidestepped. The two who failed to retreat in time were sent flying high by the black wave, uttering the most miserable screams. My eyes. Thud. Thud. The two crashed at Zheng Haifeng's feet. Wounded was one thing, but their skin had been completely dissolved, leaving them as nothing but bloody figures. Seeing their state, Zheng Haifeng's face drastically changed, panic seizing him. "Lu He. Get over here and heal them." Meanwhile, Qiongqi continued reaping the lives of the remaining ability users. Boom. No. Another cry of alarm. After an unknown time, Qiongqi's orange-red fur had grown even more vivid. The remaining ability users grew increasingly terrified, their initial contempt gone, drenched in sweat. 3. This beast before them had killed 3 people. Neither that woman nor this beast was simple. What was even more terrifying was that they had yet to see the most dangerous young man make a move. The woman with the healing ability Lu He collapsed from exhaustion. The 2 who had been struck by the calamity tide succumbed to their wounds and died. 2 more dead. Tang Xuanyu gasped heavily, her pretty face pale. She was only a second-tier ability user, she couldn't use her powers as freely and almost limitlessly as Chen Mo. She wanted to strike again. That's enough. But Chen Mo beside her pulled her back. Leave the rest to me. Chen Mo's gaze fell on Zheng Haifeng across from him. Enough. Zheng Haifeng bellowed in fury, forced to call back the remaining ability users and take stock. Of the 15 ability users who came, only 6 were left. They couldn't fight any longer. He looked at the surrounding soldiers and saw a glimmer of fear in every single pair of eyes. In the eyes of ordinary people, a battle between ability users was like a clash of gods. Every ability user was a vital asset to the 6th warzone. If the fight continued, the losses would be catastrophic and morale would shatter. Zheng Haifeng's eyes were filled with wariness. With a wave of his hand, he decided on a final measure and roared. Retreat another 500 meters. Notify B3 and B7 to open fire with full force. The commander a kilometer away shouted. Open fire. Boom. 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 Heavy tanks began bombarding the 100-meter radius around Chen Mo. The thunderous roar of artillery shook the heavens. The entire night sky was illuminated. It was at this moment that the true war began. Brilliant arcs traced across the sky as the sounds of cannon fire and gunshots erupted in full force. Like a volcanic eruption, heaven and earth splitting apart, countless beams of fire swept out from base B3 as well. Over 1,000 soldiers of the 6th military district pulled their triggers in unison. Bang! 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 It felt as if they were fighting the entire world, an overwhelming, terrifying torrent of firepower surging forth. Even Tang Xuanyu felt a flicker of despair. Was this the end? But Chen Mo, witnessing this scene, showed no fear, instead a wild madness surged in his eyes as he said in a low voice. Shoshishan, come forth. This time he would make the 6th military district witness firsthand how utterly insignificant their so-called firepower was before an apocalyptic deity. With a resonant hum, Chen Mo seized Tang Xuanyu, who felt an intense sensation of weightlessness, as if something was about to emerge. A blinding white radiance flooded the entire scene. Suddenly the piercing cry of the apocalyptic deity Shoshishan shook the heavens. The helicopter circling above base B4 was seized by an enormous snow-white hand and crushed within its grasp. A rumbling thunder echoed as the ancient soul-shivering divine cry resounded. Soldiers at the rear of the 6th military district collapsed, blood streaming from their orifices, writhing in agony. Their comrades ahead burst into clouds of crimson mist with deafening cracks. Even Zheng Haifeng, bleeding from all 7 orifices, scurried into the crowd under the guidance of the few remaining psychics. Artillery shells rained down with precision from the sky. With a thunderous roar, 600 to 700 soldiers unable to escape were crushed into pulp by Shoshishan's emergence. The ground quaked violently as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Deep fissures spread rapidly across the earth and countless surrounding buildings collapsed. The commotion of this night echoed throughout Huabei City. The psychics swiftly retreated with Zheng Haifeng to a kilometer away. They gazed at the dust-filled sky where a colossal silhouette seemed to lurk. Terror gripped every heart as their pupils involuntarily dilated, fixated on the towering thick mist. A piercing sound akin to the laughter of an infant echoed across the area. What is that sound? The crowd instinctively peered into the swirling dust. They could only discern a dark silhouette, immense, overwhelmingly large. An overwhelming dread surged within Zheng Haifeng. What in the world was this? Everyone held their breath in unison. Even the psychics began to tremble uncontrollably. Look! What is that? Someone exclaimed. The thick mist slowly dissipated, revealing a bloated, obese, colossal body towering at about 30 to 40 meters, a snow-white behemoth. This monstrous colossus resembled a mountain of flesh with only a single leg and a gaping maw curved into a crescent, exposing dense, sinister fangs. It stood under the night sky, exuding a suffocating pressure that left everyone breathless. An apocalyptic deity. Shoshi Shen. In that moment everyone's heart stopped, their faces turning ashen. Zheng Haifeng's face drained of color as he muttered, his lips trembling. That is. He felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, a chill he had never known. The thousands of soldiers in the 6th Military District involuntarily swallowed hard, their hands gripping their weapons, trembling violently. What kind of monster is this? They had hunted ferocious aberrations and seen countless horrors in this apocalypse, yet when Shoshi Shen appeared, over 4,000 people stood frozen in place. Terrified cries erupted from the crowd. Shoshi Shen seemed to stand still, yet all were compelled to look up in awe. What terrified Zheng Haifeng and the psychics most was that atop the colossal monster's shoulder stood Chen Mo and the unknown woman. A thunderstruck shock hit Zheng Haifeng like a bolt from the blue, his breath seizing. He roared in utter horror, "Chen Mo! Is this monster also your doing? Madness! This world has gone mad. Why has this despair-inducing monster appeared out of thin air?" The psychics beside him were drenched in sweat. The man with the clairvoyance ability stared at Shoshi Shen with bloodshot eyes. "I can't see. I see nothing. Is this an aberration or what? Why have we never seen such a monster?" The man trembled and the other psychics stood dumbfounded. Not only them, but Tang Xuanya's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the scene. What is happening? She seemed to be standing on a mountain of flesh. Chen Mo's gaze was cold as he looked down at the crowd below. From atop Shoshi Shen the view was excellent. He could clearly see the immense firepower the 6th Military District had deployed against him. Not only a vast number of troops but also artillery turrets and heavy tanks positioned in the distance. Chen Mo chose not to explain further to Zheng Haifeng. Instead he spoke coldly, "It's over." The moment Shoshi Shen appeared, it signified the end of everything. An apocalyptic deity, even a mere 4th-tier lower god, was utterly beyond the reach of these people. In this apocalypse, beings called apocalyptic deities defied all logic. They were like extraterrestrial visitors or mythical entities that had appeared across lands long ago. They required no apocalyptic evolution to become overwhelmingly powerful, crushing all upon emergence. Many were terrified senseless by this unnatural monster, some even abandoning their weapons to flee. "I'm not fighting. I'm not fighting. I'm going back." With a gunshot, Zheng Haifeng executed one fleeing soldier, his eyes bloodshot and veins bulging as he roared, "No one escapes. Open fire. Kill this monster." Fortunately these deserters were few. Another cannon shot boomed in the distance. The 4,000 soldiers unleashed a storm of bullets, a brutal barrage of firepower that hammered Shoshi Shen's body from every angle. Explosions and impacts pounded across Shoshi Shen's form, yet to it they were no more than a ticklish annoyance. Shoshi Shen opened its maw in a sinister grin, standing motionless as if mocking them. Zheng Haifeng was plunged into an endless vortex of terror, trembling and gasping as he muttered, "Is this monster laughing at us?" With a roar the Qiongqi charged into the thousands, its savage claws mercilessly tearing through flesh, carving a path of blood before Shoshi Shen. Screams rang out as dozens more soldiers fell. A massacre. Zheng Haifeng stared at Chen Mo atop Shoshi Shen in despair. One ferocious monstrous aberration and one colossal behemoth like a mountain of flesh. Who are we even fighting? No. He felt he was not fighting a man but a horde of terrifying apocalyptic monsters. Why? Why has it come to this? Zheng Haifeng could not comprehend how Chen Mo could control such terrifying monsters. What was even more horrifying was that aside from the very beginning, Chen Mo had yet to make a move himself. Bloodlight and screams vanished into the night as hundreds more soldiers of the 6th Military District were crushed by the rampage of Shuxishan and Qiongqi. Commander Zheng. Perhaps we should retreat. Finally someone could no longer bear the terrifying scene. The surviving ability users beside Zheng Haifeng all wore ashen expressions. This sight had clearly dealt them a tremendous blow. Retreat. We brought over 4,000 men here. If we retreat, how am I supposed to answer to the 6th military district and Lin Anha? Zheng Haifeng was enraged. His towering fury twisted his face into a grim fearsome visage. With so many people he refused to believe they couldn't take down even one Chen Mo. If they returned in defeat as the overall commander, he would become the sinner of the entire 6th military district. This would be his last chance. Zheng Haifeng roared. Open fire all of you. Deploy B4, B7. Fight to the death. He snatched a firearm from the person beside him and fired a furious barrage at Chen Mo atop Shuxishan. Bang. 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 The ability users nearby could only steel themselves and act. The man with the insight ability had 2 streams of blood flowing from his eye sockets, forcibly overdrawing his power in an attempt to discern something. 4th rank. This is merely a 4th rank monster. Why is it so terrifying? The apocalypse deities were still far too distant for them. The first conflict between the major military districts and the apocalypse deities occurred a full year after the Nian beast's rampage. The appearance of Shuxishan cast an indelible black mist over everyone's hearts. At that moment, standing atop Shuxishan, Chen Mo noticed the bullet Zheng Haifeng had fired from afar. His eyes narrowed, a trace of coldness surfacing. Still trying to put up a futile resistance. Shuxishan then just crushed them directly. With that, a chilling gleam surged in Chen Mo's eyes as he issued the final command to Shuxishan through his Qiongqi ability. He wanted to see just how much destruction this war behemoth could wreak. Even if it meant razing the border of Huabei City to the ground, he would not hesitate. Tang Xuanyu beside him felt a chill run through her entire body. She looked at Chen Mo again and found him utterly unfamiliar. It was as if in this moment Chen Mo had become the fearsome sovereign of the apocalypse. Under his command the deities and aberrations charged and clashed with the human army. Rat-a-tat. Rat-a-tat. A storm of bullets rained down from all directions. She did not know what to say. In this apocalypse there was no absolute right or wrong. If it were not the people of the 6th military district dying today, then it would be the 2 of them lying in a pool of blood. Unconsciously influenced by Chen Mo, Tang Xuanyu's mentality gradually shifted. Only amidst the fierce battle with overwhelming gunfire could one most viscerally experience the apocalypse. She began to adapt to the rhythm of the apocalypse, her beautiful eyes turning cold as she raised her right hand. She unleashed a calamity tide towards a distant cluster of people, unleashing torrents of firepower. Splash, ah. No, my hand, what is this? No. The calamity tide was even more lethal to ordinary people. Every droplet carried terrifying toad venom. A curtain of rain fell, blood and water intermingling. Soldiers of the 6th military district dissolved in the calamity tide, dying in agony. Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu stood upon Shuxishan's shoulder. They grew increasingly alike, reaping countless lives like reapers of the night. And beneath them Shuxishan stirred, beginning its advance. With a tremendous commotion it endured the bullets and toppled forward. Its body was far too massive, with only one leg it could not walk, only crawl using its hands. Rumble, the colossal being crashed down upon the thousands of soldiers before it, its sky-obscuring shadow blinding countless warriors. The desperate soldiers could only helplessly pull their triggers, firing ceaselessly at the descending mountain of flesh in a futile attempt to stop it. Bang! 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 But even artillery could barely penetrate Shuxishan's body, let alone bullets. Their damage was negligible, quantity could not bring about a qualitative change. Their pupils dilated as they watched helplessly as a mountain collapsed upon them. Shuxishan's only weakness was its slow movement, but the threat and destruction it posed were absolutely terrifying. It was a dreadfully fearsome war behemoth. Its mountain-like colossal body crashed down. Over 1,000 people who could not retreat were crushed into pulp, perishing beneath Shuxishan's bulk. Rumble. In an instant heaven and earth shook, a deafening explosion erupted. The ground cracked, dust surged skyward and a terrifying shockwave radiated outwards, accompanied by countless flying debris sweeping across the battlefield like a sandstorm. The ground beneath their feet suddenly collapsed and even hundreds of people were flung into the air. Zheng Haifeng far away was sent flying by the violent gust of air. Commander Zheng. The ability users' faces turned pale. One of them grabbed Zheng Haifeng. Gazing at the smoke-filled air where terrifying sounds continued to erupt, they could only helplessly drag Zheng Haifeng back once more. Rumble, Shuxishan extended a bloated hand and slammed it onto the ground ahead. Die. The remaining soldiers, realizing they could not escape, went berserk. As if trying to fire every last bullet in those few seconds. Rat-a-tat, only screams and gunfire remained. Bang! A sweeping slap caught hundreds of people and rubble, all mercilessly crushed by succession. This strike nearly caught Qiongqi, who was slaughtering amidst the crowd. Roar! Qiongqi bellowed, leaping high with agility, landing atop the ruins and letting out a dissatisfied roar at succession. Whimper! From the mountain of flesh lying on the ground came a somewhat aggrieved emotion. Thick crimson blood stained succession's massive body. Chen Mo watched calmly and said, "Qiongqi, clear the path ahead." Qiongqi immediately shot forward. And succession under Chen Mo's direction slowly crawled out of Huabei City. Every movement destroyed everything in its path, as if this monster was born solely for destruction. In the distance only a sparse 1,000 people remained. Outside the B3 and B7 outposts, the last batch of heavy artillery belonging to the 6th Military District provided support here. Rumble, heavy tanks with blackened turrets aimed at the body of the Shoshi god. Fire. Boom. 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 Countless shells exploded on the plump body of the Shoshi god, producing a dull roar. Such an intense assault at close range finally revealed the damage on the Shoshi god. Green blood flowed out and the Shoshi god let out a long cry of pain. It began to wildly swing its fat hands. Rumbling. The heavy tank seemed like toys compared to it, reduced to a pile of scraps by this unparalleled violence. In the distance the sound of fierce gunfire erupted. The superhumans looked utterly despairing, with some having red-rimmed eyes trembling as they spoke. "It's over. It's really over. Commander Zheng, let's retreat. 2/3 of our people are dead. Our weapons can't harm that monster at all." He nearly screamed at Zheng Haifeng. This roar gradually brought Zheng Haifeng, who was on the verge of losing his sanity, back to clarity. He saw countless blood-soaked warriors fleeing towards them. Hundreds of soldiers bravely shooting back were turned into mush by a single slap. Even the strongest firepower from B3 and B7 could not hinder the monster's advance in the slightest. The sky was filled with flames illuminating the dark night, while the smoke and the raging sea of fire along with the bodies strewn across the ground constantly reminded him of the brutal battle. I. Zheng Haifeng's pupils dilated, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his heart and he pressed hard against his chest, gasping for air. "Commander Zheng. Are you alright?" This scene panicked the surrounding superhumans. Rumbling, the last batch of heavy tanks defending here along with hundreds of soldiers were torn open by the Qiongqi, creating a massive gash. Roar! The Qiongqi roared skyward, appearing before them. It was drenched in blood, its orangered fur even more vibrant. Its powerful and robust body stepped on a corpse with jade-black horns on its head, its face grotesquely fierce and its long tail sweeping behind it. It appeared as if it had locked onto its prey, emerging behind Zheng Haifeng and the others. The terrifying grotesque face twisted together, its massive savage beast eyes glimmering with a faint light as it constantly surveyed the few people before it. Breathing out thick hot air from its mouth and nose, while not as awe-inspiring as the Shoshi god, the oppressive aura it exuded instilled a tremendous fear in everyone's hearts. Behind it, amidst the artillery smoke, the gigantic Shoshi god slowly crawled forward, each movement producing an enormous rumbling sound. Is that monster coming after us? The superhumans felt their hearts stop for a moment, all staring in fear at the approaching Qiongqi. "Zhu Rui, you take Commander Zheng and go first. We will hold the rear," the man with the ability shouted. Zheng Haifeng's red pupils fixed intensely on the Qiongqi. The Qiongqi began to move. It stepped on countless corpses slowly advancing. Roar! Then it suddenly roared and leapt into the air. "Be careful. Protect Commander Zheng." The man screamed hoarsely, his veins bulging. "I'll kill it." A superhuman charged forward. Zhu Rui also strained her extremely weak body, trying desperately to use her dream ability. Just as they thought they would fight to the death, an unbelievable scene unfolded before everyone. The Qiongqi leaped deep, soaring over everyone's heads. Their pupils widened under the terrified gazes of all. With a bang it landed behind them, completely ignoring them and charging forward. How could this be possible? Why did it choose to ignore them? Why? Someone looked utterly bewildered. Even Zheng Haifeng was kneeling on the ground, pressing hard against his chest, his face filled with shock and confusion. At this moment footsteps sounded from the thick smoke ahead. Two figures slowly appeared. As the smoke dissipated, the monstrous figure had disappeared without a trace. Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu walked out slowly. Behind them was a wasteland ravaged by the Shoshi god filled with countless crushed tanks and bodies. The last few hundred survivors were all battered and bruised, collapsed on the ground, yet tightly holding onto their firearms. They were all covered in blood, gravely injured, unable to continue fighting. Blood soaked their eyes, their expressions terrified as they watched the two walk past them. After being ravaged by the Shoshi god, they could not muster a shred of fighting spirit. Even though their firearms were in hand, they did not dare to fire a single shot. This overwhelming battle shattered everyone's last desire to fight. Chen Mo's expression was extremely indifferent as he walked towards Zheng Haifeng and the others with Tang Xuanyu. Where did that monster go? Someone murmured with pale lips. That was a creature nearly 40 meters tall. It vanished without a trace. Why did it disappear in an instant? They turned to look at Chen Mo approaching them. The distance was closing rapidly. The hearts of the few superhumans present began to race, rising to their throats. You don't come over. Don't come over. But this threat compared to their pitiful appearance held no power to intimidate. Chen Mo remained silent, not even glancing at Zheng Haifeng on the ground. Under the gazes of countless people, he and Tang Xuanyu walked past Zheng Haifeng and the others without any defenses. They walked past openly. Clearly only a step away, yet all the superhumans felt as if they were shackled by something frozen in place. Not a single person dared to act. The more than 100 severely injured survivors could only watch helplessly as Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu left. Bang! After Chen Mo left, the immense pressure instantly dissipated and someone unable to withstand the high pressure collapsed to the ground. With no color in his face and his lips dry and peeling, he murmured, "Why didn't he kill us?" The feeling of surviving a disaster did not bring them any relief. None of them could comprehend. Only Zheng Haifeng sat on the ground, feeling his eyelids grow heavy. With his back to Chen Mo, who walked past him, he suddenly shouted, "Chen Mo! You won! Kill me!" Zheng Haifeng roared like a madman, "Why didn't you kill me?" Chen Mo, who had already walked past them, suddenly halted. Tang Xuanyu glanced at Chen Mo beside her, unable to fathom his thoughts, yet she refrained from speaking. Chen Mo paused only for a moment. Then he continued walking toward the outskirts of Huabei City without leaving a single word behind. Over 4,000 people. Over 4,000 lives slaughtered until only a few hundred wounded remained. Zheng Haifeng suddenly understood why that aberrant creature had departed, and even Chen Mo, whom he most desired to kill, chose to ignore them. What was this? Was it humiliation? Or mockery that so many of them couldn't even subdue a single man? Ha! Ha ha ha! Zheng Haifeng abruptly lifted his head high. His eyes clenched shut in agony, a tear streak trickling down as his jaw twitched incessantly. Of the over 4,000 troops from the 6th Military District who had come, less than a tenth remained. At this moment only profound despair and a sense of powerlessness filled his heart. The 6th Military District had suffered a crushing defeat. Pfft. Zheng Haifeng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with shredded flesh, overwhelmed by a surge of qi and blood. He collapsed to the ground, his fate unknown. Commander Zheng. The remaining superhumans looked on in utter bewilderment. The enemy had ceased attacking, so why? But when they saw the unceasing blood flow from Zheng Haifeng's right abdomen, the flesh torn open to reveal his internal organs, their faces turned pale with shock. It turned out that earlier, when he was blasted away by the shockwave, a piece of debris had struck him. His iron will had sustained him until now. Commander Zheng. Heal him quickly. The battle was over. At the horizon, a cold blood-red sun emerged, faintly bright like the dawn. Countless snowflakes drifted from the clouds, and the early morning wind seemed even colder. When Zheng Haifeng regained consciousness, his aura was withered, his abdomen wrapped in bandages. He knelt there motionless like a sculpture. This unprecedented battle, waged against a single individual, ended with the 6th Military District's over 4,000 troops suffering heavy casualties, leaving fewer than 100. Of the 15 superhumans, only 4 remained. The man with the insight ability and 2 other superhumans went to search for survivors within the devastated outpost. Zhu Rui stayed by Zheng Haifeng's side, her small face smeared with black dust and blood. Watching the blood that even the bandages couldn't stop, she whispered, "Commander Zheng. Dawn has broken. You're badly wounded." "Heh. Hee hee." Zheng Haifeng, still kneeling, suddenly let out a foolish laugh. "Ha ha ha." He opened his eyes, bloodshot and wild, bursting into unrestrained laughter. Over 4,000 people. Over 4,000 people. So this is a superhuman. Chen Mo, you're truly something. Tears streamed down Zheng Haifeng's face as he laughed and cried as if he had gone mad. With this battle his faith and rock-solid heart were shattered and buried in this tragic conflict. Such a painful lesson of blood and soul made Zheng Haifeng finally understand one thing. The 6th military district should never have made an enemy of such a man. Ha ha ha. Never. Never. Zhu Rui was at a loss for words, silently watching Zheng Haifeng. She wasn't a superhuman from the 6th military district but from the central authority. Yet inexplicably she found herself unable to refute Zheng Haifeng's words. Commander Zheng. Let's go back. Zhu Rui said softly. Zheng Haifeng hung his head low, his expression obscured from view. All right. Zhu Rui, go and help treat the surviving soldiers. Fine now. Zhu Rui, you're a good child. When you return, tell the high officials in the central that Chen Mo shouldn't be an enemy. Internal strife is meaningless and endless. Zhu Rui's beautiful eyes flickered, sensing the oddity in his words. She slowly rose and said softly, I understand. Zheng Haifeng said nothing more. After Zhu Rui left, he gazed at the pistol he carried lying on the ground. Trembling all over, he extended his right hand. Looking up at the heavy snow falling from the sky, cold and desolate, his vision blurred and he murmured involuntarily. It's almost New Year's. At this time in the past he might have been in his warm home holding his wife and child, preparing to welcome a wonderful new year. But unfortunately, I'm just an ordinary person, just like before the apocalypse, unable to change anything. Nothing can be changed. Zheng Haifeng laughed bitterly, then slowly closed his eyes. Bang! A gunshot rang out from behind. Zhu Rui's body trembled as she tightly shut her eyes. Biting her lip, she began to shake uncontrollably. She knew Zheng Haifeng was dead. After so many soldiers had fallen, he chose suicide, consumed by immense guilt and despair. She increasingly felt that internal human conflict was meaningless. For the sake of a already dead Lin Shu, so many had been sacrificed. Was it truly worth it? When she opened her eyes again, Zhu Rui's gaze became unusually resolute. She murmured, perhaps I should leave. Outside Huabei City, the journey was silent. Qiongqi followed alongside, having already cleared the path ahead, slaying the zombies outside the Huabei City area. Tang Xuanyu asked in confusion just now. Why didn't you kill them? In her impression, Chen Mo was not one to be soft-hearted. Chen Mo's eyes were calm as he recalled his first meeting with Zheng Haifeng. Even though he was the one they were supposed to capture, Zheng Haifeng unhesitatingly chose to assist him for the sake of the people fighting against the zombies and protecting the civilians. Chen Mo said softly, he won't survive if that's enough. Fear is contagious. Tang Xuanyu nodded thoughtfully. Her hand was still trembling slightly. She didn't understand why there was no fear in her heart. The feeling of killing through superhuman abilities was entirely different from plunging a blade into flesh and watching life fade away in one's own hands. Her hands hadn't even been stained with a drop of blood. Yet the soldiers of the 6th military district who died under the Calamity Tide ability numbered in the dozens, hundreds, or even more. Tang Xuanyu didn't ask where the terrifying monster had come from. She knew everyone had secrets. And that ability was probably Chen Mo's greatest secret. Where are we going now? Tang Xuanyu asked. Chen Mo gazed into the distance and said softly, Tianhai City, Qiongqi. As the founder of the Pure World sect, Feng Chuankai was too eager to expand his influence. He exposed himself too early and thus met his end far too soon. After all, he possessed an great deity lineage, yet he fell just as he was about to unleash his full power at the 5th tier. But this served as a reminder. After the Nian Beast's second evolution, those who ventured into the evolution grounds would all be formidable experts from various factions. Although Qiongqi had reunited with 2 or 3 of his former comrades aside from Wang Yurue, the others still fell short. Alright, he's fine now, Chen Mo said calmly. Luo Tianxiang's eyes lit up at the words. Since Brother Chen said he was fine, then he was definitely fine. Chao Fengyuan quickly stepped forward, grabbed Jiang Dong, and after checking him exclaimed with delight. Boss, he's still alive. Luo Tianxiang's gloom instantly dissipated. Almost every time Brother Chen appeared, he resolved a massive problem for him. He suddenly felt incredibly fortunate. Although Chen Mo was not one of his men, his close ties with Qiongqi meant he was no enemy either. Luo Tianxiang stepped forward, somewhat emotional. Brother Chen. This is truly. Words cannot express my gratitude. Dongzi is a brother I've shared life and death with. Brother Chen, you've solved another huge problem for me. Chen Mo smiled faintly, looking at Luo Tianxiang with amusement. Brother Luo, I've also resolved your matter. Now it's time to talk about our affairs. Brother, do you mean something is about to happen? Luo Tianxiong murmured. Then as if a thought struck him his eyes brightened. No rush, no rush. Let's talk later. Brother Chen, you've helped me again. Come let me show you something good. Something good? Luo Tianxiong, unable to contain his eagerness, pulled Chen Mo directly to the bookshelf behind him. He cleared the books away, revealing a hidden safe. He smiled. Brother Chen, this is a little gift from me. Why not take a look? He knew Chen Mo's ability to manipulate metal made the safe no obstacle. Chen Mo was puzzled by Luo Tianxiong's antics. With a click, his sovereign ability activated and the safe's dial began to turn on its own. Luo Tianxiong opened the safe with a grin. With a clatter, a pile of high-quality crystal cores spilled out. About 20 to 30 of them, and though the number seemed small, every single one was a third-tier crystal core. Chen Mo was stunned, his face a mask of disbelief. So many third-tier cores. He glanced at Luo Tianxiong in surprise, wondering where the man had acquired so many. Seeing Chen Mo's puzzled expression, Luo Tianxiong burst into laughter. Haha. Brother, didn't expect this, did you? I'm a third-tier awakener now, so I naturally know the value of these cores. During the months you were in Huabei, I didn't idle about. There are 26 third-tier cores here, all obtained through hunting or trade. That fool Dongzi got brainwashed during one of those trades. I don't know how. Anyway, will these be of any use to you? Consider it a token of my appreciation. What do you think? Luo Tianxiong's face was beaming as he placed the cores one by one on the table. Third-tier cores were no easy find in this post-apocalyptic world. Currently most of what roamed outside were second-tier mutants and zombies. One person's efforts could never match a large organization's gathering speed. Hunting down third-tier mutant zombies took immense time. Even Chen Mo on his journey to Huabei had only encountered that single third-tier boar. The value of these 26 third-tier cores rivaled even the weapons he had procured. Luo Tianxiong had expended no small amount of manpower and resources. But it was all worth it to secure Chen Mo's goodwill. Chen Mo did not refuse, instead he gave Luo Tianxiong a deep appreciative look. Dealing with a clever man was truly refreshing. Without saying a word, Luo Tianxiong had already guessed what he needed. As abilities grew more powerful, advancement became slower. Second-tier cores were no longer effective, far less potent than third-tier ones. The third-tier and second-tier cores he had traded from the mysterious merchant were nearly depleted by himself and Qiongqi, yet he still hadn't broken through. Chen Mo had been worried that he wouldn't be able to advance his sovereign ability to the 5th tier before the Nian beast's arrival. But now with these 26 third-tier cores he was certain he could succeed in advancing his ability with enough left over to push Qiongqi to the 4th tier. That would give him a much better chance against the Nian beast. What a tremendous help. Chen Mo's heart stirred with excitement as he gazed at Luo Tianxiong. Thank you. These are truly important to me. Ha ha ha. Luo Tianxiong roared with laughter. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. Brother Chen, what are you saying? Between brothers there's no need for such formality. Even if it were 26 4th-tier cores, I'd find a way to get them for you. Having learned from past experience, he knew he had chosen the right gift this time. A man of Brother Chen's caliber wouldn't lack for mere food or resources. Brother Chen, if you need anything just tell me. Our Qiongqi still has some strength, Luo Tianxiong said mysteriously. I won't hide it from you. Qiongqi has connections with the military, my old brother. These cores are thanks to him. That was why Zheng Haifeng had brought a large contingent from the 6th military district to Qiongqi looking for Chen Mo, yet failed to do anything and had to leave empty-handed. Chen Mo nodded slightly. I know. Luo Tianxiong was taken aback. Chen Mo said with a faint smile, the fact that you Lion Luo are still standing here unscathed says it all. Before the apocalypse, Luo Tianxiong had dealt in matters that could cost a man his head, unique in all of Tianhai City. The fact that he had survived so long and that his weapons were decommissioned military gear made it clear he had connections. Chen Mo wasn't fooled. Luo Tianxiong didn't mind. He threw his arm around Chen Mo's shoulders and laughed heartily. So brother, if you ever need anything just tell me. Alright brother, what were you about to say? Chen Mo's expression was calm as he looked at the third-tier cores on the table and spoke softly. In 2 days a great change is coming. Recall all your people outside. Lion. Tang Xuanyu murmured softly. Chen Mo said, over there my people are waiting. The Nian beast was soon to appear and its first destination would be Libin City. Slaughter alone could not greatly enhance his abilities, only crystal cores could. To be safe he needed to elevate his dominion ability to the 5th rank to welcome the arrival of the Nian beast. Moreover, he had no idea of the current state of the lion. Since he had dealt with the 2 Shoshi gods in Tianhai City, even the Qiongqi had been subdued by him. If there was any real threat left, it was only that female zombie. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he recalled the female zombie with bone spurs covering her arms. Even now he couldn't understand why it had told him to flee when facing the Shoshi god. But Chen Mo didn't dwell on it. Instead his eyes shimmered as he muttered to himself, 6 days left. At Qiongqi's current speed it will take at least 3 days to arrive. TSK. Saying this, Chen Mo furrowed his brow. This time frame was somewhat tight. If they encountered any other risks along the way, it would inevitably cause delays. Chen Mo didn't want any hesitation. He directly climbed onto Qiongqi's back and said, let's speed up as much as possible for the rest of the journey. There's not much time left. Tang Xuanyu was taken aback. She didn't understand why time was so pressing. She also mounted Qiongqi, which let out a low roar and dashed at great speed toward Tianhai City. Chen Mo, why is there no time? Is something about to happen? Tang Xuanyu couldn't help but ask softly. Chen Mo nodded slightly. Time is tight. Do you know what day is approaching? Tang Xuanyu recalled the words spoken at Longgang, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she said. The new year. Chen Mo grinned, his expression turning somewhat sardonic. This year's new year will be a true new year. In this apocalypse there are many existences we cannot comprehend. This time a terrifying entity will be spending it with us. The new year. Tang Xuanyu's body trembled as she said incredulously. Do you mean? The Nian beast will really appear? Chen Mo nodded, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. That creature is no easy foe. In his past life he had nearly perished in the Nian beast's first onslaught, and it was then that he had met Yue. As an apocalyptic deity, the Nian beast's strength varied greatly with each appearance. It had a very unique nature. Its first appearance was estimated to be at least around the 5th rank. Unlike ordinary dire mutants or apocalyptic deities, it did not simply dwell in one place. The Nian beast had no territorial instincts and could appear anywhere. Its existence and emergence had only one purpose. That was to purge and devour. Just as recorded in mythology, this process would last a full 30 days, an entire month. During this period the destruction it wrought was even more terrifying than that of many powerful apocalyptic deities. It would indiscriminately consume tens of millions, sparing neither mutant zombies nor humans. Afterward it would vanish without a trace and no one knew where it went. Various speculations suggested it returned to its lair to digest the 30 days harvest until it struck again the following year. Chen Mo recalled all the information about the Nian beast, frowning as he muttered, I remember it was about 5 years. This process had lasted for about 5 years. Actually, after the Nian beast's 3rd or 4th assault, the military districts had the power to seriously wound or even kill it. Yet no one did. He only learned later that the second evolution triggered by the Nian beast's first invasion brought immense benefits. The reason they allowed it to rampage was that everyone suspected a connection to the Nian beast and wanted to replicate that evolution. It wasn't until the 5th year that Shi Yuan, an apocalyptic top-tier powerhouse with the same dominion ability as him, personally ended it, putting a stop to the annual disaster. If his memory served him right, Shi Yuan was a 7th rank ability user at that time. Thinking of this, Chen Mo suddenly felt a hint of anticipation. Nan City, Shi Yuan. I wonder if the Lion's people have found him yet. Nan City was very close to Tianhai City and was one of the cities that suffered the most from the Nian beast's devastation. On the note he had given the lion, Shi Yuan's name was written. In the following days Qiongqi barely stopped traveling. The Mingyao Pearl stored a large amount of supplies obtained from Longgang, so there was no worry about food. Chen Mo was already familiar with the route back and forth. The few zombies encountered along the way were swallowed by Yuer's calamity tide before they could get close. The estimated arrival time was much faster than he had thought. On the morning of the 3rd day they had already entered the bounds of Tianhai City. At that moment, far away on the mine surface in Libin City, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled violently. Rumble, the already cracked earth split open into even larger chasms. What's happening? Such a strong tremor naturally alarmed the ancient martial alliance members guarding the area. A group rushed out, and upon seeing the bottomless cracks in the ground they all shuddered. Someone said excitedly, another pillar. That means only one pillar is left and the Nian beast can break its seal and awaken from its slumber. They chattered among themselves, full of anticipation. I heard that a few days ago news came from Huabei City about a Fortima turtle monster. The 6th military district lost over 4,000 men just to barely kill it. I wonder how it compares to the Nian beast. No need to think. It's definitely the Nian beast. Sister Lin said that this Nian beast is completely different from the mutants outside, not even on the same level. The 6 third-rank mutants captured at the base wouldn't even be enough to fill its teeth when it wakes up. After all, this is a mythical creature. In the nearly kilometer-deep underground mine beneath their feet, Li Long and Zhong Lin were standing on the Nian beast's enormous head. In comparison, the two of them looked minuscule. Crack. Another massive black chain binding the Nian beast's body snapped and fell into the endless dark abyss. Only after 5 or 6 breaths did a loud rumble echo from below. Zhong Lin's eyes were mesmerized as she crouched down, stroking the Nian beast's fur, feeling its breathing beneath her. Her body trembled as she whispered softly, "Only one last chain remains. You'll wake up soon, very soon." She had been studying this Nian beast for nearly 7 years, since before the apocalypse. Following her mentor, she harbored an incredibly fervent curiosity and desire for control over this mysterious mythical creature. As she murmured to herself, she was completely unaware that, with the decreasing number of binding chains, the tightly shut beast eyes of the Nian beast beneath her twitched slightly. "Shaolin, it's too dangerous here, we need to leave quickly." Li Long's voice came from behind, his expression grave. He noticed the murals on the surrounding rock walls depicting crude and simple sketches. Yet from those images it was clear they portrayed a ferocious beast hunting and chasing tiny figures. Zhong Lin lowered her eyelids, speaking with nonchalant indifference. "It's fine. I've already established a connection with this Nian beast. I can sense it calling to me, urging me to set it free." "What?" Li Long's heart jolted with alarm. "Shaolin, are you certain? Has your beast taming ability truly formed a link with this Nian?" He understood the implications all too well. If Shaolin's power had connected with such a primordial terror, it meant she was confident in her control over the beast. If that were truly the case. Zhong Lin's lips curled into a graceful smile. "I succeeded in forging that connection the moment the 6th seal was broken. Now I understand. The Nian never truly died, it merely entered a slumber akin to hibernation. Our methods were too crude to detect its life force before. But after that cataclysm, the Nian beast gradually stirred from its sleep. I've been here for 7 years, it must have grown accustomed to my scent. In this apocalypse no one but me can command or control it." Her eyes blazed with fervent light. "Li Long, can you feel its allure? Once the final seal is broken, it will awaken." "Li Long, how are the preparations?" I asked, for coming along. Seeing her excitement, Li Long held back his doubts and replied. 6 third-tier aberrations, 10 second-tier, all captured from outside. Some members are still returning with more, we estimate nearly 30 in total. The ancient martial alliance had practically turned into a zoo. To meet Zhong Lin's demands, they had expended enormous efforts scouring the surroundings of Libin City for aberrations. They even ventured into others' territories to trade or seize them by force. In less than a month the workload was immense, but the alliance's members were formidable and casualties remained acceptable. "Li Long, but Shaolin, what do you need so many aberrations for?" If he recalled correctly, her current ability could only control 2 at most. "To tame it." Zhong Lin's tone was calm. "Subduing this Nian beast is no simple task. I can feel its hunger, 30 won't be enough. Hey, race an idea, isn't there a batch of over 1,000 survivors just brought in from Qiongqi? They're useless anyway. In 3 days bring them all here." "What?" Li Long's eyes widened in horror as he stared at her. He began to wonder if Zhong Lin had lost her mind. "Shaolin, do you even realize what you're saying?" he roared. "These are people, not livestock. Those survivors are vital to our alliance's future." He suddenly felt she was a stranger discussing survivors as if they were mere cattle. A faction's foundation rests on its people. Without them, what kind of leader would you be? "We have 3 days, I'll send more scouts. Don't even think about touching those survivors." Li Long's tone was unyielding. Zhong Lin shot him a glance, then fell silent for a moment. "I understand. Once the Nian beast awakens, our alliance will fear nothing. But if you're unwilling to spare a few mouths, so be it." Li Long exhaled in relief, lowering his voice. "Shaolin, I've noticed you've changed a lot since the apocalypse." Zhong Lin smiled radiantly. "Is it possible I've always been this way?" Li Long narrowed his eyes at her, then sighed deeply. "Never mind. There's one more thing. When Zhang He and his team were capturing aberrations, they brought back a strange group of survivors. They've been preaching some cult doctrine in our compound, constantly chanting purification sect. Many survivors have become followers and even some of our people were nearly bewitched. We caught it early and suppressed it. With everyone busy hunting aberrations, should we spare some men to investigate this new purification sect? Zhong Lin frowned, pondered briefly, then waved her hand. No need. We're short-handed. This purification sect is likely some ability user's creation. People always need faith in chaotic times and such cults inevitably emerge. But we can't let these roots fester. Since you won't hand over the survivors, let the cult followers take their place, 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhong Lin said flatly. Better they serve as the Nian's feed than worship empty illusions. Li Long nodded, accepting the decision. This time he raised no objection. After all he had seen, those so-called believers, raving fanatics brainwashed, hardly normal. They were worthless in the alliance, sowing discord instead. Inside Qiongqi City. The highway had been blocked by Lion's men to keep wandering zombies from entering Qiongqi. A crowd of about 300 to 400 zombies gathered at the intersection. Among them were over a dozen second-tier zombies, the rest first-tier. Qiongqi let out a low growl and charged into the horde. Chen Mo focused his mind. Onikiri disintegrated into a storm of blades, instantly executing over a dozen second-tier zombies. Squelch. Squelch. These second-tier zombies posed no threat to him now. Xian Yu, leave the rest to you. Any problem? Chen Mo turned to Tang Xuanyu. Tang Xuanyu nodded. Honestly, these zombies were far more disgusting than those toads. By now, aside from the viscous fluid oozing from their mouths, their flesh had rotted beyond recognition, maggots writhing over exposed bones. But she had killed the living before, these dead things held no fear. She activated her Calamity Tide ability. With a far-reaching gaze, the waters surged as the earth before him transformed into a tidal vortex. From its midst rose a spiraling black water column like a water dragon, sweeping down upon the hundreds of zombies with overwhelming force. With a crashing roar, countless zombies were blasted away by the water vortex, slamming heavily into the barrier erected by Qiongqi. The tidal wave engulfed the zombies one after another. Beneath the Calamity Tide, all matter dissolved. The black water seemed alive, constantly eroding their bodies. Hoarse screams of agony echoed endlessly from the zombies. Large chunks of flesh peeled off their bodies, swallowed by the tide. In just a few minutes the area was cleared of zombies, their flesh and bones corroded entirely by the Calamity Tide. Glittering crystals scattered across the ground. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Yuer's ability was quite convenient, it didn't even leave any corpses, saving the trouble of extracting the crystals. Every bit counts. With his storage space of a full 100 cubic meters in the Mingniao Pearl, accommodating these crystals was naturally no problem. After collecting all the crystals from the ground, Chen Mo took out a bottle of water and handed it over. Thanks. Tang Xuanyu accepted it, took a sip and let out a long breath. Chen Mo then looked toward an empty direction. With a calm gaze he said indifferently, "You've been watching for so long. Isn't it time to come out?" With a bang, a metal pellet shot forth, shattering the boulder that served as cover into pieces. The rock exploded, sending countless fragments flying. From behind it emerged 7 or 8 gaunt, sallow-faced men and women who had been hiding there. Their expressions were filled with terror as they screamed. Don't kill us. We didn't mean to spy." Tang Xuanyu was momentarily stunned, finding it hard to believe. People. How had she not sensed them at all? Chen Mo frowned. Survivors. They had entered Qiongqi City. Each survivor held a piece of bread and water, gulping them down ravenously. Chen Mo and Qiongqi walked at the front. Behind them Tang Xuanyu watched the group devouring their food, a complex feeling stirring within her. If she hadn't met Chen Mo and managed to escape from North China University, she might have ended up like this too. Tang Xuanyu looked at a young man and asked softly. "Where do you come from?" The young man, who appeared young, was ragged and covered in dust. His eyes timid, he lowered his head and replied. We came from Chuanyuan City." "So far?" Tang Xuanyu was slightly surprised. Chuanyuan City was near North China City. How had this group of ordinary people managed to travel such a great distance? "I recall there's the 6th military region in North China City. Why didn't you take shelter there instead of coming to Qiongqi City?" The dusty young man swallowed a large piece of bread, took a big gulp of water and then spoke. "We went. The safe zone of the 6th military region prioritizes ability users. Not everyone can enter. They even demanded a toll from us. How could we ordinary folks afford that? On the way we met other survivors who said Qiongqi in Qiongqi City was recruiting. As long as you work they provide food and shelter regardless of whether you're an ability user and there's no worry about safety. So we all came here. Qiongqi. Tang Xuanyu looked at Chen Mo's back at the front. Weren't she and Chen Mo heading to Qiongqi too? After the young man finished, a middle-aged man behind him sighed. Ah, these times are hard. We heard other military regions were taking in refugees but they were too far. When we set out there were over 70 of us. By the time we got here only a few were left. My wife and children are dead. If even Qiongqi won't take us in, we'll have nowhere to go and can only wait for death. Yeah. These survivors with hollow eyes and haggard faces hung their heads in despair. Tang Xuanyu fell silent for a moment. She suddenly understood why she hadn't noticed anyone earlier. Those who could flee from so far away avoiding countless zombies had learned to be cautious. Those who couldn't hide or be careful were already dead. The remaining group were seasoned survivors who knew how to conceal themselves from the zombies. The middle-aged man glanced at Chen Mo at the front, then turned to Tang Xuanyu. Miss, thank you for the food. We haven't eaten in so long we wouldn't have lasted without it. Are you heading to Qiongqi too? Tang Xuanyu nodded. The others' faces lit up with joy. They had witnessed Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu effortlessly kill so many zombies earlier. These two were powerful ability users. If they could travel with them they wouldn't have to be so anxious and careful all the way. The middle-aged man, overjoyed yet hesitant, humbly asked, since we're all going to Qiongqi, could we join you? Tang Xuanyu hesitated. Because she wasn't familiar with Qiongqi or Tianhai City, she didn't know what the situation was like. She hurried forward to consult Chen Mo. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Mo's voice came through. Bring them along. Tang Xuanyu was taken aback. Are you sure? Chen Mo smirked and said with a smile, don't worry. Have you forgotten that I came from Tianhai City? I know this place well. Since we're all going to Qiongqi, there's no problem letting them follow. He had overheard their conversation. In the apocalypse there are always those who rise as heroes. He had merely dealt with succession and given things a nudge. Luo Tianxiong had seized the opportunity firmly, even setting his sights far ahead. Ability users were powerful, but that didn't mean ordinary people were useless. The construction of safe zones and future food development all relied on the help of these ordinary people. Many hands make light work, this saying never goes out of style even in an apocalypse where individual ability is crucial. Moreover, a key point was that many major powers still didn't know that ordinary people could awaken abilities through crystals. Roughly 1 in 1,000 ordinary people could awaken abilities later. With such a base of survivors, that would certainly be a considerable force. Many factions had realized the importance of this issue. Though unaware that ordinary people could awaken abilities, they still chose to build safe zones early and go to great lengths to take in survivors. After the Nian beasts' rampage, the few remaining survivors would become even more precious. The major factions' future struggles would revolve around two main directions. First, the secondary evolution brought by the Nian beast and the various resources of the apocalypse. Second, the population. In his past life, it was precisely because the 6th military district chose to keep a certain distance from the survivors of various regions that led to a severe shortage of manpower in the midterm. When the war zones of major powers had already begun constructing fortified cities, they were just barely repairing their safe zone. Regardless, Luo Tianxiong's move was commendable. After resolving the crisis in Tianhai City, he had already begun to plan for future development. Go tell them to just follow us, Chen Mo said. Tang Xuanya's pretty face lit up with joy and she nodded in pleasant surprise. Turning around, she said, everyone follow us. We'll take you to Qiongqi. The survivors behind her, who had been anxious and despairing, thinking that the awakened ones would never take a group of burdens like them, were all thrilled upon hearing this. Their previously lifeless eyes now sparkled with hope. We're saved. Thank you. Thank you. Some wept tears of joy. At least now they wouldn't have to worry about encountering the danger of zombies within Tianhai City. Tang Xuanyu shook her head and said with a light smile. Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank him. She didn't understand why the military district was so against Chen Mo. But at least in front of ordinary people she felt Chen Mo wasn't as cold-hearted. The food had all been distributed by him from that bright bird pearl. They walked for a while longer. What made Chen Mo feel a bit uneasy was, along the entire road in Tianhai City there wasn't a single zombie or mutant creature to be seen. It was eerily calm. Chen Mo frowned. This was not a good sign. He knew that even in Huabei City, a territory guarded by the 6th military district and Long Gang, there were still lingering zombies that hadn't been dealt with. As far as he knew, there was a mysterious corpse king in Qiongqi City. That creature had long possessed the power to command zombies. Now after so much time had passed, it was likely that all the zombies in Qiongqi City had been gathered in one place by it. A corpse king could command a horde, an entire city's worth of zombies could unleash a level 6 zombie tide. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and murmured. I guess I need to warn him. After walking for about another half hour, they finally reached the city center. The snow was falling heavier. Unlike Huabei, Qiongqi City rarely saw snow. But this year it was different. When they had first arrived outside Qiongqi City, only a few snowflakes were drifting down. Yet the further they moved toward the city center, the heavier the snow became, as if it were all converging here. The snow had buried the traces of fierce battles covering nearly half the city that had been destroyed by the two longevity gods from the past. This unparalleled devastation made it feel like a desolate wasteland of scorched earth, with countless skyscrapers collapsed amidst the ruins, making progress difficult. The air held only the cold, devoid of the thick smell of blood and gunpowder. Perhaps if the snow continued to fall for a while longer, it would bury everything. When the survivors behind them saw such an empty and tragic scene, they widened their eyes in shock. This is Qiongqi City. What happened here? I used to come here with my child, it was the most bustling place. But why? Someone murmured in awe. Does Qiongqi even still exist? All their hearts sank in an instant. The terrible destruction here was no less than a catastrophic disaster. Tap tap. The group moved through the ruins with extreme caution. On this wasteland there were sharp objects everywhere. Rotten steel bars, jagged stones. If they weren't careful they could easily get hurt. Tang Xuanyu couldn't help but warn everyone, be careful not to get injured. They were ordinary people after all, not as resilient as the awakened ones. The zombie virus could threaten them, let alone the dangers of this post-apocalyptic world. If a wound got infected, it could be life-threatening. Buzz buzz. Suddenly the conspicuous steel bars and sharp metal fragments on the ruins began to tremble. They melted, and intertwined streams of silver liquid metal merging in a spectacular sight, paving the road ahead. A metal avenue appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing this, the survivors behind gasped in awe, calling it a miracle. Tang Xuanyu was momentarily stunned, looking at Chen Mo's back at the front with surprise. Controlling metal. This was his ability. Chen Mo, you're not so bad after all. Tang Xuanyu called out with a laugh. Chen Mo's indifferent voice came from ahead. I just think they're walking too slowly. Hurry up. Tang Xuanyu stared at Chen Mo's back for a long time. The corners of her mouth lifted into a radiant smile as she said in a sweet voice. Let's go, follow him. Walking on the smooth metal platform, they no longer had to worry about sharp objects underfoot, making their movement easier and faster. A middle-aged man among the survivors couldn't help but sigh. Young lady, you two are truly good people. Yes, little girl. Meeting you means we're not fated to die yet. Living bodhisattvas. They had encountered awakened ones along their journey. Some with a conscience gave them food, but those who didn't attack them were already lucky. Robbery, of people and food, was a common occurrence. Those with power had long joined major military districts or large survivor groups if they wouldn't take on a bunch of burdens. Hearing this, Tang Xuanyu paused. She lowered her beautiful eyes and murmured, good people. She wasn't sure anymore who was good and who was bad. But her hands were stained with the lives of many soldiers from the 6th Military District. Calling herself a good person was absolutely out of the question. If these people knew that the good person they praised had killed over 4,000 from the 6th Military District, what would they think? But Tang Xuanyu didn't dwell on it. In this post-apocalyptic world, one must first take care of oneself before being able to care for others and control one's own destiny. This was a lesson Chen Mo had taught her. As long as she had a clear conscience, it was fine. As they were about to leave the city center, the Qiongqi leading the way suddenly stopped. It sniffed the air, shook the snow off its body, and stared ahead with extreme vigilance. White mist billowed from its mouth and nose as it began to growl. What's wrong? Chen Mo stepped forward. The Qiongqi sent a message through its Qiongqi ability. There were many human presences in the distance. Over 100 people. Chen Mo paused, then murmured while looking in the direction it was staring. People from Qiongqi. In Qiongqi City with so many, it could only be them. Suddenly, a huge commotion erupted ahead. Rumble. In the silent, desolate wasteland, the gunshot was particularly jarring, startling the group behind. Tang Xuanyu rushed up as well. What's wrong? Immediately after, a familiar roar, loud and clear even from a distance, reached their ears. Jiangdong. What the hell is wrong with you? It was Luo Tianxiong. The lion's men had already occupied Tianhai City and Chen Mo was not surprised to encounter them at any time. But for Luo Tianxiong to come personally was no small matter. Let's go check it out. With a hint of doubt, Chen Mo and Qiongqi vanished from the spot in an instant. Currently on a wide empty avenue in Tianhai City, Luo Tianxiong had brought a full 100 heavily armed elite members of the Lion. He was glaring furiously at a black off-road vehicle recklessly speeding ahead. The vehicle accelerated to over 100 km per hour within the city, charging directly at the dozens of Lion patrol members ahead. Boss, what do we do now? Jiangdong is about to escape with those things. Chao Fengyuan, holding a rifle by his side, said with an ugly expression. No one could understand it. Jiangdong, clearly the Lion's second-in-command, had inexplicably decided to abscond with the weapons the boss had so painstakingly acquired. What was his motive? Luo Tianxiong cursed furiously. Damn it, I'm going to kill him today. His heart was bleeding. Those items were obtained by the Lion at great cost, each one incredibly precious. Boss. He's getting away. Chao Fengyuan urged. Luo Tianxiong hesitated, no longer his gaze icy, as he ordered, Xiao Wang, take him down. A young man beside him, missing one arm and left with only his right hand, nodded slightly. A glint of sharp light flickered in his pupils as he slowly raised his left hand. Activating his ability. Gurgle gurgle. His severed left limb began to writhe. Pft. Suddenly countless strands of mucus exploded from the stump. A massive tentacle, thick and covered in suckers, shot out. Moving with incredible speed, it caught up to the off-road vehicle in an instant, wrapping around it tightly and binding it securely. Crunch. The modified vehicle was crushed by the tentacle's grip. Under the immense inertia, it was yanked violently and sent flying into the air. Boom. It crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Swoosh, the tentacle retracted. Luo Tianxiong raised his hand. The 100 men behind him charged forward, surrounding the overturned vehicle. The vehicle lay on its side and the weapons stored in the trunk spilled out onto the ground. Most were special alloy bullets, along with a few pitch-black military knives and daggers. Chao Fengyuan signaled to a few men who quickly gathered the weapons. Seeing these items, Luo Tianxiong finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. If that bastard had actually taken these things away, he would have been completely ruined. Thinking of this, Luo Tianxiong became even angrier. Chao Fengyuan muttered beside him, Boss Luo, could Jiangdong be dead? Luo Tianxiong froze, then felt a pang of regret for having Xiao Wang act. After all, Jiangdong was a brother who had fought by his side through thick and thin, a childhood friend. Otherwise he wouldn't have trusted him to handle the Lion's affairs and allowed him to take these strategic supplies. Under such immense impact, even an ability user would suffer significant harm, let alone an ordinary person like Jiangdong. TCH. Luo Tianxiong's eyes were vicious as he commanded in a deep voice, drag this traitor out. If he's dead, throw him to the zombies. If he wasn't dead, head beat the hell out of him to find out what the hell he was thinking. The Lion's second-in-command in this apocalypse, he lacked nothing, food in abundance and women for the taking in the survivor camps. He even had more freedom than before the apocalypse. He wanted to see why this man had betrayed him. Yes. Chao Fengyuan and the others used their rifle butts to smash open the off-road vehicle's door. Bang. Bang. They pulled out a man covered in dust with blood streaming from his forehead. Chao Fengyuan checked him briefly, then looked at Luo Tianxiong with surprise. Boss, he's still alive. Wake him up. Luo Tianxiong's gaze was savage and murderous. Bang. Chao Fengyuan grabbed Jiangdong and punched him hard in the stomach. Cough. Cough. Jiangdong's bloodshot eyes snapped open, filled with red veins. He coughed heavily, spitting out blood, his gaze somewhat unfocused. Chao Fengyuan demanded angrily, Jiangdong, you fool. Tell us, why did you betray the Lion? The 100-strong Lion members surrounded the area like a gang of thugs. Luo Tianxiong slowly stepped forward, protected by his men. His murderous aura had grown thicker since the apocalypse. Dongzi, are you trying to rebel? After a long moment, Jiangdong's eyes were terrifyingly red, as if he hadn't slept in days. Despite being bloodied from the crash, he seemed to feel no pain. He looked up with manic excitement, staring wildly at Luo Tianxiong and laughing, ha ha ha. You're all finished. You're all doomed. In a few days you'll all die. The divine is coming to purify this world. Only by joining the purification sect can you survive. Ha 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 ha. At these words, the faces of all the Lion members present turned extremely strange. The purification sect. Luo Tianxiong frowned deeply and demanded, what the hell is that? Chao Fengyuan, seeming to know something, muttered with a strange expression. Boss Qiongqi has been acting strange ever since he returned from the trade mission, constantly mumbling something about the purification sect. I don't know what he's talking about. Qiongqi, as if possessed, shouted maniacally, the purification sect is the only pure land in the apocalypse. Luo Tianxiong, you brainless brute, you'll never understand the sacred significance of our purification sect. These are offerings. If you don't join the purification sect, the lion will be finished in a few days. Luo Tianxiong's face darkened. What the hell was all this? But even a fool could see that Qiongqi had been brainwashed by someone. Frustrated and angry, Luo Tianxiong rushed forward, grabbed Qiongqi by the collar and slapped him hard. Slap. Qiongqi snapped out of it. Have you lost your mind? Hit me all you want, you can't stop the purification sect's determination to save humanity. Slap. Another slap. Damn, it's still on about the purification. Haha. Purification sect. Slap. 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 The lion members watched with twitching eyelids, having never seen their boss so furious. Chao Fengyuan, as one of the oldest lion members, understood why the boss was acting this way. Qiongqi and Luo Tianxiong had grown up together. They had been through countless life and death situations together. Qiongqi was the person Luo Tianxiong trusted most. Such a bond, even Chao Fengyuan couldn't bear to see his brother corrupted by someone. No one knew how long the beating lasted. Qiongqi's teeth were all knocked out, his face swollen like a pig's, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he remained stubborn. He mumbled indistinctly, I pori. Pori. Bang. This time he could no longer chant purification. Because he had lost too much blood and had already fallen unconscious. Chao Fengyuan had never seen the boss this angry before. For a moment he felt a chill run down his spine and stammered. Boss, he seems to be unconscious. Luo Tianxiong fixed his gaze on Qiongqi, who had been beaten into a pitiful state. Furious and trembling, he hurled him to the ground as he stood up. Bang! A cold gaze swept over the crowd, exuding a powerful sense of oppression, before he finally shouted in anger, take this idiot back. Go investigate who brainwashed Qiongqi into this state. Although these people believed in certain rules of the underworld, they were also willing to spend heavily to hire those so-called Daosists, or monks, to spend money to avert disasters. But they could never go crazy like this. Qiongqi's transformation was closely related to that so-called purity sect. Luo Tianxiong's eyes flickered as he spoke in a low, menacing tone, don't let me find you, otherwise I will dismantle that so-called purity sect. Dongzi had fought alongside him in life and death, and this incident made Luo Tianxiong harbor a deep hatred for the purity sect. The crowd exchanged glances, not daring to anger Luo Tianxiong. At that moment a calm voice rang out from behind the crowd. What's going on? It seems there's some internal conflict among the lions. Hearing this sudden voice, the hundreds of lions members present immediately became alert. They quickly raised their guns and turned to aim at the person approaching from a distance. Click click. One by one their gun barrels were aimed at Chen Mo. Oh. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. That familiar voice. Luo Tianxiong paused, stunned for a moment before he finally reacted. Chen, my brother. He was momentarily overjoyed, while Chao Fengyuan and the other senior lions members were equally astonished. Luo Tianxiong hurriedly turned around. Seeing the visitor, he laughed joyfully. Ha ha ha. Chen, my brother. It's been such a long time. His previous gloom was swept away and he was immensely happy. He had missed Chen, my brother, so much in these few months. The ordinary note Chen had given him had indeed helped the lions greatly. His trusted aide Xiao Wang, who possessed the ability of 8 tentacled appendages, was the one mentioned on that note. The old members had already put down their weapons, yet this group of new members still shamelessly aimed their guns at Chen Mo. Luo Tianxiong, visibly displeased, shouted loudly, what the hell are you all holding guns for? Put them down. Only then did the group slowly lower their weapons. Luo Tianxiong stepped forward with great strides, his tall and robust figure at 1.8 meters wrapped Chen Mo in a big bear hug. Haha. You're finally back. I really missed you, my brother. How have you been? Were you able to find anyone in Huabei City? Luo Tianxiong was now also a third-tier ability user. His strong physique combined with this enthusiastic bear hug made Chen Mo frown slightly. However, he didn't say much and calmly withdrew from the embrace, smiling faintly, not bad, I've already found the person. So I came back to see how Qiongqi is doing. Mentioning Qiongqi, Luo Tianxiong's expression became a bit strange as he rubbed his nose and said, that little girl Qiongqi is fine, just a bit spoiled and a little mischievous. What do you mean? Chen Mo was a bit confused, but he didn't dwell on it. After all, children are supposed to be a bit mischievous. Chen Mo looked at the young man beside Luo Tianxiong, whose familiar face caused him to be slightly moved. Luo Tianxiong noticed Chen Mo's gaze and laughed. Ha, Chen, my brother Ehuang is the one on that list. We lions had to put in a lot of effort to invite him here. Ehuang, this is Chen Mo whom I often talk about. You two should get to know each other. Wang Yuri, an A-rank ability user, possesses the ability of 8 tentacled appendages. He is extremely powerful and was a main combat force in my previous life's Tang Xuanyu team. Chen Mo's eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia. Although Wang Yuri was not good with words, he was one of the few in the team who did not reject Chen Mo's presence. The lists I provided to Luo Tianxiong were also filled with people I had great personal trust in, those who had interacted with me in my past life and treated me well. It seems Luo Tianxiong has indeed found quite a few. Wang Yuri also noticed that Chen Mo was looking at him and nodded without speaking, his demeanor calm. The current batch of Lions members was meticulously selected by Luo Tianxiong. Apart from the old members who knew Chen Mo, the new additions were somewhat unfamiliar with him. Seeing that Boss Luo was conversing with Chen Mo, a relatively young member in the crowd couldn't help but murmur. Who is this guy? He seems young but is chatting and laughing with Boss Luo. They had witnessed Luo Tianxiong's methods, and as the leader of the Lions he held considerable prestige, earning the respect and admiration of everyone. Now seeing Boss Luo being so polite to someone who appeared to be of a similar age, they couldn't help but feel curious. Yeah, I've never seen the boss look this happy before. Chao Fengyuan directly slapped the back of the talking young man's head and said irritably. Show some respect. He is Chen Mo, as the boss said. Go on and call him Brother Chen. What? Upon hearing this, the faces of the new Lions members turned pale with shock. He is the Chen Mo. Oh my. This is a fierce person. Just a few minutes before the end of the world I was still watching the live news. I heard that the president of the new emperor group Lin Shu was killed by him single-handedly. Our boss knows him. Incredible. What kind of relationship does Boss Luo have with him? Led by Chao Fengyuan, a group of new and old lions approached. One by one, resembling lackeys clad in bulletproof vests and holding rifles, they lined up neatly and shouted loudly, Brother Chen. Their voices were loud and thunderous. This sudden outburst startled Luo Tianxiong, who was chatting and laughing with Chen Mo. He turned his head and shot a fierce glare at Chao Fengyuan. His eyes seemed to say, can't you see I'm chatting with Brother Chen? Chao Fengyuan awkwardly scratched his head and approached smiling as he came to Chen Mo and Luo Tianxiong's side. Hee. Brother Chen, it's really been a long time. Do you remember me? I'm Chao Fengyuan. Chen Mo glanced at him, nodded slightly, and looked at the unfamiliar faces of the lions, smiling with interest. Brother Luo seems to be doing quite well now, all these newcomers. Luo Tianxiong appeared quite satisfied with the current elite of the lions. He had divided the ability users and ordinary people into different teams, and all these were young people brought up by the old members. The superhumans were responsible for external trade, searching for resources and hunting mutants for their cores. Though these men lacked superhuman abilities, each one was a carefully selected elite capable of taking on 3 opponents single-handedly. Luo Tianxiong, brimming with pride and confidence, laughed heartily. Haha, you must forgive my crude manners, brother. These lads are indeed the finest of Lion's current elite. Every weapon and firearm they carry is of the highest quality. To be honest with you, brother, I recently acquired a batch of exceptionally fierce weapons. They can slice through iron like mud, and even an ordinary man could easily take down a second-tier zombie with them. As he spoke, Luo Tianxiong reached out a large hand, pulled Chen Mo aside and whispered, Brother Chen, since you have a fondness for katanas, I specially ordered one custom-made for you. The craftsmanship is world-class. Oh. Chen Mo hadn't expected Luo Tianxiong to go to such lengths to forge a blade for him. However, he already possessed the Onakiri and held little interest in ordinary blades. Sensing his thoughts, Luo Tianxiong chuckled and said, that blade will definitely not be inferior to yours. I prepared nothing but the best for you, brother. The reason Qiongdong's betrayal had enraged him so deeply was not just because Qiongdong was his childhood friend. The most crucial point was that the bastard had taken all those weapons with him. Hearing this, Chen Mo's interest was piqued. Could there really be a blade better than the Onakiri? Since the treasures were right there, Luo Tianxiong called out to the crowd, come. Bring out all those top-notch goodies for Brother Chen to see. Chao Fengyuan immediately understood and ordered the men to carry the weapons over. With a clatter, a collection of pitch-black weapons, military knives and daggers, spilled onto the ground, emitting crisp metallic sounds. Looking at these so-called superior weapons of Luo Tianxiong, Chen Mo's expression grew increasingly peculiar. These items. Why did they look so familiar? Wasn't this the equipment forged by the divine blacksmith Lin Yu using jade crystal stones? How could they possibly be here with Lion? Chen Mo was stunned. After a long silence he finally asked faintly, where did you get these? Unaware of Chen Mo's shock, Luo Tianxiong boasted smugly, Brother Chen, even though you went to Huabei City, we got these fine goods from the Longgang faction there. Don't let their looks fool you, brother. They may not be the prettiest, but as the top heavy industry group in Huabei City the quality is undeniable. For something meant to cut, practicality is all that matters. Chao Fengyuan chimed in with a chuckle. Indeed, transporting all this was quite an effort, and just negotiating the price took several days. Gazing at the weapons forged from jade crystal stones scattered on the ground, though sharp and sturdy, most were pitted and uneven, far from aesthetically pleasing, clearly defective goods. He had instructed Lin Yu to keep the high-quality pieces for herself, while the items given to Longgang, though not inferior, were a mixed bag of quality. But these weapons of lions were evidently the lower-grade rejects that Longgang had carefully sorted out and sold off. Chen Mo fell silent. Staring at the weapons on the ground, he couldn't calm himself for a long time. Luo Tianxiong picked out the only decent blade, thrust it heavily into the ground. Without much effort it sank halfway into the earth. Haha. Brother Chen, see this. This is the blade I prepared for you. I even named it Lion King Blade. How is it? Not bad, huh? Noticing Chen Mo's prolonged silence, Luo Tianxiong thought he was overwhelmed with gratitude. He stepped forward, patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Brother Chen, you are Lion's greatest benefactor. This is just a small token of my appreciation, don't stand on ceremony. Chen Mo took the Lion King blade, noticing the character you engraved on the edge. He asked flatly, how much did it cost? Before Luo Tianxiong could answer, Chao Fengyuan eagerly blurted out to emphasize the blade's importance, Brother Chen, all these on the ground cost 1,000 first-tier cores. And the one in your hand is even more priceless. Every survivor faction wanted it and there was only one. It cost a full 3,000 first-tier cores. How much? Chen Mo's voice rose. Damn, he was almost amused despite himself. Lion King Blade? Might as well call it the Sucker's Blade. Chao Fengyuan held up 3 fingers earnestly, 3,000. Hell. Chen Mo could almost see the sly grin on Liao Ruya's face. He had sold her a jade crystal stone weapon for 300 first-tier cores each. And this woman had resold them for 1,000 cores. Picking out a few passable ones, she even managed to fetch an exorbitant price of 3,000 cores. Recalling Liao Ruya's pained expression that day, as if she'd suffered a huge loss, he had truly underestimated her. The more beautiful the woman, the better the act. Chen Mo sighed and handed the Lion King blade back to Luo Tianxiong. Startled, Luo Tianxiong asked, What's wrong, Brother Chen? Don't you like this weapon? Chen Mo replied, I appreciate the gesture, but I already have the Onigiri. I'm not used to anything else. It was a good purchase, just don't buy any more. I'll give you a contact later. The same weapons, better quality and cheaper. You can source them directly from her. No need to go through Longgang anymore. He had no choice. The weapons forged from jade crystal stones were simply too extraordinary for this world. In this apocalypse, even an ordinary person could easily kill zombies with them. Their scarcity meant Liao Ruyu, as the primary distributor, could set any price she pleased. If she sold to the major military districts, the price would likely be even more exorbitant than what Lion had paid. After all, the military had professional researchers who could study the structure of jade crystal stones and unlock even more of their potential. Indeed, the information gap in the apocalypse was the most valuable currency. Luo Tianxiong paused. Having navigated the underworld for years, he immediately realized from Chen Mo's tone that he had been duped. But he showed no sign of it. Instead, he maintained a calm demeanor and chuckled, Heh. Since Brother Chen doesn't like them, let's pack these away. Chao Fengyuan's heart sank with a jolt of foreboding. He was the one who had negotiated the price for these items. Forcing a laugh to ease the awkwardness, he said, No matter, at least the quality is solid. They work well. They do the job. Just then a shout came from behind the crowd. Chen Mo. Tang Xuanyu arrived belatedly with a group of people in the distance. Why did you walk so fast? Tang Xuanyu caught her breath. They had followed Chen Mo only to find him vanished in an instant, and it took them a long time to track him down here. The group behind her were all drenched in sweat, exhausted. Had they not just replenished themselves with some food, they would likely have collapsed from fatigue. Over 100 fully armed members of Qiongqi turned their gaze. Each bore a ferocious expression clutching firearms, a sight that clearly marked them as formidable. They were the very embodiment of a sinister force. The survivors had never witnessed such a terrifying scene, all trembled with legs shaking uncontrollably. Thighs. How? So many people. I don't know. They were utterly petrified. The Qiongqi members were elite selections, each having slain at least hundreds of zombies, tall and imposing, exuding a sharp murderous aura. In comparison, the 7 or 8 survivors seemed like tiny chicks. Tang Xuanyu was also stunned. Yet as an ability user she quickly spotted Chen Mo beside Luo Tianxiong and hurried over. You walked too fast. Are they the Qiongqi from Tianhai City? Chen Mo smiled as he approached, pulling a bottle of water from the Mingniao Pearl and handing it to her. Rest here for a while. And this is... Luo Tianxiong sized up Tang Xuanyu. In an instant realization dawned and he looked at Chen Mo with a knowing grin. Brother Chen. Is this our sister-in-law? Tang Xuanya's face flushed with shyness at his words. A rosy hue spread across her beautiful cheeks. What nonsense. Nonsense. I. She stammered. Seeing Chen Mo not deny it, Luo Tianxiong's smile grew even wider. Aside from the little girl Chi-Chi, he had never seen a woman by Chen Mo's side. Within Qiongqi there were countless stunning beauties, internet celebrity stars, wives, students, yet Brother Chen remained unmoved. But now here he was with a vibrant youthful girl who looked like a student. The implication was clear, wasn't it? Luo Tianxiong burst into hearty laughter. Brother Chen, your trip to Huabei City must be for our sister-in-law, right? Chen Mo offered no explanation. You blind fools, greet her. Luo Tianxiong commanded the Qiongqi members behind him. These guys shouted loudly when they shouldn't, but now when it was time to greet they were all mute. Chao Fengyuan finally caught on. Right. Greet the sister-in-law. Greetings, sister-in-law, he immediately said. The Qiongqi members behind him echoed in unison, greetings, sister-in-law. Good. Full of spirit. Luo Tianxiong thought with immense satisfaction. As for Tang Xuanyu, the one in question, she had never faced such a scene, a mob boss calling her sister-in-law. Goosebumps erupted all over her body. She clutched Chen Mo's sleeve tightly, burying her head like an ostrich, wishing she could sink into the ground, her face flushed to a crimson that seemed ready to drip. Tell them to stop calling me that. Mortified, she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Chen Mo too found the Qiongqi members' antics unbearable. He said with some exasperation, all right brother Luo, stop teasing Xuanyu. Those people are survivors we encountered on the road. I heard your Qiongqi is actively recruiting survivors. They traveled all the way from Chuanyuan City to get here. Arrange something for them. Haha, a trivial matter. Luo Tianxiong laughed heartily. He wasn't afraid of Chen Mo making requests, he feared Chen Mo making none. Luo raised his hand to silence the murmuring, restless Qiongqi members behind him. Then he looked at the survivors standing frozen in the distance. Those survivors were gaunt like refugees from famine years, their eyes listless and devoid of light. Under the gaze of countless eyes they didn't even dare to lift their heads. Luo Tianxiong scrutinized them and murmured. Chuanyuan City, huh? It must have been quite a journey to our Tianhai. Chao arrange for them. Chao Fengyuan nodded and stepped forward with his men. Come with us. We are the Qiongqi you're looking for. Since Brother Chen brought you here, well, ensure your safety. Brother Chen. The survivors were astonished, looking incredulously at the powerful young man before them. So he was also part of Qiongqi. Judging by the respect shown by those around him, his status was evidently high. In this apocalypse ordinary people could only submit to fate. They followed Chao Fengyuan, uneasy and fidgety, each boarding the vehicle with unknown emotions. Inside the off-road vehicle, Wang Yurue was driving, and despite having only one hand it didn't seem to affect his operation. Luo Tianxiong sat in the back chatting and laughing with Chen Mo as they reminisced. Brother Chen, this time you're here you won't leave so soon, right? Last time I didn't even have a chance to properly host you. And that little girl Chi-Chi talks about her brother every day, wondering when he'll return. Chi-Chi. Tang Xuanyu in the passenger seat perked up her ears. Chen Mo nodded and said calmly, This time he'll stay for a long while. At least until after the new year. Luo Tianxiong's eyes lit up at his words, overjoyed. Haha. Excellent. Brother Qiongqi is thriving now. We've taken in nearly 6,000 survivors recently. We can't even house them all, haha. He had thought that with over 30 million worth of food and supplies stored before the apocalypse he could live comfortably for years. But as Qiongqi's population grew including its members, the total count reached nearly 8,000 people. With each person eating 2 meals a day on average over time, not even a mountain of gold could withstand the consumption, let alone the stored food. Though Qiongqi was expanding rapidly, their days had become rather strained. Coupled with the need to search for supplies while constantly gathering spirit crystals and expanding base defenses, Luo Tianxiong couldn't help but sigh. Ah, Brother Chen, to be honest, our Qiongqi's resources are nearly insufficient to support so many survivors. We've hit a bottleneck. Every major supermarket in Tianhai City has been emptied. Though we're not short of food for now, if we keep growing it'll be far from enough. Many large survivor factions had set their sights on other regions, sparking frequent resource conflicts. He poured out his troubles. In his eyes Chen Mo was all-powerful and might have a solution. Chen Mo nodded. This wasn't just Luo Tianxiong's headache. In this apocalypse with no food production, military leaders were equally troubled. Chen Mo's gaze was calm as he spoke unhurriedly. No matter. Develop as you should. After the new year the population will decrease significantly. Don't worry too much about supplies for now. Moreover, his return this time was precisely for this matter, the new year. Luo Tianxiong paused, then murmured thoughtfully to himself. Since you, Brother Chen, say so, then I can rest assured. Haha, but your words have reminded me, this year marks the first after the apocalypse. Our lion's den must prepare a grand celebration to boost morale. When I return I'll have the brothers arrange everything properly. It must be spectacular, just like before the apocalypse. Chen Mo nodded slightly, planning to have a private talk with Luo Tianxiong later. But before that, Qiqi's image surfaced in his mind. He wondered how that little girl was faring now. After leaving so abruptly, would she resent him? Chen Mo gave a bitter smile, a headache creeping in at the thought. For ease of travel, Luo Tianxiong had already cleared the roads near the lion's den base. It was the same villa district as before, completely unobstructed. As they drew closer, members of the lion's den could be seen bustling along both sides of the road. Large trucks were parked with many lion's den members chatting and laughing atop them. Patrols moved in orderly fashion, everything seemingly harmonious. Brother Chao. Old Chao. Is the boss back? Chao Fengyuan sat on the back of a pickup truck with several veteran lion's den members. He spoke calmly. Anything happened today? No, Brother Chao, all is well. Chao Fengyuan nodded. Alright, Brother Chen is back today. Tell the guards ahead to clear the path. If there's nothing else, everyone go prepare. The boss is in high spirits, make sure everything's in order. At the mention of Brother Chen, every patrol present was astonished. Unbelievable. The Divine Chen has returned. The veteran members of the Lion's Den had all met Chen Mo and knew his importance to Luo Tianxiong. They quickly hurried back, flanking the off-road vehicle to clear the way. Inside the off-road vehicle, Tang Xuanyu observed her surroundings. Her eyes sparkled as she mused silently. So this is the Tianhai City Lion's Den base. She had heard survivors speak of it. The name of this large survivor force was now renowned far and wide. Their presence extended throughout Tianhai City and its distant peripheries. Soon the group entered the villa area. The villa district had been greatly expanded, the ornamental trees and vegetation had been cleared, leaving it spacious. Beyond the renovated villas in the distance, countless tents lined the roadsides. Survivors were everywhere, including many young children playing and laughing. When they spotted Luo Tianxiong's signature off-road vehicle, the surrounding survivors stopped in unison and turned to look. Strict security outside, thriving life within, it resembled a rare patch of paradise in the apocalypse. Even Chen Mo marveled at how the Lion's Den had developed so much in just a few months. Rolling down the window, Luo Tianxiong chuckled at the view. Brother Chen, forgive the humble sight. The underground garage is full, so we had no choice but to house the new survivors up top. Chen Mo shook his head, a hint of admiration in his voice. To have achieved this much is already commendable. Everyone has their strengths. Honestly, if he had to manage an entire large force, he would be overwhelmed with work. He had arrived without any notice, meaning this scene was entirely unprepared. At least on the faces of these survivors by the roadside, he saw none of the confusion and despair that plagued those languishing in the apocalypse. How many people are in the Lion's Den now? Chen Mo asked suddenly. Luo Tianxiong pondered for a moment. As for survivors, over 6,000. Internal members are close to 2,000. As for psychics, according to our count, 176. So many. Chen Mo was taken aback. He had thought 3,000 was the Lion's Den's limit. Yet it had more than doubled. What Chen Mo didn't know was that the sudden influx of survivors was due to the note he had given Luo Tianxiong. In this post-apocalyptic world, finding someone required tracking through other survivors. While searching for psychics, the Lion's Den had also absorbed many small and medium survivor forces. Knowing the Lion's Den's formidable firepower, none resisted. That was how so many had poured in over just a few months. Chen Mo pondered, his eyes flickering. That's enough. There's no need to take in more survivors for now. Any more would make us too bloated. Luo Tianxiong nodded. I understand. He knew that expanding before establishing a safe zone and stabilizing food and other resources would only spark unnecessary internal conflicts. The vehicle stopped beside a standalone villa. Wang Yurue, who was driving, announced, "Boss, we've arrived." Luo Tianxiong laughed heartily, got out and personally opened the doors for Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu. Come, brother and sister-in-law, we're here. From the pickups behind, Chao Fengyuan and the others jumped down. Chen Mo surveyed the area. This was the place where they had first eaten together. He asked, "Where's Qiqi?" Luo Tianxiong's expression turned awkward. That little girl is inside. He turned to Chao Fengyuan and the others. Chao, arrange dinner. Also summon all the high-ranking members of the Lion's Den as well as the psychics on the roster who are still in the base. Tonight we brothers will drink heartily with Brother Chen until we're drunk. Haha. Luo Tianxiong was clearly in excellent spirits. Boss, leave it to me, it'll be perfect. As if recalling something, Chao Fengyuan tactlessly added, "Boss, what about Brother Dong?" At those words, Luo Tianxiong's face darkened instantly. Since you're so good at talking, say more. Lock him in my study and let him cool off alone. And you, don't bother coming tonight. Go investigate. Find out what this purification sect really is. Report to me immediately. Damn it, they dare touch my people. If you can't figure it out, don't bother coming back. Luo Tianxiong added. Luo Tianxiong arrived at the door and the members of the Lion Guard outside respectfully said, "Boss." Luo Tianxiong nodded and instructed, "Have someone take care of Chen Laodis. Pet as well." After saying this, Luo Tianxiong changed his expression and smiled as he spoke to Chen Mo, "Come on, little brother, sister-in-law, let's go inside and talk." To be honest, I haven't seen that girl Qiqi in a while, Chen Mo said, looking at Tang Xuanyu, who appeared somewhat shocked and couldn't help but laugh. What are you still dawdling for? Let's go. Huh? Tang Xuanyu, confused, finally realized and followed along. She couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Who exactly is Qiqi? Chen Mo chuckled. She's the daughter of my uncle. A very adorable little one. Oh, Tang Xuanyu finally understood and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, smiling brightly. Then let's go inside. To be honest, I actually quite like children. Bang. The door was slammed shut. Only Chao Fengyuan remained standing there, his pupils dilated, recalling the words the boss had said earlier, his face filled with despair. Why is it me? Smack. Smack. He began to regretfully slap his own face repeatedly. Brother Chao. Brother Chao. Stay calm. Inside the villa. Outside the second-floor door, Lu Meng was guarding the door with a few children of similar age. Sister Qiqi, come out and play. One little boy called out in a babyish voice. We're all waiting for you outside. Lu Meng had a worried expression, forcing a smile as he said, Auntie, hurry up and come out. Look what good things I brought you today. Your favorite teddy bear. It's a limited edition. And your good friend Xiao Shotzi is here to play with you too. I don't want that. I only want my brother. Bang. Another sound of something being smashed echoed. Lu Meng looked significantly more haggard than before, with stubble on his face, sighing as he twitched his mouth. Why is she throwing another tantrum today? Wasn't she fine before? Damn it, even dealing with zombies with those newcomers wasn't this exhausting. I'm not having kids in the future, can't even manage a little one. Qiqi had just gotten used to this place with great difficulty, but recently she had started to act up again for some unknown reason. And she was brought here by Chen Gu, and Luo Lauda had specifically stated. If anyone in the Lion dared to provoke Qiqi, he would shove that person under a gun barrel. Can't hit or scold her, she's a complete little ancestor. An old member of the Lion, also responsible for taking care of Qiqi, muttered, Old Lu, shouldn't we just take the gun barrel? Lu Meng's face turned pale and he involuntarily shrank his bottom. Get lost. He took a deep breath and prepared to comfort her. At that moment, creak, Luo Tianxiong and Chen Mo just happened to enter. They heard the sound of things being smashed and Kiki's voice. Chen Mo was taken aback. What was going on? Luo Tianxiong, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his face and said. Chen Laudi Qiqi has actually been quite fine, it's just that sometimes she acts like this. I've tried to make time to accompany her, but there's nothing I can do. That little girl seems to like you a bit more. Lu Meng on the second floor turned around upon hearing the commotion behind him. When he saw Luo Tianxiong and Chen Mo beside him, his pupils brightened as if seeing a savior, tears streaming down his face, and he rushed down. Boss. Brother Chen. Watching Lu Meng rush towards him with snot and tears, Chen Mo's eyelids twitched. Suddenly a metallic wall appeared in front of him. Bang! Tang Xuanyu beside him was also startled by the enthusiasm of this middle-aged man. What's wrong with him? Luo Tianxiong, knowing the situation without thinking, calmly said. Where's Qiqi? Lu Meng rubbed his nose and spoke. The little ancestor is in the room. She's throwing a tantrum again and doesn't want to come out. Luo Tianxiong sighed, looking somewhat helplessly at Chen Mo. Chen Laudi, you saw it too. The little girl only recognizes you. I'll go take a look. Chen Mo nodded, glanced at the large teddy bear beside him, picked it up and calmly walked upstairs. Luo Tianxiong and the others exchanged glances and he chuckled, addressing Tang Xuanyu. Haha, sister-in-law, come have a seat. In a while the other members of my lion will arrive just in time for us to chat about how you and Chen Laudi met while he goes upstairs. I'm quite interested, huh? He was curious about what Chen Mo had been up to in Huabei City during this time. Tang Xuanya's face turned red as she lowered her head and quietly murmured. What sister-in-law? Why do these people always love to talk nonsense? Chen Mo arrived at the door. The door was locked. But this lock was like non-existent to him. Using his dominion ability, the lock inside was soon manipulated open. Click. A crisp sound rang out. The door was gently pushed open and the decor inside was excessively pink with toys and dolls scattered all over the floor. I already said except for my brother no one is allowed to come in. A teddy bear was thrown directly at him. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, raised his hand to catch it and couldn't help but grin. Qiqi. This familiar voice suddenly caused the previously restless Qiqi in the room to freeze. Her delicate body trembled as she looked up in disbelief, her eyes instantly turning red. Chen Mo stood at the door quietly watching the little girl on the bed. It seemed Luo Tianxiong and the others had taken good care of her. She was wearing a clean nightgown and her little face was no longer as pale and emaciated as before. Now her cheeks were rosy plump like a porcelain doll, looking extremely adorable. However, her little face was covered in tear stains, looking pitiful. Chen Mo walked in, his expression gentle as he softly said, long time no see, Qiqi brother has come back. Look, I brought you a gift. He shook the large teddy bear in his hand. Wow. As a child, upon seeing Chen Mo, Qiqi immediately burst into tears. She directly jumped off the bed barefoot and threw herself into Chen Mo's arms. Brother, why didn't you take Qiqi with you? I'm so worried about you. It's alright, everything's fine. Chen Mo softly and gently comforted her emotions. After a while Qiqi finally calmed down, her big eyes red, her little nose occasionally sniffing. She pulled at Chen Mo's clothes with her small hand, her eyes downcast, her eyelashes fluttering as she quietly said, brother, this time please don't leave, okay? Because it has already woken up and it can't stand being hungry anymore. Qiqi suddenly saw something terrifying a few days ago. It's dangerous outside. The reason she had been urging Chen Mo to return was because of that dream. She wanted to tell Lu Meng, but her brother had instructed her not to reveal her ability. Thus Lu Meng always dismissed it as a child's nightmare and paid it no heed. Only Chen Mo knew that the fragmented visions Qiqi saw stemmed from her sight ability, perhaps capable of glimpsing traces of the future. Chen Mo paused, staring intently at Qiqi, whose face still bore a lingering fear. He thought to himself, is it the Nian beast? Qiqi, tell brother, what did you see this time? Chen Mo asked. Qiqi scrunched up her face, recalling carefully. It seemed like a terrifying monster crawled out from the ocean. It was hungry, bringing molten lava and disaster, devouring countless people. This time Kiki's memory seemed a bit clearer. She fetched her drawing board from a small table and scribbled on it with a pencil, then handed it to Chen Mo. Chen Mo took the drawing board, his pupils constricting slightly. The Nian beast. It was a ferocious beast with a dog-like body set against blue seawater. Though the drawing was crude and rough, it was unmistakable from the single horn on its head and the horns on its ears. This beast emerging from the ocean was none other than the great Nian beast. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he murmured. It's definitely it. But why? Would it appear from the sea? After pondering for a long while, his memory held no record of where the Nian beast had originated. Everyone said that Libin City was the place where the Nian beast first wreaked havoc. And Libin City, like Tianhai City, was coastal. According to what Qiqi saw, it was plausible that the Nian beast climbed ashore from the ocean and entered Libin City. But Chen Mo knew nothing of the great evil in the ancient martial alliance's mine. If the Nian beast emerged from the ocean, then who was the entity in the mine 1,000 meters underground? Chen Mo looked at Qiqi and asked, Qiqi, do you know anything else? For instance, what did this monster do after it emerged and where did it go? He wanted to glean some useful information. Qiqi's big eyes trembled as she thought for a moment, then hugged Chen Mo and said, there's also a bottomless place. Many people, I only saw many people die. So brother, don't go out, it's very dangerous. Chen Mo nodded slightly, gently patting her back and speaking in a warm voice. Alright, it's okay. Don't be afraid, Qiqi. Brother is back now and the lion base is safe. Qiqi's ability seemed beyond her control, always surfacing unbidden in her mind. Chen Mo was torn about whether to let Qiqi advance her ability. If it evolved, it would be like opening a god's eye view, allowing her to foresee future events. He could rely on his experience and memory to anticipate some future occurrences, but never with the precision Qiqi could achieve. There were too many variables. Perhaps advancing Qiqi's ability was a good choice. Chen Mo's only worry was whether Qiqi would one day vanish inexplicably like that prophet did. After weighing the options as if making a firm decision, Chen Mo looked seriously at Qiqi and said, Qiqi, do you want to control your ability? Qiqi's ability was an innate awakening, something she had no say in. Because of his instructions, she had never told anyone about her ability, not even Lu Meng, who was closest to her here. Qiqi looked at Chen Mo's expression and asked cautiously, can I, brother? She too wanted to be able to help her brother. If she could see more visions. She liked drawing here because it allowed her to depict what she saw. Chen Mo said nothing but stared at her for a long moment. Just then a knock came from outside the door. Brother Chen, Qiqi, everyone's here, time to eat. Chen Mo paused, then picked up Qiqi and said. Haha, come on Qiqi, let's go eat. Qiqi's face flushed with shyness as she said earnestly, brother Qiqi wants to help you. Chen Mo nodded, pinching her cheek. Let's eat first, nothing is more important than filling our stomachs. Haha. Coming. The two stepped out of the room together. In the villa, many unfamiliar faces were chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. In the dining area, a sumptuous feast had already been laid out. This vibrant ambience felt more like a party devoid of any sense of the apocalypse. Luo Tianxiong was sitting on the sofa discussing something with a smile with Tang Xuanyu. Tang Xuanyu appeared somewhat restrained, uncomfortable with such a setting. Haha, we lion base folks are all rough men, don't be too formal, sister-in-law. We're all family, ha. Luo Tianxiong laughed heartily. Yeah, sister-in-law, our boss has been overjoyed since brother Chen returned. Tisk, with so many survivors now, we haven't had such a lavish meal in ages, this is all thanks to brother Chen. A group of old lion base members started teasing. Tang Xuanyu sat there awkwardly, feeling like she was on pins and needles. From her conversations with these people, she discovered that they all seemed to admire and respect Chen Mo greatly. This made her wonder what Chen Mo had done to earn such a high status in the lion base that even these fierce burly men treated her with such deference. Help. Tang Xuanyu, overwhelmed by the question, silently called out for Chen Mo. Just then Chen Mo came down from the second floor holding Qiqi's hand. Because there were many people around, Qiqi felt shy and insisted on walking by herself. Seeing the lively scene, Chen Mo couldn't help but tease. Brother Luo, is everyone here? Chen Mo's appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. Several new ability users from the lion base also looked over with curiosity. Brother Chen. The old lion base members smiled and crowded around to chat. Luo Tianxiong laughed heartily, rising from the sofa. Haha, little Qiqi is out too. This girl is really close to brother Chen. Sister-in-law, shall we head over? Tang Xuanyu nodded, noticing the little girl beside Chen Mo, clutching a big bear dressed like a princess, pouting at the crowd of people. She breathed a sigh of relief and walked over with a smile. Brother Chen. We've been waiting for you, Luo Tianxiong said in a hearty, booming voice. That's right, brother Chen. The moment we heard you were back, we rushed over 800 li in a frenzy. Brother Chen, how was Huabei City? Fun. Qiqi, come here, let uncle hold you. The others chimed in, each adding their own words. Qiqi pouted, her small face stern. Having been here so long, she naturally recognized these eccentric uncles. You're so noisy. She grumbled in displeasure. She had wanted to spend more time with her brother. Chen Mo smiled and waved his hand. Alright, let's all go eat. Chi-Chi, you go with Uncle Lu too. Oh, Chi-Chi followed reluctantly, but her gaze kept lingering on Chen Mo. Chen Mo walked over to Tang Xuanyu beside him and said with a faint smile, not used to it. Tang Xuanyu rolled her eyes at him with a helpless expression. They're way too enthusiastic. Chen Mo, tell me honestly, what did you do before the apocalypse? This bunch is more streetwise than the next. Those dining here today were all high-ranking members of the Lion along with a few newly arrived ability users. Every one of them was a hardened figure. Although they chatted and laughed with her, Tang Xuanyu could clearly sense the ferocity lurking in their eyes. Chen Mo shrugged and spread his hands. Just an ordinary working stiff. Come on, let's eat. These dishes are all made by top chefs. It's not easy to get a decent meal in this apocalypse. People always have desires, and the craving for good food is one of them. Tang Xuanyu gazed at the lavish sumptuous feast and the group chatting harmoniously. For a moment she felt an illusion, as if she had returned to the peaceful era before the apocalypse. Traveling from Huabei City with Chen Mo, she had witnessed so many tragic scenes that she had grown numb. She couldn't help but sigh, this is what it feels like to be alive. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chi-Chi, seated at the table, saw her brother approaching with a beautiful woman she had never met before. She puffed out her cheeks and furrowed her little brow. Luo Tianxiong reached out with his rough hand and pinched her cheek, laughing heartily. Oh ho, little Chi-Chi, are you jealous? You're young, but you sure think a lot. Bleh. Chi-Chi made a face at him, then sat on the stool swinging her feet and staring down, lost in thought. Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu took their seats. The crowd around them was already eager and restless. Chen Mo glanced around and asked with some curiosity. Where's Chao Fengyuan? Him. He's got things to do, can't make it, Luo Tianxiong said, casually patting Chen Mo on the shoulder as he introduced him. Brother, we're all old friends here. Tonight let's drink to our heart's content. Come on everyone, tonight we don't leave until we're drunk. Alright. Brother Chen, I toast you. Me too, Brother Chen. It's been so long, we've missed you like crazy. And so, under the relentless toasting from the Lion group, a grand feast commenced. After eating a little, Chi-Chi went back to her room alone. Luo Tianxiong, his face flushed crimson and already tipsy, wrapped his arm around Chen Mo and declared loudly, haha, today my brother Chen is back, I'm overjoyed. Everyone here is family, so let's speak plainly. Without Brother Chen there'd be no Luo Tianxiong as I am today. From now on, Brother Chen's matters are the Lion's matters. Since there's no law now, anyone who dares to upset Brother Chen, I'll put a bullet in them, got it? Haha. Boss, do you even need to say it? Yeah, everyone knows Brother Chen's strength. With him the Lion is like a tiger with wings. Luo Tianxiong nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Chen Mo and boomed, come Brother Chen, let me toast you again. As he spoke he shot a glance at the man by the door. Just then a man hurried in from outside. He rushed to Luo Tianxiong's ear and whispered a few words. Luo Tianxiong's eyes flickered for a moment, then he glanced at Chen Mo beside him. He erupted in fury, his drunkenness momentarily clearing as he slammed the table. Bang! Such an important matter. Why are you only telling me now? 1 second he had been laughing and chatting, the next he seemed a different person. His face burned with rage and an invisible pressure radiated outward. Everyone was startled. Even Tang Xuanyu hadn't expected that this man who always seemed so cheerful could be so terrifying when angered. Chen Mo remained calm and asked, what's wrong? Luo Tianxiong seemed to suddenly remember Chen Mo was present. He forcefully suppressed his anger and said with an apologetic chuckle. Brother Chen, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Chen Mo lowered his gaze, calmly helping himself to the dishes without stopping him, and simply nodded. The veteran Lion members, seeing their leader like this, exchanged uneasy glances and dared not keep up their jovial demeanor. One by one they apologized and took their leave. Within minutes most of the crowd had dispersed, leaving only Tang Xuanyu and Chen Mo behind. Tang Xuanyu was still bewildered. The aura Luo Tianxiong had just displayed had genuinely frightened her. His earlier warmth had been overwhelming. She suddenly realized that the man who had been laughing and eating beside her was the ruler of the entire Lion faction. If not for Chen Mo being there, how could she have sat and dined so peacefully? What's going on? Tang Xuanyu asked Chen Mo, puzzled. They drank so much and rushed out in such a hurry, could something be wrong? Chen Mo picked up a piece of fish with his chopstick, savoring its sweet freshness, and gave a slight grin. Drunk? Luo Tianxiong doesn't get drunk that easily. That old fox was putting on a show for us. What? Tang Xuanya's eyes widened in disbelief. That act was fake. Chen Mo nodded slightly and said with a nonchalant smile. He's probably run into some trouble again. And that old fox was too embarrassed to ask for my help, so he staged this little drama. After all, as the leader of the lion, constantly begging me would make him lose face in front of his underlings. Tang Xuanyu was stunned for a long moment. She hadn't expected that rough and hearty man to have so many hidden schemes. With a strange expression she asked, "How did you know?" Chen Mo paused his movements, turned to her and flashed a brilliant smile. "I guessed." "Tang Xuanyu, are you going?" Chen Mo continued eating the dishes on the table, unhurriedly replying. "Later. It just so happens that I have something to discuss with him as well." "No rush, let's eat first." Meanwhile, inside another villa not far away, Luo Tianxiong, his face twisted with rage, viciously slapped Jiang Dong several times. The scene was bloody and brutally savage. "Damn it, Dongzi, I never realized you had such a hard backbone before." Bang! Bang! His hand had grown numb from the beating. Jiang Dong disdainfully spat out a mouthful of blood, his face bruised and swollen as he looked up defiantly at Luo Tianxiong. He spoke with unyielding stubbornness. "Pft! Luo Tianxiong, in a few days your doom will come. If you join the Pure World sect now, there might still be a glimmer of hope for you otherwise." Bang! Luo Tianxiong landed another punch across his face. He turned around heavily and sat down on a chair, lighting a cigarette. Huff! Chao Fengyuan, standing nearby, approached somewhat awkwardly and said helplessly. "Boss, I really have no way. Xiaogu came to check earlier, he said Dongzi seems to have been hit by someone's ability." "Nothing I say has any effect." The Xiaogu Chao Fengyuan mentioned was one of the new ability users the lion had recruited, whose power resembled insight. "Will Brother Chen come?" Chao Fengyuan asked cautiously. Luo Tianxiong glared at him, then glanced at his watch, cursing angrily. "Damn it, a bunch of useless fools, always needing Brother Chen for everything. You've made me lose all my face." After learning that Jiang Dong had been corrupted by someone, they had tried many physical wake-up methods, all to no avail. "Let's wait a bit longer." Luo Tianxiong sighed. Honestly, he wasn't sure if Chen Mo would come. Always asking Brother Chen for help, did he have no dignity left? Time ticked by second after second. Half an hour. An hour. 2 hours. Chao Fengyuan had grown drowsy from waiting. Luo Tianxiong's backside had also gone numb from sitting. He stood up and kicked him twice. "Who?" Chao Fengyuan jolted awake in fright. "Let's go. You just stay here and keep an eye on Dongzi. Make sure he doesn't die. Tomorrow I'll go beg Brother Chen myself," Luo Tianxiong said impatiently. He opened the door and happened to see Chen Mo standing at the entrance. Luo Tianxiong's entire body stiffened, then he was overjoyed, feigning surprise. "Brother Chen. Haven't you turned in for the night? Why are you here?" Chen Mo's expression was calm. He had only just managed to get Chi-Chi to sleep. Hearing Luo Tianxiong's words, he said flatly. "Then I'll be going." He turned to leave. Luo Tianxiong was dumbstruck. He quickly stopped him. No, Brother Chen, you've come just in time. I have a favor to ask of you, old brother." Only then did Chen Mo stop saying. "Enough, just tell me what you need me to do." "Spare me the tricks." Luo Tianxiong realized his act had been seen through by Chen Mo. His face reddened and he laughed loudly to cover his embarrassment. "Ha ha ha, it has to be you, Brother Chen. See, I can't hide anything from you. Come, please come in." Luo Tianxiong led Chen Mo straight to the study. "Chen Mo, speak." Luo Tianxiong explained helplessly. "Brother Chen, take a look for me. What's wrong with this Dongzi guy? He seems to have been hit by someone's ability." "Ability?" Chen Mo frowned. He looked at Jiang Dong, who was tightly bound on the floor. "Why do you say that?" Just as Luo Tianxiong was about to explain, Jiang Dong began shouting maniacally. "Pure World Sect! Pure World Sect! In a few days all of you will die." "Well, no need for an explanation anymore." Luo Tianxiong sighed. "Brother Chen, you see, this is it." "Brother Chen." Upon hearing the name Pure World Sect, Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. Pure World Sect. Why had it appeared so soon? In his past life, rumors of the Pure World Sect only surfaced a year after the Nian Beast's rampage. All regions lay in ruins, dealing another devastating blow to the struggling survivor factions and the few survivors who had barely managed to get back on track. During that period of widespread fear where even those within safe zones were perpetually shrouded in terror. A cult called the Pure World Sect emerged, its followers spreading across the land like a virus, infiltrating every major survivor faction. They erupted into frenzied chaos and wars of varying scales. Though eventually suppressed and silenced by the joint efforts of the military regions, followers claiming to be from the Pure World Sect would still occasionally surface. Chen Mo's eyes flickered continuously as he looked at the wildly insane Jiang Dong on the ground, speaking softly. Are there others like this? Luo Tianxiong shook his head. So far only Jiang Dong has been found. Looking at it this way, it seemed the Pure World Sect had already infiltrated various factions long before the Nian Beast's rampage. Chen Mo said nothing more, only stating. Be careful from now on. This Pure World Sect is nothing good. The terror of the Pure World Sect lay in its ability to dismantle a large faction from within. The rest was insignificant. Luo Tianxiong kicked Jiang Dong in frustration, saying. I know. That batch of weapons we bought at a high price was almost taken away by this bastard. Chen Mo stepped forward and hoisted Jiang Dong up. He activated his Qiongqi ability. His lips parted slightly, emitting a sound that was not loud but piercingly sharp. Crack. It was like the sound of something shattering within Jiang Dong's skull. The wildly insane Jiang Dong suddenly shuddered, then his head drooped heavily as he fell unconscious. Chao Fangyuan's pupils dilated as he murmured. Holy shit. Is Dongzi dead? You damn mouth never says anything good. Luo Tianxiong smacked him on the head. Chen Mo observed quietly, then said in a low voice. So it's that ability. A divine class rank ability, Faith. Followers under the influence of Faith could temporarily strengthen their bodies, remaining in a state of extreme excitement. Although this ability belonged to the divine class, it possessed no combat power. To most ability users it was nothing to fear. The reason it was classified as rank was its terrifying dominance over ordinary people without abilities. In his past life, many high-ranking officials in the military regions had been assimilated by Faith, making countless bewildering decisions. The Faith ability. Quite a talent indeed. Chen Mo's expression turned sardonic. Though he couldn't recall everyone's names, he clearly remembered some key figures from the apocalypse. Feng Qiongqi of Yushi City. A great change. Luo Tianxiong's smile instantly froze, his expression congealing. His eyes flickered incessantly. The last time Chen Mo had spoken of a great change was the day before the apocalypse. He dared not take it lightly and directly looked at Chao Fangyuan across from him, speaking in a deep voice. Chao, shut the door. I have important matters to discuss with Brother Chen. No one is to enter. Chao Fangyuan nodded, realizing the gravity of the situation. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Luo Tianxiong stared intently at Chen Mo, sat directly on the soft chair and said softly, Sit. Brother Chen, the great change you speak of, is it related to this new year? He could vaguely guess. Chen Mo had previously said that after the new year the population would drastically decrease and resources and supplies would not be scarce for a time. Chen Mo neither confirmed nor denied, his expression calm as he said, This new year will be very different. Brother Luo, have you heard of the Nian Beast? This time it will emerge. The Nian Beast. Luo Tianxiong was lost in thought for a long while, as if recalling something, his pupils contracting in disbelief. Brother Chen. Could it be that such a creature as the Nian Beast truly exists? He had imagined what Chen Mo might say next, perhaps conflicts among major powers, some aberrant zombie or even nuclear weapons. But upon hearing the words Nian Beast he felt as if he were dreaming. Isn't this a creature from mythology? How could it appear here? At this Luo Tianxiong paused, then let out a self-deprecating laugh. With natural disasters and apocalyptic deities already manifesting, what in this world was impossible? Brother Chen, I believe you. When exactly? Luo Tianxiong calmed his restless heart. After he had steadied himself, Chen Mo spoke softly, probably the day after tomorrow. Just like in the myth, but the difference is that this time it's a catastrophe of calamitous proportions. The Nian Beast will ravage everyone. This disaster is unavoidable even for the lion. Luo Tianxiong's eyes flickered with uncertainty upon hearing this. He had thought that after dealing with the two Shoshi spirits in Tianhai City the lion could develop steadily, only to face another great crisis. Damn it, haven't had a few days of good life and this apocalypse is truly unbearable. Luo Tianxiong couldn't help but curse inwardly. Without Brother Chen's warning no one could have foreseen the disaster appearing out of thin air on that day. According to Brother Chen, even the major military regions could do nothing against this beast, let alone his own lion. They would likely suffer a sudden and violent devastation, incurring heavy losses. Luo Tianxiong pondered for a while, then looked at Chen Mo and said, "Brother Chen, since you've said this, I assume you have some plan." Chen Mo shook his head and said solemnly, "I have no plan either. We can only face it directly." His own goal was to hunt the Nian beast and hand its corpse over to the divine merchant. As for abandoning the Shoshi spirit now, Chen Mo felt he could not do so. After all, the power of nullification could dispel abilities, a capability far too formidable. He was not well acquainted with the Nian beast's abilities. Unless he could find another 5th-tier aberrant or 4th-tier deity to hunt, it would be difficult to find a perfect solution. Chen Mo continued, "The Nian beast is different from the Shoshi spirit. During this period it will appear frequently and with great randomness. Over these 30 days it could appear at any time and any place. There is no definite path." Even he himself could not recall the exact route, only knowing its first appearance was in Libin City and a few other places afterward. Luo Tianxiong was inwardly shocked. He hadn't expected that even Brother Chen had no solution. It seemed the lion would inevitably face a fierce battle. 2 days of preparation were far too rushed. Many lion members outside might not even be able to return. Fleeing might be an option, but giving up the lion he had painstakingly built was impossible. Chen Mo naturally noticed the change in Luo Tianxiong's expression and said, "Don't worry too much. Even if the beast appears, it shouldn't reach Tianhai City so quickly. With me here, a few days will be enough to prepare." Luo Tianxiong's expression eased at these words. He couldn't help but laugh heartily, trying to lighten the mood. "Ha ha ha, Brother Chen, with your word I can rest assured." Chao Fengyuan, who had been listening in shock, muttered, "Is this thing really real? Brother Chen, I heard the Nian beast is afraid of firecrackers and fireworks. How about we use that against it?" At this remark, Luo Tianxiong and Chen Mo both looked at him simultaneously, their gazes as if they were looking at a fool. If it were that easy, would Brother Chen have said what he did? Luo Tianxiong felt deeply embarrassed, thinking the man's head was filled with water. He said irritably, "Chao Yu and Dongzi have both amazed me. How did I never notice you were such a smart aleck?" Chao Fengyuan grinned sheepishly, thinking he was being praised, and scratched his head, saying, "Boss, you flatter me." In truth, he thought so too. "Get lost." Luo Tianxiong cursed angrily. Chao Fengyuan's burly frame shuddered and he sheepishly stepped aside. Chen Mo murmured, "What he said isn't entirely without reason. In his past life, although the Nian beast was immensely powerful and almost all major forces couldn't handle it, he had never heard of any major force being completely annihilated by it. Those that were destroyed were all small and medium-sized survivor groups. Perhaps there was a possibility that it feared firearms and gunpowder. At the very least, with sufficient firepower there would be some means to confront it." Luo Tianxiong turned to Chen Mo and said, "But Chao's mention reminds me of something." Chen Mo, "What?" Luo Tianxiong lit a cigarette, took a deep drag and exhaled slowly. "I'm not from Tianhai either. I don't know if it's just in my hometown, but we don't call it that. On New Year's Eve we call it the she-beast." "The she-beast?" Chen Mo showed a flicker of interest. "Brother Luo, do tell." Luo Tianxiong laughed heartily. "It's more or less the same. Legends vary by region. Tianhai is a coastal city, so the legend says the Nian beast comes from the sea. But in my hometown, surrounded by mountains, the legend has always been about the she-beast in the deep forests. They say it descends every year to wreak havoc, so they call it Chu Shi. I used to think these ancestral myths were just to fool kids. But now it seems there's some truth to these tales passed down through the ages." That night Chen Mo and Luo Tianxiong talked for a long time before he returned. Both had formed preliminary plans and intentions. On the way back, Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he recalled Luo Tianxiong's words. Suddenly a low growl sounded. Chen Mo looked up and noticed Qiongqi lying on the lawn outside the villa. He withdrew his thoughts and grinned. Still not resting. Qiongqi wagged its tail, its massive head resting on its front paws, its scarlet pupils piercing and intimidating in the darkness. Chen Mo stepped forward to stroke its fur, then took 6 third-tier spirit cores from the Mingyao Pearl and tossed them over. "Will these be enough to break through to the 4th tier? If not, there's more." The 4th tier was a watershed for humans, zombies and aberrants alike. If he remembered correctly, after reaching the 4th tier, Qiongqi would develop a very powerful ability. That was also the most important reason he valued it. Flight. Seeking suggestions for the Nian beast's abilities urgently. The milk powder can no longer suppress the seal. Chen Mo gazed at the 2 fleshy lumps rising behind Qiongqi, his eyes shimmering. If Qiongqi mastered the ability of flight, it would greatly enhance his journey and combat in special environments. Take for example the previously submerged North China University, where the Toad King triggered a catastrophic flood that left no solid ground to stand on. He had to rely heavily on his dominating power to establish a foothold. Had Qiongqi possessed the ability to fly at that time, the battle would not have been so arduous. Qiongqi's enormous crimson eyes glimmered with light. It let out a low growl while fixating on the few third-tier crystal cores on the ground which responded in kind. Under the authority of the Qiongqi ability, communication between man and beast was seamless. Chen Mo paused for a moment, surprised, and spoke, "Is this still not enough?" Qiongqi had been stuck at the third tier for quite a while and had consumed plenty of crystal cores on the way back from North China City. This little trouble just highlights Qiongqi's situation, and as a deity of the apocalypse, Shoshin is even worse off. With a fourth-tier strength, he returned to North China from Tianhai without any breakthroughs. After pondering for a moment, Chen Mo pulled out several more. Only after gathering 12 third-tier crystal cores did Qiongqi let out a low roar, took the cores and scuttled off to devour them. The crunching sounds of chewing echoed. It was already getting late. Chen Mo glanced at the sky. It seemed the snow in Tianhai City had also fallen upon the lion base. There were still 14 third-tier crystal cores left, along with those gathered from the hunt, which were barely enough for himself. Chen Mo glanced at the door. Xianyu had probably already fallen asleep. At that moment the door creaked open gently. From behind the door, Tang Xianyu, looking a bit drowsy, stepped out and softly called out, "Chen Mo." Chen Mo looked over, somewhat surprised. "Not asleep yet?" Tang Xianyu stepped outside the cold night air, making her shiver slightly as she rubbed her sleepy eyes and spoke softly. Finished chatting?" Chen Mo nodded. "Then why not come in? It's cold, let's rest a bit." Tang Xianyu yawned and lazily stretched, revealing her graceful figure. She had nearly dozed off on the sofa but came out to investigate the rustling sounds coming from Qiongqi. To be honest, even sleeping on the sofa at Lion Base felt 100 times more comfortable than being outside. Moreover, the place was heavily guarded with Lion members watching over it at all times. Even she felt a significant sense of safety in this environment, let alone the outside survivors. Humans are ultimately social creatures. Two people's courage far exceeds that of one. Chen Mo smiled and said, "It's still early, you should rest." "And you?" Tang Xianyu, feeling the chilly wind, had her drowsiness dissipated somewhat. She slowly approached Chen Mo, noticing Qiongqi devouring the third-tier crystal cores nearby. "Still worried about that beast from the new year?" Chen Mo nodded slightly, his gaze lowered as he murmured, "I'm wondering how in just 30 days it wreaked havoc across nearly the entire country." He had once encountered a New Year beast, being one of the few remaining survivors. Although he was eventually saved by Tang Xianyu, he had nearly forgotten most of the previous events. Moreover, after joining the 6th Military District, the information flow from various factions was still insufficiently rapid. In just one day he could receive news of multiple regions being attacked by the New Year beast. TSK. Ultimately his authority was too low. In his past life, after surviving 15 years in the apocalypse, he was merely a 6th-tier ability user in the 6th Military District. His abilities weren't particularly powerful. Although he surpassed ordinary people and was aware of many major events, he still couldn't penetrate the inner workings of the 6th Military District to investigate crucial secrets. On the other hand, Yuer was already a 7th-tier ability user at that time and knew quite a bit of information. He always felt he was missing some key insights. Tang Xianyu noticed Chen Mo frowning, deeply lost in thought. She couldn't help but grasp his hand and said, "All right, no need to think too much. You've hardly rested on your way back from North China City these past few days. Get some sleep, replenish your energy to better handle the New Year beast coming later." "Actually, I'm fine," Chen Mo replied. For now he planned to upgrade his dominating ability to the 5th tier. In his past life, possessing the dominating ability, Ehuang could single-handedly slay New Year beasts, and now he was also in control of the dominating ability, bolstered by the assistance of Shoshin and Qiongqi. Along with the group at Lion Base, they could be considered some of the top fighting forces in this apocalypse. "You go to sleep, I plan to upgrade my ability a bit and see if I can reach the 5th tier," Chen Mo said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Tang Xianyu puffed up her cheeks and stared at him for a while. Finally she replied somewhat reluctantly, "Forget it, I'm not sleepy anymore. Do you have any crystal cores? Lend me some, I also want to enhance the tide of disasters. If I can become a 3rd-tier ability user when the new year comes, it would increase my chances." Chen Mo was taken aback, then chuckled as he took out the Ming Bird Pearl. He pulled out about 50 or 60 1st-tier crystal cores mixed with several 2nd-tier ones. "What do you mean lend? Here, take it. These are all crystals you hunted before. First absorb the 2nd-tier crystal cores and stop if you feel uncomfortable." Tang Xianyu nodded. Just like that, the two returned to the room and began to absorb the power within the crystal cores. Chen Mo's absorption speed was notably faster than Tang Xianyes. The awakening dark patterns on his right hand flickered faintly. 1-2. The power of the crystal cores was quickly drawn in. The surrounding metal began to tremble slightly. At this moment, on the soft large bed on the second floor of the villa, Qiongqi, hugging a big bear while sweating profusely, seemed to be having a nightmare, her eyelids twitching incessantly. Beside her lay a second-tier crystal core that had been completely absorbed. Luo Tianxiong on the other side was also awake. He was reflecting on what Chen Mo had said earlier and thought for a long time. Finally he shoved his hand into his pocket to prepare for his daily absorption of crystal cores. Clatter. One by one the crystal cores were placed on the table. Huh. Luo Tianxiong looked at the crystal cores on the table, puzzled, and furrowed his brows as he muttered to himself. I remember I brought 6 second-tier crystal cores. Why do I have one less? After searching for a while he figured it was probably lost somewhere. Forget it. Luo Tianxiong didn't care, since he still had a large handful of first-tier and second-tier crystal cores in his drawer. He held a crystal core and began to absorb it. As the leader of the lion he had to make many important decisions, and naturally his own strength could not fall behind. The following morning, Chen Mo and Tang Xianyue were surrounded by scattered dried-up crystal cores. Brother! Brother! A fragmented call echoed. Chen Mo, sitting on the sofa like a stone statue, slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his gaze. After several days without rest he seemed to feel no fatigue at all, instead he was radiant, his vitality at its peak. A 5th-tier ability user. It's not easy finally. Chen Mo's face lit up with joy. Brother. The call was slightly louder. Chen Mo was taken aback. Before he could experiment with the enhancement of his 5th-tier dominator ability, he noticed that Qiongqi was tightly hugging him, having appeared in his arms without him realizing. Chen Mo instinctively patted Qiongqi's back and spoke softly. Qiongqi. What's wrong? Seeing Chen Mo wake up, Qiongqi's little face was filled with anxiety as she buried her head in his embrace, speaking in a muffled voice. Brother. Qiongqi dreamed again last night. The vision ability activated once more. Chen Mo was startled as he picked up Qiongqi to comfort her before speaking in a low voice. Qiongqi, tell brother, what did you dream about this time? Qiongqi seemed to have been dreaming frequently lately. Could it be due to the approaching year beast? Qiongqi's little face showed some fear. Not daring to meet Chen Mo's gaze, she cautiously said, Brother. I'm sorry. Yesterday Qiongqi secretly took a crystal core. What? Chen Mo's pupils dilated as he immediately grabbed Qiongqi's hand. When he saw the awakened dark pattern on her hand had increased by 1, his expression changed dramatically. Each person's awakened dark pattern symbol is unique. Some resemble flames, others resemble eyes or flowers. Most are located on the hands. It represents an ability, and the most direct sign is that every time an ability advances, the awakened dark pattern undergoes some changes. For example, his Qiongqi ability resembles an eye lying sideways with the pattern extending from his left hand up to the tattoo of the Shuxishan on his left arm. The Dominator ability appears as a sword surrounded by patterns. Qiongqi's awakened pattern clearly indicated that her vision ability had been upgraded to the 2nd tier through the crystal core. Qiongqi, where did you get that crystal core? Chen Mo's voice raised slightly. He had promised Uncle Lu to take good care of Qiongqi and not let her get involved in this apocalyptic world. But Qiongqi was an innate awakened ability user which couldn't be changed, so he had always made her hide her awakened dark pattern well. Now that Qiongqi was at the 2nd tier with her ability, what she would see in the future was likely to increase. I. Qiongqi stammered. Chen Mo gazed at her little face with some anger and said nothing. Not all abilities are as flawless as the Dominator Qiongqi. Some abilities have significant side effects. For example, Wu Jianbin's blood scythe consumes his own vitality. The ancient martial alliance woman who ignited flames without a medium had bandages wrapped around her hands representing her ability that could also harm herself. In his past life the prophet ultimately vanished without a trace. Blindly peering into the future comes at a price. Qiongqi was evidently startled by her brother's demeanor, lowering her head with tears welling in her eyes. Tu didn't mean to. She seemed to feel her words were too harsh. Chen Mo sighed and tried to calm his mood. He spoke gently. Qiongqi, tell brother, where did this crystal core come from and why did you do this? Qiongqi bit her lip tightly, her big eyes misted with water. She spoke somewhat choked up. That crystal core, Qiongqi saw it from Uncle Luo's pocket yesterday. Brother. I'm sorry. She had been sitting next to Luo Tianxiong, and while he was chatting with her brother she took one. Qi always feels unclear and wants to help brother. Chen Mo looked at the pitiful Qi in his arms for a long time. He couldn't help but recall the near-pleading advice from Uncle Jiangua at his deathbed. Sigh. Alright Qi, don't cry, it's brother's fault. If absorbing it is the way, then let it be. There was no use in saying anything more at this point. In this apocalyptic world, apart from Xianyu, Qi was the person he cared about the most. At least your physique has strengthened. Chen Mo could only comfort himself with this. Qi, tell brother, what did you see yesterday? This time Qi saw very clearly. Qi lowered her head, her little hands tightly gripping Chen Mo's clothes, speaking softly. Brother, it seems that Qi was in a pitch-black deep sea, seeing many big fish including sharks and octopuses. Qi counted on her fingers, speaking to herself. And many creatures I have never seen before, it seems like I ate them all. Perhaps due to the first-person perspective this time Qi was not as frightened as in previous occasions. When she mentioned eating them all, Qi was instead extremely excited. Then in that deep sea a terrifying roar came as if to drive me away, so I left. A roar. Hearing this, Chen Mo frowned. Yes. That sound Qi has never heard before. Qi said with certainty. Is there more? Chen Mo pondered for a moment and asked. Yes. Then everything suddenly brightened as if I reached the shore where there was a reef with a statue on it and many people were fleeing, and then it just seemed to end. A statue? Was that statue a woman? Chen Mo asked. Qi nodded. She remembered this time very clearly and could even recount the details. After hearing Qi's description, Chen Mo's expression became increasingly grave. Indeed, the statue Qi spoke of was the Mazu statue in Lishan City. Moreover, according to Qi's description, everything she saw in her dream pointed unerringly to the year beast. Chen Mo stared intently at the curious Qi and suddenly thought of a significant possibility. From the previous Shuxishan to the later coast, Qi's ability might not be about foreseeing the future vision, but rather observing everything through the perspective of some future person or object. Qi had just mentioned eating many sea creatures and seeing many people fleeing in panic after reaching the shore. Everything she witnessed in her dream may have come from the perspective of that year beast. Just a second-tier ability could bring such significant information. Chen Mo's eyes shifted between light and dark. Logically, the New Year's Eve was at 1200 today and the year beast would only appear on New Year's Eve. Qi, can you sense whether this is happening now or will happen in the future? Qi frowned, pondering deeply. Let me think. Just then an urgent shout from outside interrupted. Brother Chen. Brother Chen. Not good. Not good. Suddenly there was news from old Luo's side that Lishan City was suddenly hit by a massive tsunami last night and the seawater directly submerged half of Lishan City. Inside the mine in Libin City, Zhonglin was still waiting for the moment when the peach tree would secrete its sap again. Watching the strands of liquid gradually oozing from the peach tree, her delicate body trembled and her eyes burned with fervor. Suddenly. Drip. A droplet of water fell from somewhere within the mine, landing with a soft patter on a leaf of the peach tree. Then one drop after another began to fall incessantly from all directions. Zhonglin was stunned for a moment, then furrowed her delicate brows and murmured, water. Shaolin. At that moment a shout from Li Long echoed from the pitch-black mine tunnel behind her. Shaolin. Hurry. Immediately 5 or 6 members of the ancient martial alliance rushed in, their faces burning with anxiety. Zhonglin turned around. Li Long was panting heavily. He and the others behind him were drenched through, their faces etched with extreme urgency. What's wrong? Zhonglin asked. No time to explain. The leader has already led the majority of the ancient martial alliance survivors to evacuate. Shaolin quickly. Come with us now. Li Long's expression was urgent, his breath short. He stepped forward and grabbed Zhonglin's arm, intending to take her away immediately. Slap. Zhonglin pulled her hand free, frowning deeply. Li Long, do you know what you're saying? Today is the day to break the final seal of the Nian beast. Are you asking me to give up now? Lin Jie. Longgu is doing this for your own good. Last night a tsunami struck our area. The seawater has already flooded most of Libin City. Everyone at the harbor was swallowed by that tsunami. Now that tsunami along with the hurricane is still heading our way. The water is already rising inside the mine. If we don't leave now it will be too late. The people behind them were panicked, constantly looking back. From the direction they came the water above had begun to seep down. Though still shallow for now, it would likely not be long before the entire mine was flooded. At this point survival is paramount. This is Elder Zhong's order. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lin's beautiful eyes contracted, her face filled with disbelief. What? Inside the room, Chen Mo was startled. His eyes sharpened and he put Qiongqi down, hastily rising to his feet. Qiongqi looked up at her brother with a puzzled expression. Uncle Chao. Chen Mo glanced at Tang Xuanyu, who was still sleeping beside him. He could sense the power of the supernatural ability within her body fluctuating and transforming. Then Chao Fangyuan's startled voice rang out again. Holy crap! What the hell is that? Chen Mo walked to the door. He gently pushed the door open, and what met his eyes was Chao Fangyuan's face twisted in utter terror. It seemed a heavy snow had fallen last night. In just one night a thick layer of snow had accumulated outside on the eaves and on the lawn. The air outside was drastically different from inside, bitingly cold and bitterly frigid. Chen Mo frowned, following Chao Fangyuan's gaze. His pupils constricted. On the lawn of the villa, a massive beast, a Qiongqi about 5 or 6 meters tall, was lying prostrate. Snow was piled around the Qiongqi and some clung to its fur. Its ink-black horns, curved like an ox's, were thicker and sturdier, brimming with brutal power. Its orange-hued fur was a deep crimson, as if soaked in blood. Fluorescent blue stripes spread across its body, and on either side of its spine a pair of huge fluffy wings were folded, enveloping it in slumber. Such a startling sight explained why Chao Fangyuan's pupils were dilated and his face was full of terror. Wearing a thick coat, he exhaled white misty breaths and stammered. My God. Chen Ge, what happened to your pet? In just one day. His throat bobbed as he unconsciously swallowed his legs, feeling weak. Standing before a 5-meter tiger-like beast, Chao Fangyuan felt he wouldn't even be enough to fill its teeth. Even Chen Mo was dazed for a long moment, his eyes gradually burning with intensity. The Qiongqi had reached the 4th order. Like for superhumans, the 4th order was a watershed for zombies and mutants too. The wings on its back, like those of a rock, were sharp, even broader than its body. Chen Mo's heart surged with excitement. Once the Qiongqi awakened, it would gain the ability to fly. This alone meant that both the land and the sky would be under its dominion. This was the true form of the ferocious Qiongqi, capable of slaying the 5th order Shisho god. Wow! It's snowing. At that moment Qiongqi came out of the house as well. The breathtaking snowy scene made her big eyes sparkle with little stars. She dashed out directly, scooping up a pile of snow and playing joyfully. As a 2nd order superhuman, she felt none of the cold despite her young age. When she saw the majestic Qiongqi on the lawn, Qiongqi became even more excited. Without a trace of fear, she exclaimed loudly, "Huh! Isn't that the big doggy?" Chen Mo looked at the scene before him, didn't explain much to Chao Fangyuan, but stared at him and said in a low voice. You said Libin City was flooded. What exactly happened? Chao Fangyuan snapped back to the main issue, shaken by the Qiongqi's immense transformation. He hurriedly pulled Chen Mo aside. Chen Ge. The boss just found out. They say the tsunami that suddenly struck Libin City directly flooded several surrounding harbor areas. The ancient martial alliance there sent out a request for reinforcements to all military regions. There are too many people there. They're all evacuating to neighboring areas. I don't know the specifics. The boss told me to come get you. He said that tsunami was most likely caused by the Nian beast. It might appear before tonight. Ahead of schedule. Chen Mo was startled. Last night when he spoke with Luo Tianxiong, he had indeed mentioned that Libin City would be the first to be cleansed. Thinking about what Qiongqi had just told him, it seemed that everything she saw with her vision ability last night was exactly what was happening in Libin City. That Nian beast coming from the deep sea had surged ashore and unleashed an unprecedented, horrifying catastrophe, sweeping through Libin City with a tsunami. Lead the way. Chen Mo said immediately. Chen Ge, want to put on a coat? Chao Fangyuan asked, looking at Chen Mo's relatively thin clothing. No need. Chao Fangyuan nodded, his expression grave. Let's go, then the car is outside. The two villas were far apart, so he had driven over. Qiongqi, come here. Chen Mo called out to Qiongqi, who was playing in the snow. Qiongqi trotted over through the accumulated snow. Chen Mo crouched down, patting her head and instructing. Qiongqi, it's cold. Stay right here and don't go anywhere. When that sister wakes up, tell her to come find me directly, okay? Everyone in Qiongqi knew where Luo Tianxiong lived, with patrol members everywhere outside. One could simply ask around. Qiongqi nodded obediently, her voice soft and sweet. "Mhm. Brother, I understand." Chen Mo smiled softly and said gently. "Go and play." He left the place together with Chao Fangyuan. The news that most of Libin city had been submerged seemed not to have spread within Qiongqi. Sitting in the car, Chen Mo looked through the window and saw that the Qiongqi base was unusually lively today. Many survivors were chatting and laughing, their faces beaming with joyful smiles. Quite a few children holding candies in their hands were joyfully running around playing in the snow. Qiongqi members armed with guns were distributing supplies, creating a strong festive atmosphere of the new year. Come come. Today is New Year's Eve and tomorrow is the new year. Everyone gets an extra piece of bread today. Children, come get your candy, one per person, and there are clothes too. Inside the Qiongqi base, lanterns and decorations were hung everywhere, and they had even somehow obtained couplets. Among the 6,000 plus survivors there were many skilled in calligraphy. Groups of people holding the distributed supplies were pasting couplets on their own tents. Chen Mo, sitting in the car, looked at the scene outside with some surprise. Chao Fangyuan was driving in front, remaining silent all the while. "Isn't Xiangxi's food supply running low?" Chen Mo suddenly asked. Chao Fangyuan laughed upon hearing this. "Oh. This. The boss said everyone is part of Qiongqi now, and with the new year approaching, giving out more things makes it lively and gives everyone a sense of belonging. It's just a pity we couldn't get firecrackers and fireworks. Otherwise everyone could have watched a fireworks show tonight, haha." Chen Mo's eyes gradually softened and he nodded in approval. He hadn't expected that a man like Luo Tianxiong could have such a thoughtful side. It's good. Though it was a bit of a distance, driving was fast. In less than 10 minutes they arrived at Luo Tianxiong's residence. Chao Fangyuan got out of the car, said a few words to the guards at the door, then opened the gate and said, "Brother Chen, please." Chen Mo stepped forward calmly and walked straight into the house. As soon as he entered, countless gazes converged upon him. Inside the room were about 7 or 8 people, all senior members of Qiongqi whom he had dined with the day before, and Luo Tianxiong was also present. "Brother Chen, you're here." Luo Tianxiong's eyes lit up. "Brother Chen. Brother Chen." The others around all spoke up in greeting. A strong smell of smoke assailed his nostrils. Chen Mo frowned involuntarily, noticing the ashtray on Luo Tianxiong's desk already filled to the brim, and asked, "How is Libin city?" Luo Tianxiong stepped forward, shaking his head with a grave expression. "Not good. I just received news again that the tsunami hasn't stopped, and at the flooded mouth of Libin city a black hurricane tornado is brewing. If these two come together, the entire Libin city will likely be submerged within 2 days. My sources say the central government has ordered all major military districts to send reinforcements. Currently only the 11th and 9th and 6th districts have taken action, if the others seem unwilling to dispatch rescue teams." Chen Mo frowned upon hearing this and said, "Why is the 6th military district going there? Are they seeking death?" He could understand the 11th and 9th districts, but the 6th district in Huabei city was so far from Libin city. They could barely save themselves, why would they undertake such a thankless task? Luo Tianxiong shook his head and said, "It might be because of old Master Lin's influence in the central government. As a third-in-command relying on seniority without some achievements in this apocalypse, his words carry little weight. After all, the 6th military district had always been under the Lin family's control." Chen Mo waved his hand. He didn't care about the power struggles among the military districts and the central government as long as they didn't interfere with him. "Brother, this tsunami in Libin city is strange, and it said the entire city is now shrouded in a black fog. Could it be the Nian beast?" Luo Tianxiong's expression darkened, as many of his Qiongqi members were still out and couldn't be recalled in time. Those sent to Libin city were probably already dead. "It is that." Chen Mo's expression was calm, but his tone was unquestionable. "The black fog is the Nian beast's ability, an extremely special domain. Within it no living being can enter or leave unless the beast is driven away or leaves on its own. He had once suffered from the Nian beast's persecution, but those memories had faded with time. After reaching the 5th rank of his ability, his memories of the Nian beast became clearer. Calamity domain. The Nian beast's unique ability, within this domain there is no escape. The greater the fear, the stronger the beast's perception and power become. Moreover, any living being devoured by the Nian beast within the domain would transform into black mist in a manner similar to tiger slaves consuming the lives of all beings inside until the Nian beast leaves. This was why the Nian beast could empty an entire city in less than a single day. Yet Chen Mo still couldn't understand why he had survived that rampage back then. In his memory he vaguely seemed to see a figure, then fell unconscious. Upon hearing these words, the Qiongqi members were all shocked and horrified. At most 2 days and Libin City will be flooded. If the Nian beast comes to Tianhai City by then, won't that mean none of us can escape? Brother Chen, since you said no city can avoid it, what do we do now? Just sit here and wait. Luo Tianxiong said nothing, as this was exactly what he wanted to ask. Chen Mo's eyes flickered. The memories awakened after reaching the 5th rank gave him a preliminary understanding of the Nian beast. This information was crucial. If I remember correctly, the Nian beast seems to have an ability similar to a mysterious merchant's descent. Brother Luo, have your men guard the outskirts of Tianhai City. If they spot black fog, it means it's coming. Don't worry. This purge won't reach Tianhai City for now. Keep the communication channels open and watch the situation unfold. Chen Mo looked up at Luo Tianxiong. Luo Tianxiong seemed to have his own channels for learning about the outside world, not real-time but sufficient. Besides, even if he had the power to deal with the Nian beast, Chen Mo wouldn't do it now. Because this purge might determine the second evolution in the future, it was indispensable. A reduction in population was also a good thing for various factions. Until a certain number of people had died, the Nian beast still had a reason to exist. For now, let it have its wild rampage. By the way, can you contact the nearby factions? Chen Mo suddenly asked. Luo Tianxiong was taken aback, nodding with a hint of confusion as he spoke. I can, but brother, what exactly are you planning? Chen Mo grinned, a glint of excitement flickering in his eyes as he said softly. The tsunami is just the first part, the Nian beast later is the real highlight. Brother Luo spread the news about the Nian beast. Isn't that creating panic? Someone interrupted with wide eyes. Shut up. Did I give you permission to speak? Luo Tianxiong bellowed angrily. Since Brother Chen said so, there must be a reason. Luo Tianxiong probed cautiously. Brother Chen, go on. Chen Mo spoke unhurriedly. In the apocalypse, information disparity is incredibly valuable. When people are panicked about the unknown, the information on the Nian beast can be leveraged to make a fortune. Luo Tianxiong shuddered, his eyes blazing with sudden realization as he exclaimed. Trade for what? Chen Mo lowered his gaze, directly placing a crystal core on the table and said, crystal cores and people. His Tianquan ability was now at the 4th rank, not to mention the crystal cores needed for his dual abilities to advance. Even the crystal cores required by Qiongqi and Shisho were staggering in quantity. It hadn't seemed like much early on, but now his demand for crystal cores was something even mid-sized factions couldn't sustain. Chen Mo couldn't even fathom the sheer magnitude of crystal cores he'd need in the future. The resources required to elevate Qiongqi and the others once could probably create several 3rd-rank ability users. He suddenly seemed to understand why in his past life even the mightiest apex ability users like Shi Yuan ultimately had to join a faction to complete various missions. Behind a 9th-rank ability user stood an entire faction of tens of thousands, even millions, providing support. Luo Tianxiong nodded thoughtfully and said solemnly. Brother Chen, let's discuss the details. After a conversation, Luo Tianxiong and all the lion members gathered at the base. He summoned every lion member to the location. Nearly 2,000 people amassed an overwhelming force with an air of impending battle. Many survivors watched from a distance. What's going on? No idea, maybe it's like a company year-end party for the new year. Does your party have everyone fully armed with guns? Someone retorted. With this setup, could something be wrong? God bless, no more disasters. This place is the only safe haven left in this apocalypse. The watching survivors buzzed with speculation. It had been a long time since they'd seen such a massive mobilization of the lion. In the crowd, Wang Luyao, who was distributing food supplies, was drawn by the commotion. Lifting her head, she saw Chen Mo in the distance, surrounded by a group of lion high-ranking members. Her body trembled. Seeing the respectful and fawning looks from both new and old lion members, her expression grew complex. Biting her lip, she lowered her head. The months of the apocalypse had transformed her entirely. Her face was haggard, her figure gaunt, stripped of her former radiance and pride. She still lived in the dark underground garage of the villa area, handling simple chores. Because of her past relationship with Chen Mo before the apocalypse, the new and old lion members avoided her. She had no friends among the survivors, existing as an invisible, inconsequential presence. Though safe within the lion, she felt like a walking corpse every day. Hey! Luyao, what are you spacing out for? Get to work. A girl about her age with a pockmarked face approached. This was one of the few survivors willing to befriend her. The girl followed Wang Luyao's gaze, and when she saw Chen Mo in the distance, her eyes lit up in surprise. Luyao, is that Chen Mo? He's your ex-boyfriend, right? I heard yesterday that boss Luo led a group to welcome him. Aren't you going to check it out? She had joined the lion later and heard rumors about Chen Mo from the older survivors. He was a big shot whose status rivaled Boss Luo's within the lion. They said his ability was incredibly powerful. The girl's face lit up with excitement. Even just latching onto a regular lion member would mean no longer living in that damp dark underground garage. You could move upstairs. She pushed Wang Luyao forward. Luyao. What are you waiting for? Go. He's your ex-boyfriend after all. With the past between you he wouldn't leave you like this, would he? Wang Luyao forced a smile and lowered her head. I've long had nothing to do with him. The girl dismissed it. How could that be? Luyao, you're so beautiful, and his ex. I can't believe he'd just ignore you. Trust me. The girl kept urging, thinking that if Wang Luyao's life improved within the lion, she as a close friend could also benefit. At the very least she wouldn't have to survive on just 2 meager meals a day. Who wouldn't want a better life in this apocalypse? Wang Luyao's eyes flickered as the idea tempted her. After a long pause she gritted her teeth and decided to approach. But suddenly among the lion high-ranking members surrounding Chen Mo in the distance, a tall girl with a face and aura that utterly eclipsed hers hurried over. She was speaking with Chen Mo, and from the cheerful interactions with the lion members it was clear she was also extraordinary. Wang Luyao froze. Tang Xuanya's appearance shattered her last shred of wishful thinking. Even the pockmarked girl fell silent. This. Better just focus on our own work. Wang Luyao clenched her fists, turned away and said no more. On the other side, with so many people around, Chen Mo naturally didn't notice Wang Luyao. Even if he had, he wouldn't have said a word. Seeing Tang Xuanyu rushing over, Chen Mo asked curiously, Xuanyu, why are you here? Tang Xuanyu rolled her eyes at him. Didn't you tell Qiongqi to have me come? Chen Mo paused, then grinned. Almost forgot. Did it succeed? Tang Xuanya's face lit up with joy, speaking excitedly. 3rd rank. As she spoke she waved her fist. I'm really strong now. Chen Mo chuckled lightly, unsurprised. The Toad King's crystal core was of exceptional quality, elevating her upon awakening to a peak 2nd rank ability user, close to the 3rd rank, just 1 step away. Tang Xuanyu glanced at the fully armed crowd gathered there, her expression turning serious. Qiongqi told me Libin City was flooded by seawater. Today's New Year's Eve. Has the Nian beast emerged early? Chen Mo nodded slightly. Xuanyu, you're just in time. I plan to leave temporarily with Qiongqi and I need your help with something. No one is more convincing than you for this. Tianhai City and Libin City weren't far apart and Qiongqi could now fly. He needed to verify whether this Nian beast was the same as the one in his memories. What is it? Tang Xuanyu asked, puzzled. From Chen Mo's tone it seemed this matter required her involvement specifically. Her curiosity was piqued. Chen Mo smiled mysteriously and said, you'll find out soon enough. He led Tang Xuanyu to Luo Tianxiong, who was currently surrounded by a crowd. Sister-in-law is here. Luo Tianxiong greeted with a smile. Hello, sister-in-law. Tang Xuanyu had grown somewhat immune to this. No matter what she said, these men refused to change their address. Chen Mo then spoke up. We can begin now. As if an unspoken understanding passed between them, Luo Tianxiong's expression turned serious and he announced in a loud voice. All right, everyone disperse in an orderly fashion. Clear some space for Brother Chen. The thousands of densely packed lion members surrounding the area immediately moved, gathering together in an orderly manner. The survivors stood at a distance watching everything with great curiosity. Everyone vacated a large open area and Luo Tianxiong turned to face Chen Mo. Brother Chen, I'll leave it to you. Chen Mo nodded slightly. He activated his Dominion ability. Rumble, the ground beneath his feet was covered by the power of Dominion. The soil seemed to writhe, its color shifting from earthy yellow to silver. Then a perfectly square flat platform rose from the ground with a resounding rumble. The surrounding lion members and the distant survivors all gasped in amazement. A metal platform had been constructed in the blink of an eye. Standing on the metal platform, Luo Tianxiong looked solemnly at the vast crowd gathered at the lion base. The platform was about 3 meters high. He cleared his throat twice, pondered for a moment and then spoke loudly. Brothers. Today is New Year's Eve. Tomorrow marks the 2nd year our lion has endured this apocalypse. But this year's celebration will be anything but ordinary. He spoke at length, delivering platitudes akin to a year-end summary. The distant survivors, initially a few hundred, gradually swelled to several thousand. The area was packed to the brim. With over 8,000 people, even if only half had arrived, the scene was still magnificent. Tang Xuanyi turned her head surprised by the dense crowd behind her. Why are there suddenly so many people? What is he planning? Chen Mo said with a faint smile. You'll know soon enough. I'm leaving now. Qiongqi should be waking up around now. He planned to go to Libin City to scout out the Nian beast. Hey! Tang Xuanyi was startled and whispered, Chen Mo, where are you going? Just tell me what exactly am I supposed to do? On the platform, Luo Tianxiong looked at Chen Mo, who nodded. What came next was the main event. This was a decision made jointly with Chen Mo, a way to rapidly enhance the lion's strength. Luo Tianxiong declared in a booming voice, brothers, I'm sure you all know the power of awakened. Everyone wants to become one. But I tell you, what you dream of is not impossible. What I'm about to say means that even an ordinary person can become an awakened. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. The thousands of lion members below erupted into chaos, and some sharp-eared survivors far away also caught the words. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. What? How is that possible? Can we ordinary people also awaken abilities? Heavens! Didn't they say if you didn't awaken at the start of the apocalypse it would be nearly impossible later? Luo Tianxiong was naturally very pleased with the crowd's astonishment. When he first learned this from Chen Mo, he had been just as shocked as everyone else. The news was so unbelievable that people instinctively thought the emergence of awakened was something beyond their control. His plan was to create awakened en masse. He and Chen Mo had calculated roughly, using first-tier spirit cores as an example, about 1 to 3 out of every 100 people might awaken. Second-tier cores offered a higher chance, though failures would result in death or transformation into zombies. Even so, once this news was announced, many would flock to it. With 6,000 survivors in the lion, even if half chose to absorb spirit cores, it would be enough to form a team of awakened. With exceptional luck, it might even be possible to get close to 100. The lion base was already struggling to accommodate so many survivors. The benefit of this approach was to lighten the burden while increasing strength in a short time. As a fallback, leveraging this information gap, he could trade supplies, news, or other means to bring in people from other places. For factions overwhelmed by their own populations, this would be a welcome offer. Luo Tianxiong raised his hand and coughed twice. Looking at the shocked, ecstatic lion members and survivors below, he continued with a smile. I know you brothers still have doubts, but there is one person who is the best example of someone who awakened through later means. And that is Miss Tang Xuanyi. In an instant, everyone's gaze shifted, converging on Tang Xuanyi. At that moment, she became the center of attention. Tang Xuanyi's body trembled, caught off guard. She looked around blankly at the crowd, then pointed at herself, dazed. Me. She suddenly understood Chen Mo's earlier hint. Panic flickered across her face as she frantically searched for him. Chen Mo. But Chen Mo had already slipped away unnoticed. Luo Tianxiong smiled down at Tang Xuanyi from the platform. Sister-in-law, come on up. Tang Xuanyi froze for a long moment, then reluctantly steeled herself and went up. Back in the villa. Haha. Big doggy, do you remember me? Kiki's voice came from inside. Chen Mo walked in calmly. Qiqi was sitting by Qiongqi's head, cheerfully grooming its fur. Big doggy, how did you grow wings? Does that mean you can take me flying now? Qiongqi was already awake. Qiongqi now stood about 4 meters tall, and Qiqi was smaller than its paw. Qiqi curiously reached out a little hand to touch Qiongqi's wing. Qiongqi ignored her, resting its head on its paws, lazily wagging its tail as its feathered wings twitched slightly. It let out 2 weak calls. Qiqi, Chen Mo smiled gently as he stepped forward. Upon seeing him, Qiqi's face lit up with delight, and she dashed over, her voice sweet and tender. Big brother, you're here. Your big doggy has woken up. Chen Mo wrapped an arm around Qiqi and glanced at the Qiongqi before them, nodding with a smile. Big brother, does the big doggy have wings now? Can it fly? Qiqi asked curiously. It probably can, Chen Mo replied. Then can big brother take Qiqi flying too? Chen Mo chuckled and patted her head. Next time. I've got something urgent to attend to right now, shall I take you next time? Qiqi pondered for a moment, then nodded. Alright then, but don't forget big brother. I'm off to play in my room. Alright, go ahead. Chen Mo's gaze softened. Knowing her brother had matters to attend to, Qiqi obediently dashed into the house. Once she was gone, Chen Mo's expression settled into calm stillness. He spoke quietly. Qiongqi, it's time to work. The Qiongqi, lying motionless on the ground, slowly opened its eyes, 2 crimson orbs glowing with eerie menace, as it rose to its feet. Each step it took sent faint tremors rippling across the earth. Standing nearly 4 meters tall, the Qiongqi loomed like a living mountain. Even Chen Mo had to tilt his head back just to take in its full imposing form. Its massive awe-inspiring body unfurled a pair of pitch-black wings, the true manifestation of the Qiongqi. Every stride carried the poised lethality of a predator, even a single glance evoked overwhelming pressure. The Qiongqi approached Chen Mo, and though born of savage violence and slaughter, it now bowed its proud head, nuzzling him affectionately. Bound by the Qiongqi ability, betrayal was no longer a concern. Chen Mo stroked its fur, his eyes flickering as he murmured softly. It's reached the 4th tier. A pity your size is so immense now, it'll be rather inconvenient going forward. Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Qiongqi's frame had swelled several times over, so large that he'd have nowhere to plant his feet if he tried to mount it. Would he have to lie flat instead? There was no helping it, this seemed to be an inherent trait among all aberrant beasts. As their power surged, not only zombies, but humanity itself, would appear increasingly insignificant before such monstrous entities whose very movements could level entire cities. The Qiongqi let out a low growl and retreated several paces. Then astonishingly its colossal form began to shrink. Its bones cracked audibly, sharp resonant snaps echoing through the air. Crack, crack. Within moments it had reverted to its former size. Though smaller, its compact frame now thrummed with the terrifying explosive might of a 4th-tier abyssal beast. Chen Mo's eyes gleamed faintly and he couldn't suppress a low whistle of admiration. So, reaching the 4th tier has indeed altered its abilities in profound ways. Let's go. Show me just how high those wings can carry us. With a light tap of his toes, Chen Mo vaulted effortlessly onto the Qiongqi's broad back. Bound by the Qiongqi ability, their minds were seamlessly linked, no words were needed for understanding. The Qiongqi roared once, then unfurled its magnificent black wings in a dazzling arc, whipping up dust and snow from the ground. With a mighty leap it surged skyward, beating its vast wings as it soared into the heavens. From inside the house, Qiongqi watched through the glass window, her wide eyes sparkling, her small hands pressed against the pane, gazing up in pure, unadulterated awe. Wow! Roar! Its scarlet eyes burned with hypnotic intensity as it beat its wings. Within a blink it had pierced the 100-meter mark. Frost-laced wind sliced across Chen Mo's cheeks like blades, growing ever more biting. Gliding through the sky with effortless grace, the Qiongqi veered toward Libin City. Chen Mo's raven hair streamed wildly backward as he gazed down, buildings shrinking rapidly beneath him, wind roaring past his ears, his heart surged with exhilaration, fierce and uncontainable. Now capable of flight, the Qiongqi could traverse any corner of this post-apocalyptic wasteland. Wait. Chen Mo fixed his gaze upon the Qiongqi's outstretched wings, pausing thoughtfully as if struck by sudden insight. If the Qiongqi ability could command the powers of beings like the Qiongqi, then did that mean? Dusk fell heavily over the coastal waters off Libin City. Chen Mo sat astride the Qiongqi, gazing toward the distant horizon, where lightning split the sky and titanic waves crashed with apocalyptic fury. Above, thick roiling clouds blotted out the sun, below a suffocating shroud of black miasma veiled the entire city. From afar, Libin City vanished entirely behind the haze, while below churning obsidian waves roared without cease. Amidst this vast desolate expanse of sea, it felt as though only the two of them, man and beast, remained in all of creation. Even before nearing Libin City, the Qiongqi began bellowing incessantly, its fur bristling, every sense sharpened in wary vigilance. The flood that had engulfed Huabei University paled in comparison to the cataclysm unfolding before them, a mere ripple against this tempestuous ocean. This tsunami devastating Libin City was without doubt 100-fold more powerful. Wreckage of cruise ships drifted aimlessly across the water's surface while dense mist hung heavy in the air. Such raw visceral terror caused Chen Mo's expression to harden with grim gravity. Every end times deity heralded annihilation, and this Nian beast emerging from the abyssal deep wielded far greater destructive force than even the Shoshi deity. At first he'd assumed the Nian beast was merely a 4th-tier end times deity upon awakening, but judging by this it was undoubtedly 5th tier or higher. Suddenly, from the churning sea below erupted a colossal tentacle, thick as a tower 5 or 6 meters wide, slamming upward with devastating force toward the airborne Qiongqi. Roar! The Qiongqi snarled, instantly sensing the threat from below, and lunged, jaws bared, fangs glinting to meet the tentacle head-on. Boom! Its savage brutal strength drove its claws deep into the tentacle's flesh, then with terrifying ferocity it ripped the massive limb clean in two. Pft! Pft! Chen Mo's brow furrowed tightly as he swung Gui Chao in a swift, decisive arc. Under the command of his sovereign ability, the blade transformed into a razor-sharp streak of lethal precision, slicing straight toward the tentacle. Slisliite! It cleaved the tentacle cleanly in half. A shriek of unbearable agony erupted from the depths below. Chen Mo peered downward, and beneath the churning waves he glimpsed a vast shapeless mass, something immense lurking in the abyss. TCH. So the emergence of the Nian beast has stirred the aberrant beasts dwelling near Libin's coastline. Seas had always been the most perilous domain in the apocalypse. No one knew how many monstrous leviathans slumbered in the deep, or how much more formidable they were than land-bound horrors. Not even in his past life had any faction dared provoke them. Ignore it, we're moving on, Chen Mo declared firmly. He had no time for battle. If the Nian beast destroyed Libin's city and vanished, its next location would become impossible to trace. Plop. Plop. But the storm had barely subsided. His earlier strike had clearly enraged the creature beneath. Waves churned violently and more tentacles erupted from the sea, like pillars piercing the sky. Splash. Splash. 8 massive tentacles rose around them, swaying gently, forming a living cage that sealed Chen Mo and the Qiongqi within. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. Libin's city lay tantalizingly close. Gazing at the towering tentacles encircling them, a flash of ruthless resolve ignited in his gaze. If you insist on courting death, then you have only yourself to blame. Perfect. He'd use this chance to test the limits of his 5th-tier sovereign ability. 8 tentacles struck towards the central entity Qiongqi. With a roar, Qiongqi arched its body upwards, vigorously flapping its wings on both sides, soaring into the sky like an arrow released from a taut bow. With a thunderous crash, the 8 tentacles slammed heavily against the water's surface, unleashing a tremendous surge of waves. Qiongqi moved at an incredible speed, the wind slashing past Chen Mo's face like a knife, his long black hair blown back, his eyes fierce and resolute. Pointing his right hand directly at the sea, the Dominator's dark patterns erupted with an unparalleled brilliance, wildly activating its extraordinary powers. With a 5th-tier Dominator's abilities, he could now activate them entirely without the need for metallic materials. To him, all substances within the realm of the Dominator were akin to metal. The surrounding water splashed violently as if it were boiling. Within the area covered by the Dominator's powers, the surging waves instantaneously transformed into sharp, massive metal spikes heading towards the colossal octopus lurking in the depths. With a thunderous roar, water splashed high and the 8 tentacles began to thrash wildly, striking the sea surface. A heart-wrenching scream of agony echoed from the depths of the sea. Soon after, the piercing cries of the monster and the surrounding tumultuous waves gradually subsided into calm. A pool of deep crimson blood floated to the surface, staining the sea within 100 meters red. The 8 tentacles struggled momentarily before dropping weakly. Bubbles and blood froth surfaced in myriad tiny clusters. Chen Mo, seated atop Qiongqi, was somewhat taken aback, astonished by the power bestowed by the 5th-tier Dominator abilities. Could it be that the colossal octopus was killed so quickly? Even Chen Mo felt quite surprised, his gaze fixed on the calm water below. A gigantic octopus body measuring over 20 to 30 meters in length floated to the surface. Chen Mo's eyes flickered and he spoke up immediately. Qiongqi, let's go take a look. Qiongqi headed towards the floating body of the gigantic octopus. Leaping down, Qiongqi effortlessly tore into the colossal octopus body. After expending considerable effort, Chen Mo finally extracted the octopus crystal core. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a 3rd-tier crystal core. Chen Mo muttered to himself. No wonder it could be killed so easily. Such a massive size, yet merely a 3rd-tier mutated creature. He suddenly began to understand why even in his past life the deep sea had always been a forbidden zone for 15 years after the apocalypse. Not to mention that in a place filled with seawater there were no footholds at all. Just a 3rd-tier colossal octopus could unleash such great power. Moreover, according to Qiqi, that beast of the year also came from the deep sea, where many creatures she had never seen before existed. Chen Mo couldn't help but grow cautious, climbing back onto Qiongqi and gazing towards the distant Libin city. He spoke. Be careful, try not to engage with these mutated creatures from the deep sea. Qiongqi was not skilled in water, and if it had just been entangled by this gigantic octopus and entered the water, it would likely have to endure another bitter battle. The immediate priority was to ascertain the current location of that beast of the year. In his memory, the beast's ability was not to bring tsunamis and tidal floods, but wherever it passed everything would invariably melt into lava. This was why Chen Mo chose to come here immediately after Qiongqi broke through to the 4th tier and gained the ability to fly to uncover the truth. Qiongqi soared towards the surrounding black fog encircling Libin city. After a moment they successfully arrived at the harbor of Libin city. Upon entering this place, the thick black fog morphed into numerous specters resembling vengeful spirits, each with diverse forms: sea beasts, zombie mutants, even humans. With grotesque faces they surged towards Chen Mo and Qiongqi. In the chaotic domain of the beast of the year, those devoured would transform into Zhang forms within the miasma, obstructing most people's ingress and egress. Chen Mo observed the frenzied rush of the Zhang around him. His expression turned icy and he coldly snorted as he spoke. Charge right in. Although the chaotic domain could block ordinary people and some lower-tier ability users, it posed no threat to the 4th-tier Qiongqi and himself at the 5th tier. A cascade of silver light burst forth as Qiongqi roared. Its commanding and authoritative voice shattered the Zhang formed by the black fog. With a swift motion, Chen Mo perched on Qiongqi's back wielded Geeki to sweep away the obscuring black fog. In the blink of an eye they entered the harbor of Libin City. Upon traversing the disaster domain and seeing the entirety of Libin City, Chen Mo's pupils dilated, feeling somewhat incredulous. The tsunami had completely submerged half of Libin City, and amidst the endless seawater only a few taller buildings and scattered wrecked ships were visible. Tall buildings collapsed and countless Zhang formed from the black fog wandered like restless spirits within Libin City, filling the air and the sea, swirling in a chaotic dance. At the harbor of Libin City there were still survivors clinging to life atop the buildings. Their bodies were half submerged in the water, desperately grasping onto various structures still above the water's surface as if holding onto a lifeline. Help! Help me! I don't want to die. No! What is this monster? Get away from me! It seemed that this place had only recently been submerged, as many survivors were still frantically trying to escape this cursed location. They were all members of the ancient martial alliance, which had long since occupied the entire Libin City, and all the survivors within had joined the ancient martial alliance. Chen Mo's expression grew increasingly grave as the turbulent seawater surged and some land in the distance remained unsubmerged. Qiongqi gradually flew lower, and upon seeing the beast soaring through the air, the countless survivors below revealed an intense glimmer of hope in their eyes. What is that? There. Someone is flying. We are saved. That beast can fly. Help me. Standing atop the highest point of a collapsed building, the few remaining survivors cried out with all their might, desperately calling out to Chen Mo on Qiongqi's back. While fending off the Zhang's bites, they waved their arms, attempting to signal Chen Mo to stop and rescue them. Chen Mo naturally heard their calls, merely glancing at the group of survivors below. He then spoke expressionlessly, "Do not pay them any mind. Qiongqi ahead." The location where the Nian beast appeared marked the area submerged by the tsunami. Qiongqi let out a low growl, swatting away another approaching Nian Chang with a single paw, its wings like sharp blades fiercely flapping and striking. Those black mist Nian Chang, lethal to ordinary people, were shattered by the colossal wings before they could even draw near. There were too many people. Although he had long known that the ancient martial alliance existed in Libin City and that it was a formidable force established by pre-apocalypse martial artists rivaling even the major military districts, he had not anticipated that such a large number of survivors remained in this estuary area alone. These survivors had escaped the Nian beast and the tsunami, but they could not escape the Chang created within the Nian beast's domain of calamity. As long as the Nian beast did not cease its feeding, this black mist would endlessly proliferate. Countless people below cried out with tears and snot, their hearts plummeting into an abyss of despair as they watched Chen Mo ride Qiongqi away without hesitation, flying overhead. Some were furious, others cursed. Why? Why won't you save us? We're all human. You'll die a miserable death for leaving us to die. Someone roared from afar. Another person was torn apart by the Chang. Chen Mo naturally paid no heed to their opinions. The Nian beast's culling of the population was already part of his plan. He would neither stop it nor play the role of a savior. Each person's fate was their own. Roar! In the distance a deafening earth-shattering roar shook the heavens and earth, causing skyscrapers to begin collapsing. Boom! The seawater began to churn violently, then form towering waves, once more unleashing a tsunami that swept across everything again. The tsunami brought not only all-consuming seawater but also colossal behemoths emerging from the ocean. All manner of aberrant creatures from the waters near Libin City were swept in by the Nian beast tsunami. The roar from ahead made Qiongqi beneath him even more excited, its crimson eyes flashing with brutal bloodthirsty light as it raised its head and roared in challenge. Slap! Chen Mo directly struck at his face cold. Shut up and get over there. Only then did Qiongqi restrain itself, letting out a aggrieved cry as it flapped its wings with great effort. According to his memory, the newly born Nian beast was extremely hungry. If any living beings existed, it would not ignore them. Yet along its path he had seen many survivors struggling to survive amidst this catastrophic tsunami. Why didn't it eat them? Normally the reason that could influence these apocalyptic overlord-level aberrations was the presence of another equally powerful existence that made them feel threatened. But the Nian beast could not be judged by common sense, as it had no sense of territory nor pride. Every time it reached a region it would start feasting and inevitably clash with the region's overlord-level aberration. It would not fight to the death. If it couldn't win it would flee, if it could it would devour the region's overlord along with everything else. Watching the rapidly collapsing buildings in the unsubmerged distance, the Nian beast seemed to be chasing something with purpose. A sudden foreboding feeling surged in Chen Mo's heart as if he had realized something. The only thing that could make the Nian beast abandon food is the existence of something it desires to devour even more. At this moment above the mine shaft, hundreds of ability users from the ancient martial alliance were gathered here. Several with the power to control earth elements simultaneously manipulated the ground beneath them. They constructed a circular earthen wall to block the surging torrent enveloping everyone within this area. Outside the wall lay the massive carcasses of aberrant creatures soaked in the floodwaters. The earth-controlling ability users from the ancient martial alliance were all deathly pale. Under the relentless battering of wave after wave, the earthen wall before them was on the verge of collapse. They cried out, barely holding on. "Brother Long and Sister Lin, haven't they come up yet? We can't hold on much longer." Bam! One of them collapsed from exhaustion and a huge crack instantly split the earthen wall, allowing a torrent of seawater to gush in through the breach. The others, seeing this, their expressions changed drastically as they quickly activated their abilities to seal the gap. The entire area was like a water tank, with the periodically influx of seawater already reaching half the height of the people constantly pouring into a water vortex at one spot. That was the entrance to the mine shaft. Inside were over 1,000 survivors deceived by the purification sect who were prepared to be sacrificed as food for the Nian beast. Their faces were wild with madness, some sat while others danced and shouted. "Ha ha ha! We're all going to die. You refuse to submit to the purification sect, this is divine punishment. We who have joined the purification sect, even if we die, the sect leader can resurrect us and grant us eternal life." Some with bloodshot eyes even lunged at the ability users struggling to control the earth elements. "Stop this futile resistance." Bam! A member of the ancient martial alliance rushed out and pinned the madman to the ground. With an ugly expression he said, "Sister Yu, Xiao Yan and the others can't hold on much longer. If Brother Long and Xiao Lin don't come up soon, we really have to retreat." To prevent the mine shaft below from being flooded by seawater, they had been guarding this spot. With the constant disruptions from those deceived by the purification sect, they were beset by troubles both within and without, enduring immense hardship. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the breaking point. "Sister Yu, we can't hold on." The ability users struggling to maintain the massive earthen wall cried out in agony. Yuan expression was grim. Amidst the chaotic deafening noise and the thousands of survivors constantly breaking free and causing trouble, even she, usually calm, felt a surge of irritation. Yuan Yu stared intently at the survivors beginning to riot, and after a moment's deliberation she shouted, "Abandon these people. Yan Hao. The rest of you reduce your abilities and focus solely on protecting the mine entrance and our own people. Prevent the seawater from flooding in." The circular earthen wall conjured by their abilities was far too vast, and with the relentless battering of the waves, maintaining it for even a second consumed an enormous amount of energy. They had already abandoned the 30-odd aberrant carcasses. Now, to protect Li Long and Zhonglin below the mine shaft, they had no choice but to abandon these people and shrink the abilities' range to reduce consumption. Yan Hao and the others gritted their teeth and shouted, "It should have been done long ago." They were just about to retract their abilities when at that moment, a terrifying spine-chilling roar resounded from not far away. Immediately after, the waves became even more ferocious, as if enraged, crashing against the earthen wall with incredible violence. Rumble! The earthen wall before them shattered in an instant, exploding into countless scattered clods of earth. In the distance, a colossal beast came charging across the waves. The beast was like a massive mountain, its face hideous, its body covered in dense dark greenish-black scales with thick black mist swirling and rising around it. Its limbs were like pillars holding up the sky, with water vortices churning around them, and behind it followed surging towering waves. Its appearance was exactly the same as the sealed Nian beast in the 1,000-meter-deep mine shaft. Countless seawater rushed in violently the moment the earthen wall shattered. No! No! The surging seawater instantly scattered the thousands of people present, and those defenseless survivors were swallowed in an instant. One by one they were flooded with seawater. In the face of death, the suffocating sensation turned their once frantic expressions into terrified clarity as they flailed their limbs and cried out in agony. "Help! Save me, save me!" Meanwhile, the members of the ancient martial alliance were in no better state. Rumble! An earth wall floated atop the seawater. Yan Hao, drenched to the bone along with several earth ability users, shouted loudly, "Get on quickly!" Within the ancient martial alliance, a female ability user's long black hair wildly flew and suddenly shot forth, extending and winding around their own people submerged in the seawater, pulling them all over at once. Pfft, ha. Someone knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of seawater, their face deathly pale. As for the thousands of survivors originally intended as food for the Nian beast, they had long since vanished into the vast ocean, leaving no trace. Yuan Yu watched as members of the ancient martial alliance were continuously rescued, then turned her gaze toward the mine entrance. Before the immense flood, the mine had already been completely submerged. Her eyes widened as she shouted. Count the people. We retreat first. What about Brother Long and Xiao Lin? At a time like this, survival is paramount. Brother Long hasn't surfaced yet, probably because Xiao Lin refuses to leave. Someone said with extreme fury. If not for Zhong Lin, they wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Just then an exclamation came from someone unknown. Wait. What is that? Look. Everyone's gaze followed. When they noticed the massive beast charging from afar, its colossal body like a small mountain, their expressions turned as if they had seen a ghost, utterly horrified, unable to stop trembling. Isn't that the Nian beast? Why is it here? Could it be that Sister Xiao Lin succeeded? The Nian beast's seal has been broken. Almost everyone present had seen the Nian beast in the mine's depths, though they didn't know why it appeared here. But it must be that Sister Xiao Lin had successfully undone the Nian beast's seal. One by one their expressions turned ecstatic. On the waves they saw it as a savior, and they shouted with frenzied excitement. Hey! Sister Xiao Lin, Brother Long. We're here. Over here. As if afraid the she-beast couldn't hear them, veins bulged on their necks as they screamed at the top of their lungs. Only Yuan Yu noticed a hint of anomaly. She stared intently at the charging she-beast, narrowing her eyes. She searched but found no trace of Li Long or Zhong Lin on the beast. The she-beast roared skyward, its massive ferocious head held high, black mist spewing from its mouth and nostrils and a cyan light blooming from the horn on its head. That roar made everyone present tremble with fear. Along with rolling waves bursting behind it, it pressed down upon the crowd from all directions. Although very similar to the Nian beast, this she-beast had layers of dark cyan scales. Yuan Ye's pupils contracted sharply. Sensing something amiss, her pretty face turned pale as she screamed. Run! It's not the Nian beast from the mine. Boom! But it was too late. Before the she-beast even arrived, an immense pressure fell like 1,000 pounds. The earthen platform floating on the sea shattered into pieces, and members of the ancient martial alliance were once again submerged in the waves. Black mist transformed into various forms of humans and sea beasts, appearing as apparitions, and lunged at everyone, tearing and biting. In a few breaths. Except for a handful of ability users from the ancient martial alliance, all 100+ people here perished. The sole survivor Yuan Yu chose to abandon Zhong Lin and Li Long, who were still in the mine, and fled. Roar. The she-beast did not choose to pursue. Instead it stepped on the waves, slowly approaching the mine entrance. The she-beast let out a low growl. The surrounding seawater began to spin, centered around it as if an invisible wall blocked it. Countless surging waves actually avoided its position. The she-beast landed on the ground. With every step the earth trembled violently. It approached the enormous bottomless mine pit, lowered its head to sniff, then let out a furious roar into the depths. Ow! In the distance, Chen Mo riding the Qiongqi also arrived, just witnessing this incredible scene. When he saw the she-beast from afar, Chen Mo shuddered. The familiar massive body that split the sea made him tremble uncontrollably. It's that. The Nian beast. Qiongqi, don't go over. Chen Mo noticed the strange behavior of the she-beast, frowning as he stared at it from a distance. The sea surface below was littered with corpses of third-tier mutant creatures. Chen Mo frowned. What is going on? He stared at the she-beast. Somehow he felt that the distant she-beast seemed different from the one in his memory. It is indeed the Nian beast, but why is it cyan? Seawater. Seawater. Meanwhile, inside the Libin city mine, the seawater had almost completely flooded the entire mine. Even the peach tree was submerged by the violently rushing water. In the cavern where the Nian beast was sealed, countless streams of seawater poured like a waterfall into the bottomless pit. The giant pit that sealed the Nian beast was now filled with seawater, a testament to the terrifying situation on the ground 1,000 meters above. Li Long's body was 2/3 submerged, with only his neck and head above water. Seawater continued to seep from the karst cave above. Seeing the water level rising rapidly, nearly reaching his head, he was frantic. With an extremely anxious expression he roared at Zhong Lin, who was on top of the Nian beast's head. They can't hold on. Zhonglin. Leave now. The seal is broken. This Nian beast might be dead already. Earlier a group had tried to persuade Zhonglin to leave, but she seemed obsessed and refused to go. Even though he had the earth ability to control soil in this mine 1,000 meters deep and flooded with seawater, he was now completely unable to escape. Zhonglin knelt on the Nian beast's head, her expression somewhat manic as she pounded on the beast beneath her. Why haven't you woken up? I know you're not dead, aren't you? Only I know you're still alive. Wake up now. She continuously channeled her supernatural power, attempting to communicate with this Nian beast. Even though the chains imprisoning it had been unsealed by her own hands, why had this Nian beast not yet awakened? Li Long's eyes burned with fury as he braved the seawater that was about to submerge him completely. Placing his hand on the stone wall beside him, he channeled his power to seal the mine shaft behind them, temporarily preventing the sea from flooding the cave entirely. His heart was consumed with guilt. He should have knocked Shaolin unconscious and taken her away long ago. How laughable that he had believed the Nian beast would awaken upon the removal of its final seal, clinging to a shred of hope as he stayed behind. Shaolin. It's over. Perhaps you were mistaken from the very beginning. It has been here for countless years, yet likely died long ago. The seawater had already risen to the head of the Nian beast. Li Long wanted to rush over and knock Zhonglin unconscious. But her eyes were bloodshot, and no matter how hard he pulled, she remained unmoved, screaming hysterically with her hair disheveled. Then let us die. One last time, let me try one last time. The seals here are all broken, the mine shaft is already flooded. With the strength of the two of us there is no escape. Only by relying on it, Li Long, please. Zhonglin's eyes were bloodshot as she looked at Li Long almost pleadingly. She had studied it for 7 or 8 years, it had long become an obsession for her. After the apocalypse occurred, she had accidentally sensed the breath of this Nian beast and had prepared for this moment for a long time. Now that the seals here had finally been broken, the Nian beast remained in its slumber. Li Long fell silent for a moment, looking up at the cascading streams of seawater that fell like fountains. The passage of the mine shaft was already filled with seawater and the cavern was riddled with cracks. Even with his supernatural power he could not possibly fill all these cracks to block the flow of water. Sigh. Li Long let out a heavy sigh. His gaze gradually turned fierce as he spoke in a low voice. Damn it, go ahead. If worst comes to worst, we'll die together here. He knew that this Nian beast had become an obsession for Zhonglin. This is the last time. If it doesn't work, we'll both die here. Li Long said in a deep voice. With that he turned around and channeled all his supernatural power. The entire cavern rumbled loudly and the cracks from which water was pouring were temporarily sealed by his power. Although water still leaked from other fissures, this greatly slowed the flooding of the cave. Zhonglin nodded and took a deep breath. Gazing at the Nian beast beneath her feet, she knelt down and placed her hand on its head, silently pleading within her heart. Wake up. Buzz. A faint purple light bloomed. The awakened dark pattern on Zhonglin's left hand blazed brightly as she poured all her strength into trying to command this Nian beast, forcing it to awaken. Sweat beaded densely on Zhonglin's forehead and her pretty face grew increasingly pale. Suddenly, pft! Zhonglin spat out a mouthful of blood, her energy waning as she was thrown back by a powerful force. The massive overexertion of her supernatural power had caused a backlash. Shaolin. Li Long's expression changed drastically. Boom. The cracks he had briefly sealed with his power shattered, growing even larger. Seawater rushed in from the mine shaft from above and from every direction. It was over. Li Long rushed over and scooped Zhonglin into his arms. She seemed to have lost her soul, her breath faint, her eyes vacant as she stared at the water pouring freely from the cavern ceiling. It's useless. Li Long's heart was also filled with despair. Both of them had severely depleted their strength. A flicker of pity appeared in his eyes as he murmured softly. Shaolin, why must you do this? Li Long gently set Zhonglin down and spoke. I'll look for a way out. Even as he said this, he found it laughable himself. The place was already submerged. From the mine shaft to the surface it was over 1,000 meters. If even here was flooded, one could only imagine what the world above must be like. All they could do now was await death. Zhonglin struggled to her feet, staring blankly at the pitch-black ceiling above, closing her eyes and murmuring. In the end. It was impossible. But just as they were both consumed by despair, a terrifying roar as if from the abyss itself echoed from above throughout the entire cavern. The roar seemed to stir the seawater itself. The entire cavern began to rumble and shake. This time it wasn't just seawater that fell, but also rubble and stones crashing down. Roar, the terrifying sound reverberated throughout the cavern. Both Li Long and Zhong Lin trembled violently. Clang. The slumbering Nian beast in the cavern abruptly opened its massive pupils. Its pitch-black colossal body began to glow with streaks of red patterns that spread from its base upward as if it were being illuminated. Its aura was rapidly recovering. The temperature began to rise and layers of steam started to rise around it. Zhong Lin, who was on its head, felt her body jolt. Her supernatural power had finally received a response. Was it an illusion? Why did she feel the Nian beast beneath her move slightly? Meanwhile, Li Long turned around and met the gaze of two massive bloodthirsty and ferocious beast eyes. He was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably. Li Long. What's wrong? Suddenly. Roar. The Nian beast opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar in response. Gurgle gurgle. Sizzle. Countless seawater in the cavern instantly evaporated into steam. From the bottomless depths of the cavern, molten lava could be seen beginning to flow. A red glow illuminated the entire cave as an incredibly scorching temperature erupted from the Nian beast's body, instantly vaporizing the water into a blinding white mist that filled the cavern. Li Long's face turned pale. Driven by a primal survival instinct, he immediately channeled his power to raise a thick wall of earth. Zhong Lin's piercing, agonizing scream rang out. Rumble. Countless rocks fell, flames surged, and in that moment Zhong Lin, who was atop the Nian beast's head, was burned to a crisp. Li Long's pupils contracted sharply. Through the earthen wall his entire boda's hair began to catch fire, and his right hand was so scalded by the searing heat that he had to withdraw it. Shaolin. Li Long roared, directly shattering the earthen wall. Countless parts of the cavern transformed into molten lava, and before him the cavern floor turned into a surging river of magma. A terrifyingly vicious beast, its head alone filling most of the cavern, stared directly at him. Atop the Nian beast's head, Zhong Lin had long lost all signs of life, reduced to a charred husk. Shaolin. Li Long's eyes split with fury. Boiling mist erupted from the Nian beast's snout, and just its exhaled breath set Li Long ablaze. Li Long writhed in agony on the ground, turning into a human torch. Don't kill him. Suddenly a startled cry rang out. The Nian beast's massive pupils flickered with an eerie light, and the flames engulfing Li Long vanished instantly. His entire body was severely burned, a pain 10,000 times more excruciating than Yuan Ye's fire. Li Long gasped for air, forcing his eyes open. Before the Nian beast's pupils a dark silhouette floated. Shaolin. How is this possible? Wasn't she dead? The silhouette, formed from black mist, slowly drifted closer. Though merely a mass of dark vapor, Li Long knew with certainty that it was Zhong Lin. The black mist took on Zhong Lin's form, her face brimming with irrepressible joy. She turned to gaze at the colossal creature before her, her eyes burning with fervor. What is going on? Li Long roared. Zhong Lin slowly turned, smiling as she spoke to him. I know everything now. Li Long, thank you. High-tier apocalypse deities possess the power to choose their divine envoys. As the first living being slain by the Nian beast upon its awakening, her beast-taming ability had indeed forged a connection with it. Though dead, she existed as the Nian slave Ehuang, yet she was special conscious. After becoming Ehuang, she learned all that the Nian beast knew. I knew it. All these years it was you calling to me. Zhong Lin turned to the Nian beast, her eyes infinitely tender. You wanted me to save you. Everything before her confirmed that her actions were right. Even death itself was not a regret. Li Long, we succeeded. I am the one chosen by Nian, I will coexist with it. Li Long opened his mouth, stunned into silence. Zhong Lin offered no further explanation, only murmuring softly. It is very hungry now, and its mortal enemy is also above. Do not worry. Nian is not an enemy. After dealing with the she-beast, I will make sure it does not harm the people of Libin City, and will even aid our ancient martial alliance. But when it needs rest, it will require your assistance. Why? Li Long could not accept her existence in this form. As he watched her dissolve into black mist, his strength failed him and he collapsed into unconsciousness. The Nian beast in the cavern fixed its gaze on Li Long, exhaling hot breath. It opened its maw, unleashing a terrifying suction that drew Li Long into its belly. Its pupils then blazed with savage, killing intent as it raised its head to look at the pitch-black cavern ceiling. Its gaze seemed to pierce countless barriers, reaching the she-beast on the surface surrounded by oceans. Rumble, the Nian beast rose. Its colossal body, jet black and 60 meters tall, bore crimson glowing patterns on its limbs and torso. The Nian beast roared upward, and instantly the magma beneath, tens of thousands of degrees hot, surged more violently. The red light below blazed brighter, erupting like a volcano, carrying unparalleled destructive force as it smashed through the unyielding cavern with its brutal body. Roar. Night fell. It was New Year's Eve. The surface was submerged by seawater. The she-beast was tearing apart and devouring the body of a third-tier aberrant as if regaining its strength. In the distance Chen Mo sat atop Qiongqi, his gaze unyielding. He had seen a Nian beast before. This was not it. Chen Mo's eyes were unusually solemn. Where was the true Nian beast? This great flood was a devastating blow to the ancient martial alliance of Libin City. In his past life, the ancient martial alliance was a top-tier power in the apocalypse, immensely formidable, even capable of contending with powerful military regions. None could challenge them. What puzzled Chen Mo was that if the Nian beast first appeared in Libin City, the ancient martial alliance could not have thrived so brilliantly later. They must have concealed information. This was why he had chosen to investigate personally. Chen Mo wondered why the Nian beast had yet to act. What is it trying to do? Then Luo Tianxiang's words echoed in his mind. I hear customs vary by region. In your Tianhai city, the Nian beast emerged from the water. Chen Mo's pupils contracted sharply as he stared incredulously at the distant she-beast. A brilliant light dawned in his eyes. Could it be? Like the Shoshi deity? Could Nian actually be two entities? The mutual devouring of apocalypse deities seemed to bring great benefits. Was this Nian beast waiting for another Nian to appear? Chen Mo watched that direction with anticipation. Time would confirm his speculation. If so, it would be truly fascinating. Rumble, the seawater grew restless and the earth trembled violently. An immensely terrifying aura spread intensely as if some great horror was about to descend. The she-beast on the sea surface grew agitated and countless waves surged. Roar, a horrifying cry came from beneath the earth. The water level plummeted rapidly and bubbles and steam emerged on the sea surface. Under the night sky, the seabed cracked open with fiery red fissures. Suddenly, boom! Like a volcanic eruption, countless rocks exploded. Magma of terrifying temperature shot up from the seabed, dozens of meters high, spraying flames in all directions. The earth collapsed and seawater rushed into the sunken area. The intense heat made the air scorching, wave after wave of heat surging. Rumble. As if a giant had fallen, an earth-shattering sound erupted. In the pitch-black night, a blood moon hung high in the sky. A terrifying Nian beast, its limbs ablaze with raging fire and its body pitch-black, descended. Its form was mighty and colossal. Its arrival melted the surrounding sea and earth into magma flames soaring to the heavens. On the opposite side of the Nian beast there stood another beast of identical form but with a bluish tint, treading upon the seawater with a violent glare in its eyes. The she-beast was even more massive than the Nian beast, its aura overwhelmingly formidable. Having awakened from the deep sea, it had already devoured countless billions of creatures from the ocean before reaching this shore. When Chen Mo witnessed the scene before him, a tempest of shock surged within his heart. Just as with the apocalyptic deity Shoshi, the Nian beast also had two of its kind in existence. The Nian beast that had leaped out from the ground gradually merged with the brutal and cruel figure in his memory. On that dark rainy night, it was the one that had devoured nearly all life in Tianhai City, leaving barely a tenth. That one is the Nian beast, Chen Mo murmured. Even the Qiongqi beneath him began to show signs of hesitation. Though it was warlike, it was no fool. Its instincts as a rare beast told it that both of those Nian beasts in the distance were extremely troublesome adversaries. Roar. The Qiongqi grew restless, its fur standing on end and even its flapping wings became agitated. Easy, Chen Mo soothed, placing a hand on the Qiongqi's back, his gaze still fixed on the two Nian beasts. Two apocalyptic deities, even with the combined strength of himself, the Qiongqi and Shoshi, they might not have a solid chance against them. In the past, just the Nian beast with lava beneath its feet had caused major military regions immense trouble. Now another she-beast capable of commanding this sea as if it were in its own domain had emerged. I recall. In my past life, after Shi Yuan dealt with the Nian beast, no more Nian beasts appeared. This suggests that the she-beast and the Nian beast must fight to the death, devouring each other. With this thought, a faint smile curled at the corners of Chen Mo's mouth. He looked down at the surging sea, used his dominion ability to gradually build a platform, and patted the Qiongqi beneath him, saying, "Rest for now. It's not our turn yet." The Qiongqi had only recently broken through to the 4th rank, and controlling its flight constantly drained its stamina. Along the way he had fed it many crystal cores and a bottle of grade potion. Only one Nian beast was needed. The fisherman gains when the snipe and the clam fight. The situation with Shoshi before and now with the Nian and she beasts was strikingly similar. The only thing that puzzled Chen Mo was why the Nian beast had ultimately survived. Judging by the current scene, the she-beast was clearly the stronger one. Even in size it was a full circle larger than the Nian beast, while the Nian beast, though equally terrifying, seemed to be in poor condition. By comparison, the she-beast had a greater chance of victory. If not for the lack of a bench and snacks, he would have sat right here to enjoy the show, watching how this Nian beast would ultimately counterkill the she-beast. On the other side, the sea churned, rolling up towering waves. The she-beast stood on the water's surface with its 4 legs, letting out a roar at the Nian beast, which was ablaze with flames. They met without any exchange. The seawater around the she-beast surged violently, and from the gaps in its dense scales endless black mist poured forth, transforming into hordes of Nian slaves that lunged forward. A flicker of wariness flashed in the Nian beast's fierce pupils. It stepped back, its scorching lava hissing as it met the seawater, turning into thick steam. Facing the surging horde of slaves, a terrifying energy began to emanate from its enormous pitch-black body. The crimson lava veins grew intensely bright, the ground beneath its feet cracked open and sparks of fire emerged. Boom! Then pillars of fire erupted from the ground, their fierce flames incinerating the countless slaves charging toward it. From within the towering flames, piercing screams rang out. Roar! The Nian beast bellowed, retreating continuously, then turned and fled without a fight. Chen Mo's eyes widened at the sight from afar. What? It hadn't even fought yet. And it was running. But this only confirmed Chen Mo's suspicion. The Nian beast he had encountered before was indeed this very one. Whenever it ravaged a region, it would battle the local overlord but never fight to the death. The moment it sensed danger, it would immediately retreat. This was why in his past life the major military regions could fend off the Nian beast's attacks with mere firepower. It never engaged in a life-or-death struggle. The great waves extinguished the pillars of fire, leaving behind a thick white mist. Seeing the Nian beast flee, the she-beast's pupils blazed with even greater fury. Its limbs, like pillars of heaven, slammed onto the water's surface, sending up countless splashes. Boom! The tsunami grew fiercer, a massive wave rising to carry the she-beast as it rode the tide. It roared in fury at the fleeing Nian beast. Roar! But the Nian beast remained unmoved, instead fleeing faster. Wherever it passed, seawater evaporated, the ground cracked, and countless lava fissures formed. The Nian and she-beasts were not as intellectually simple as the deity Shoshi. The Nian beast had only recently awakened from hibernation, breaking free from its seals. Even if all seals were removed, it would have preferred to sleep for a while to regain its strength, were it not for its mortal enemy, the she-beast, arriving at its doorstep. The most effective way to restore power was by devouring living beings. The she-beast charged ferociously, and the 2 colossal creatures raced through the dark night, leaving devastation in their wake. Waves and flames intertwined, destroying everything around them. Chen Mo, who had barely settled down, twitched his mouth. The she-beast seemed to have awakened earlier than the Nian beast. According to Qiongqi, the she-beast had regained a great deal of power in the deep sea before coming, which seemed accurate. With a fatal outcome seemingly certain, this only made him more curious about how the Nian beast would counterkill the she-beast. Chen Mo patted the Qiongqi beside him, deciding to investigate further. Roar! There was no time to recover its strength, and the gap was evident. The fleeing Nian beast was soon caught up by the she-beast. The she-beast leaped, its massive jaws wide open, charging at the Nian beast. Rumble! Its limbs, like pillars of heaven, slammed its huge claws onto the Nian beast's enormous body. Rip! Roar! The Nian beast bellowed in fury as a long gash tore across its body, from which blood as hot as magma flowed. Rumble! The she-beast heavily pinned the Nian beast to the ground, unleashing a deafening crash. Countless splashes flew, and the 2 beasts fought like mortal enemies. The she-beast's pupils were savage, its scaly claws slamming down on the Nian beast. Thud! Thud! Each strike fell like a giant hammer, flesh flying, the scene brutal and bloody. This ferocious and brutal strike further ignited the ferocity of the Nian beast. Its pupils blazed with towering fury, emitting an eerie and terrifying light. Opening its massive maw, it spat a jet of horrifically hot flames directly at the she-beast that was pressing down upon it. Roar! A cry of agony pierced the heavens. Sizzle! The Nian beast seized the opportunity to swipe its claws at the she-beast, sending it flying. Abandoning any thought of escape, its pupils bloodshot with rage, it roared and charged at the she-beast. Roar! Lowering its head like a mad bull, it drove its horn directly into the she-beast's abdomen. The surrounding seawater continuously evaporated from the heat. Thud! The sound of flesh being pierced echoed, and a torrent of blue blood gushed forth. With its horn embedded in the she-beast's belly, the Nian beast's gaze was savage. It let out a mighty roar, and the lava-like patterns on its body blazed with an astonishing crimson light. Countless spatters of blue blood mixed with huge splashes of water flew outward. The berserk Nian beast jerked its head upward. It actually lifted the she-beast's massive body, tearing a bloody gash in its abdomen, and hurled it like a small mountain into the sea, creating a surging tide and spectacular waves. Rumble, the turbulent sea gradually calmed. The Nian beast's pupils were fixed on that patch of water. Molten lava dripped from its body. Its right paw gave way and half of its body slumped to the ground. Its current state was far too weak. Without any sustenance it had encountered its mortal enemy. Within the Nian beast's massive pupils a blurry humanoid black mist could still be faintly discerned. That was Zhong Lin, who had been turned into a Qiongqi ghost servant, the only life the Nian beast had taken since breaking its seal. Riding on the back of the Qiongqi, Chen Mo couldn't help but frown. Watching the she-beast sink to the seabed, the Qiongqi beneath him was already itching to finish it off. Its pupils flickered with bloodlust and avarice. If it could devour this apocalyptic deity before its power would surely be greatly enhanced. Sensing the Qiongqi's intent, Chen Mo spoke in a low voice. Not so fast. Because that she-beast was still alive. Suddenly a series of rumbling sounds came from afar. Chen Mo frowned. Qiongqi, fly higher. The Qiongqi beneath him leaped up, ascending several more meters. From its back Chen Mo had a panoramic view of the surroundings. Not far away a vast crowd was approaching. Over 100 members of the Ancient Martial Alliance were rushing towards this place. Each of the Ancient Martial Alliance's ability users employed their unique powers to tread upon the sea surface. The most terrifying sight was that the seawater in the submerged distance was actually split into two sections. An old man with graying hair, a youthful complexion and clad in training attire was walking at the very front. When he noticed the old man, Chen Mo's pupils constricted sharply. That alto familiar figure. It was Zhong Yushu, the president of the Ancient Martial Alliance's Martial Arts Association. Elder Zhong, Shaolin and Li Long are right ahead. Please return to the Ancient Martial Alliance to oversee matters. We can handle this. We will surely bring Shaolin back safely. Someone urged anxiously. Yes. Elder Zhong, leave it to us. The 100 or so people present were the elite of the Ancient Martial Alliance, all of them ability users without exception. Elder Zhong held immense prestige within the Ancient Martial Alliance. Moreover, most of those present were martial artists who deeply respected an elder like him. Zhong Yushu shook his head, his dim old eyes fixed on the vast expanse of water filled with worry. Oblivious to the entreaties at his ear, he stooped and spoke hoarsely. Shaolin is my granddaughter. I raised her since she was a child. How could I as her grandfather stand by and do nothing? Cough. I'm just an old bag of bones. Dying is no big deal. If Shaolin has truly fallen victim to that Nian beast, I will avenge her even if it costs me my life. As he spoke, Zhong Yushu's gaze became exceptionally resolute and brooked no argument. Chen Mo, watching the vast contingent of the Ancient Martial Alliance approaching from afar, murmured to himself. Are they here for the Nian and the Shi as well? Elder Zhong. In his past life he was a leader of the Ancient Martial Alliance with unfathomable power. He was also one who had developed his own ability to its zenith, a figure revered and feared by countless people in the apocalypse. Blessed by the awakening of abilities, Zhong Yushu had been suffering from an incurable disease before the apocalypse. But in his final days he happened to awaken his ability and his once frail body became robust once more. Before the second evolution, the ability Zhong Yushu wielded was merely a clever gravity magnetic field. It only became an 11 gravity domain after the second evolution. As the leader of the Ancient Martial Alliance, Zhong Yushu rarely acted, but each time he did it astounded countless people. At the 6th rank he was able to face dozens of ability users of the same rank, single-handedly killing 2 and escaping with great renown. He was also the only one who without rank ability became one of the top-tier powerhouses of the apocalypse. I never thought Elder Zhong would come too. Chen Mo was slightly surprised. To be honest, he used to admire Elder Zhong quite a bit because he was the ideal and role model for all ability users whose powers were not strong. But now he was much more indifferent. After all, Elder Zhong was the leader of the Ancient Martial Alliance, holding a high position with access to countless resources unavailable to ordinary people. His experiences were not replicable. Chen Mo turned to look at the Nian beast on the other side, murmuring, did he come because of the Nian beast too? Bringing such a large force of elite Ancient Martial Alliance members. Although Elder Zhong's past exploits were formidable at this moment, before undergoing the second evolution of his ability he only wielded a clever gravity magnetic field. Not to mention facing the she-beast, even a weakened Nian beast would be a challenge. Suddenly, countless bubbles boiled on the calm sea surface. Roar, the she-beast's roar came from beneath the sea. Splash, a colossal figure burst through the water's surface. That grayish-blue form was the she-beast. The bloody gash torn in its abdomen had somehow healed. Unlike the weakened Nian beast, the she-beast's fury was overwhelming. Like a falling Mount Tai, it once again pinned the Nian beast to the ground. Rumble. Amidst the massive waves, the Nian beast was violently pressed into the sea by the she-beast. No matter how much its scorching body evaporated the seawater, it was futile in this flood and tsunami. A vast amount of seawater submerged the magma, revealing a scorching red glow. This time the she-beast was equally berserk, as if venting all its rage from its previous injury. Using its mouth claws and every ounce of power its body could muster. Dense black qi transformed into countless Qiongqi beasts, aberrations and humans, as if trying to tear the Nian beast to shreds. The furious roars of the Nian beast echoed incessantly. It was utterly unable to break free and once again opened its maw, where countless blazing flames surged, brewing a terrifying power. But this time the she-beast was on guard. Seeing this, it directly swatted down with its claws, granting it no opportunity. Boom! This ferocious strike sent the Nian beast reeling with dizziness, tearing away large chunks of flesh. Both of these horrifying beasts had fallen into an utterly frenzied state, entwined in battle within the seawater, sinking deeper and deeper. The sea surface churned, waves upon waves rising with blue and red blood. The scene was brutal beyond measure, erupting with all sorts of terrifying howls and roars, bloody and awe-inspiring. Chen Mo watched this scene and couldn't help but marvel. Fight on, the fiercer the better. Regardless of who won, it didn't matter to him, as long as one Nian beast remained to cleanse the various regions, that was sufficient. At that moment a group from the ancient martial alliance swiftly arrived. Gazing at the two Nian beasts locked in a bloody struggle, everyone present was astounded. Even they, as supernaturally gifted individuals, couldn't help but feel a sense of dread at this terrifying spectacle. What kind of monsters are these? Were Brother Long and Shaolin harmed by them? Those from the ancient martial alliance who had seen the Nian beast before were even more shocked, their expressions as if they'd seen a ghost as they stared at the monsters battling in the distance. Nian, it's Nian. But why are there two Nian beasts here? They were utterly perplexed. Zhong Yushu's dim eyes were filled with disbelief as he murmured softly. Nian. Is this what Shaolin sought to tame? He was naturally aware of Zhonglin's plan. Though he had expressed support, even sparing no effort to have the ancient martial alliance assist fully, he hadn't held much hope. Because that Nian in the mine had seemed as good as dead, no method could awaken it. Yuan Yu stood by with a grave expression. Upon seeing the two Nian beasts, she had no heart to ponder where they had come from. Her intuition told her that all these elites of the ancient martial alliance were no match for that Nian beast. Even if they managed to kill it, the losses would be catastrophic. The Nian and she beasts clashed, magma and seawater erupting. The ground quaked violently, an incredibly fearsome aura spreading. Before these colossal beings, the 100 or so people who had come seemed as insignificant as ants. So that's the creature Sister Shaolin has been trying to command. If both of these Nian beasts were under our ancient martial alliance's control, how terrifying would that be? Someone couldn't help but sigh in awe. What a pity we were so close to success. Shut up. Now's not the time. Our priority is to find Shaolin. Yuan Yu spoke to Zhong Yushu. Elder Zhong, you should go back. Well, search for Shaolin here. It's too dangerous. Zhong Yushu stared intently at the two Nian beasts entangled on the sea surface. According to them, Shaolin and Li Long were both in that mine. But on this boundless sea, how could one tell where they were now? The mine had likely long been submerged by the seawater. A mine over 1,000 meters deep, even for supernaturally gifted individuals, the chances of survival were slim. A flicker of grief passed through Zhong Yushu's eyes, but he said nothing. Rumble. Another thunderous roar erupted in the distance. Towering waves splashed and surged toward the crowd. Rumble. A group of supernaturally gifted individuals from the ancient martial alliance quickly activated their abilities to break through the massive wave. They set aside their astonishment and turned around, speaking with anxious urgency. Elder Zhong. You must leave now. Well, handle those two Nian beasts and find Shaolin. President. Faced with so many pleas, Zhong Yushu's hunched figure suddenly straightened. Fixing his gaze on the Shi and Nian beasts across from him, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he gave the order. I may be old, but I can still move. Attack. Kill those two Nian beasts to avenge Shaolin. At that moment he displayed unparalleled decisiveness. With his words, his supernatural ability unfolded, directly enveloping the Nian and Shi beasts on the distant water surface. Gravity field. Though he was merely a 4th-rank supernaturally gifted individual, he had honed his gravity field to its peak. On the other side, the Nian beast's aura had weakened to its limit, even the flames beneath its claws and the molten patterns on its body dimming considerably. The she-beast was viciously pinning the Nian beast underwater, having already battered it to a bloody pulp. It opened its massive maw, and from that pitch-black abyss-like mouth spewed countless black miasmas, forming Nian apparitions as it sought to devour the Nian beast in one gulp. Suddenly, boom! Hundreds of times the gravity pressed down instantly. This immense force slammed the she and Nian beasts into the sea, sending up countless splashes. Seeing Elder Qiong act, the 100 or so supernaturally gifted individuals from the ancient martial alliance launched their attacks simultaneously. Yuan Yu, realizing she couldn't persuade Qiong, clasped her hands together and unleashed a long pillar of fire. She shouted, "Ranged attacks first." Though most of the ancient martial alliance members were martial artists skilled in close combat, unless forced, no one was foolish enough to directly face those two terrifying monsters. Some summoned countless vines to rise from the ground, others inhaled deeply, drawing in air to exhale a gale, while a few drew longbows and loosed arrows with a sharp twang. The psychically gifted shut their eyes tight, locking onto the Nian and she beasts, attempting to influence them. A dense barrage of attacks simultaneously rained down indiscriminately on the two beasts. The spectacle was grand, with all manner of dazzling lights interweaving. Such terrifying power crashed directly onto the Nian and she beasts. Boom! That stretch of sea was torn asunder. Roar! The Nian beast, struck by such a heavy blow, let out an agonized howl. The she-beast fared somewhat better, to it this was mere drizzle, unable even to shatter its cyan scales. But the attack enraged it, and it suddenly looked up. Taking advantage, the Nian beast beneath it broke free and fled. Dragging its massive battered body, it dripped viscous magma covered in gaping bloody wounds. And the direction it fled was straight toward the group from the ancient martial alliance. As the Nian beast fled once more, the she-beast let out a thunderous roar of fury. The sea surged violently as a waterspout materialized from thin air, and she stepped upon the rolling torrent. Its massive pupils blazed with murderous rage as it glared at the 100 or so members of the martial alliance and the Nian beast on the opposite side. Letting the Nian beast slide was one thing, but these ants dared to provoke it as well. Roar! The she-beast howled wildly as countless streams of black chi burst from its body, transforming into specters that writhed like a demonic dance, surging with the raging waves. Seeing the Nian beast charging toward them, many martial alliance members' expressions shifted. Not good. It's heading our way. And the other one's coming too. Protect Elder Qiong. Boom. 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 A barrage of abilities was unleashed. Most of the martial alliance members present were 2nd or 3rd rank ability users. Their attacks dealt negligible damage to the she-beast, but to the severely wounded Nian beast it was a different story. Growl, the Nian beast endured the relentless bombardment, occasionally hindered by bizarre abilities that interfered with its movements. A swarm of ants could kill an elephant. With a pained howl, a wisp of black mist slowly seeped from its massive right pupil. Despite the torrent of abilities from the martial alliance, the Nian beast did not slow its pace, instead it ran even faster. Splash, splash. Huge waves erupted around it as the she-beast pursued relentlessly, riding the surf behind it. It's over. It's coming right at us. Damn it, one beast is trouble enough and it's leading another straight to us. Seeing that the combined assault of 100 fighters couldn't stop the Nian beast from dragging the she-beast toward them, it seemed determined to close the distance. Zhong Yushu spoke solemnly. Everyone stand aside. He pushed his ability to its limit, directly manipulating the gravity field to construct an immensely powerful gravitational domain before them all. The moment the Nian beast stepped into it, an overwhelming force of gravity pressed down. Rumble. Attack. Seeing this, the martial alliance members were invigorated as if injected with adrenaline. Those with physique enhancement abilities charged forward, supported by the long-range attackers behind them. Physique enhancement beast transformation. No firearms were used. Each warrior wielded a weapon of their expertise, blades or swords. All were forged from emerald crystal. Within the martial alliance, it wasn't the wondrous elemental abilities that were revered. Rather, it was the most common physique enhancement type, abilities that were generally weak in power but maximized the martial arts they had mastered before the apocalypse. At the forefront were renowned martial arts grandmasters, each possessing astonishing physical techniques. With the boost of their abilities, their combat prowess surged tenfold or more. Whenever raging waves swept in, the elemental ability users behind would shatter the massive surges with their powers, clearing the way for their comrades. In the blink of an eye, dozens had already reached the Nian beast, which loomed like a mountain. This one's gravely wounded, take it down first. As countless foes closed in, the Nian beast roared in fury and slammed its claws onto the sea, unleashing a surge of immense thermal energy. The seawater instantly turned to magma, pillars of flame erupted and a blazing inferno spread, engulfing the foremost martial grandmasters. Screams of agony rang out as wisps of black qi rose from them, merging into the Nian beast's body. This was the ability of the Shi and Nian beasts. Any creature they killed and devoured turned into specters within them. But the power from these few was far from enough to heal its wounds. The Shi beast's roar echoed from behind. Roar! As it was about to catch up, the Nian beast suddenly raised its head and howled at the sky. The black mist seeping from its body coalesced into a humanoid shadow. A voice achingly familiar to all rang out. "Grandfather! Stop!" The black mist morphed into the form of Zhonglin. At the sight of this, Zhong Yushu trembled violently. Not only him but the martial alliance members behind him were also stunned, their faces etched with shock. Utter disbelief. This. Shaolin. How is this possible? Why is Shaolin like this? That form. Isn't it one of those rampaging specters? Zhong Yushu shook uncontrollably. He felt as though his granddaughter was already dead. But why? Shaolin, is it really you? The specter in Zhonglin's form gazed calmly at Zhong Yushu and spoke. Grandfather, I succeeded. I've merged with the Nian beast. The Nian beast isn't our enemy. It's weak, stop attacking it. The beast behind us, the Shi beast, is the real foe. Help me, grandfather. Chen Mo, watching from afar, saw this scene clearly. He frowned, a hint of surprise on his face. A specter. He wasn't mistaken, that thing was the specter of someone killed by the Nian beast. But all specters were deceased beings incapable of possessing their own consciousness. Their sole purpose was to help the beast kill more people to restore its power. While everyone's gaze was fixed on the specter in Zhonglin's form, only Chen Mo noticed the Nian beast lying weakly on the sea surface. Its beastly pupils flickered with a dim light. Unlike those mindless aberrations driven solely by slaughter. In the Nian beast's eyes, for some reason, he sensed a deeply human-like cunning. Aberrations and zombies grew more intelligent as they advanced. Let alone the Nian beast, a god of the apocalypse with immense intelligence. Suddenly a terrifying suspicion arose in his mind. Chen Mo stared intently at the Nian beast and murmured, that Nian beast. Is it deceiving the martial alliance? Many apocalyptic gods could even converse with humans, but most disdained to do so. Seeing the martial alliance appear, Chen Mo suddenly guessed. Why had the Nian beast survived the conflict with the Shi beast and ravaged the apocalypse for 5 years? The interference of the Libin City martial alliance likely played a part. Gazing at the specter of Zhonglin in the distance. That woman. She had likely died the moment the Nian beast awakened. And the one now speaking to the martial alliance was the weakened Nian beast itself. What a cunning god. At this thought, Chen Mo's expression grew serious. He murmured, it seems today it won't die. However, 2 variables have now emerged here. Those variables were none other than himself and the Qiongqi. As he spoke, a ruthless glint flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. In his past life he had nearly perished at the claws of this Nian beast. Had it not been for sheer luck that allowed him to survive, he would not be who he is today. The Nian beast and the Shi beast shared similar abilities, the sole difference being that one commanded magma while the other commanded seawater. Though the Nian beast's power was formidable compared to the Shi beast that emerged from the deep sea, the sky and land were already occupied by the Qiongqi. The Shi beast, capable of entering the world's most perilous abyssal depths, clearly offered greater assistance. The Qiong, transformed into Zhonglin, kept pleading with the ancient martial alliance members. Old Zhong trembled uncontrollably on the spot. Shaolin. How did you become like this? Not only him but even all the ancient martial alliance members around were stunned. That terrifying colossal creature came charging on the waves, the Shi beast roaring incessantly. The Nian beast, sensing its presence, grew even more agitated. Grandpa. Help us. The Nian beast is from our ancient martial alliance. Zhonglin urged anxiously. This. For a moment everyone was at a loss, looking bewildered at old Zhong speaking out. Old Zhong. She really seems to be Sister Shaolin. What do we do now? No, how could Shaolin have become like this? This must be the Nian beast trying to deceive us. Many argued fiercely. Those who believed Zhonglin was still alive were without exception the younger generation who had once seen the Nian beast's true form in the mine. They yearned for and revered the power of this ancient being, offering unwavering support for Zhonglin's past actions. Old Zhong. Sister Shaolin must have succeeded. Otherwise, why hasn't that Nian beast attacked us? Even when we struck it earlier, it didn't retaliate. In contrast, that she beast behind it triggered a tsunami that killed many in Libin City. Didn't attack. Then what about those who just died? Chief. Give us an order. Old Zhong. She is not Shaolin. Yuan Yu standing by stared intently at the Nian beast and spoke. Like Li Long, she had always maintained an attitude of reverence and caution toward these mythological beings, believing they could not be tamed. It is no match for that she-beast. It must want us to help it eliminate the she-beast. Those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. Open your eyes wide and see what this thing before you truly is. Yuan Yu immediately summoned a flame in her hand, ready to strike at the Qiong. The onlookers' faces turned pale. Sister Yuan. What are you doing? She is Shaolin. Someone beside her grabbed her arm. Old Zhong stared fixedly at the Qiong, disguised as Zhonglin, his expression pained as he closed his eyes tightly. His intuition told him his granddaughter was dead. Yet the scene before him undeniably seemed to be Shaolin. Behind them the Nian beast's massive pupils flickered with a faint light. It suddenly opened its pitch-black fathomless maw, and everyone present immediately tensed in alert. Careful. It's going to eat someone. Move. But what happened next caught everyone off guard. From the Nian beast's mouth emerged a person covered in mucus with large areas of burns on their body. Seeing that alto familiar face, even Yuan Yu was momentarily stunned. Li Long. Brother Long. It's Brother Long. He's alive. A bold person approached the Nian beast, and right under its watchful eyes brought Li Long back. Li Long had long since fallen unconscious. Sensing he was still breathing, the person looked up with ecstatic joy and said, "She is Shaolin. Shaolin truly tamed this Nian beast. See, I told you it has been tamed by our ancient martial alliance. Chief, make a move." With both Zhonglin and Li Long from the mine appearing here, nothing could better prove that this Nian beast was harmless. Roar. In the distance the she-beast pressed closer. This time the towering waves it raised seemed ready to engulf all life in the sea. Crash. Fierce currents lashed out, the waves raging as if enraged. The she-beast's eyes filled with brutality and murderous intent locked onto the Nian beast. It intended to devour it alive and merge it into itself. Old Zhong. Decide. Faced with such a horrifying scene and the terrifying power of nature, even the ancient martial alliance members with their supernatural abilities felt immense fear, a profound sense of powerlessness surging within them. The Nian beast was visibly growing frantic. The Qiong in the form of Zhonglin flew straight toward Old Zhong. Zhonglin opened her arms embracing Old Zhong and spoke with a hint of a sob. "Grandpa, I am still alive. Help me." The black mist, formless and intangible, passed through Old Zhong's body and gradually dissipated into a cloud of darkness. Old Zhong's eyelids trembled incessantly. A tear traced down his cheek and he abruptly opened his eyes. In that instant his dim old eyes blazed with a light full of hatred and fury. The gravitational field around them expanded 100-fold in an instant. Everyone felt this terrifying fluctuation. Old Zhong stared fixedly at the ferocious she-beast charging from afar, speaking with an indisputable tone. Chushi. His hunched figure suddenly grew towering, his aura turning ruthless and decisive, stirring the hearts of all. Even if everything before him were illusions, he could not ignore his granddaughter's plea. At this moment the hundreds of ancient martial alliance superpowered members on the field, having received the order, erupted with astonishing momentum. Chushi. Brothers, charge. Once we slay this she-beast wreaking havoc in Libin City, we'll go back to celebrate the new year. Kill. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the tragic scene in Libin City. Inside the Lion base. On the metal platform Chen Mo had previously constructed, superpowered members of the Lion base began demonstrating their abilities one by one. Though crude, it sufficed as a makeshift stage. Come on. I'll show you a chest-smashing stone trick. Hit. Countless survivors gathered on this night with various makeshift performances, bringing waves of laughter and joy. Though the crowd was so vast that those in the back could barely see, the festive spirit inevitably infected the weary survivors. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of flames shot into the sky. Bang! In the night sky a brilliant and splendid firework exploded. Countless people instinctively looked up at the sky, their faces filled with awe. Fireworks. This scene was something no one had anticipated. Happy Chushi Eve. Someone in the crowd started the cheer, and in an instant the venue erupted into lively celebration. A group of children inside the base chattered noisily. Then one after another fireworks blossomed gorgeously. Bang! Bang! All members of the Lion, including every survivor, wore smiles without exception, their pupils filled with the breathtaking fireworks. It's New Year's Eve. On the villa rooftop, Luo Tianxiong stood on the balcony gazing up at the stunning fireworks in the sky. For a moment he too was captivated by this awe-inspiring scene. Chao Fengyuan, seeing this, grinned and sidled over. "Brother Luo, how about it? Didn't I do a good job this time? No fireworks? Then have all the flame-wielding psychics in the Lion take the field and let the other psychics stir up some grand commotion. After all, watching fireworks is just about the spectacle and the sound." Genius! Chao Fengyuan couldn't help but preen. Luo Tianxiong stared at the fireworks, lost in a long daze. "Chao, you did well this time." Tang Xuanyu meanwhile pulled Qiqi along to watch from the doorway. Qiqi was shouting and jumping with excitement, her little face brimming with joy, while Tang Xuanyu glanced at the empty surroundings and muttered with some complaint. "We agreed to celebrate New Year's Eve." Meanwhile in Libin City, after Elder Zhong made his decision, the morale boost brought by a respected and feared leader was formidable. Even if the she-beast was suffocatingly despair-inducing, making everyone feel minuscule before it, this still couldn't stop their resolve. As warriors they ought to fear nothing. This apocalypse was their finest stage. Beast transformation. Strength amplification. Rushing ahead first were over 30 psychics from the ancient martial alliance with physical enhancements, wielding weapons with resolute faces, charging straight past the Nian beast toward the she-beast. Mental reinforcement. Soul weapon. Water slash. The elemental and mental psychics in the rear continuously provided enhancements and blessings. Water element psychics manipulated their powers to split the sea in that area, while Yan Hao and his group, already heavily drained, forcibly carved out a foothold. Massive waves were cleaved apart as various elemental energies like shooting stars streaked down and pounded the she-beast's body, already burdened with debuffs. Boom! Boom! With such concentrated attacks, the mere 100-odd psychics of the ancient martial alliance unleashed a might rivaling, or even surpassing, the firepower of thousands from the military district. The she-beast roared in fury. These attacks couldn't breach its defenses. Meanwhile the enhanced psychics wielding weapons forged from emerald crystal drew near. Holy cow! This thing's huge. The 30-plus enhanced psychics trembled all over when they clearly saw the she-beast. Only by facing it so directly could one feel the she-beast's immense pressure, like a small mountain, forcing them to look up in awe. Confronting such a colossal beast required overcoming deep-seated terror. 50 to 60 meters tall, larger than the Shoshi god, its limbs alone were as high as 7 or 8 stories. Their entire group combined wasn't even as wide as one of the she-beast's feet. With the heavy fishy stench of the deep sea, they steeled themselves and charged to its feet, where a single scale was as tall as a person. Someone bellowed, "Kill it!" With that they struck and stabbed at the densely packed scales. The enhanced psychic strength was extraordinary, and with weapons made from emerald crystal their assault was even more devastating than the elemental psychic's attacks. Crack! Crack! Scales were shattered continuously. Sensing the commotion at its feet, roar. Though it didn't harm the she-beast much, it enraged it immensely. It raised its head high, thrashing its limbs, churning up countless waves that burst forth. A towering wave swallowed 5 or 6 people in an instant. Its tail, like a massive pillar, swept across. Under that brutal, overwhelming force, even the enhanced psychics with all their buffs were shattered to pieces. Yet this did nothing to stop the relentless fire from the distant elemental psychics or the desperate close combat fighters. Chen Mo far away stared fixedly at the sea surface. The she-beast's power was terrifying. Though the ancient martial alliance had sent over 100 psychics, they suffered heavy losses in moments under the she-beast's rampage. No matter how strong the warriors, they were helpless against such a monstrous creature. This small force could barely harm the she-beast. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he murmured, "Yang Suiyu and Qin Wenzhong haven't come yet. With just these people we can't drive off this she-beast." Without absolute power, a high-level psychic was key. The ancient martial alliance, a major survivor faction in his past life, was immensely strong. Yang Suiyu, Zhang Kong, Qin Wenzhong, Li Shaoran, these were the pillars of the alliance, dozens of them, all with incredibly powerful psychic abilities. Many had joined later, but a good number came from martial arts families. Wait. As if struck by a thought, Chen Mo grinned and muttered to himself. If I remember right, several awakened through spirit cores later. So it's about time to make my move. Qiongqi, let's go. A restless glint appeared in Chen Mo's eyes. After watching for so long, he was itching to act. He had roughly gauged the strength of the Shi and Nian beasts. The Nian was about 4th tier, while the Shi was more powerful, around 5th tier. Roar! The she-beast bellowed and the surrounding seawater surged, forming a massive whirlpool that enveloped it, shielding it from the incoming psychic attacks. The psychics near it were swallowed by the terrifying waves. Anguished roars rang out as they were shredded into bloody mist in the violent currents. Ignoring the gravity field, the she-beast's gaze grew fiercer, and this mountain-like creature slowly advanced toward the Nian beast and the ancient martial alliance members. From the water vortex, powerful jets periodically shot out like high-pressure water cannons, leveling everything in their path. Dozens more were pulverized, their blood and flesh mingling with the seawater. Bam! The elemental psychics in the ancient martial alliance, overexerted and exhausted, stared helplessly at the colossal water vortex. Their supposedly mighty attacks had done less damage than the weakened Nian beast, merely shattering some of the she-beast's scales. But under the cascade of seawater they quickly regenerated. Someone, eyes wide with terror, stared at the she-beast, lips pale and face drained of color, muttering, "What kind of monster is this? With all our attacks we haven't even scratched it. President. Should we retreat? We are no match for the Shishir beast. Have Yang and the others not arrived yet?" The Nian beast seemed to sense that the ancient martial alliance could not stop the Shishir, its eyes filled with murderous intent as it gazed at the overwhelming water vortex approaching like a giant tornado rising from the sea. It felt a hint of retreat. Now that it had just awakened, it was definitely no match for the Shishir beast. If these humans could not stop it, the only option was to flee. The Shishir beast was unlike other dominant exotic species. It lacked territorial awareness and could act freely. Its contention with the Nian had always been bitter, and only it could have pursued the Nian beast to this day. Had the Nian awoken sooner, the situation would have been reversed. Roar! The originally fierce group of people, after clashing with the Shishir beast, found themselves in utter despair. It was too powerful. It was completely on a different level. Even the ancient martial alliance could not handle it. What kind of existence could possibly be killed? Faced with the increasingly close water vortex, old Zhong's expression was exceptionally determined. He aimed his hands at that direction and gritted his teeth, pushing the gravitational magnetic field to its limit. The water vortex collapsed under this immense pressure, revealing the massive figure of the Shishir beast. His arm trembled continuously. Although his ability was not strong, he was still a 4th-tier ability user. The gravitational magnetic field, when pushed to the extreme, was not to be underestimated. Retreat! Old Zhong faced the waves crashing in and stood at the forefront, shouting with extreme determination. "I will stay here, you all take the Nian and leave." "What? Old Zhong. No, we will stay to help you. Your strength is too low, go find Xiaoyang and the others." Old Zhong shouted decisively. Go. He had also realized that ordinary 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier ability users could not harm the Shishir beast at all. Only those with abilities starting from the 4th tier had a chance to injure or even kill it here. The gap was too vast. Although a group of elites had come from the ancient martial alliance, more were escorting the survivors of Libin City away. He could push the gravitational magnetic field to its limit, buying time for everyone present to escape. President. The group of people present were unwilling to leave. Whoa! The distant Shishir beast felt as if it were trapped in a quagmire within this gravitational magnetic field. It let out a roar, its dark green scales erecting from the gaps flowed thick black mist. The gravitational magnetic field seemed to have no effect on these Nian phantoms. If the black mist transformed into sea beasts charging towards the group. These were all sea beasts it had devoured from the deep sea when it reached the shore. A giant toothy shark formed from black mist opened its mouth, ferociously lunging at the crowd of the ancient martial alliance. Not good. Old Zhong, watch out. The ability users of the ancient martial alliance turned pale and unleashed their abilities in a furious counterattack. Old Zhong's pupils constricted as he saw the overwhelming Nian phantoms approaching from all directions. At this moment a loud and resounding beast roar suddenly echoed across the sky. Immediately after, a piercing buzzing sound caused everyone to shudder, covering their ears in extreme pain. What is that sound? Once the voice of the Shuxishan's disruption appeared, all abilities present vanished. The gravitational magnetic field enhancement type elemental abilities, the waves stirred up by the Shishir beast. This terrifying sound was incredibly desolate, as if it came from the depths of the abyss, and the Nian phantoms that should have pounced and clawed all scattered and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, the Shishir beast in the distance saw its furious waves instantly shatter and disperse. Roar! From somewhere a roar exploded, towering 6 meters high with massive black wings sprouting from its back. The furious Qiongqi charged like a meteor towards the 50-meter-long Shishir beast. Boom! Like a primitive war chariot, this powerful strike carried boundless force, producing an immense and muffled sound that directly shattered the Shishir beast's scales and flesh, gushing forth torrents of blue blood. Award! The Shishir beast was struck by this sudden blow. Its massive body shuddered, creating huge waves, and it let out a painful wail. Clearly this attack had caused it harm. This was the first time the Shishir beast had let out a painful roar. The sharp claws of Qiongqi coupled with its bloodthirsty nature continuously tore into the Shishir beast's body, clawing and biting with its fangs, tearing through its incredibly tough scales and thick flesh. Puff puff. Meanwhile Chen Mo leaped onto the back of the Shishir beast. The Shishir beast was a towering 60 meters high, and from its back he looked down at the group of ancient martial alliance members who appeared as tiny as ants. The height of the Shishir beast was even several meters taller than Shuxishan. Without any hesitation Chen Mo unleashed the ghost cut with a fierce gaze, aiming for the flesh of the Shishir beast. Then running along the back of the Shishir beast he continuously extended the small wound he had created, pulling it longer and longer. For this giant beast the wound caused by the ghost cut was almost negligible, but the Dominion ability of Qiongqi and Chen Mo could breach its defenses. With the Dominion ability activated, countless sharp metallic blades plunged into the flesh of the Shishir beast. Even the Shishir beast could not endure the pain and fell into a state of rage. Awakens. It let out an unprecedented roar, shaking off the metal blades on its body, and countless waves transformed into water columns shooting towards Qiongqi and Chen Mo. Seeing this, Chen Mo narrowed his eyes. He had observed for a long time, knowing that the Shishir beast could recover its injuries through the sea water. With a cold smile he activated the Dominion ability to transform the water columns into incredibly sharp metal substances, dodging to the side. These metals directly pierced into the massive body of the Shishir beast. Puff. A large amount of blood gushed out, and the Shishir beast furiously swung its tail at Qiongqi. Its tail was nearly as wide as Qiongqi itself, and Qiongqi let out a roar, violently flapping its black wings and soaring high to evade. It extended its claws to bite at the tail, firmly gripping it as its massive body swung wildly in the air with the Shishir beast's tail. Awakens. Another furious roar resonated. At the combined power of one person and one beast was even greater than the damage caused by hundreds of ability users from the ancient martial alliance. In the past life Ehuang single-handedly killed the peak period Nian beast, which was enough to show that a powerful ability user in this apocalyptic world could equal 1,000 troops. This utterly shocking scene left a group of people from the ancient martial alliance completely dumbfounded. How could anyone manage to restrain that formidable sunset beast within the sea, rendering it unable to advance? Everyone gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape enough to fit a chicken egg, utterly stupefied. Who is he? How powerful? This was the thought that crossed their minds at that moment. Before seeing Chen Mo, no one could believe that a single person could suppress such a terrifying sunset beast. Nearby the year beast seemed to sense some danger, fixating its gaze on the sunset beast, its large pupils flickering with apprehension. At this moment even Elder Zhong couldn't help but stare blankly at the scene before him. After Chen Mo's appearance the pressure on everyone suddenly eased. Is this one of our people? No, wait, what about Sui Yu and the others? Exactly, someone is holding it back. President, let's withdraw quickly. Someone voiced their lingering fears. As soon as these words were spoken they immediately garnered the agreement of most, as no one believed that the young man could kill the sunset beast. Yes, if we don't leave now it might be too late. Have some decency, the young man came to help us out of goodwill, isn't it ungrateful to just walk away like this? Among the crowd quite a few held opposing views, thinking it would bring shame to the ancient martial alliance. What time is it now? Can't we send someone back later? Come on, by then the grass on the grave will be several meters high. Elder Zhong, what do you say? Elder Zhong fixed his gaze on the young man on the back of the sunset beast. Though his enhanced senses as an ability user were exceptionally sharp, the darkness of the sky and the size of the beast made it impossible for him to discern who was on its back. However, the imposing figure of the Qiongqi was simply too eye-catching. That looks familiar. Elder Zhong felt that the Qiongqi was somewhat recognizable, as if he had seen it before. He pondered for a moment before immediately giving orders. As martial artists, how can we engage in such ungrateful deeds? Though this person's origins are unclear, our common enemy at present is that sunset beast. Support him. Yes. A group of people quickly organized and launched their support. Just as the words were spoken, a series of whistling sounds cut through the air from behind everyone. Elder Zhong. We're here. Upon hearing this voice, the members of the ancient martial alliance were overjoyed, turning around in surprise. They saw three figures rushing over, stepping on debris floating on the surface of the sea. Each of them moved with remarkable grace, some wore martial arts uniforms while others were in casual attire. The leader was a young man of similar age to Chen Mo, slender and straight with long hair tied back. His handsome features were clad in a martial arts uniform, holding a silver spear exuding an ancient chivalrous aura. The other two were slightly older, their gazes sharp and strong with robust physiques that clearly indicated they were martial artists. Yang Suiyu, Zhang Kong and Qin Wenzhong. The three strongest forces of the ancient martial alliance. All of them were without exception 4th tier ability users. Suiyu and brother Zhang, brother Qin are here. We're saved. Haha, now that Suiyu and the others have arrived, let's see how that sunset beast can escape. Seeing the newcomers, Elder Zhong couldn't help but feel relieved, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Numbers do not determine strength but rather skill. Suiyu and the others were responsible for ensuring the safe departure of the members of the ancient martial alliance. Seeing that their group hadn't returned for a long time, they would naturally come to look for them. Finally they had arrived. Just the appearance of the three was like a calming pill, reassuring the members of the ancient martial alliance. Kill. Except for that sunset beast. With brother Zhang and the others here, capturing the sunset beast would also allow for the exchange of supplies with that mysterious merchant. The members of the ancient martial alliance, invigorated as if pumped with adrenaline, activated their abilities once more and charged toward the sunset beast entangled with Chen Mo in the distance. Yang Suiyu and the others rushed over quickly. Elder Zhong, are you alright? Zhang Kong's face was filled with worry. Upon seeing the Qiongqi and Chen Mo battling fiercely with the sunset beast in the distance, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. So many people have died. Is this the year beast that Xiao Lin mentioned? Why are there two of them? The three were utterly astonished. The year beast has already been subdued by Xiao Lin, we can discuss that later. First let's deal with the sunset beast and help that boy. Elder Zhong immediately directed his gaze toward the sunset beast. The three exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Yang Suiyu, holding the silver spear, addressed Qin Wenzhong. Uncle Zhong, take me over first. Qin Wenzhong, a steady middle-aged man, nodded and said with a serious expression, all right Suiyu, you and Zhang Kong go help. The reinforcements from various military districts have arrived, I'll lead everyone to evacuate. No matter how serious the matter, it was no match for Elder Zhong's importance. After all, he was the leader of the ancient martial alliance. Yang Suiyu focused intently on the distant sunset beast, his eyes filled with fiery combat spirit. He nodded, activating his ability. A surge of energy suddenly spread from the awakening dark patterns on his right palm, climbing up the shaft of the silver spear. On the body of the silver spear, undulating light blue unknown runes appeared as if it had been enhanced and began to tremble gently. Qin Wenzhong's gaze fell upon the recently deceased bodies of the members of the ancient martial alliance floating near the sunset beast. He went straight for Yang Suiyu and Zhang Kong's backs. Buzz. Abilities activated. Yang Suiyu and Zhang Kong instantly vanished from their original locations. In their place, those two gruesome corpses appeared. A grade ability, exchange transfer. Although it's a lower tier ability compared to this grade, divine teleportation exchange transfer is equally powerful, capable of swapping the positions of two visible objects within a certain range. Qin Wenzhong was a 4th tier ability user. For him, the limit of the exchange transfer was already 500 meters. Moreover, there were restrictions on the objects being transferred. For instance, if the size was too large and exceeded his abilities, it wouldn't work. Yang Suiyu and the others immediately appeared near the sunset beast. Under the relentless attack from the Qiongqi and Chen Mo, the sunset beast was already covered in wounds, thrashing violently in the surrounding sea. The tumultuous waves and thick black mist shrouded the area, accompanied by a series of roaring tides emanating from it. Yang Suiyu spotted a floating corpse in the sea and used it as a springboard, leaping into the air. As he approached the sunset beast, he thrust the silver spear deep into its body. Puff. With the enhancement of his ability, the silver spear became incredibly sharp, piercing through the scales and deeply embedding itself in the flesh of the sunset beast. Yang Suiyu's gaze was calm as he spun around while holding the silver spear, leaping upwards. He confidently balanced on the spear's shaft, bending his body to leap once more. The silver spear bent at an arc, and with this force Yang Suiyu soared over 50 meters high onto the back of the sunset beast. Grasping the silver spear embedded in the beast's body, Yang Suiyu felt it begin to shake violently. Then unexpectedly it pulled free from the flesh, seemingly guided by an invisible thread, returning to his hand. The back of the sunset beast was vast. Looking up at Chen Mo, who was wreaking havoc above, Yang Suiyu couldn't help but be slightly taken aback at the sight of such a young face. Chen Mo also noticed the newcomer before him. Yang Suiyu. How could he have come as well? Yang Suiyu, one of the paramount powerhouses of the ancient martial alliance in her past life, was a pillar of strength. Moreover, she was the master of the S-rank ability Martial Saint. Although this ability fell within the realm of enhancement-type powers, its degree of amplification was several times that of ordinary enhancement abilities. Not only could it strengthen her own body, but it could also fortify weapons, making her no less than a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. The frenzied twilight beast writhed incessantly as wave after violent wave crashed against it, its blue blood mingling with the seawater. Chen Mo's eyes remained calm. There was no exchange between him and Yang Suiyu upon her arrival. Gripping his silver spear, he thrust it heavily into the previously opened wound. Pft! The wound already gashed by the ghost cutter grew even larger. Yang Suiyu exerted force with her right hand and her slender frame erupted with a power that was no less terrifying than that of Qiongqi. Yet she did not stop. Holding the silver spear, she cast a piercing gaze downward and pressed it with immense force. The silver spear sank inch by inch into the flesh below. The Tumterlong weapon was steadily embedded, causing the twilight beast beneath to let out a howl of excruciating pain. Roar! Such a deafening bellow sent chills down the spines of the ancient martial alliance members in the distance. Below the twilight beast, Zhang Kong's movements were not as agile as Yang Suyu's. Half submerged in the sea, he looked up at the beast's agonized form, a gleeful grin spreading across his face. What a terrifying monster. Since you're in the sea, try this. Zhang Kong's eyes blazed with brilliance as awakening patterns surfaced on his robust biceps. His hands crackled with electricity surging with dense intricate bolts of lightning. His clenched fists wreathed in thunder slammed heavily into the seawater. He was an A-class elemental ability user commanding heavenly thunder. Rumble. Water is naturally conductive, and this terrifying strike transformed the area around the twilight beast into a sea of lightning. Roar. The twilight beast bellowed in fury, thrashing wildly and churning up waves that engulfed Zhang Kong. Yet its colossal size meant the lightning only reached its limb, sparing Chen Mo and Yang Suiyu on its back. The twilight beast twisted its body madly, attempting to dive beneath the waves, but the paralyzing lightning fiercely assaulted its limbs, preventing its escape. Already riddled with countless wounds torn by Chen Mo and Qiongqi, it now faced the added onslaught of Yang Suiyu and Zhang Kong, the master of lightning. Chen Mo could sense the twilight beast's life force fading. In the distance, the Nian beast following a departing group heard the agonized cries and sensed the beast's grievous injuries stirring with restless intent. After a moment's thought, Chen Mo glanced at Yang Suiyu nearby. Her spear technique was fiercely precise, each strike following the traces left by his ghost cutter to tear through the beast's flesh. With Zhang Kong's thunderous power below paralyzing its movements, the twilight beast found itself with no retreat. He only intended to drive the beast away, not to kill it. If he and Qiongqi joined forces with these two, the twilight beast might truly be at risk of falling. Chen Mo pondered, deciding he could not let it die so easily. With this in mind, he immediately communicated with Qiongqi, ordering it to cease its attack. Qiongqi, having torn off half the twilight beast's tail, was ferocious beyond measure. The beast's blood had greatly inflamed its savage nature. As the dominant menace of Tianhai City, it was not so easily commanded without the authority of the heavenly power ability. Qiongqi's crimson eyes burned with violence and bloodlust. Only after receiving Chen Mo's command did it reluctantly withdraw its claws from the beast's flesh after a long pause. With a roar, it beat its wings and soared above the twilight beast. Another mutant. Zhang Kong and Yang Suyu's pupils constricted at the sight. Chen Mo acted decisively, watching the beast below trying to sink into the sea but thwarted by the dense crackling lightning. He discreetly manipulated a steel pellet, shooting it from the water to instantly pierce Zhang Kong's shoulder. Another pellet shot straight toward Yang Suiyu. Her senses sharp, she detected the attack and swiftly withdrew her silver spear, deflecting it with a flick. Clang! As a 5th rank ability user, the collision between the pellet and spear tip sent violent tremors through the silver spear. The numbing sensation spreading from the spear made Yang Suyu's expression shift. She could hardly believe such a small pellet possessed such power. The vibration nearly caused her to lose her grip on the spear. With a deep shout, Yang Suiyu exerted force with her wrist and swung the spear mightily. Pft! The pellet was redirected, embedding itself into the twilight beast's flesh. She turned to Chen Mo, her face flushed with fury, and yelled, "What are you doing?" She could hardly believe this man had the audacity to attack them after they came to help. Meanwhile, on the sea surface, Zhang Kong's shoulder was pierced clean through by the sudden strike, leaving a bloody hole. His face contorted in pain as he cried out. The lightning dissipated instantly, leaving only faint sparks on the water, but that was enough to allow the twilight beast to sink. Roar! The beast held, its enormous eyes fixed on Zhang Kong in the sea with murderous intent. Despite its massive size, it was not clumsy. It churned up countless waves, turned and swiped its claws forward. Countless black mists transformed into enslaved spirits surging forth. Hearing Zhang Kong scream, Yang Suiyu abandoned her interrogation of Chen Mo. She immediately dove straight down, her ability activated as the silver spear flew from her hand, turning into a streak of light that shattered the charging spirits. This beast still won't leave. Chen Mo's gaze turned cold. He had deliberately spared it, yet it refused to retreat. He directly activated the heavenly power ability, leveraging the terrifying weight of the Shoshi deity. In an instant the colossal silhouette of the deity seemed to manifest behind Chen Mo. The phantom vanished in a flash, but that mere moment of tens of thousands of tons of weight forced the twilight beast beneath him to wail in agony. Its massive body plunged into the seabed, sending up a tremendous commotion and waves. A sensation of weightlessness hit Chen Mo as he shouted, "Qiongqi!" Roar! Qiongqi spread its wings, diving in a swooping arc toward Chen Mo's position. Qiongqi extended its front claws, lifting Chen Mo and carrying him into the air. Below, Qiongqi and Yang Suiyu were not so fortunate if the surging waves caused by the beast's submersion swallowed them into the sea. In the distance, Qin Wenzhong's pupils contracted as he activated his displacement and teleportation ability once more. A flash of white light flickered. Qiongqi and Yang Suiyu appeared there, drenched from head to toe. Qiongqi had swallowed a great deal of seawater, his face pale as he lay on the ground, the blood from the gaping wound piercing his right arm still flowing unceasingly. Even Yang Suyu's right hand bore a massive bloody gash. Xiao Yang. The group still remaining there were greatly alarmed and hurried forward. Quick, get someone to treat them. He had not expected the she-beast to be so powerful, even wounding Suiyu and Qiongqi. Most had already evacuated, leaving only Elder Zhong and a few other capable ability users. A person with a healing ability emerged from the crowd and hastened to restore Qiongqi's and Yang Suyu's strength. Qin Wenzhong produced 2th-grade recovery potions for them to drink. Roar! An unwilling roar came from the seawater, and the she-beast, accompanied by rolling waves, chose to retreat into the distance. It had escaped. As it left, its gaze was filled with hatred toward the direction of the ancient martial alliance. At that moment everyone present felt a sense of having survived the disaster, and they couldn't help but breathe a great sigh of relief. The she-beast has retreated. Elder Zhong, the she-beast has retreated. With the retreat of the she-beast, the surging seawater also receded rapidly like the ebb and flow of the tide. The earth began to reveal itself, covered in cracks and scattered pools of water. The corpses of the ancient martial alliance members previously killed by the she and Nian beasts came into view, along with many unknown bodies swollen and pale from the water. After receiving treatment, Yang Suiyu and Qiongqi's condition improved considerably. At that moment Qiongqi also arrived at the place, carrying Chen Mo in the distance. Qiongqi's massive body shrank continuously as Chen Mo leaped down, landing steadily on the ground. It's him. He's the one who held off the she-beast earlier. Hiss. That alien beast can actually fly. It's simply unbelievable. Elder Zhong, Qin Wenzhong and the others naturally saw the newcomer. So close in proximity, the ancient martial alliance members marveled at the youth's age. He appeared not much older than Xiao Yang. Elder Zhong also sized up Chen Mo, somewhat surprised. Young friend, thank you. He stepped forward to express his gratitude, but Yang Suiyu immediately pulled him back, glaring at Chen Mo with anger. Elder Zhong, don't go near. It's him. He let the she-beast escape and just attacked Qiongqi and me. What? At these words everyone present was utterly shocked. Elder Zhong paused in his tracks, frowning. Qin Wenzhong looked at Chen Mo with displeasure and said in a deep voice. Young friend, isn't this a bit unfair? Our people came to help you, yet you've injured them. Qiongqi roared at the group. Chen Mo raised his hand slightly, his eyes calm as he stepped forward and said, if it weren't for me, your President Zhong would have died long ago. That she-beast, I could have dealt with it alone. When did I need your intervention? His tone was flat, devoid of any guilt. What about the Nian beast? Chen Mo glanced around. Only one of the Nian and she-beasts needed to survive. Since he planned to subdue the she-beast, he would act after it had wreaked havoc. After this battle he had a rough understanding of the she-beast's strength. A newly emerged she-beast was not beyond reach. Even without the aid of the god of longevity and joy, he and Qiongqi could subdue it. In his memories the Nian beast was terrifyingly hopeless. To his weaker past self it was like an insurmountable mountain, a lingering nightmare. But engaging the she-beast now suddenly reminded Chen Mo that although the two beasts were powerful, he himself was no longer the same person. With a top-tier 5th-order Dominion ability, a 4th-order Celestial Authority ability, and the assistance of Qiongqi, the overlord of Tianhai City, the apocalyptic gods that once terrified him no longer seemed invincible. You. At this moment the wound on Qiongqi's right arm had healed. Impatient by nature, he summoned lightning in both hands and was about to strike at Chen Mo. Yang Suiyu and Qin Wenzhong also rose, the 3 4th-order ability users of the ancient martial alliance, warily confronting Chen Mo. Yang Suyu's eyes were icy as she stared at her peer and said coldly. Why did you let that she-beast go? Pa. What else could it be? This guy definitely wants to keep the she-beast's corpse for himself. Qiongqi said angrily. Chen Mo found this somewhat amusing, his eyes narrowing as he looked at them and spoke. If Qiongqi and I hadn't gravely wounded that she-beast, do you really think you few fourth-order ability users could have killed it? The ancient martial alliance's top combatants were indeed powerful and they were martial artists, but to think that Yang Suiyu and Qiongqi alone could slay the she-beast was far too simplistic. If the Nian and she-beasts were so easy to kill, the Nian beast would not have wreaked havoc in the apocalypse for 5 years. What, you want to fight me? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, looking at Yang Suiyu and the other two with amusement. Behind Chen Mo, thousands of razor-sharp metal blades suddenly surged into being, aimed at the positions of the ancient martial alliance members. Beside him, Qiongqi paced slightly, lowering its body, spreading its massive pitch-black wings, standing at Chen Mo's side, baring its fangs and assuming a fierce hunting posture. Even with its size reduced, the oppressive aura of bloodlust and savagery still made hearts pound with fear. Yang Suiyu gripped her silver spear tightly, eyeing Chen Mo warily. Both he and Qiongqi had personally experienced the terror of those metals. Just moments ago on the she-beast's back, a single steel pellet had left his right hand numb and tingling. They had seen metal-controlling elemental ability users before. Even within the ancient martial alliance there were such individuals, but they had never felt such power from an elemental ability. The scene momentarily stalemated. Chen Mo, relaxed in demeanor, walked forward unhurriedly. Don't move. A sharp light flashed in Yang Suyu's eyes. She thrust her silver spear directly at Chen Mo, stopping less than a meter from his chest. You can try. Chen Mo glanced at the spear and snapped his fingers. Splash. The spear had melted into a pool of silver liquid floating in the air, leaving only a shaft. Yang Suyu's pupils dilated in shock. Xiao Yang stepped back. I don't believe he can control my lightning. Qiongqi advanced aggressively, his face furious, eager to avenge his earlier injury. Just then Elder Zhong's voice came from the side. Enough. Qiongqi, Suiyu, Wenzhong, all of you stop. He's right. If he hadn't arrived earlier, these old bones of mine would have been buried here. Zhong Lao slowly stepped forward. But. Seeing Zhong Lao approach, Qiongqi wanted to say something more. Zhong Lao glanced at him and said calmly, that's enough. At least the outcome is good. Zhong Lao ordered the others to step aside, and Yang Suiyu and his group had no choice but to obey. He then turned to face Chen Mo across from him, revealing a kind smile, and cupped his fists in gratitude. Young friend, thank you. If this old man's memory serves me correctly, you must be Chen Mo from Tianhai City, right? He identified Chen Mo's identity in a single sentence. Chen Mo was slightly surprised. This person actually knew him. As if reading Chen Mo's confusion, Zhong Lao stepped forward with a chuckle and spoke. I happen to hear news about you. The 6th Military District seems to have some disputes with you, young friend. But rest assured, our ancient martial alliance is not unreasonable. We will not make a move against you. The 6th Military District had already distributed Chen Mo's information to all major powers, offering great rewards for his capture. He had previously felt that the mutant beast beside Chen Mo looked familiar, but the pair of wings on its back made him uncertain. It was only upon clearly seeing Chen Mo's face that he recognized him. Brother Chen is young and accomplished. To possess such strength at such a young age, the 6th Military District's failure to befriend you and instead offend you is truly their loss. Zhong Lao said with a smile. Our ancient martial alliance harbors no ill intentions toward you, young friend. Please rest assured. Yang Suiyu and the others frowned upon hearing this. You're that Chen Mo. Evidently they had also heard of this name. In this apocalypse where information was scarce, few people were remembered by all, invariably famous leaders or psychics. He himself had once been an unknown ordinary psychic. Never did he imagine that now even Zhong Yushu, the leader of the ancient martial alliance, would know of him. This was something even he hadn't anticipated. Chen Mo fell silent for a moment. So am already this famous. In this information-blocked apocalypse, countless psychics yearned to make their mark and spread their fame. Many lone psychics frequently displayed formidable power, hoping to raise their value and be invited by major military districts or large independent forces. If not for the 6th Military District suppressing earlier intel due to pride and Lin On's influence, the battle involving over 4,000 men failing to capture Chen Mo, suffering heavy losses with barely a tenth surviving. Had this news been released, all major powers would have been shaken. Countless people would have flocked to invite him. By then, even if the Lin family sat in the third highest position at the center, many powers would be willing to risk offending the 6th Military District to recruit Chen Mo. Between a dead man and an immensely powerful psychic whom over 4,000 troops failed to capture, the greater weight was self-evident. Zhong Lao looked at the young man before him, unable to help feeling a sense of admiration. Seeing is believing. The information from the 6th Military District was still conservative, recording that Chen Mo could control metal with psychic abilities estimated at around Tier 3. The only notable trait was the extremely ferocious mutant beast that always accompanied him. Yet this single man and beast managed to suppress the apocalyptic divine beast Qi, which even hundreds of Tier 2 and 3 psychics from the ancient martial alliance couldn't handle, nearly killing it. If any fool had tried to curry favor with the 6th Military District by attacking him, they would have long been reduced to ashes. If I recall correctly. This man has never joined any force, has he? Zhong Lao suddenly felt a desire to nurture talent. With a benevolent expression like a kindly old grandfather, he spoke. Brother Chen, our ancient martial alliance has suffered such a calamity thanks to your assistance. This old man thanks you here. Our alliance is greatly indebted to you and will not treat you poorly, young friend. Since you came for the Nian beast, why not come to the ancient martial alliance for a visit? With Zai's retreat, the tsunami that had submerged most of Libin city gradually receded. Though it was unknown if she would attack again gravely wounded, it wouldn't cause trouble for a while. As the saying goes, one doesn't strike a smiling face, especially since he had respected this old man in his past life. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he pondered briefly, then nodded. All right. I also have some matters to attend to. The Nian beast was highly intelligent, even able to transform into the likeness of others to deceive the ancient martial alliance. Though he possessed the heavenly authority ability, he had never properly communicated with an apocalyptic divine being. Shoshi as a lower divine being had considerable power but was too dim-witted. Even slightly complex commands left it confused, only babbling in response. Rarely encountering a mid-level divine being, he might be able to communicate with the Nian beast. Above Tier 8 were high-level divine beings and above Tier 5 were mid-level ones. If the Nian beast hadn't died in his past life and had rampaged for another 4 or 5 years, it might have ascended to a high-level divine being. With enough consumption it could break through and evolve. Its potential was considerable. The heavenly authority ability could currently enslave a limited number of mutant divine beings, more would become a burden. Even now Chen Mo was still deliberating whether to subdue a Nian or Shi beast. Just one would consume a terrifying amount, over 100 million. Where could he find that much food for them? Though population reduction was inevitable for secondary evolution, Chen Mo wasn't so insane as to exterminate all of humanity. The Shi beast was easier to handle, it could be sent into the deep sea to feed itself. But the Nian beast could only operate on land, requiring far too many resources. Even the ancient martial alliance at its peak in his past life couldn't afford to keep a Nian beast. Though it grew into a giant force by relying on it, they still had to let it roam freely to devour living beings. If that were the case, wasn't the Nian beast's eventual death at Shi Yuan's hands partly due to the ancient martial alliance's neglect, the hounds being killed once the hares were caught? Zhong Lao chuckled. Zhang Kong, still harboring grievances over the earlier incident, tried to dissuade him. President. Zhong Lao merely gave him a faint glance and Zhang Kong shuddered, daring not to say more. Qin Wenzhong grabbed his hand and shook his head, whispering. Forget it, Zhang Kong. He's right. With our strength we couldn't have stopped that Shi beast. Can't you see that Zhong Lao seems to admire this young man? That Shi beast has fled. Let's head back first. The ancient martial alliance had suffered such a devastating blow with heavy casualties among the ability users and now urgently needed a strong infusion of fresh blood. At present the only card they could play was a single rank ability user named Yang Sueyu. If this person were to join and take command, their position would be as unshakable as a mountain. Within the ancient martial alliance, not to mention the post-apocalyptic era, even before the apocalypse, strength was paramount. No one dared to underestimate any formidable individual. Seeing even Qin Wenzhong speak this way, Zhang Kong immediately turned to Yang Sueyu, attempting to recruit an ally on the same side, and spoke with indignation. Xiao Yang, what do you say? Just now, if it weren't for Wenzhong, the two of us might not have made it back. This guy definitely has ulterior motives. Yang Sueyu remained silent for a moment. He gazed at the back of Chen Mo, who was walking side by side with Elder Zhong, then looked at his own silver spear which had lost its tip and said with a calm expression. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a 5th rank ability user. Neither of us is a match for him. 5th rank. Zhang Kong was startled, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? How could anyone break through so quickly? The entire ancient martial alliance had spent a vast amount of resources and crystal cores just to train a few mainstays like them. How could Chen Mo acting alone possibly be a 5th rank ability user? Yang Sueyu shook his head. I don't know how he did it either. He still felt a lingering fear over the steel ball from before. He was proud by nature, having become a 9th stage martial arts grandmaster at a young age, and was also the master of the S-rank ability Martial Saint. Relying on his martial skills and powerful physique ability, he had never taken those elemental ability users seriously. Within the ancient martial alliance, no elemental ability user could ever restrain him. But Chen Mo's appearance had directly shattered his perception of elemental ability users. A tiny steel ball possessed such immense power it was almost unimaginable. Yang Suiyu continued. Besides, do you really think the ability users of the 6th military region are just sitting around doing nothing? The fact that they haven't caught this person in so long is enough to show how formidable he is. Our ancient martial alliance has already suffered heavy losses this time. If we act, we won't gain any advantage. Better to let sleeping dogs lie. Since Elder Zhong says so, he must have his reasons. Well, just have to swallow this loss. Let's go. With that, Yang Suiyu picked up his spear and followed. Only Zhang Kong was left standing there dumbfounded. Finally he stomped the floor in frustration and cursed. Damn it. This is so infuriating. His shoulder was still throbbing with pain. On the way back to the Ancient Martial Alliance, the ability users of the Ancient Martial Alliance Yang Suiyu and Qin Wenzhong accompanied them, staying alert to their surroundings. In the middle, Chen Mo curiously inquired about the origin of the Nian beast. Logically, this was a secret of the Ancient Martial Alliance known to only a few even within the organization. But to his surprise, Elder Zhong not only did not conceal it but was quite candid in revealing everything. Elder Zhong shook his head with a sigh. Alas. Little friend, you may not know this, but that Nian beast was actually discovered before the apocalypse. However, the matter was too significant, and to avoid causing unnecessary panic, it was covered up. My granddaughter awakened the beast taming ability and always believed the Nian beast wasn't dead. She wanted to control it for the use of our Ancient Martial Alliance. At this point, Elder Zhong's dim old eyes were filled with deep guilt and self-reproach. He let out a faint sigh and continued. Then what you saw happened. That she-beast seemed to be the Nian beast's nemesis. It came from the deep sea, raising a monstrous tsunami that directly submerged half of Libin City. In truth, he himself bore a large part of the responsibility. If he hadn't been so indulgent with Zhonglin, Libin City would not have fallen to such a state. Although most of the resources and strongholds had been relocated, the survivors and elite members of the Ancient Martial Alliance lost were irreplaceable. After this battle, the Ancient Martial Alliance might be crippled, completely losing its foothold in this post-apocalyptic world. There was only one way to change that. Elder Zhong said no more, instead looking at Chen Mo, who was deep in thought. That's the way things are. Chen Mo lowered his head, his eyes flickering. After organizing his thoughts, he finally understood the whole story. That day in Huabei City, when Li Long and the others asked him for the tree seed, it was to use the mucus secreted by the peach tree to break the seal of the Nian beast. After the devastation wrought by the she-beast coupled with the cunning Nian beast using a phantom to take on Zhonglin's form, there was a high probability that the Ancient Martial Alliance would cooperate with the Nian beast in the future, helping it through its weak period. In return, the Nian beast would need the Alliance's protection to prevent the she-beast from returning. Elder Zhong looked somewhat forlorn and murmured. Alas, what's done is done. Saying more is useless. It's only because our Ancient Martial Alliance was too greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, and committed a grave taboo. Elder Zhong, please don't say that. No one could have predicted the appearance of another she-beast. At least that Nian beast has been safely brought back. Qin Wenzhong comforted him from the side. Elder Zhong shook his head. A mistake is a mistake. Xiao Qin, you've worked hard too. The successful evacuation of half the Ancient Martial Alliance's personnel within a single day was certainly due in no small part to Qin Wenzhong and the others. At that moment, Chen Mo suddenly spoke up coldly. What do you plan to do with that Nian beast? At this, Yang Suiyu and the others present all turned their gazes toward him. They had been deliberately avoiding the topic of the Nian beast, as if unwilling to mention it in front of an outsider. Zhang Kong from behind said displeasedly. Aren't you asking too many questions? How we deal with the Nian beast is our Ancient Martial Alliance's business, isn't it? Surprisingly, Yang Suiyu and Qin Wenzhong did not intervene to stop Zhang Kong's questioning. After all, this topic was far too sensitive for the Ancient Martial Alliance. To unseal the Nian beast, the Ancient Martial Alliance had expended vast amounts of manpower and resources. Even that she-beast had come for the Nian beast's sake. One could only imagine what formidable combat power the Nian beast would possess once it recovered. It could be said that after taming the Nian beast, the Ancient Martial Alliance would be able to do as they pleased. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo stopped and turned to look at Zhang Kong. His gaze was exceptionally cold, filled with a fierce and murderous aura. Zhang Kong shuddered all over. It was as if he had fallen into a sea of corpses and blood. A person's aura could not be concealed, and as a martial artist his perception was even keener. From Chen Mo he seemed to see countless souls of the violently slain. How many people must he have killed to possess such a murderous intent? Zhang Kong's heart trembled and he stood frozen in place, unable to speak. Yang Suiyu frowned and stepped in front of him, saying, "Friend, the ancient martial alliance means you no harm, but matters concerning the Nian beast are classified. Even our own members are not privy to such details." Everyone present was proud and arrogant. If not for their fear of Chen Mo's strength they would not have spoken so calmly. Chen Mo said indifferently, "Even without you telling me, I know you're reluctant to part with the Nian beast's power. The ancient martial alliance plans to use it to leave Libin City and find a new stronghold for development. After all, in his past life they had done the same. Half of Libin City had been destroyed, making it unsuitable for any faction's development. If they wished to avoid extinction, leaving was the only option." Huh. Elder Zhong suddenly laughed heartily, praising young friend speaks well. In truth, this old man does have such intentions, but those are matters for later. It seems you are quite interested in the Nian beast. Could it be that your visit to Libin City is solely for it? Elder Zhong inquired. Aside from the Nian beast he could think of no other reason for Chen Mo's presence. Chen Mo nodded slightly, his tone softening as he spoke with Elder Zhong. "I have come for the carcass of this Nian beast." Since Elder Zhong was not being evasive with him, he would be equally forthright and state his purpose directly. Moreover, he had no desire to beat around the bush, for he wanted both the she-beast and the Nian beast. What? The few people nearby were greatly startled. They had expended vast amounts of time and resources to obtain the Nian beast, and now they were expected to hand it over willingly. None of those present would accept that. No way. Elder Zhong, however, remained exceptionally calm, as if he had anticipated Chen Mo's words. He chuckled softly, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. "Young friend, you are indeed a straightforward person. I presume you intend to trade the Nian beast's corpse with the divine merchant?" Chen Mo nodded. Elder Zhong laughed gently. No rush, no rush. Let us first return and discuss this if this old man is quite curious about you." Elder Zhong. What do you mean? Seeing that Elder Zhong did not deny it, was he actually prepared to agree? "We cannot. We sacrificed many for that Nian beast, chairman." "Yes. How can we do this? How can we face Sister Xiaolin?" A crowd of confused faces, but Qin Wenzhong remained composed, shouting to quiet them. Though the group fell silent, their hostility toward Chen Mo deepened. Chen Mo paid it no mind. He had no fear of the ancient martial alliance even at its peak, let alone now with its elites dead or wounded. The ancient martial alliance was an indispensable faction for the second evolution. Although he respected Elder Zhong, if they resorted to force, Chen Mo would not hesitate to send them to their graves. Elder Zhong ignored the crowd's protests. Instead he said with a benevolent smile, "These are trivial matters. In my view, young friend, your value far surpasses that of the Nian beast. At such a young age you possess the strength to single-handedly fight the she-beast. I presume you have reached the 5th order Esper level. Have you joined any faction?" The group soon arrived at the ancient martial alliance's current stronghold. A defensive wall had already been erected outside. Inside the base, large shipping containers were scattered about, resembling a port. Survivors and the wounded were returning in succession, each drenched, surrounded by incessant cries of pain and heavy coughing. After enduring such a catastrophe, the face of every person was shrouded in an inescapable gloom. Today was the first day of the new year. Fortunately, the tsunami had not lasted long, receding in less than a day. Yet even so, the disaster wrought by the she-beast had claimed thousands of lives in the ancient martial alliance. Those with healing abilities began their work immediately upon return. Those who had retreated with the major military districts had also returned after the floodwaters receded, accompanied by reinforcements from the 3 military districts. "Over here. Careful." Yuan Yu was directing the survivors of the ancient martial alliance in searching for usable remaining supplies. She watched the wounded streaming in, listening to the endless wails and coughs. Her eyes were filled with deep concern. This tsunami had made everyone realize that the deep sea held horrors beyond just a single she-beast. A variety of colossal sea monsters had come along, henceforth no faction would willingly establish a safe zone near the coast. The seawater brought disease and rendered many supplies and food unusable. Espers might be fine, but ordinary people were in a precarious state. Just half a month ago the ancient martial alliance was an independent faction comparable to many military districts, but this natural disaster and the she-beast calamity would severely cripple it, likely leaving it gasping for breath for a long time. At the entrance of the ancient martial alliance, several leaders from various regional factions had also arrived to offer support. Tap tap. At that moment an elderly man in a Taoist robe hurried past Yuan. The old man carried himself with dignity, moving with a commanding stride. Behind him followed several elders of similar age, and behind them 6 or 7 middle-aged men and women. Leading them was Ma Baogua, the head of the Hunyuan Xingyi school. The ones beside him were also leaders of various martial sects. The ancient martial alliance adhered to seniority and hierarchy. These were its high-ranking members, the leading figures of various martial arts schools from before the apocalypse. Although most had not awakened any abilities, the alliance's foundation was built by this group during the early days of the apocalypse. Ma Baogua stopped and addressed Yuan. Xiao Yu. Has the Nian beast been dealt with? Yuan replied respectfully, it has been taken care of. None of the reinforcements noticed. Ma Baogua nodded slightly. Well done. The matter of the Nian beast is of utmost importance. We must ensure no other factions discover it. That granddaughter of Yu Shu has finally done something good after wasting so many of our resources. He recalled that he had been the most opposed to Zhonglin's plan, but Zhong Yushu's prestige within the alliance was too high, almost like a one-man rule, overriding all objections and pushing it through. When he first saw the Nian beast he was utterly stunned, but with it came an uncontrollable surge of joy. Now he only hoped that Zhong Yushu would die at the hands of that she-beast. Then he could take over his position and become the supreme leader of the ancient martial alliance. Let's go. Don't keep them waiting. Ma Baogua led a group of high-ranking members of the ancient martial alliance to the base's exterior, where several individuals were already waiting. They were Gao Limao from the 6th Military District, Wang Guoshan from the 11th Military District, and Deng Ping from the 9th Military District. Each was flanked by bodyguards, all hailing from their respective war zones. As for the larger survivor factions, they naturally had no desire to wade into this murky affair. Under such circumstances, those who did come, regardless of their motives, were offering invaluable aid to the ancient martial alliance in its time of need. Gao Limao, his face paling more than the others, clung tightly to Zhou Yuan beside him. He had absolutely no desire to be in such a godforsaken place. He couldn't even fathom why the 6th Military District had sent someone as insignificant as him. If danger were to strike, the mere thought made his ample belly tremble. The 2 men beside him, hailing from the 11th and 9th districts, were high-ranking military officers, tall, straight-backed, and clad in crisp uniforms. Suppressing his terror, Gao Limao decided to ease the tension with conversation. Major General Wang, why have you come? And where is Xiao Jiang? He turned to Wang Guoshan with a fawning tone. To him these 2 men from the 11th and 9th districts were towering figures. He was merely a mid-level officer in the 6th district. Wang Guoshan shot him a cold glance and replied flatly, he's been confined. The chief had sent Jiang Fan to the 6th district to negotiate resource exchanges. After Jiang Fan absconded and went missing, he was placed under confinement upon his return. Deng Ping watched the steady stream of wounded being transported nearby, a flicker of pity in his eyes. I don't understand their intentions. If these injured aren't taken back for treatment, they won't last long. They had come with minimal troops and firepower given the vast distance. Simply sending personnel to oversee the evacuation of survivors from Libin City was already a considerable feat. Is the ancient martial alliance not here yet? Deng Ping murmured. Just then, before anyone could be seen, Ma Baoguo's voice rang out. My apologies for the wait. He approached with a feigned smile and a courteous demeanor. The tsunami that struck Libin City has prompted you generals to travel thousands of miles for the sake of the nation and its people. Your dedication truly inspires our deepest admiration. Ma Baogua reached the 3 men and offered flattery with a show of reverence. Gao Limao chuckled, about to speak, when Wang Guoshan interjected with a heavy tone. What does the ancient martial alliance mean by this? You broadcast a call for aid. Our district chief, unwilling to see the survivors of Libin City suffer, dispatched us to transport them to safety. Yet now you suddenly change your mind and go back on your word. The time and resources wasted on this round trip were no trivial matter. Confronted with such a piercing and direct accusation, Ma Baoguo's expression soured. The 11th district had sent a thorny character. He forced a laugh. The waters have receded. This decision isn't mine to make, it rests with our leader Zhong Yushu. Then where is he? Deng Ping asked. Ma Baogua replied, he should return shortly. To be honest, he wasn't certain. According to the returning ability users, Zhong Yushu and Xiao Yang were currently dealing with the she-beast. Let me first show you the current situation. Wang Guoshan snorted coldly but said nothing. Under Ma Baoguo's guidance they proceeded. Wang Guoshan's expression grew increasingly grim. He had long heard that some large factions possessed abundant supplies rivaling even the military districts. But seeing the vast quantities of waterlogged supplies and the impenetrable walls surrounding them only deepened his displeasure. He said coldly, "The ancient martial alliance certainly has grand ambitions. Are you aiming to become the 13th military district? Do you think the high commands of each district are unaware of your little schemes? You can't even protect these survivors. If the districts and the central government weren't currently preoccupied and you refuse to submit once everything settles, not a single one of you will escape." The nation currently had only 12 military districts. With the apocalypse's arrival and the collapse of order, just like the mutant overlords, countless powerful ability users sought to establish their own domains. That was why factions like Qiongqi and Longgang were so desperate to expand. Once order was restored and the districts intervened, small factions would be utterly crushed before them. Wang Guoshan's words sent cold sweat pouring down Ma Beoguo's back. Unlike Elder Zhong, he was no ordinary man, but he couldn't withstand the pressure from a district major general. Thighs. Ma Beoguo's beard quivered. Behind him the father of Yang Suiyu, heir of the Yang family spear, stepped forward and bowed with calm dignity. "The ancient martial alliance is deeply grateful for your support. However, these matters must await Elder Zhong's return for a final decision. Moreover, from what I understand, not all military districts are entirely law-abiding, are they?" Yang Yun said calmly. Wang Guoshan narrowed his eyes but remained silent this time. Behind each military district stood figures from the central government's highest echelons. The distances between them were simply too vast. If all 12 districts had united, these ambitious survivor factions would never have had the chance to declare themselves kings. They would have been absorbed long ago. Sensing the escalating tension, Gao Limao played the peacemaker with a hearty laugh. "Alright, let's focus on the matter at hand. Let's wait a little longer, they should be back soon." The group returned to wait outside the ancient martial alliance compound. After about 10 more minutes they finally spotted Elder Zhong and his party returning in the distance. Seeing his son return safely, Yang Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Gao Limao looked as if he'd seen a ghost, his entire body struck by thunderous shock. His trembling hand pointed toward Chen Mo's direction, his teeth chattering. "Thighs. Xiao Zhua, is he that?" "That." Chen Mo, Zhua Yuan beside him replied, his expression instantly turning grave. Upon confirmation, Gao Limao lost all desire to remain. His small eyes bulging, he urgently tugged at Zhua Yuan. "Let's go. Xiao Zhua, let's go. This butcher was here." Others might not know, but he certainly remembered how those 4,000 had died. Wang Guoshan noticed the commotion and frowned. "What's wrong with you?" Meanwhile, Elder Zhong and his group had also spotted the waiting crowd. From a distance, Qin Wenzhong said in a low voice, "Elder Zhong, it's the people from the 6th, 9th and 11th districts." Elder Zhong nodded calmly. "Let's go over." But then, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Chen Mo and said softly, "Young friend, with the 6th district's people here, will this be inconvenient for you?" He knew of the conflict between Chen Mo and the 6th district and feared the situation might become awkward. Chen Mo had naturally noticed the man standing there. The portly Gao Limao, and beside him Zhua Yuan, the possessor of the collapse ability, a top-tier combatant from the 6th district in his past life. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine." In his past life he had been part of the 6th war zone and knew Gao Limao's character well. A coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong, always the first to flee at the first sign of trouble. The 6th district had suffered such a massive loss, there was no way he didn't know. The mere sight of Chen Mo would likely terrify him into fleeing, let alone daring to act against him on the spot. The truth unfolded exactly as Chen Mo had anticipated. When Gao Limao spotted Chen Mo's presence there, his face drained of color in sheer terror, his only desire being to flee the scene as swiftly as possible. "Xiao Zhua. Do you think that guy doesn't recognize me yet?" Gao Limao stammered, retreating a few steps, his pupils trembling with fear. Though Xiao Zhua possessed considerable strength compared to the Chen Mo who had single-handedly dismantled over 4,000 men from the 6th military district, he was utterly outmatched. Ever since that battle the high command of the 6th military district had been in an uproar. Over 4,000 men. And they still couldn't subdue Chen Mo. When the news reached them, every senior officer in the 6th military district doubted their own ears. 4,000 men, this was no trivial number. Though it didn't shake their foundation, the loss was grievous. After confirming the report, all the high-ranking officers fell silent. This time their decision was surprisingly unanimous. One by one they petitioned Lin Anha, declaring their inability to handle this man. Deploying more troops to capture Chen Mo would only incur further losses. Moreover, every military district was now focused on constructing and fortifying safe zones. They urgently needed manpower to keep pace with the main forces. Fortunately, word came from the central command that Lin Anha had secured his position. With the authority to mobilize a large contingent of superhumans and armed forces, the immediate crisis was alleviated. Zhou Yuan, standing nearby, took a deep breath, steeling himself with utmost vigilance. His face solemn, he said, "Rest assured, with Major General Wang and his men here, Chen Mo wouldn't dare lay a hand on you. Besides, you have no personal conflict with him. It should be fine." Yet even as he spoke, his own confidence wavered. For merely being in the 6th military district was itself a provocation. Should? What do you mean should? Gao Limao shrieked. Wang Guoshan frowned, glancing at the restless Gao Limao, and said sternly, "Gao Limao, what are you shouting about?" Deng Ping from the 9th military district also chimed in with a smile. "Is it that Elder Zhong's return has you so excited? That man over there, he must be Yang Suiyu, the heir of the Yang family spear from the ancient martial alliance, correct?" The major factions kept a close watch on such formidable figures. Deng Ping gazed at Yang Suiyu, who walked beside Elder Zhong with a bearing as upright and distinguished as a pine, and couldn't help but admire aloud. It's better to see once than hear 100 times. Enslaving martial saint ability, what a waste it would be if such talent didn't contribute to the military districts. The 3 districts each had their own motives for this rescue mission. As for the 9th military district, its goal was to recruit talents from the ancient martial alliance. In plain terms, they were here to poach someone like Yang Suiyu possessing enslaving ability.